Huaxia, Duan City. A certain cafe. Bai Feifei pulled out a check from her bosom. Here is 1 million. Let your boyfriend go. Who are you? Is a bit of filthy money so impressive? Bai Mo and I are truly in love. Yang Qingning tightly grasped Bai Mo's hand. Is that insufficient? 2 million. Get lost. Don't cause a scene here. Upon seeing the check-in by Feifei's hand, a dramatic scene unfolded. Yang Qingning abruptly pushed Bai Mo away, snatched the check, and swiftly departed without hesitation. This scene rendered the previously silent Bai Mo dumbfounded. This woman, all for money. Everything was unexpected, yet somehow logical. Sistered, Mo, don't be disheartened. It's just a week of dating. You will surely encounter someone better. Bai Feifei patted her brother's shoulder. Mo, if worst comes to worst, you can return to inherit the Bai family's fortune. No, I cannot become a puppet of the Bai family. I would lose my freedom, sitting in an office day after day. That is not the life I desire. It's dreadful. Bai Feifei chuckled helplessly, offered a few words of comfort, and then left. Bai Mo self-deprecatingly smiled, sitting silently on the sofa like a T-24. He was a time traveler. Bai Mo had once been an ordinary white-collar worker on Earth, but after an accidental death, he found himself 3 years ago inhabiting the body of the young master of the Bai family in a parallel world, sharing the same name. The young master of the Bai family in the capital, with assets in the billions, a family rich and powerful. To outsiders, Bai Mo was merely an ordinary individual. For 3 years prior, his parents had insisted he inherit the Bai family and marry the capital's most unattractive woman. In a fit of anger, he had fled home after a fierce argument with his father. Consequently, Bai's father froze all of Bai Mo's bank cards, rendering him a nominal young master, and he found a job as an advertising assistant in Duan City. Yang Qingning, who had just left, was his third girlfriend, having only confirmed their relationship a week ago. Ding! The host's eldest daughter has been ensnared, triggering the Supreme Daddy system. System binding in progress. Binding complete. Newbie gift package being distributed. Obtain the Daddy's manual, Demon Eye, Revitalization Elixir, and 3 binding talismans. Demon Eye. See through all illusions. Revitalization Elixir, as the name implies, brings the dead back to life. Binding talismans. Capable of sealing power. Task commenced. Save the eldest daughter. Beat the spirit. Reward. Godly martial arts. 1 lottery draw. Limited to 1 hour. Upon hearing the electronic voice in his mind, Bai Mo felt as if struck by lightning. After 3 years of transmigration, the system had finally arrived. But, I have a daughter? My daughter is dead? Happiness lasts but a fleeting second. He had no time to concern himself with the newbie rewards being issued, focusing instead on the small map displayed by the system. The red was moving. According to the system, it was his daughter's soul being taken away. Bai Mo disregarded everything else. With only 1 hour for the task, he had to rescue his daughter as quickly as possible. Having not yet met her, and she was already dead. Who could accept that? In an instant, he dashed out of the cafe. In the alley of a slum. Just 1 more soul, and I can return and report to the master. The black spirit murmured, weighing the black cloth bag hanging at its waist. Stop. Suddenly, a heavy voice came from behind. The black spirit glanced back to see a man, panting and staring at it, but continued to walk ahead. What nonsense! How could it see me? I said stop. Did you hear me? Bai Mo shouted in anger. You can see me? The black spirit froze, pointing at itself with uncertainty. Of course. Hurry and return my daughter's soul. Bai Mo had merged with the demon eye in the car, allowing him to see the spirit before him. As a 24-year-old atheist, this moment shattered his beliefs. What are you babbling about, kid? It was merely a special ability. The black spirit quickly regained its composure. How dare you? Bai Mo invoked a binding talismans, raising his fist to strike the spirit. The spirit scoffed disdainfully. Hit me? What a fool. I am a spirit. Your fist can only strike air. In the next moment, a scream pierced the silence. It hurts. Damn. How is this possible? I am a special spirit created by the master. The spirit covered its face, incredulous, its head buzzing. Bang! Bai Mo landed another solid punch on its face. Brother, please don't hit me. Let's talk things over. The spirit, having attempted to escape underground, found itself battered and in pain, filled with terror. Its powers were ineffective before Bai Mo, an unprecedented fear engulfing it. Bai Mo's anger mingled with amusement as his fists fell like rain. Not hitting? You've ensnared my daughter's soul. Moreover, the system task demands I beat this mysterious entity. Moments later, the spirit, sobbing and bruised, surrendered its soul-locking bag, devoid of any resistance. What are you crying about? Pathetic, Bai Mo remarked, taking the bag containing his daughter's spirit and departing. The system task progress bar indicated it was halfway complete. The spirit. It was undoubtedly the most miserable in history, having failed the master's task, losing the soul-locking bag, and being so brutally beaten, its master's dignity. Utterly shattered, it's over. The soul the master wanted is gone. The plan is a failure, and the entire Duan city will be unrestful. I must return and report. The future will be dealt with later. I'm in so much pain. Meanwhile, Bai Mo hurried to the hospital. On the third floor of the hospital, in a private room, a pallid child lay on the hospital bed. Beside her sat an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her hair elegantly styled, her figure tall and graceful, her eyes vacant, her face emanating an indescribable charm. She resembled a peony poised to bloom, beautiful yet not seductive, vibrant yet not vulgar, enchanting beyond compare. I'm so sorry, my child. It's my failure to care for you. 2-year-old Anan had contracted a viral illness, and despite a week of treatment, it was ultimately futile. Recently, Duan City had seen a surge in such cases, with a mortality rate exceeding 95%. Lin Mingxi wished fervently that it was she who had died, willing to bear it all herself. Bang! A loud bang echoed as the door burst open, and Lin Mingxi turned to see Bai Mo walking in. You. Just as she was about to rebuke him, she recognized Bai Mo's face, and a memory flashed in her mind, leaving her momentarily stunned. It's you. Their eyes met, and they both exclaimed in surprise, recognizing each other. 3 years ago, at the Yilong Bar, Bai Mo had drunkenly saved a girl, and later at the Duan City Grand Hotel, they had shared an intimate night. The next morning, they had left in tacit understanding. Lin Mingxi could never have anticipated that a month later, she would find herself pregnant, with a doctor informing her that the chances of conceiving again after an abortion were exceedingly slim. For 3 years, she had been raising her child alone. Bai Mo sighed, realizing that it was indeed her. Let's not discuss this for now. I am here to rescue my daughter. Please step outside, he urged, pushing Lin Mingxi out with urgency as the mission was nearing its end. Lin Mingxi was left speechless. How did he know? Yet, with her daughter already gone, what was the purpose of his presence? She contemplated returning to the ward, but then thought it would be better for them to have one last goodbye. She couldn't be selfish. Inside the room, only Bai Mo and the frail child remained. The little one was pale, her delicate features resembling finely crafted jade, with a pair of slender willow-like brows that lent her a charming grace, much like Bai Mo's own. My dear daughter, I will save you soon, Bai Mo whispered, his heart aching as he caressed her forehead, his hands trembling with a deep-seated pain. Such a lovely child, only 2 years old, had been tormented by a virus to the brink of death. Beep. The host has made first contact with the eldest daughter. Reward, 50 daddy points. Daddy points can be used in the system store to purchase items and skills. The mechanical voice echoed in Bai Mo's mind once more. Eldest daughter? At that moment, Bai Mo listened intently. If the system was to be believed, he had more than one daughter. Could it be twins? He then administered a resurrection pill and retrieved a soul-lock bag, gently opening it to reveal the spirit of his daughter, and the spirit transformed into a beam of light, soaring into Anan's forehead. Anan's body underwent a miraculous transformation, her color gradually returning. Her eyelids fluttered before she opened her eyes, gazing at Bai Mo with confusion. Who are you? Her voice was sweet and innocent, her large, clear eyes exuding a charming allure, and shy and timid, clutched the blanket, hiding beneath it, revealing only her eyes. At the same time, the system announced that the task was completed. Beep. Reward. Daddy's Manual, Super Fighting Technique 1, Lottery Ticket 1. Child. I am your father, Bai Mo said gently, his voice trembling slightly. Anan blinked, as if realizing something. Her eyes reflected a mix of shyness, surprise, and nervousness. Daddy. Delighted, she repeated, Daddy, Daddy. Yes, I am your father, Bai Mo affirmed. Anan pouted, her big eyes glistening with tears. "Daddy, I am Inen. Have you come back? Come here." She pulled back the blanket and reached out her tiny hands toward Mo. Beep. The eldest daughter's wish has been detected. Please fulfill it to earn daddy points. Mo's heart quivered, his eyes misting over as he quickly embraced the child, overwhelmed by the profound bond they shared. The mechanical voice resounded in his mind once again. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Reward: 50 daddy points." "Daddy, and it is very well behaved," she said, nestled in by Mo's embrace, simultaneously anxious and bashful, her small hands gripping his shirt tightly. Mo leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, and then froze for a moment, then leaned in to plant a kiss on Mo's cheek. "Yay, and it has a daddy." As he gazed at the little girl snuggled against him, Mo's eyes softened with tenderness, and "My little princess, from now on, daddy will never leave you. Starting today, I will accompany you as you grow." He lifted her high into the air, and rather than feeling frightened, the little one laughed joyously, flailing her arms in delight. Beep. The host has interacted with the eldest daughter for the first time. Reward: random daddy points. 30 daddy points. Outside, hearing the commotion from the ward, Lin Mengshi burst through the door, and upon seeing her daughter smile, Lin Mengshi's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart overwhelmed with disbelief as she instinctively took a step back. "Mama!" and exclaimed, her voice sweet. "Mommy is here." Confusion swirled within Lin Mengshi. Brushing away her tears, she hurried forward to embrace her little bundle. Her daughter was truly alive. It was all not a dream. "Daddy," and then protested, shaking her head and clinging to Mo instead. Lin Mengshi felt a pang in her heart as her daughter rejected her embrace. And it had only just met Mo, yet she was drawn to him, an undeniable bond of blood. After a moment of emotional turmoil, Lin Mengshi expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for what you've done." And it was merely in a state of suspended animation. "I happen to know a bit of medicine," Mo replied. "If he were to reveal the truth, who would believe him? They would surely deem him a madman." The system remained his greatest secret, one he would never share with another soul. Lin Mengshi regarded Mo with surprise. She realized he possessed remarkable medical skills, able to do what even the expert from the provincial capital could not. Mo gently stroked Anne's head and turned to Lin Mengshi, taking a deep breath. "I am sorry for my impulsiveness back then. I know these past 2 years have been hard on you." Lin Mengshi met Mo's gaze filled with remorse, and a realization dawned upon her. 2 years ago, in a fit of anger, she had gone to a bar alone and had caught the eye of a troublesome man. Had Mo not intervened, the consequences would have been dire. Both of them had been intoxicated that night, but she had maintained a semblance of clarity, thus never blaming Mo for the incident. "If it weren't for you, I might have been ruined by those thugs, let alone still be here now." Lin Mengshi shook her head, a blush creeping on her cheeks. "What a good woman does not boast of her past bravery. Regardless, I owe a debt of gratitude to both you and your daughter. If possible, I wish to assume the responsibilities of a father and hope you will support me in this," Mo said earnestly, his eyes locked onto Lin Mengshi. Lin Mengshi was taken aback, her opinion of Mo elevating as she admired his sincerity. She had not requested him to take responsibility, yet he was willing to step up. "And it is only 2 years old, lacking a father's love, that I hope you can stay and accompany her for a few more years," she replied, emphasizing the importance of a father's presence in a child's life, especially during their formative years. Throughout Anne's illness, she had often heard her call for her father in her dreams, nearly driving Lin Mengshi to despair. "She is my daughter. Caring for her is my duty, and I will not leave," Mo assured her, his gaze filled with warmth as he gently stroked Anne's hair. "Is that all?" Lin Mengshi sniffed, regaining her composure as she absent-mindedly played with her hair, her fleeting allure almost causing Mo to lose focus. Mo swallowed hard. "I have no objections to taking full responsibility for you." Lin Mengshi was undeniably beautiful. It would be a lie to say he was not moved, especially since she was the mother of his child. Chapter 3. The White Divine Physician, a medical miracle. Mo did not rush to agree and instead inquired, "Your career?" He was perplexed. How could Lin Mengshi's career prevent her from caring for her child? Was it so difficult to spare a little time for her offspring? "Do you not recognize me? Do you not follow entertainment news?" Lin Mengshi seemed to have discovered a new world, her eyes glimmering with surprise. "I do not keep up with it," Mo replied, nodding slightly. I am in the entertainment industry, a moderately well-known second-tier singer, she continued. I have heard that industry is rather unsavory, quite chaotic. Bayamo remarked with a furrowed brow. The mere mention of the entertainment world conjured a sense of disorder in his mind. Indeed, but if I do not work, I cannot support my 2 children, Lin Mingxi said, a faint smile gracing her lips. I can take care of you all, Bayamo declared resolutely. Then you must work hard. If I lose my job in the future, you must take responsibility for us 3, she replied, a playful tone in her voice. At that moment, Anan, cradled in Lin Mingxi's arms, perked up with excitement. Yay! Mama doesn't need to work anymore. She can stay home with us. How wonderful. Lin Mingxi smiled bitterly. Anan has accepted you, but that does not mean Xianxia will. For now, you will stay with us. But let us establish some ground rules. First, you must not bring any bad habits. Second, you must focus on caring for the children. Third, we shall discuss the future later. If all is well, I will settle the medical expenses first. Once Lin Mingxi left the room, Bayamo conversed with Anan for a while before delving into the supreme daddy system that resided in his mind. Ever since the system had bound itself to him, he had yet to examine it closely. Host, Bayamo Daddy Points, 130 items. Binding Talisman X2 Lottery, 1 Skills, Divine Demon Eye. God-level martial arts. What is the use of daddy points? Ding. The host can use daddy points to exchange for skills and items in the shop, as well as for lottery draws. Ah, I see. Bayamo promptly browsed the shop, which offered an array of skills, such as medical expertise, driving skills, hacking techniques, culinary arts, gardening, and calligraphy. Additionally, a lottery draw required 10 daddy points for a single attempt. Ding. Does the host wish to merge the god-level martial arts? Merge immediately. Similar to the first merger of the Divine Demon Eye, he felt nothing. However, upon completion, a surge of power coursed through his body, as if he could shatter a door with a single punch. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxi was at the payment counter, finalizing the discharge procedures when she encountered the attending physician. Ms. Lin, please accept my condolences. Kindly sign here, so I can notify the morgue to reserve a space. No need for that. My daughter has awakened. Thank you, doctor. Lin Mingxi replied, her brow furrowed. A flicker of resentment stirred within her. The physician's incompetence had led to a false declaration of her daughter's death. Thankfully, Bayamo had appeared. Ah, I will arrange for someone to remove the— Wait, what did you say? The attending physician's eyes widened in disbelief. You say the little girl has awakened? We clearly diagnosed her as deceased. How could she possibly come back to life? The woman seems to have lost her mind. Perhaps suffering from delusions or something akin to madness. Humph. Lin Mingxi shot a glare at the attending physician before returning to the hospital room, offering no semblance of kindness. The physician followed closely behind. Upon entering the room, he was taken aback by the sight of the lively Anan, a miraculous revelation. Not only had she awakened, but her illness had also been cured, truly a medical marvel. The attending physician, overwhelmed with astonishment, exhibited a profound excitement. Upon learning from Lin Mingxi that Bayamo was the one who had saved her, the physician enthusiastically grasped Baimo's hand. Young friend, no, esteemed predecessor. Your medical prowess is extraordinary. There are many patients in the hospital who need your assistance. Please, I implore you, save the children. Dr. Liu, the attending physician, earnestly pleaded. The same hospital had already admitted 5 cases of viral influenza, all affecting young children, and there was no effective treatment available. Time was of the essence. Bayamo was taken aback. He was not a doctor. How could he save lives? Daddy, you are a great hero. Will you save the other children? Anan gazed at her father with wide, hopeful eyes. Suddenly, a notification chimed, detected the eldest daughter's anticipation. Mission issued. Save the children infected with the influenza virus in the hospital. Complete within 7 days. Bayamo chuckled helplessly. What kind of task was this? How could he possibly save the children? Even medical experts were at a loss. What could he do? However, seeing the expectation in Anan's eyes, he took a deep breath. He could not falter before his daughter. I will, but today Daddy has something to attend to. Can we come back another day? Bayamo gently pinched Anan's soft cheek. Okay. Anan clapped her little hands in joy. So, does that mean you agree, esteemed predecessor? The attending physician instantly became animated. Yes, but it will be in 5 days. Bayamo currently had no means, but by accumulating daddy points, he could exchange them for medical knowledge. And perhaps then he would find a solution. The physician had no objections and exchanged contact information with Bayamo. At the time of discharge, an Alpha vehicle was parked at the hospital entrance, and Lin Mingxi, wearing a mask, opened the door. Inside the car was Lin Mingxi's driver, Fin, a short, plump woman. As she observed Bai Mo carrying an un, a flicker of doubt crossed Fin's eyes. Sister Ming, shall we discuss this later? The car gradually fell silent as an dozed sweetly in Bai Mo's arms. Half an hour later, they arrived at the largest community in an S neighborhood. Junhue Bay. Junhue Bay was a residence for the affluent, where luxury cars were commonplace. The villa where Lin Mingxi resided was valued at over 90 million. The environment was quite pleasant. Observing everything around him, Bai Mo expressed his astonishment, reflecting on Lin Mingxi's wealth as a second-tier singer. Surely, she could manage on her own without his support. Sister Ming, we have arrived. Fin halted the vehicle and turned to Lin Mingxi. After getting out of the car while holding an un, Bai Mo finally beheld the full grandeur of the villa. The villa occupies at least twice the area of others, with a lush lawn adorned with various children's recreational facilities, alongside a modest swimming pool, a testament to thoughtful design. Following Lin Mingxi inside, a matronly figure clad in a servant's attire emerged from the villa. Miss, you have returned. Princess Xianxia has been clamoring to see you. The maid, unaware of Annin's illness, expressed surprise at the sight of the child nestled in Bai Mo's arms. In her memory, Annin was not one to approach strangers, particularly men. Daddy, put me down. Annin piped up in her sweet, childish voice, audible to all present. Is this man the young lady's husband? The son-in-law? Murmured a few of the servants, blushing as they exchanged glances. So he is the son-in-law. No wonder. The maid exclaimed, coming to a realization. Bai Mo was momentarily taken aback. Son-in-law? Was that referring to him? He glanced at Lin Mingxi, whose expression remained calm and seemingly unperturbed. Cuckoo, let me down. Annin called joyfully as she bounded inside. Came a squeaky voice from within, followed by the clumsy silhouette of a small child racing out. I found Daddy. Upon seeing Chi-Chi, Annin pointed at Bai Mo. Chapter 4. Getting the certificate so soon? Casting a glance at Bai Mo, Chi-Chi immediately dashed forward, wrapping her arms around his legs and gazing up at him with bright eyes, her voice sweet and innocent. Daddy, Daddy. The little bundle at his feet nudged against him, instantly filling Bai Mo with joy and an overwhelming sense of happiness. The little girl bore an uncanny resemblance to Annin, making it difficult to distinguish between them. My precious daughter, let Daddy hold you. Bai Mo crouched down and gently lifted Chi-Chi into his arms, eliciting a mixture of glee and shyness from her. Ding. The host has interacted with his daughter for the first time. Reward, 50 points for being a dad. The mechanical voice of the system chimed in. Bai Mo had long since grown accustomed to it. Yay, Daddy's holding me. I'm so happy. Chi-Chi exclaimed, planting a kiss on Bai Mo's cheek, laughter echoing throughout the room. This scene brought a smile to the faces of the servants nearby, who couldn't help but chuckle. Princess Chi-Chi is simply adorable. Subsequently, the father-daughter trio engaged in their delightful interaction for several minutes, completely ignoring Lin Mingxi. Feeling a twinge of jealousy, Lin Mingxi remarked, Aunt Wang, please take Bai Mo upstairs to familiarize him with the rooms. Note down anything he needs so we can purchase it later. Of course, Mississippi young master, please follow me. Aunt Wang replied. She was the steward of the villa, responsible for all matters within. Annin, Chi-Chi, Daddy will be back shortly, Bai Mo said, affectionately patting both children's heads. Once upstairs, Bai Mo took a brief tour of the villa before being shown to his assigned room. Young master, this is your room. Please let me know if anything is missing, Aunt Wang instructed before gently closing the door behind her as she exited. Bai Mo surveyed the bedroom, which bore a resemblance to a hotel layout, resembling a guest room within a villa, and felt a twinge of disappointment. Regaining his composure, he accessed the system, where the taskbar displayed an unfinished task, one that was quite challenging, as it required him to acquire medical skills, relying entirely on the system. The system panel revealed, Host, Bai Mo, Daddy Points, 180, Items, Daddy's Manual, Binding Talismans X2, Lottery Chance X1, Skills, Divine Demon Eye, Supreme Combat Technique. Bai Mo understood that he could earn Daddy Points by completing tasks issued by the system. What exactly was the Daddy's Manual? Was it a cultivation technique? His curiosity piqued. Bai Mo clicked to use it. In an instant, a rush of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind, imparting numerous tips on childcare, so that was how it worked. Additionally, he had one lottery chance remaining. Bai Mo silently thought, draw immediately. As the system's lottery wheel spun, his heart raced with excitement, fervently wishing for medical skills. The wheel featured options such as a master pianist, calligraphy expert, driving skills, medical expertise, tai chi, a complete fairy tale collection, thank you gift, a set of clothes, and a mysterious skill. Bai Mo's forehead darkened. A complete fairy tale collection? Was the system being stingy? The daddy's manual already contained a collection of stories, rendering this option superfluous. Ding. Duplicate rewards will be replaced upon acquisition. Host, please rest assured, the system clarified. Bai Mo replied, that's more like it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you gift. Bai Mo's expression gradually soured. Was it too much to ask for a little consideration on his first lottery draw? Just then, a faint noise emanated from outside the door. Anan, sister, is daddy inside? Xianxia, daddy, where are you? The two little ones pressed against the door, listening intently to the sounds within, their adorableness undeniable. Moments later, a crack in the door opened, and two small heads peeked in. Upon seeing Bai Mo, they both broke into shy smiles. Daddy, will you play with our toys? Anan asked, holding some children's toys, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course, Bai Mo replied, eager to pass the time. He picked up a remote-controlled train, played with it briefly to get a feel for it. No wonder children loved playing with such toys. Even adults found it irresistible. Laughter filled the room, echoing with delight. Outside, Lin Mingxi observed this heartwarming scene of father and daughters, reluctant to interrupt. Feeling an unprecedented sense of relief, this was the warmth she had longed for. Ding. Host is playing with his daughters, earning 50 daddy points. Half an hour later, Lin Mingxi entered, addressing the tirelessly playing children. Anan, Xianxia, my little treasures, I have something to discuss with daddy. Could you please step outside for a moment? Anan, still reluctant to leave, eventually nodded, responding in her sweet baby voice. Okay, mama, but do hurry back and bring daddy out to us. Lin Mingxi was at once exasperated and amused. Behold that melancholy gaze. The little girl appears genuinely afraid of losing her father. Once the children have departed, Lin Mingxi expresses her gratitude, saying, thank you for sacrificing your freedom to accompany them. Rest assured, I shall provide you with a salary, and I will cover all daily expenses. To her surprise, Bai Mo chuckles resignedly, acknowledging the irony of fate. He is already a father. Why not support me in return, provided you possess sufficient means? Lin Mingxi replies with a gentle smile, tossing her hair and winking at Bai Mo, exuding an abundance of charm in that fleeting moment. This woman captivates the heart. Previously, such thoughts dared not cross his mind, but now, armed with the ultimate daddy system, winning over Lin Mingxi is merely a matter of time. He yearns to demonstrate to the Bai family that he is far from worthless. Bai Mo gazes at Lin Mingxi and inquires, what do you intend to do about our relationship? It's not easy to handle if others start asking. I'm not certain yet, she replies. However, if you wish to take responsibility, it wouldn't be out of the question. You are the children's father, and I am presently single and available. It all depends on your capabilities. Her words ignite a fervor within Bai Mo. After 24 years of singlehood, happiness lies within reach. All right, shall we take the plunge and obtain our marriage certificate first? What do you think? Bai Mo winks at Lin Mingxi, his handsome face inches from hers, whispering into her ear, causing her to blush and shyly turn away. Ding. The system notification chimes, and Bai Mo muses to himself, what a delightful turn of events. He understands the system's workings. Aside from the children, acquiring daddy points from others is quite rare. Is it truly that easy to get a marriage certificate? Lin Mingxi is momentarily stunned, her mind clouded. Her hands fidget nervously. How did their conversation shift from discussing the children to marriage? The initiative seems to rest with Bai Mo, leaving her feeling somewhat passive. Since their first encounter, he has consistently left her with a positive impression. They already have children together. What could possibly be the issue with pursuing a deeper commitment? No issue at all, Lin Mingxi responds, her tone shifting. However, can you prove yourself to be a good father and a good husband? To truly earn my trust, you must withstand my tests. Chapter 5. Lin Mingxi's family is quite affluent. I can, Bai Mo replies, taking note of Lin Mingxi's earnest demeanor. He inhales deeply and asserts, you truly have given this serious thought? Acquiring a marriage certificate is a significant life event. It cannot be taken lightly, she reminds him. Although Bai Mo is the father of her children, she is willing to accept the prospect of marriage. Conversely, Bai Mo is aware that they have only known each other for half a day. Nodding, Bai Mo feels an overwhelming joy at the thought of marrying the stunning Lin Mingxi. Such an opportunity feels like a serendipitous gift from the heavens. There is little to contemplate. The only consideration left is when they might share a bed together. However, while one may harbor thoughts in their heart, it is unseemly to voice them. I am quite satisfied with your performance. We shall attend to the registration tomorrow. However, as I am an artist, please remember the importance of discretion. Lin Mingxi smiled faintly, momentarily lost in thought as she gazed at Bai Mo. Her large, captivating eyes seemed to exude an innate allure, and her sensuous red lips parted slightly. A visage that wielded an irresistible charm over any man. Their eyes locked, and a profound silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the sound of their breaths. In a moment of serendipity, their heads inched closer. Lin Mingxi closed her eyes, almost touching her lips to his. Outside the door, Xianxia scratched her head and asked, "Mama, Papa, what are you two doing?" And uncovered her eyes but peeked through a tiny gap, exclaiming, "How embarrassing." In an instant, both were jolted from their reverie and quickly distanced themselves from one another, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Lin Mingxi's cheeks flushed crimson as she dared not meet Bai Mo's gaze. "You two children, what nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Mingxi rolled her eyes, feeling exasperated, and hastily exited the scene. Bai Mo was bemused, finding the situation amusing. If he could not kiss her this time, there would surely be another opportunity. "My darlings, what brings you here?" Bai Mo knelt down, effortlessly scooping up the two little ones, one on each side, holding them close like precious porcelain dolls, evoking envy from onlookers. With his enhanced physique from mastering supreme combat skills, lifting them was effortless. "Papa, it's time to eat. I'm hungry," and then patted her little tummy, her eyes brimming with innocence. "Yes, let us head downstairs for a meal. We mustn't let my little treasures go hungry." On the first floor, the housekeeper had prepared everything, awaiting the arrival of Bai Mo and the children for dinner. There were an abundance of dishes, 10 in total, far too much for the four of them to consume, leaving Bai Mo puzzled by such wastefulness. Though he felt reluctant to voice his thoughts. "Papa, feed me." "Me too." The two little ones playfully vied for his attention. Lin Mingxi felt a headache coming on. Even mealtime could not be peaceful. She was curious to see how Bai Mo would handle the situation, a perfect opportunity for a test. "Patience, my dears. One at a time. There's enough for everyone." Bai Mo sat calmly between the children, managing the chaos with effortless grace, ensuring none were overlooked. "Thank you." And then mumbled with a mouthful of rice, her words barely discernible. "You're doing well, but at 2 years old, you should learn to eat independently. Your father does not favor children who shy away from self-sufficiency. I can do it myself." Anan declared. "Me too." Xianxia chimed in, pouting slightly. Bai Mo praised them and then guided them on how to use forks, encouraging them to begin their meal. This scene astonished Lin Mingxi. Finally, someone had tamed these two little rascals. She held Bai Mo in higher regard. He would undoubtedly be a competent father and husband. The nearby housekeeper shared in her astonishment. The son-in-law's methods are indeed effective. He shows remarkable thoughtfulness towards the little princesses. Just look at how joyfully the children are laughing. They have even eaten more than usual. It is the first time I have seen them so well behaved at the dining table, using forks to feed themselves, a significant improvement, remarked the servants nearby. Meanwhile, at the Doan hospital, the director, having received directives from higher authorities, personally visited the children's isolation ward to offer his condolences. To his astonishment, he learned that one child had already been scheduled for discharge. "Nonsense. Who authorized this?" the director exclaimed, his gaze scanning the room. "I did." Dr. Liu stepped forward. "Old Liu, have you lost your mind?" The director's anger flared upon seeing who had spoken. "Old Li, that child has recovered. I have examined her thoroughly. And her father is a renowned healer," Dr. Liu explained, leaving everyone in shock. "Can he treat the new influenza?" It is known that even the professors from the provincial capital are at a loss, hesitant to take action. The atmosphere at Doan Hospital became charged with excitement as they sought to gather information about Bai Mo. Fortunately, the director was astute enough to forbid anyone from inquiring further. Offending Bai Mo would be ill-advised. Of course, the doctors would not remain idle. In 7 days, they would determine Bai Mo's capabilities. Half an hour later, the system chimed. "Congratulations, host, for personally feeding your daughters. The new dad received 20 points. System panel, host, novice dad by Mo dad points, 260 items. Binding talisman X2. Lottery ticket X1 skills. Inyang vision, master combat techniques by Mo earned 20 dad points during the meal. The system certainly knows how to play." Sitting on the sofa, Lin Mingxi brought over a cup of tea and placed it before Bai Mo. I didn't expect them to listen to you so well. I truly did not misjudge you. Not at all. It was simply a matter of applying the right methods. Bayamo smiled. Without the dad's handbook, he would have felt utterly helpless, like a headless chicken. In Lin Mingxi's eyes, Baimo's humility was evident. By the way, I haven't asked where your home is, who lives there. I should visit your parents tomorrow and bring some gifts. Otherwise, it would be rude to show up unprepared. My family. Bayamo suddenly fell silent. His gaze tinged with melancholy. My family is exceedingly wealthy. Expecting me to inherit the family fortune and marry the most unattractive woman in the capital to solidify the Bai family's status. In truth, I must clarify to you that my family is very affluent. Lin Mingxi, seemingly oblivious, filled in her own narrative. I apologize for bringing up painful memories. I was unaware. It's all right. I would never look down on you. Bayamo pondered. Does this woman misunderstand something? Her thoughts seemed disjointed. What? Bayamo inquired. Lin Mingxi reassured him. This too shall pass. In time, with children, this place will become your home. Bayamo replied. What I meant to say is that my family resides in the capital, and we are quite wealthy. All right, Bayamo, I shall not look down upon you. Bayamo, this woman clearly does not believe me. Upon entering, I overheard Aunt Wang mention something. Is it true that this villa, so exorbitantly priced, is solely the result of your own endeavors? How can that be? My career as an artist is merely a passion. It does not yield substantial income. This villa was purchased by my father, and my monthly allowance of 500,000 is provided by my mother, barely sufficient for my daily expenses. Bayamo, I did not expect Lin Mingxi's family to be quite affluent. May I inquire about your esteemed in-laws? What kind of grand business do they engage in? Are you familiar with bank real estate? Our family does not hold much value. Lin's technology belongs to my father. My mother manages the finances. All the assets are under her control. Bayamo, Chapter 6, System, I wish to execute 10 consecutive draws. The corners of Baimo's mouth twitched violently. These are all renowned companies in Xianxia, belonging to the Lin family. No wonder Lin Mingxi is so wealthy, capable of affording a villa. Clinging to such a sturdy leg is certainly preferable to taking over the Bai family. Moreover, being a full-time stay-at-home dad is indeed an honorable endeavor. Bayamo does not feel ashamed. Our family lacks substantial wealth, and I still need to work. Otherwise, I cannot support two little treasures. Lin Mingxi speaks with a tone of subtle superiority. However, if my parents were to discover that you, their irresponsible son-in-law, are merely a penniless fellow, I wonder if they would give you a good beating. Bayamo awkwardly chuckles. Cough, cough. My esteemed in-laws certainly possess a sense of humor. And let me reiterate, my family is quite wealthy. I am not deceiving you. All right, I acknowledge your family's affluence, but I was not joking. My father has quite the temper. As for meeting the parents, let's postpone that for a while, Bayamo remarked with a twitch of his lips. Lin Mingxi smiled, though she too felt a twinge of concern. She could only hope that Bayamo would perform admirably and not bring her shame. As for Baimo's claims of wealth, perhaps it stems from a man's pride. Daddy, Daddy hug. The voice was soft and sweet, as two little ones appeared from seemingly nowhere, their chubby little heads nuzzling against Bayamo. How could he refuse such adorable children? He scooped one up in each arm, embracing them warmly. Anan, Xianxia, where have you just been? After eating, you two vanished without a trace. I am quite curious. Anan, with a cute baby voice, replied. Sister found ants moving their home. Yes, we want to see. Xianxia adorably covered her eyes, laughing innocently. Lin Mingxi, Bayamo merely smiled in silence, gently rubbing their little heads with his chin. Lin Mingxi glanced at her phone and then said, My darlings, it is getting late. You ought to take a bath. Can't we play any more? Anan pouted. Lin Mingxi rolled her eyes. Of course not. Do you even need to ask? First, we must take a bath. Very well. I shall assist you in bathing. Anan's eyes sparkled with delight. I want to join too, she chimed. Xianxia reached out, tugging at Baimo's hem. Her voice sweet and endearing. Lin Mingxi gazed at Bayamo, who responded, Of course, such a trivial matter is well within my capabilities. In the paternal guidebook, there exist instructions on how to bathe infants, and it could be said that Bayamo was inherently adept, unafraid of any challenge. The two little ones clapped their hands, their laughter ringing with joy. A notification sounded, indicating Anan's anticipation. The host was urged to fulfill the task of bathing the daughters promptly. In the bathroom, the servants had prepared warm water, and Bayamo cradled both children as he commenced the bathing ritual. The entire process was executed with finesse, earning accolades from the nearby housekeeper. Initially concerned that the son-in-law might falter, the results were surprisingly impressive. The son-in-law was undoubtedly a splendid father and a remarkable man. After their bath, An in Xianxia's rosy cheeks provoked an irresistible urge to pinch them. Nestled in by Mo's embrace, they beamed with wide smiles, playfully nuzzling their fluffy heads against their father's arm. In a sweet, childish voice, An exclaimed, "Daddy, let's have a bath. It's so much fun." Mo chuckled, affectionately ruffling their hair. A notification chimed, congratulating the host for completing the task of bathing his daughters. Due to their immense happiness, the reward was doubled, granting him 40 paternal points. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Upon reviewing the system attributes, Mo noted that he had accumulated 300 paternal points, sufficient for numerous exchanges, with a lottery ticket costing 10 points. Exiting the bathroom, the children's hair was still damp. Mo instructed a servant to fetch a hairdryer. "Let me handle this." "As I usually do," she suggested. No. Before Mo could speak, An pouted, insisting, "I want Daddy to dry my hair." The two little ones, charmingly playful, left Mo unable to refuse their pleas. Once the hairdryer arrived, Mo adjusted the temperature, ensuring it was suitable for the children. An appeared to revel in the experience, sitting serenely on the floor, while Xianxia busily caused a bit of chaos, inadvertently being a distraction. Mo's touch was gentle. "Look, Aunt Lee, Daddy is drying my hair," An exclaimed, glancing at the servant with a hint of pride. Previously, she had been quite reserved, but today was exceptional. The servant stifled a laugh behind her hand. After drying their hair, Mo produced some small hair ties and, following the hairstyling techniques from the paternal guidebook, fashioned lovely hairstyles for the girls, transforming them into princesses. Gazing into the mirror, their mouths agape in astonishment, they marveled, "Daddy has such skills. We can show off when we go out." In the bedroom, only Mo and the two children remained when Lin Mingxi pushed open the door and entered. Mo looked up and beheld Lin Mingxi, her head wrapped in a towel, adorned in sleepwear that accentuated her alluring curves, enhancing her beauty. She had just emerged from a shower, her hair damp and in need of drying. Observing this, Mo offered a gentle smile and said, "Please sit down. Allow me to assist you with your hair." As Lin Mingxi settled down, she glanced at the two little ones and remarked, "You two can go out and play for a while." "Oh, okay," exclaimed the mischievous little girl, darting out of the room. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew quiet, and Mo, lost in thought, began to dry her hair without a care in the world. "System, I wish to draw lots, a tenfold draw," she declared. Ding. The system is conducting the lottery. Mo felt a surge of excitement. What treasures might arise from this tenfold draw? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage. Mo lamented, the system is truly disappointing. The medical skills she eagerly anticipated had yet to materialize, and she had already received several thank you for your patronage messages. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent for perfect singing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have attained advanced culinary skills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the abandoned wealth of the world, amounting to $100 million. Upon completing the tenfold draw, Mo was astounded. She had only garnered 2 skills, singing talent and culinary expertise, along with a fortune. The singing talent seemed somewhat trivial, yet better than having nothing at all. While the advanced culinary skills were indeed a pleasant surprise, the exchange points in the shop amounted to 200, so overall, it wasn't a complete loss. What thrilled Mo most was the final reward. The system had bestowed upon her a black dragon card, containing a legal deposit of $100 million. No matter how affluent the Bai family was, this wealth now belonged to Mo. She felt an invigorating sense of confidence. By the way, do you truly believe you can heal the little ones at the hospital? Lin Mingxi inquired, glancing at her phone, where news reported another child had contracted the influenza virus, stirring concern within her heart. 7 days hence, the truth shall reveal itself. Mo was currently troubled. She had yet to draw any medical skills and hesitated to disclose any details to Lin Mingxi, fearing exposure. Chapter 7. A woman should not be left behind. If you can indeed utilize your medical skills to cure this influenza, perhaps my parents will be pleased with you. Lin Mingxi suddenly remarked. Is that so? How splendid. This statement further fueled Mo's determination to obtain the medical skills she so ardently desired. System. I demand a tenfold draw. Ding. The system is conducting the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 ton of gold. Mo halted her movements. 1 ton of gold? What use is that to me? I need medical skills. I must impress my future in-laws. Mo's inner thoughts were filled with countless complaints. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage. Mo's expression darkened further. After a prolonged silence, Lin Mingxi, puzzled, inquired, Is your hair dry? She touched her hair, noting that half of it was still damp. If it's too much trouble, I can dry it myself. Suddenly realizing she had been lost in thought, Mo's face flushed with embarrassment as he glanced down the neckline of Lin Mingxi's garment, revealing a glimpse of pristine white skin. At that moment, the system had completed a series of 10 draws. Ding. Charm value, 5 ding. Acquired Bagua Palm. Ding. Acquired incredible strength. It was slightly better than the last time. With 7 thank yous. Thank you, system. With only 100 remaining dad points, Missouri hesitated to draw again, feeling that his luck had run dry for the day. Had he exhausted his fortune in finding his daughter? Meanwhile, Lin Mingxi's hair had dried as well. As she looked up, she noticed Mo appeared even more handsome. This man seemed somewhat different now, perhaps even more attractive than before. Was it merely an illusion? Instinctively, Lin Mingxi quickly averted her gaze, determined to maintain her composure. Having known him for only a day, her feelings were already wavering. She silently admonished herself to be more reserved. His technique is quite good. He must have done this for other girls before. This thought inexplicably stirred some emotions within her. In her eyes, Mo's striking appearance implied he must have had numerous girlfriends in the past. Mo chuckled bitterly. In truth, he had only 3 girlfriends, each of whom had left him due to his impoverished status, largely exacerbated by Feifei's financial demands. You are the third, Mo confessed candidly. Humph, a fickle-hearted scoundrel. Lin Mingxi exclaimed angrily as she stood up and exited the room. Mo scratched his nose, thinking he hadn't spoken incorrectly. The first 2 girlfriends had merely held hands with him, while Lin Mingxi was indeed the third, considering the first 2 were his daughters. Why would I feel jealous? He muttered softly, unaware that Lin Mingxi, lingering at the door, had overheard him and couldn't help but smile. Returning to her room, Lin Mingxi's phone rang. Upon looking at the screen, she saw it was her father. Her heart raced with anxiety. Hello, Dad, what's the matter? Ming, I heard you brought that man home. Her father's tone was grave, akin to that of someone discovering their prized cabbage had been stolen. Lin Mingxi's heart sank. It seemed she couldn't keep it a secret any longer. Yes, that brat has finally shown up. He must be taught a lesson. Dad, please don't do anything rash. I can handle this myself. Lin Mingxi replied through clenched teeth. A daughter is no longer under the roof. Do as you please. But your mother and I will not relent. If I weren't out of town, I would storm the villa tonight. How dare he steal from the Lin family's garden? You need to possess some ability to do so. According to the information received from Papa Lin, it seems that Mo is utterly destitute, merely a worker. This information was provided by Aunt Wang from the villa and is for reference only. In another room, 2 little treasures lay on the bed, gazing at Mo Daddy. Tell us a story, and then chuckled, her eyes curving with delight. 1 for each of us. Xianxia eagerly extended 2 fingers. A story is fine. But after hearing mine, you must promise to sleep soundly. Mo had brought them back from the first floor. When he found them, they were engrossed in watching ants moving their home, as Lin Mingxi had mentioned that they must be asleep by 11 o'clock. All right then. The 2 sisters nodded obediently. Once upon a time, there was a temple, and in that temple lived an old monk. Mo's voice, rich with magnetism, captivated the little ones from the moment he began. They laughed heartily at the amusing parts, gasping at the climaxes. Mo felt a secret satisfaction within, his face breaking into a joyful smile, as sweet as honey. Half an hour later, Mo grew weary, his throat parched. The story had come to an end. Ding, congratulations, host, for thoughtfully telling your daughters a bedtime story, rewarding the daddy with 50 points. All right, can we sleep now? Daddy, was the old monk a bald donkey? Anan scratched her head. Cough, cough. Mo nearly sputtered the water he was drinking. Well, sort of. Daddy, I can't sleep. Can you tell one more? Anan's eyes widened. Mo replied, with eyes that big, you surely can't be sleepy. It was no wonder. The 2 little treasures were utterly engrossed, devoid of any drowsiness. Anan, Xianxia, you're being disobedient again, aren't you? Lin Mingxi opened the door. It turned out she had been listening outside, nearly entranced by Mo's voice. Mama, And Xianxia pouted, gazing at Lin Mingxi with pleading expressions. Didn't we agree that you must sleep by 11? Mama doesn't like disobedient children, and I believe your father dislikes it as well, right, Mo? Lin Mingxi shot Mo a meaningful glance. Mo responded, it's almost 11. If you want to hear a story, tomorrow night will suffice. Tonight, be good children. Mo gently ruffled their little heads. All right then, and then pouted. She obediently closed her eyes, along with her sister. Lin Mingxi remarked, you should rest early. Tomorrow we'll visit the Civil Affairs Bureau. To get the certificate? Mo was instantly thrilled. Would such a beautiful woman soon become his wife? With excitement bubbling within, Mo grinned. Then doesn't that mean we could sleep together tonight? What are you thinking, you rascal, with your mind full of unclean thoughts? Who would want to sleep with you? Lin Mingxi's face flushed crimson as she nervously avoided Mo's gaze. Mother, I want to sleep with father. And Anne's eyes widened with excitement, resembling a child who had discovered a treasure. Ahem, that's not possible, Mo instinctively replied. Does father dislike Anne? The child's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Does father not like me? Even Xianxia wore a sorrowful expression. Mo felt a pang in his heart, flustered. He gently ruffled the children's heads. No, Daddy loves you both the most. Tonight, I'll sleep here, allowing your mother to keep the empty room company, all right? With a blend of coaxing and deceit, Anne and Xianxia's mood shifted, and they began to laugh. Ahem, Mengxi, you heard that too. Tonight you shall sleep alone. I will accompany my daughters. Lin Mingxi replied, Mother, hurry back to sleep. It's already 11 o'clock. We are going to sleep with father. Lin Mingxi huffed. Only you two cherish him. Chapter 8. Lin's father looks down on Mo once Lin Mingxi departed. Mo nestled between the two children, each clutching one of his arms. Yay, sleeping with father. Their joy was palpable. Mo softly murmured, Good night, my darlings, sleep well. 15 minutes later, and then Xianxian, are you asleep? In the darkness, Mo tentatively called out. Not yet, father. The sisters chimed in unison. Mo pondered, how can these two children not be tired? With a sigh, he ceased to speak, feigning sleep and emitting soft snores to encourage the children to drift off. Subsequently, Mo reflected on the day's events. It had been harrowing. He nearly lost an N, but thankfully the system had appeared just in time. System, in gratitude, I shall perform 10 consecutive draws. The clock struck midnight. Surely, my luck cannot be so dismal today, Mo mused. Ding. The system is drawing. With familiar mechanical sounds, Mo awaited patiently, his heart racing with anticipation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 5 charm points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 physique point. Mo's expression shifted. However, system, can you not offer something of better value? What about those skills on the wheel? Have you consumed them? After the 10 draws, Mo received 5 thank you for your patronage notifications. His luck was hard to define, better than yesterday, at least, which was an improvement. Additionally, he acquired master-level calligraphy skills. With an exceptional memory, Mo sighed. All these are rather useless. I need medical skills. After a total of 30 draws, he spent 300 dad points to exchange for basic medical skills, which was more than sufficient. System panel host, newbie dad Mo dad points. 50, recently acquired. Items. Binding Talisman X2, 1 ton of gold skills. Divine Demon Eye, Supreme Martial Arts, Advanced Culinary Skills. Bagua Palm, Herculean Strength, Singing Talent, Calligraphy Master, Photographic Memory. Upon inspecting the shop, Mo noticed that even the most basic medical skill required 200 dad points, a price he was reluctant to pay. Otherwise, he wouldn't engage in 10 consecutive draws. Everyone harbors such aspirations, yearning to take a gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Mo was no exception. Thankfully, although the system was somewhat treacherous, each series of 10 draws yielded something of value. For instance, this time, the calligraphy master skill could be exchanged for 500 dad points in the shop. Photographic memory was also costly, requiring 300 dad points. With the remaining 50 dad points, Mo had no intention of saving them overnight. He decided to use them all for the lottery. Turning his gaze towards the little ones, he noticed they were motionless yet sucking on their pinkies. At that moment, they had drifted off to sleep. Good night, my little treasures. Daddy will make you the happiest little princesses. No one shall lay a finger on you. With 2 little darlings by his side, Mo could no longer resist the pull of sleep and gently closed his eyelids. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Lin Mingxi reclined onto her bed. Her body sprawled in a star shape. Her expression was peculiar, her beautiful eyes lifelessly fixed on the ceiling above. Her mind was a muddle of chaotic thoughts, especially today when Anin had stopped breathing before her very eyes. At that moment, she felt as though she were on the brink of collapse, the pain rendering her breathless. I will never let such a thing happen again, Lin Mingxi vowed to herself, promising to take good care of her daughters in the days to come. Money lost is lost. A job gone is gone. Her daughters were what truly mattered. Mo. Thank you. After murmuring to herself, she found her mind flooded with images of Mo from tonight, instantly blushing crimson. Lin Mingxi shook her head, forcing herself to sleep. How could she develop feelings for a man she had only met twice so quickly? The next morning, Mo awoke to a heavy weight pressing down on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Upon opening his eyes, he saw his two daughters resting their heads on his chest. Xianxia was awake, playfully drawing circles with her little hand, causing a delightful tickling sensation. Mo shifted slightly and took a deep breath. "Ha, Daddy." Xianxia beamed at him with a radiant smile. "Good morning, my little Xianxia." "Ah, wait, that's an N-O." Mo rubbed his eyes, convinced he had not made a mistake. "Anin, aren't you Xianxia?" At that moment, his other daughter stirred awake. "Daddy, you are Xianxia?" The child quickly nodded, her eyes darting. "Yes, I am the younger sister. I am Xianxia." Mo chuckled. These two little girls think they can deceive him. Not a chance. You are Anin, and you are Xianxia. How could your father possibly confuse you? Amused, Mo ruffled their hair. Though they were identical and exceedingly difficult to distinguish, he was indeed their biological father. Having been exposed, the sisters burst into laughter as well. Downstairs, the servants had prepared breakfast. After Mo helped them wash up, it was nearly 8:30. Not having seen Lin Mingxi, he learned from the staff that she had left quite early. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a male voice broke the silence in the living room. "Grandfather!" The children exclaimed in unison, racing towards the sofa to charm the elder. Mo looked up to see a man in his 50s sitting steadily on the couch, his features bearing some resemblance to Lin Mingxi, exuding an air of gravity. The sisters busily boasted, having found their father. However, the elder's expression gradually darkened, forcing a smile in front of the children. "All right, my dear granddaughters, hurry and eat breakfast. I have a few matters to discuss with your father." The elder coaxed and deceived the servants into leading the children to the dining table. He was Lin Jianwang, the chairman of the Lin family and Lin Mingxi's father. After hearing that his daughter had brought home a heartless man, he mulled over it and hurried over that very night. In the living room, only the elder and Mo remained, the atmosphere thick with silence. Ultimately, as the younger generation, Mo took the initiative to speak. "Hello, father-in-law. Don't call me that so early, young man. Don't presume too much, I can hardly bear it. What good temper can one have when their own cabbage has been taken by someone else?" The elder, not exploding with rage, demonstrated his inherent poise. Mo replied, "Mengxi mentioned that your family circumstances are not favorable. I do not look down upon you, but you seem quite accomplished. What skills do you possess?" Mo's expression fell. Indeed, they were not well off. Apart from money, they had nothing. "Uncle, don't listen to Mengxi's nonsense. My family is incredibly wealthy. We live in the capital." "Be quiet." "The capital? I am asking you, what skills do you have?" Mo found it absurd that no one believed the truth. He shook his head. "None." Lin Jianwang's lips twitched. "Then do you have no plans?" Although Lin Jianwang did not harbor a particularly good impression of Mo, he was, after all, the father of his two granddaughters. "None. I have promised Mingxi to be a full-time stay-at-home dad and to accompany our little treasures. To willingly fall into such a state at a young age, living off others? Young man, don't think I look down on you. Becoming my son-in-law is not an easy feat." Hearing that Mo was merely a worker had nearly infuriated Lin Jianwang. Given the situation, Lin Jianwang held modest expectations of Mo. At the very least, I should be considered a high-paying white-collar worker. Such news would not invite ridicule from other families. I, Mo, longed to proclaim myself as the young master of the Bai family, yet a faint sigh escaped my lips. No one would believe such a claim, especially when it comes to the staggering sum of $100 million in my possession. Perhaps, in due time, I shall elucidate my circumstances. I am determined to strive forward. Here lies 1 million, a capital for you to embark upon your entrepreneurial journey. Achieving success and becoming the son-in-law of the Lin family is not out of reach." Lin Jianwang smirked derisively. Chapter 9. A trip to the amusement park. The stack of money tossed forth bore a semblance to a meager handout. Mo chuckled lightly. As long as my esteemed father-in-law was willing to relent, that sufficed. The system detected the host's sense of being underestimated and issued a task to accomplish a remarkable feat that would earn Lin Jianwang's admiration and establish myself as the perfect son-in-law in his eyes. By MO, the taskbar indicates that the task is currently in progress. Esteemed father-in-law, it is merely a matter of undertaking a venture, and I promise to prove myself within a month. By MO smiled, refraining from taking the 1 million on the table. At present, he lacked for nothing. Regardless of whether this was Lin Jianwang's test, Bai Mo refused to accept that million. Lin Jianwang was somewhat taken aback, feeling as though Bai Mo had transformed into an entirely different person. His actions were indeed a test. In the face of wealth, Bai Mo exhibited not a shred of greed. Such a person could either hail from a family of destitution or be simply naive. Lin Jianwang leaned toward the latter, diminishing his regard for Bai Mo. A naive individual was ill-suited to be his son-in-law. Moreover, a month's time? He would never believe it. At that moment, from the dining area, an urgent, childish voice called out, "Daddy, come eat." Bai Mo rose to take his leave and walked over, seating himself beside the two little ones. Xianxia's face was smeared with grease. She refused the servant's help. It seemed that Bai Mo's words from the previous night had left an impression. They were determined to fend for themselves. "Be careful, it's hot. Blow on it. Let it cool before drinking," Bai Mo advised as he poured them glasses of warm milk. Unable to resist, he gently pinched their little cheeks. After finishing breakfast, the system offered no rewards. It appeared that accompanying my daughters for meals would only yield rewards on the first occasion. Upon returning to the living room, Lin Mingxi had returned and was engaged in conversation with Lin Jianwang. Once their discussion concluded, Lin Jianwang departed from the villa, his expression dark. Bai Mo settled onto the sofa. "What did you discuss with your father?" He was displeased with the matter of the marriage certificate, but if you could accomplish something significant, he would provide the household registration book. This was the agreement I reached with him. Lin Mingxi, having failed to obtain the household registration book today, was in low spirits. Bai Mo remarked, "I was elated all night." Suddenly, Lin Mingxi recalled Bai Mo's medical skills. Perhaps this could serve as a breakthrough. Rest assured, he will inevitably acquiesce. No one can sever the bond between us. Bai Mo chuckled lightly, a serene expression gracing his countenance as he embraced Lin Mingxi. His gaze lingered on her, causing her to momentarily freeze, a gentle warmth flooding her cheeks. Regaining her composure, Lin Mingxi hastily stood, exclaiming playfully, "You rogue. I meant to say you cannot separate me from the children." Suddenly, her heart was stirred by an inexplicable sensation, her cheeks ablaze with heat. "I'm off to work now. The children are in your care," she said, clutching her bag and bidding Bai Mo farewell before stepping out. The two sisters watched with longing glances, their expressions tinged with reluctance, though it was fleeting, for they still had their father. "Daddy," Anan approached, affectionately rubbing her chubby head against Bai Mo. "Daddy," Xianxia echoed, as if they had conspired together. Bai Mo relished his time with the children, primarily motivated by the system's random rewards of daddy points. With time limited, he needed to accumulate points swiftly. "Can you take us to the amusement park?" They chimed, their voices sweet and innocent. How could Bai Mo ever refuse such a request? Of course, the amusement park. "Let's go right now." He scooped up the two little ones, inquiring with Aunt Wang for the garage keys, then selecting the most understated Maybach for their outing. Ding! The host's status in his daughter's hearts is rapidly ascending. Awarded 50 daddy points. Bai Mo smiled contentedly. Half an hour later, they arrived at the largest amusement park in the city. Bai Mo parked the car and held his daughter's hands, their adorable presence drawing the attention of passers-by. "Daddy, I want to play on that," Anan exclaimed. "My dear, you're too little for that ride," Bai Mo replied, gently patting their chubby heads. "Goodness, you wish to ride the roller coaster?" Anan's expression was not one of disappointment, merely a hint of longing. "Then what can we play?" Xianxia pondered aloud, as they surveyed their surroundings. They wished for nothing more than to grow up quickly. Bumper cars and the carousel were the safest options, suitable even for toddlers under their father's watchful eye. Soon, Bai Mo guided them through a delightful round of rides, filled with laughter and joy. Captivated by the radiant smiles on their faces, he felt everything was worthwhile. As the day drew to a close, the two little ones, still exhilarated, tugged at Bai Mo to see the circus, coincidentally featuring a performance that day. In a mere 15 minutes, the spectacle thrilled them immensely. For the first time out with their father, they witnessed a myriad of obedient animals. Particularly for Xianxia, who clapped her hands enthusiastically, curiously inquiring about the various creatures. However, after the show, Xianxia appeared unsettled, walking with her legs tightly clasped. "What's wrong, Chi-Chi?" Bayamo felt a surge of anxiety and immediately crouched down, ready to scoop up the child. "Daddy, I need to pee." Chi-Chi could no longer contain herself, the discomfort overwhelming her to the brink of tears. It was only then that she recalled having bought water for them during the circus performance. "I'll take you both to the restroom right away." After lifting the two little ones, Bayamo inquired with passers-by before arriving at the restroom entrance. As it was a public facility, Bayamo found himself momentarily flustered. "To the men's room? It seems inappropriate to bring two children in there. It's too crowded." "To the women's room?" As a man, entering the ladies' restroom would surely be misconstrued as indecent. Looking up, he noticed a McDonald's not far away and approached with a smile. "Daddy, how did you know I wanted ice cream?" Anan's mouth watered at the sight. After riding the carousel, she had fixated on this McDonald's, and even during the performance, images of ice cream had danced through her mind. Bayamo chuckled. "Well, it seems your cravings gave it away." Upon entering McDonald's, guided by a lovely waitress, Bayamo took his two daughters to the restroom. Though it was his first time handling such a situation, he managed it with ease. The waitress, watching Bayamo leave, thought to herself how handsome he looked. Ding! A perfect resolution to his daughter's plight earned him 100 daddy points. 3 minutes later, the two little ones emerged from the restroom, their eyes solely fixated on ice cream. Bayamo, resigned, purchased 2 cones. "Haha, daddy is the best." They chimed in unison, their voices sweet as they licked their treats. Witnessing this scene, the waitress smiled and remarked, "Sir, are these your daughters? They are absolutely adorable." A striking man with charming children certainly left a lasting impression, especially considering the challenges of a single father out with his daughters. Bayamo replied, "Indeed, they're twins. This is a little gift for you." The waitress presented a gift from the store, delighting the children who gazed at the cartoon stickers with joy. "And then, Chi-Chi, what do you say?" Bayamo prompted. "Thank you, sister. Thank you." The waitress, momentarily taken aback, blushed as she replied, "You're welcome." She thought to herself, "They're so cute. I must have a daughter someday." Glancing at Bayamo once more, his charm inadvertently caused her cheeks to flush again. Chapter 10. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. As they exited McDonald's, a cacophony of noise erupted ahead, accompanied by screams. Bayamo and his daughters passed by to witness an accident at the roller coaster. A high-rise frame had fallen, injuring many in its wake. "The fire department has already been notified. We cannot remain idle. We must lend a hand to rescue the children." Among the crowd, someone took the lead in shouting, prompting others to extend their assistance. Anan tugged at Bayamo's hand. "Daddy, will you help?" The system detected An's anticipation and urged the host to complete the task promptly, offering a single lottery draw as a reward. Bayamo was taken aback. This time, the reward was merely 1 draw, not the usual 50 nurturing points that allowed for 5 draws. It felt rather inadequate. "Daddy, you are a great hero. Will you assist?" Xianxia looked up at Bayamo. The system chimed again. Task issued. Become Xianxia's hero in her heart. Please complete it swiftly for a single lottery draw. 2 tasks arrived simultaneously, both stemming from the same incident. Was this a glitch in the system? Bayamo smiled as he ruffled the hair of the 2 children. "Do you wish for Daddy to step in?" They nodded eagerly. "Daddy is a great hero," as Mommy said. The little ones nodded vigorously. Bayamo gazed at them, returning their smile. Since they viewed him as a hero, he would embody that role in their eyes. "All right, you two, hold hands and don't wander off." Okay. The sisters nodded happily. Bayamo approached the towering iron structure, pondering the fate of those trapped within. "Young man, just take care of the children. We are struggling to move this with dozens of us, let alone you. Indeed, let us wait for the firefighters. This is far too heavy." They lamented the plight of those trapped inside, many of whom were in dire circumstances. Bayamo furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. Time was of the essence. "Step aside, let me give it a try." He positioned the 2 little ones behind him. The crowd exclaimed, "Daddy, go for it. You can do it." Bayamo prepared to lift the iron structure. The onlookers grimaced, shaking their heads at his audacity, while only the 2 children cheered him on. With immense strength, Bayamo effortlessly hoisted the heavy iron structure, casting a hush over the crowd. He actually lifted it. The astonishment in their eyes was palpable. That was several thousand pounds of iron, not just a few hundred. "Oh my goodness, I see a superhero." The children's eyes widened. "Daddy, you're amazing." They felt an overwhelming pride, as if their father's extraordinary feat was a personal triumph, eager for the world to know he was their dad. With the iron structure raised, Bayamo shouted to the crowd, "Why are you all still standing there? Come and help." Quickly, the crowd, momentarily stunned, hastened to rescue those trapped within. It was not until the final individual was carried out that Bayamo lowered the elevated iron structure. Having sustained it for a full 3 minutes, the onlookers erupted in applause, exclaiming their admiration. "What a national hero! Young man, splendid work." Observing his petite frame, one could not underestimate his strength. Ding! Task completed. Bayamo emerged as a great hero in Xianxia's eyes. As the second reward notification chimed, Xianxia's eyes sparkled with fervor. "Wow, what a colossal hero!" Ding! Task fulfilling and Anne's expectations, successfully rescuing the trapped individuals. And Anne's eyes gleamed with excitement. Bayamo silently wished for a reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired basic medical skills. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a facial mask formula. Bayamo was momentarily taken aback. Skills that had eluded him even through 10 consecutive draws, costing 300 daddy points, were now finally in his grasp, filling him with immense joy. The only drawback was that these were merely basic skills. To attain more advanced medical abilities, one would need to upgrade, exchanging 200 daddy points for intermediate skills in the marketplace, which felt somewhat costly. Before long, firefighters arrived to clear and secure the scene, their expressions reflecting disbelief upon learning that it was Bayamo who had performed the rescue. The medical personnel had yet to arrive. Many of those trapped had sustained injuries, providing Bayamo the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired basic medical skills. Following the system's integration, a strange memory filled Bayamo's mind. Although limited, his basic medical skills enabled him to assist in treating several lightly injured patients, bandaging wounds, and even realigning broken bones. Remarkably, no one perished on site. 2 individuals were gravely injured but were successfully saved by Bayamo. Upon the medical team's inspection, they discovered that the injuries had already been expertly treated, casting Bayamo in a new light. They were eager to inquire which hospital employed him. By the time the police and reporters arrived, Bayamo had already departed the amusement park with the children. Moreover, Ding! The host's heroic deeds earned him an additional 10 daddy points. The legend of Bayamo's valor continued to circulate within the amusement park. I witnessed it myself. He lifted that elevated iron structure with his bare hands. The man exclaimed, "What? Do you not believe me? You can ask them. I was not the only one who saw it. Everyone witnessed it." During an interview, the reporter expressed skepticism, leaving the man incensed. Of course, they don't believe it. This is a scientific world. How could one possess such strength? I can testify, and I even recorded a short video. A middle-aged man, excitedly accompanied by his child, approached the reporter. He then opened his phone to play the video he had just filmed, leaving the reporter in shock. Is this a human? Perhaps a superhero? Meanwhile, at an hospital, the on-duty doctor received a new case of influenza infection. A 5-year-old boy was rushed into the emergency room. The hospital director personally arrived to oversee the situation. A gathering of esteemed hospital experts convened to deliberate on a strategy. The young boy, the grandson of the venerable Mr. Chun, held a status of great importance, rendering them hesitant to act rashly. Mr. Chun, a retired official, belonged to one of the most prominent families in Duan. No matter the cost, they must stabilize the child's condition, he asserted, his tone exuding the authority of a figure of stature, silencing the doctors in attendance. The boy's mother wept, imploring, "Please, do everything in your power. I cannot bear to lose him." At that moment, the attending physician, Dr. LV, stepped forward. "Mr. Chun, there is indeed a solution. Currently, there is but one person who may be able to save your grandson. Who is he? I shall summon him at once, Mr. Chun replied, his excitement palpable. Subsequently, the hospital director relayed the situation regarding Bayamo. The child in question, named Anon, was 2 years old and quite adorable. Initially a closely guarded secret, but given the urgency, it was prudent to share. However, the director expressed his uncertainty regarding whether the child's father would intervene. Upon hearing the name, the boy's mother was momentarily taken aback. Anon, 2 years old? She murmured. Could it be her? Xianxia produced her phone, showing Dr. LV a photograph that clearly depicted Anon. Indeed, Dr. LV nodded. I will make the call. The woman burst into tears of joy. Anon was the daughter of her dear friend, Lin Mingxi. Chapter 11. The identity of the divine doctor can no longer be concealed outside the amusement park. Mo had just returned to his vehicle, cradling the child, when his phone suddenly rang. Mama, mama, it's me. The sound of the phone ringing led them to believe it was Lin Mingxi reaching out. Mo retrieved his phone, and indeed, it was a call from Lin Mingxi. Hello, my dear. The children are all well, so do not worry. We shall return shortly. Lin Mingxi responded. Do you have a moment? She had just received a call from her close friend Xianxia, who informed her that Xiaoya's son had also contracted the influenza virus and was in critical condition. Yes, I do, Lin Mingxi replied, subsequently conveying the urgency of the matter and imploring Mo to visit the hospital to assess the child's condition, subtly expressing her hope that he might be able to save him. Mo consented, though he could not guarantee a successful outcome. Half an hour later, they arrived at Duan Hospital, where the security guard, upon recognizing the Maybach, granted them immediate access. Mo's presence swiftly captured the attention of the medical staff. It's him. He asked the young man who treated the victims of the amusement park incident. Inside the emergency room, several doctors surrounded Mo. Having been part of the medical team that responded to the amusement park emergency, they lauded his medical skills profusely. Mo, ever humble, left a favorable impression on them. The nearby nurses gazed at him with admiration, whispering amongst themselves, "This man is both handsome and skilled. How fortunate it would have been to know him sooner." It is said that the two adorable little ones are both his, sparking envy in everyone around. Dr. Bai, do visit the hospital more often. I would love to exchange medical insights. Having witnessed Mo's adept bone-setting skills, they all hold a firm belief in his medical prowess. At that moment, Dr. Lu just emerged from the emergency room, and upon seeing Mo, a smile graced his face, exhibiting a demeanor of respect. Senior Bai, it is a pleasure to see you again. The other doctors were taken aback. It turned out that Mo was acquainted with Dr. Lu from the department, a sign of his esteemed standing. I forgot to introduce you all. He is the esteemed one who saved the girl. Upon hearing this, everyone was astounded. No wonder the handling of the amusement park incident was so flawless. It was he who managed it. The tale of Mo saving the girl had long circulated within the hospital. The medical staff were unaware of his identity until Dr. Lu's introduction, which altered their perception of Mo entirely. Indeed, look at that child, so lively and healthy. It's wonderful to see you, Dr. Lu. Weren't you saying that a patient's family member wanted to meet me? Xianxia, how did you know Anin was here? The two little ones, having left Mo's side, rushed towards an unfamiliar woman's feet. Anin, Xianxia, I haven't seen you in a while. Have you missed Auntie? Upon hearing the gentle and melodious voice, they looked up to see Xianxia, whose charming demeanor, bright eyes, and fair complexion made her an exceptional beauty. I have. Xianxia crouched down, affectionately ruffling their hair, feeling her spirits lift at the sight of them. Xianxia. Anin tugged at Xiaoya's hand as they approached Mo. Meanwhile, Xianxia dashed back to Mo's side, proudly declaring, He is my daddy. A ripple of laughter ensued, their cuteness melting hearts. Yes, I am indeed your daddy. Daddy, this is Xianxia. Anin echoed, Hello. Xiaoya finally looked directly at Mo, who appeared youthful and strikingly handsome, akin to a star, with an impressive physique. Her heart was filled with curiosity. Could he truly possess medical knowledge at such a young age? However, recalling what Lin Mingxi had said, she chose to place her faith in Mo. Hello, Mo replied courteously, suspecting she might be the close friend Lin Mingxi had mentioned. Dr. Lu remarked, Senior Bai. She is the family member of the patient seeking you. I've heard about your situation from Lin Mingxi. Where's your son? You should go see him. Mo felt uncertain. Wait a moment. No, the child cannot go in. It's too dangerous. Xiaoya immediately intervened, concerned about potential infection. Little ones, you must wait here for Daddy and not wander off, Mo instructed. I will stay to care for them. Mr. Bai, you must save my son, Xiaoya implored. I will do my utmost, Mo assured, nodding as he relayed instructions before following Dr. Lu to the ward. In the last hospital room at the end of the corridor, Mo pushed the door open to find several individuals gathered inside. At the forefront stood the venerable Mr. Chen, in his 70s, surrounded by a group of esteemed doctors from the hospital. The situation was far from optimistic. Time was of the essence, and lives were at stake. Upon hearing the door creak open, the assembly turned to gaze at Mo. Just him? Mr. Chen's eyes brightened, for he never judged individuals by mere appearances. Mo's first impression was one of confidence. Despite his youth, he possessed remarkable medical skills and a future brimming with potential. Divine Healer, I am Chen Guangtian. I beseech you to attend to my grandson's ailment. Mr. Chun said respectfully. As soon as he finished speaking, the other experts stepped aside, yielding space to Bai Mo as if they were mere juniors in his presence. Please, Mr. Chun, there is no need for such formality. I shall endeavor to do my utmost. However, I must forewarn you that I may not be able to save him, Bai Mo replied, approaching the bedside to examine the child's condition closely. Senior, you are too modest, Dr. LV remarked. The surrounding doctors echoed his sentiment. Although they had not witnessed Bai Mo's miraculous revival of an an, they were nonetheless aware of the extraordinary feat modesty. Bai Mo felt a bitter pang. He considered his skills to be rudimentary. He then took the pulse of Xianxia, arriving at a diagnosis that aligned with the conclusions of the other experts. Mr. Chen breathed a sigh of relief, reassured at least by the fact that Bai Mo, despite his youth, was indeed competent. Bai Mo furrowed his brow. Based on his assessment, the influenza virus bore a resemblance to ancient plagues, exhibiting a dangerously high mortality rate. It did not appear to be a natural occurrence, but rather seemed orchestrated. Treating this illness would require more than basic medical expertise. At the very least, intermediate skills were necessary. Presently, Bai Mo felt powerless and could only prescribe a remedy to alleviate the symptoms. Mr. Chun, I can only provide temporary relief. I cannot guarantee a complete cure, he stated candidly, plunging the room into a profound silence. The experts were at a loss. Even the prospect of alleviation seemed out of reach. Yet, when Bai Mo spoke of the possibility of mitigation, the excitement in the room was palpable. Noticing the silence, Bai Mo assumed disappointment was in the air, so he continued. Ahem, I merely meant that while I cannot treat him at this moment, it does not preclude future possibilities for a cure. His words stirred a renewed sense of astonishment among the group. This illness suggested there remained a chance for recovery. Divine Healer, I entrust my grandson's life to you, Mr. Chen exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Bai Mo felt overwhelmed, unworthy of such a title, having yet to save a life, yet already being lauded as a divine healer. Subsequently, he composed a prescription, which left the seasoned traditional doctors in attendance astounded, raising their thumbs in admiration for Bai Mo's exceptional medical acumen. The elegance of his handwriting also earned him accolades. Each character flowed effortlessly, reminiscent of a master calligrapher's style. Chapter 12. Do not bully my father, divine healer. This is a small token of my gratitude. I hope you will accept it, Mr. Chun said, producing a bank card. Bai Mo cast a glance and shook his head. No need, we are acquaintances. Xianxia was indeed Lin Mingxi's close friend. He felt it inappropriate to accept her gratitude. Old Chun, being perceptive, quickly interjected, Bai Shini, since that is the case, I shall not press you. However, should you ever require assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to inform me. A promise holds far greater value than mere monetary compensation. Upon leaving the ward, the nurses thoroughly sanitized Bai Mo, allowing the two little ones to rush towards him. Upon hearing that her son was saved, Xianxia was overcome with emotion, nearly in tears, continuously expressing her gratitude to Bai Mo. There is no need for thanks. Bai Mo lifted the two cherubic children and subsequently exited the hospital. In the ward, Old Chun was astounded to learn that Bai Mo was the father of the two little ones. Is it possible? Lin Jianwang has such a son-in-law. The Lin family must surely soar to great heights. Xianxia was equally surprised. Under the doctor's care, Chun Xiaohua consumed a dose of effective medicine, and his condition improved significantly, bringing relief and joy to everyone present. This validated that Bai Mo's prescription could be applied to other patients, greatly reducing the mortality rate. The hospital director promptly announced that Bai Mo should be accorded respect henceforth, and that old LV would be tasked with hiring Bai Mo as the hospital's honorary professor. An honorary professor, akin to a title without the obligation of attending work, would earn a monthly salary of 100,000, along with benefits. The director valued Bai Mo's extraordinary talents. Unbeknownst to Bai Mo, a great deal was unfolding within the hospital. That evening, he had arranged to dine out with Lin Mingxi. As it approached 6 o'clock, the two little treasures, exhausted from a long day, succumbed to slumber in the car after a brief moment. Half an hour later, at a Yushang restaurant, Bai Mo parked the car steadily. Gently opening the back door, he rubbed the children's heads and softly urged, Anan, Xianxia, it's time to wake up. Papa is lying, and then mumbled sleepily, rubbing his eyes, appearing quite lethargic and dazed. The surroundings were pitch black, and he seemed on the verge of rolling his eyes at Bai Mo. Xianxia mirrored his state, yawning widely, her drowsy eyes barely able to open. Having slept for what felt like an eternity, She pleaded, "Just a little longer, Papa, please." How could Bai Mo refuse such adorable requests? He was instantly amused and exasperated. Since Lin Mingxi had yet to arrive, he allowed them to rest a little longer while he kept watch at the front of the car. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Bai Mo? He turned to see a hint of coldness in his gaze. It was Yang Qingming, the woman who had left him for money. "It truly is you. I thought I was seeing things," she remarked. "Is there any need for this? We have already ended things. Why do you still follow me like an eager puppy? How childish." Approaching Bai Mo, Yang Qingming's eyes momentarily flickered with disdain. Bai Mo responded with a cold smile. Who instilled such confidence in this woman? Previously, the two were colleagues. Yang Qingming had fallen for him at first sight, relentlessly pursuing him for a week, while he merely indicated that they were casually dating. And stalking? Who gave you the right to speculate? Bai Mo remarked, "What a coincidence, Miss Yang." Since receiving a 2 million check, they had not been in contact. Just as Yang Qingming was about to speak, a young man approached, wrapping his arm around her waist, gazing at Bai Mo as if to boast. "Qingming, who is he?" "Zhang Hao. Just a toad. No need to pay him any mind." Yang Qingming assessed Bai Mo from head to toe, a flicker of regret crossing her eyes. Regardless of Bai Mo's charm or appearance, he was undeniably handsome. The last woman at the coffee shop was so wealthy. Could Bai Mo have been kept? Alas, what good is looks if they can't fill one's stomach? Bai Mo scrutinized Zhang Hao, who stood around 5 feet 8 inches tall, with an average appearance and a physique resembling a barrel, boasting a pronounced belly. One would expect something more impressive. It was evident who the real toad was. Zhang Hao was no fool. He could sense the tension and smirked slightly. "Kid, I appreciate you not pursuing Qingming. I'm quite satisfied with her first time." Yang Qingming's face flushed with embarrassment. It was precisely this that had successfully enticed the wealthy heir. Zhang Hao. As for Bai Feifei's 2 million, it had been swiftly sent back home to renovate their house. The family had lived in poverty for generations, and her brother would need that money to marry. By being with Zhang Hao, she still had access to wealth. A little flirtation and a designer bag were easily acquired. What could Bai Mo possibly offer in comparison? Leaving him was the right choice. Bai Mo was visibly taken aback by Zhang Hao's words. Yang Qingming's first time? He had been unaware, but after acquiring basic medical knowledge, he felt confident in his assessment. Before Zhang Hao, Yang Qingming had been with countless men. She was nothing more than a woman who disgusted him, a creature more insidious than the green tea stereotype. "Well, as long as you're satisfied, why say it out loud?" Yang Qingming shyly replied. Haha. Seeing this, Zhang Hao kissed Yang Qingming on the cheek, proclaiming his claim, and looked at Bai Mo with smug satisfaction. Bai Mo felt a shiver run down his spine. "Bai Mo, you should leave. Do not follow me again. Our relationship is over, with no possibility of revival. Accept it." Yang Qingming stated firmly. "Kid, who gave you the audacity to stalk my fiancée?" Zhang Hao frowned, pointing at Bai Mo. "Stay away from her, or I will make it my mission to confront you every time I see you. A pair of lunatics, akin to dung on spoiled vegetables." Bai Mo rolled his eyes. "How dare you insult me and call my girlfriend dung?" Zhang Hao fumed, and Duan. "Do you think I won't make you a street dweller?" "Enough, Bai Mo. I know you're just jealous." Yang Qingming remarked. "I initially believed you would possess some sense, yet it seems you have resorted to relentless pestering. How shameless." Bai Mo replied calmly. "You truly overestimate your own significance. When it comes to relentless pestering, one might wonder who was previously undignified." Zhang Hao, unable to contain his anger, stepped forward and seized Bai Mo's clothing, declaring, "Let me tell you, I have encountered many like you. If you dare to insult my girlfriend again, I will make you pay dearly." Bai Mo suddenly smirked. "Oh, you intend to marry her? How amusing." Yang Qingming, this woman, has had countless suitors. Who is truly being taken for a fool here? Zhang Hao could no longer restrain himself, glaring furiously at Bai Mo. "You're courting death." Unfortunately, his height barely reached Bai Mo's neck. "Get lost," he bellowed. Hearing the commotion outside, 2 small figures emerged from the car. Upon witnessing their father being bullied, they hurried over to push Zhang Hao away. "You bad man." And then began to pound Zhang Hao's leg with her tiny fists. "Who are these little pests?" "Scram!" Zhang Hao shouted. The 2 children were frightened, yet stood their ground. "You shall not bully our father. We will fight you," they declared bravely. Chapter 13. Clean up your mouth, Zhang Hao. Yang Qingming, Bai Mo is your father? Gazing at the little ones, Yang Qingming expressed her disbelief. Bai Mo, you are truly despicable. You have a daughter, and yet I felt a tinge of guilt towards you. What a scoundrel. So they are your illegitimate children. Zhang Hao scoffed coldly. With that, Bai Mo delivered a sharp slap to Zhang Hao's face. Clean up your mouth, or I won't hesitate to tear it apart. After striking him, Bai Mo pressed Zhang Hao's head down, his expression dark and foreboding. No matter how Zhang Hao struggled, he was unable to escape this grim fate. Bai Mo had initially intended to leave with his daughters after they awoke, but Zhang Hao's insolence was intolerable. How dare he refer to his daughter as an illegitimate child? Zhang Hao exclaimed, "You dare strike me? Do you even know who my father is? Zhang Biao is my dad." Another slap landed on Zhang Hao's head. "Zhang Biao. Li Biao, it matters not who you are. Speak another word, and I assure you, you will be spending the night in the hospital." Bai Mo, endowed with immense strength, would not allow Zhang Hao to escape. The latter felt as if a boulder was crushing his head, rendering him immobile, his mind on the verge of explosion. Yang Qingming nearby was taken aback. The Bai Mo before her seemed like a stranger, not the man she once knew. "Bai Mo, stop. What are you doing?" "Humph. Hurry and scram." Bai Mo glanced at the two small figures clinging to his pant leg, their timid demeanor prompting him to release Zhang Hao. Even so, Zhang Hao collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain, nearly having his head crushed. "Yang Qingming, you are merely a jester. I have never regarded you with any seriousness. In my presence, cease your pretense," Bai Mo stated in a deep voice. With those words, Yang Qingming found herself at a loss for words, her complexion shifting between shades of anger and embarrassment. Indeed, the two had previously been colleagues, and it was she who insisted on becoming Bai Mo's girlfriend. While he seemingly never expressed any affection for her, it was all a figment of her own delusion. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao, who lay on the ground, could not swallow his indignation, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at Bai Mo. "You clever rascal, I will remember this night, given the opportunity. I shall reclaim my honor. I am always at your service, but next time, luck may not be on your side. If not for the two little ones by my side, Zhang Hao's retribution would not have been so mild." At the entrance of the hotel, time ticked away as Lin Mingxi, wearing a mask, anxiously awaited. Upon seeing Bai Mo approach with the children, she hurriedly rushed over and grasped his arm. "Mama, it's Mama. Why are you so late? Did you not arrive first?" Lin Mingxi inquired with concern. Just as the two little ones were about to divulge how their father had been bullied by a wicked person, Bai Mo coughed, reminding them of the promise made between father and daughter. "What happened earlier?" Lin Mingxi whispered as she held Xianxia in her arms. Xianxia's face turned crimson, on the verge of tears, her pleading gaze shifting to Bai Mo for help. They had merely fallen asleep, and he thought it best to let them rest a little longer. "Oh," Lin Mingxi replied softly, choosing not to press further. Upon entering the restaurant, Bai Mo provided his name, and the waiter confirmed the reservation, allowing them to take their seats. "What would you like to eat, my little treasures?" "Daddy, meat. Daddy, something sweet." One craved meat, while the other desired dessert, both little darlings nearly salivating. Lin Mingxi interjected, "One order will suffice. We mustn't allow them to indulge excessively." Moments later, all the dishes, including complimentary items, were served, totaling 8 in number. "You must be famished. Go ahead and eat," Bai Mo encouraged. The two little ones, eager and impatient, grasped their forks, their faces smeared with grease as they devoured their food. "Thank you for your help regarding Xiaoya's son today." Lin Mingxi was already aware of the events at the hospital and was quite pleased with Bai Mo's assistance. When Xiaoya called, she lavished praise upon Bai Mo. "Is a mere thank you sufficient? What more do you desire?" Bai Mo raised an eyebrow, a mischievous expression crossing his face, easily leading one's thoughts astray. "Rogue. So unseemly," Lin Mingxi thought to herself, yet said aloud, "Speak your mind. Could you assist me in finding out if any pharmaceutical companies in Duan City are looking to transfer ownership?" Lin Mingxi paused, a large question mark rising above her head. "Is that all? Can't you suggest something outrageous? Perhaps I would acquiesce. What do you need this information for?" Lin Mingxi halted her actions. "Isn't this a dilemma posed by my future father-in-law? I aim to embark on a significant venture." Bai Mo contemplated the situation. As the system had provided a formula for a facial mask, perfectly suited for preparation at the pharmaceutical factory. A product from the system is undoubtedly a masterpiece. In due time, even my father-in-law will regard me with newfound respect. "Very well, I shall inquire on your behalf," Lin Mingxi replied. The two little ones had finished their meal and were now amusing themselves with the remnants on their plates. At that moment, Lin Mingxi opened her phone and discovered news coverage of an accident at the amusement park. Out of curiosity, she paused to watch for a while. That silhouette, was it not Mo? In the video, the heroic figure rescuing others was indeed Mo. Could he truly lift such a heavy high-speed train? Instantly, she gazed at Mo with disbelief. This man possessed such strength, which was unexpected. Did you all visit the amusement park today? She inquired. Yes. We went to the amusement park today. It was so much fun. The two little ones chirped in unison, as if a floodgate had opened. Oh, what did you all play? It was confirmed that Mo had indeed visited the amusement park today. The video must be of him. Lin Mingxi's expression darkened, though her two sisters remained blissfully unaware, continuing their chatter. Daddy took us to ride the carousel, and also the cars. Mo, could you have at least informed me before taking them? Lin Mingxi could not contain her reproach towards Mo, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Mo remained silent, and then mumbled, "It's not Daddy's fault. I should have been included as well. It is best for the whole family to go to the amusement park together," Lin Mingxi lamented. "So that is how it is," Mo chuckled. "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. They had a wonderful time." "Let this be the last time," Lin Mingxi responded. Upon hearing that there would be a next time, a smile finally graced her lips. The two little sisters perked up at the mention of another outing, their eyes gleaming with excitement. By now, it was nearly 8 o'clock. After finishing dinner, Mo carried the children outside, with Lin Mingxi closely following, presenting a picture of a blissful family of 4 that evoked envy in others. At the corner near the entrance, Feifei caught sight of a familiar figure. Mo? What is he doing here? As she contemplated chasing after him for clarification, she was unexpectedly intercepted by a construction worker. After taking a detour, she realized that Mo had vanished from sight. Has Mo found a new girlfriend? Upon returning home, Mo noticed a few individuals loitering outside, smoking, accompanied by an expensive luxury car. He furrowed his brow. Who are they? Why are they blocking the entrance without a hint of courtesy? Let me handle this, Lin Mingxi said as she exited the vehicle and shut the door. The two little ones pouted, murmuring, "Bad people." "Anin, how are they bad? Do you know them?" Mo inquired, glancing at the unfamiliar faces. "Aside from Daddy, they are all bad people," Anin replied. Mo, unable to discern the reasons. Mo reluctantly alighted from the vehicle as well. Chapter 14. The affectionate fool, left with nothing in the end. "Mingxi, why haven't you answered my calls? What have I done wrong?" A handsome man emerged from a luxury car, instantly donning a smile upon seeing Lin Mingxi, embodying the demeanor of an affectionate fool. Yet, the moment Mo appeared, the man's expression darkened. "Mingxi, who is he?" The man's intuition was remarkably acute. Mo's striking appearance posed a threat to him. Having descended from Lin Mingxi's car, their relationship was undoubtedly unusual. First, refer to me as Lin Mingxi. Second, as long as you do not annoy me, you are doing well. Third, I owe you no explanations. Lin Mingxi expressed her displeasure overtly. "Mingxi, I truly realize my mistakes. Please forgive me, do not sulk." Wang Dachu approached, attempting to engage with Lin Mingxi, who instinctively retreated. "Step away, keep your distance from me." Mo, is my wife being bullied? How can I stand idly by? With a swift kick, Wang Dachu flew backward like a kite, leaving everyone bewildered. "Keep away from her, didn't you hear?" Mo glared at the fallen Wang Dachu, then turned to the shaken Lin Mingxi with infinite tenderness. "Mingxi, I hope I didn't frighten you. I'm fine." His caring gestures left Lin Mingxi astonished, her heart fluttering with sweetness. Wang Dachu rose, glaring angrily at Mo. "You dare strike me? Is he your chauffeur, Lin Mingxi, or a newly hired assistant? How can you employ a man?" Wang Dachu inquired tentatively. How could Lin Mingxi possibly have a man? He was unwilling to believe it. "Let me make it clear. Kneel down and apologize to me now, or I will have Lin Mingxi dismiss you." Wang Dachu pointed at Mo. "Mo, is this man mentally unstable? Which psychiatric hospital did you escape from?" "Damn it, Lin Mingxi, this employee of yours is quite bothersome. Fire him immediately." Lin Mingxi, incensed, retorted, "He is right. You are the one who is sick." Her words left Wang Dachu dumbfounded, igniting a surge of fury within him. Was Lin Mingxi truly willing to confront him over an employee? To assert he was unwell? He had never endured such humiliation throughout his life, and his anger flared intensely. "Lin Mingxi, I have been devoted to you, yet you treat me this way?" Mo, the affectionate fool of his own wife, boldly professing feelings for Lin Mingxi in his presence. "Enough, Wang Dachu. I have rejected you more than once. Have some dignity. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Lin Mingxi, if you are willing, I will immediately propose to Uncle Lin." Our families have been close for generations. Do you truly not have any feelings for me? I can be a stepfather to the children, and I shall not inquire about your past. With such a wife, who cares if she isn't blood-related? An affectionate fool. A quintessential example of one. The scene was utterly revolting. Mo could hardly bear to watch, feeling an overwhelming urge to kick Wang Dachu once more. Hey, do you really think I don't exist? She is my wife. You persistently challenge my boundaries. Do you believe I want to make your parents unrecognizable? Mo exclaimed, angrily placing his hand on Wang Dachu's shoulder. Wife, aren't you merely an employee? Stop pretending and get lost. Wang Dachu retorted, shaking off Mo's hand and glaring at him with fury. I have not lied. Lin Mingxi is indeed my wife. If you doubt it, ask her, Mo replied confidently, casually wrapping his arm around Lin Mingxi's slender waist, their closeness palpable. Lin Mingxi merely rolled her eyes, neither denying nor pushing Mo away. In fact, a hint of shyness colored her cheeks, driving Wang Dachu into a frenzy, his eyes reddening. This is impossible. Mingxi, tell me this isn't true. You must be testing me, right? Wang Dachu insisted, unable to believe that the woman he had pursued for so long would choose Mo. His fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixated on Lin Mingxi, filled with longing. Mo could not help but recognize Wang Dachu's remarkable psychological resilience. He refused to accept the evident reality and instead indulged in impossible fantasies. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mingxi seemed to make a momentous decision, turning to plant a kiss on Mo's lips. Mo, happiness arrives so unexpectedly. That sensation is truly ineffable. Like a serendipitous encounter with destiny, sending shivers throughout my being with the lingering sweetness of her lips. I am not mistaken. We have indeed become a couple. Are you satisfied now? Lin Mingxi declared, leaving Wang Dachu thunderstruck. After pursuing Lin Mingxi for so long, he had never even touched her. And now he was witnessing her kiss another, an unbearable reality for him. At that moment, two small children clumsily climbed down from the car, their innocent voices ringing out. Daddy! Daddy! Wang Dachu, as if awakening from a dream, erupted in further rage. You are their father? Good eye, Mo replied with a smirk. Wang Dachu's heart felt as though it were being squeezed mercilessly. Someone, take him down. He commanded, and several bodyguards, receiving the order, raised their fists, ready to teach Mo a lesson. Mo, be careful. Wang Dachu, what are you doing? Tell them to stop. Lin Mingxi cried out, her anxiety evident. However, Wang Dachu merely sneered, eager to witness Mo's downfall. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as the oncoming bodyguards were swiftly defeated, sprawled on the ground in disarray. Groaning in pain, Mo, possessing immense strength and exceptional martial arts skills, dispatched them with ease. A few punches left them crippled, either with broken arms or legs. Lin Mingxi stood in stunned silence, her mouth agape. Mo is that formidable? Like an action star. She marveled, bewildered by the enigmatic man. With a resounding thud, Mo sent Wang Dachu flying with a kick. Regardless of who you are, I warn you to cease any harassment towards my wife. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Wang Da, having witnessed Mo's impressive skills, recoiled in fear and declared that this debt would be settled in due time, suggesting that they would see each other again. Subsequently, he dared not linger and left in disgrace, accompanied by his bodyguards. Xianxia clung to Lin Mingxi's long legs. Walanin was nowhere to be found. Lin Mingxi turned around to see the child clumsily climbing out of the car, brandishing a toy gun. Bad guys, watch out! Exclaimed Xianxia, covering her face in embarrassment. Mo responded, and Lin Mingxi chided, you are such a busybody. Hurry inside. We have arrived home. Lin Mingxi rolled her eyes as the two sisters, scratching their heads, entered the house. Lin Mingxi remarked, you have offended Wang Da. Do you know who he is? Mo pondered, who is this fellow? Another one relying on family connections? Including Zhang Hao from today, I seem to have angered two individuals. Whoever he is, if he dares to harass you, even the King of Heaven would be dealt with. Mo asserted. Wang Da is the heir of the Wang family, one of the four prominent families of Duan. Lin Mingxi had yet to mention that her father had always hoped she would marry into the Wang family, thus holding Wang Da in high regard, even considering him a prospective son-in-law. Chapter 15. Never mind him. He's insane. Upon returning to the villa, after spending some time playing, it was time for the two little ones to bathe. Having gained experience, Mo decided there would be no servants present tonight and let them leave early. The two sisters cooperated splendidly. Bai Mo bathed them while narrating a story, successfully lulling them into tranquility. From dinner until now, he had accumulated an additional 50 nanny points from them. Host, Novice Nanny Bai Mo Nanny Points, 20, 0, 50 items. Binding Talisman X2, 1 ton of gold. Face Mask Formula Skills, Divine Demon Eye, Supreme Combat Skills, Advanced Culinary Arts, Bagua Palm, Incredible Strength, Singing Talent, Calligraphy Mastery, Photographic Memory, Basic Medicine. This time, Bai Mo gritted his teeth and exchanged for Intermediate Medicine, costing 200 nanny points. The Intermediate Medicine indeed did not disappoint. It contained a wealth of information, including numerous prescriptions, case studies, and some long-lost medical techniques and acupuncture methods. However, upon consulting his mind, Bai Mo realized that treating the flu virus required advanced medicine or higher. He had only 50 nanny points left. To acquire a higher level of medical skill would necessitate 500 points, a drop in the bucket. Glancing at the system marketplace, he noted that a new day had refreshed many items. There were magical baby bottles, shatterproof and toxin-resistant, with purifying capabilities. Additionally, there were fireproof children's clothes. Bai Mo spent 30 nanny points on the baby bottles, purchasing 2 at 15 points each, ensuring they could drink without worry. He retrieved the bottles from the system space. They resembled those available on the market, only more aesthetically pleasing. Lin Mingxi happened to step out and noticed the presence of a baby bottle at home. "Why did you buy another one?" she inquired. "This is a gift for them," Bai Mo replied, revealing a blissful smile. At that moment, Lin Mingxi received a phone call, and her expression suddenly changed. Ding. Task released. Resolve Lin Mingxi's troubles. Please complete this task promptly. Bai Mo touched his nose, realizing that a task had arrived. The system truly knows how to choose the perfect moment. Observing Lin Mingxi's anxious demeanor, Bai Mo decided to inquire further about the nature of her troubles, having vaguely overheard that it seemed work-related. Upon reaching the small bedroom on the second floor, the two sisters saw Bai Mo and immediately rushed towards him, affectionately embracing him. "What did you bring us, Daddy?" they asked eagerly. He produced the new baby bottle, waving it in front of them. Wow! The little one's eyes sparkled with delight at the cartoon designs they had never seen before, instantly falling in love with it. "Thank you, Daddy," they exclaimed, and in their joy, they climbed into Bai Mo's embrace and planted a kiss on his cheek. Lin Mingxi felt a pang of jealousy once more. "It's just a baby bottle. When I bought you new clothes, I didn't see you give me a kiss." Bai Mo basked in the ocean of happiness, thinking that everything was worth it. His gaze solely fixed on his little princesses. Ding. Host has gifted daughters. Detected overwhelming joy from the daughters. Rewards doubled, gaining 50 daddy points. What a profitable endeavor. Bai Mo was pleasantly surprised. Seeing the 70 daddy points displayed on the system, he chuckled. He felt an urge to draw a lottery. Otherwise, he would feel unsatisfied. There were many delightful items on the roulette. "System, I wish to draw a lottery," he commanded. Ding. System is drawing. "Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage," Bai Mo remarked. Nothing surprising. The system follows its usual routine. "Curse it, I will try again." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received a thank you for your patronage." Calm down. It's just a technical adjustment. Next time, surely it won't be so inconsiderate, right? I will try once more. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of mineral water." Even with his good temper, Bai Mo couldn't help but feel slighted at this moment. Is the system messing with me? Do I need mineral water? He stared at the mineral water in his inventory, stunned. Everlasting brand mineral water revitalizes vitality. This was no ordinary mineral water. It was extraordinary. Bai Mo silently thought, "I misjudged you, system." Having tasted the sweetness of success, Bai Mo looked at the remaining 40 daddy points and decided to press his luck again. "I will draw once more." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have received a piece of music from a parallel world, as desired." A song? It held little value to him. With 30 daddy points left, Bai Mo resolved to save them for the future. The hour grows late, and Bai Mo narrates a bedtime story, ensuring that the children drift off to sleep peacefully. Once they are soundly asleep, she quietly exits the room. As she returns to her own bedroom, she notices a light still glowing in the study. Is Lin Mingxi still at work? With curiosity piqued, Bai Mo carries a cup of hot water into the room, intending to inquire about her late-night endeavors. Cautioning her against overexertion, Lin Mingxi looks up, momentarily acknowledging Bai Mo before returning to her tasks. She had just received an unexpected call from her assistant. A composer who had previously committed to providing her with a lead single had abruptly reneged on their agreement. Without any explanation, the assistant had learned that the song had been sold to a competitor. Lin Mingxi is understandably displeased, especially with her new album on the verge of release and the lead track still unaccounted for, driving her to the brink of frustration. Observing Lin Mingxi scribble musical notes on paper, only to strike them out moments later, Mo gently reminds her, "It's almost midnight. You should rest." "I can't." Lin Mingxi replies resolutely. "I must finish this quickly. Otherwise, I want to meet the deadline. I can't rely on anyone now. It's all up to me." She shakes her head and buries herself deeper into her work. Mo listens as Lin Mingxi hums a melody, which, despite its potential, lacks emotion and feels incomplete. "Do you understand music?" Lin Mingxi suddenly inquires, surprise flickering in her eyes. "Ah, I have a basic understanding," Mo responds with a smile. Lin Mingxi does not press further. After all, who hasn't he learned a bit about music during their school years? "Can you take a look at this song for me? I'm going to take a shower first." Lin Mingxi hands her the manuscript and exits, swaying her hips gracefully, leaving behind a captivating fragrance. Mo touches her nose, feeling a dryness in her throat as she instinctively swallows. Regaining her focus, she examines the manuscript. The song is mediocre. Just then, her phone vibrates on the table, the screen lighting up with an array of incoming messages. She glances over and realizes it is Lin Mingxi's phone. It appears someone is trying to reach her. What if it's something important? Just a quick look won't be considered prying. I'm merely being helpful, she thinks shamelessly. Picking up the device and opening Lin Mingxi's WeChat. Within the chat window, a persistent individual has been sending her messages. "Lin Mingxi, how is it? Have you thought it over? Join me for a meal, and I promise to help you. Otherwise, you'll run out of time. I'm just being kind. It's only a meal. Reply quickly so I can assist you." Mo furrows her brow, scrolling through the conversation. It becomes apparent that this man is threatening Lin Mingxi regarding the song. Moments later, Lin Mingxi returns in her pajamas, a sweet scent wafting through the air. "You're back. Someone was looking for you," Mo states candidly. "Who is it?" Lin Mingxi asks. "A man. Regardless, he is a lunatic." Lin Mingxi nodded. Already aware of his identity, her expression somewhat grim. Mo exhaled deeply. Lin Mingxi did not blame him for peeking at her phone. Chapter 16. The ugly son-in-law finally meets the mother-in-law. After a prolonged silence, the man opposite could no longer contain himself and personally made a voice call. "Buzz, buzz." Lin Mingxi glanced at her phone screen, a smile playing at her lips. "You answer, just say I'm not here. Is that appropriate?" Mo, in a moment of impulse, pressed the answer button, and a deep male voice resonated from the other end. "Mingxi, do you not understand? Only I can assist you now. You are aware of the significance of your album release, are you not, Mingxi?" The man on the other end called out. Mo cast a glance at Lin Mingxi and coughed lightly. "The person you are looking for is temporarily unavailable. Please call back later." "What the hell, who are you?" The artist Wu Yigong's expression altered drastically, his breath quickening, gripping the phone tightly, as if to crush it. How could a man answer the call? "Where is Lin Mingxi? Where is she? Let her take the call." "Oh, she just want to take a shower. Call back later." "A shower? Who the hell are you?" Before a reply could be given, the call ended, leaving Wu Yigong even more furious and anxious. In the dead of night, how could there be a man beside Lin Mingxi? Who is that man? A delivery person? A plumber? Or perhaps her father? The mention of her showering or possibly preparing to play cards with someone made his thoughts spiral into chaos. In a fit of rage, Wu Yigong smashed his phone to pieces. Still unsatisfied, he shattered mirrors and damaged furniture around the house. Mo hung up, likely surmising what Lin Mingxi encountered that evening. The two shared an awkward moment, neither mentioning the earlier incident. "How is my song? Any good suggestions?" Lin Mingxi took a seat, while Mo stood above her, gazing down at a captivating sight. "If there's anything on your mind, feel free to share. I am willing to be your listener." Lin Mingxi was momentarily taken aback, inexplicably feeling a sense of comfort, and subsequently relayed the information she had received from her assistant. "I see. You lack songs? Just so happens I drew a popular song from a parallel world in a system lottery. You cannot help me." Mo retorted. "Who are you looking down upon? It's just a song. I can handle it for you." "Really?" Lin Mingxi was half convinced. "Give me 3 minutes." Mo chuckled, fetched a chair, sat down, and began to elegantly transcribe the song from the system. The characters flowed like water, unique and aesthetically pleasing. Lin Mingxi was momentarily entranced. "These characters are beautiful. not inferior to those masters, indeed. As Lin Mingxi continued to delve deeper into the music, between the notes and the lyrics, she grew increasingly astonished. The pure heart within the composition intermingled and clashed, vividly showcasing the emotional legacy of two generations. The lyrics encapsulated the inescapable emotional ties ingrained in the bloodline of the Xianxia people. This song is simply magnificent. Lin Mingxi's breath quickened as her gaze fixated on the table, her mind still resonating with the melody. Biamo, you are truly remarkable. Did you compose this song yourself? Although she witnessed it firsthand, it was still beyond comprehension. Can one imagine a song crafted in less than 3 minutes, yet deemed a classic? A product of the system is sure to be exquisite, Biamo shamelessly acknowledged. Indeed, as you can see, can this song alleviate your urgent needs? Haha, it certainly can. You are truly impressive, my lucky star. Lin Mingxi was overwhelmed with excitement, standing up, her fair bosom swaying as her soft pink lips swiftly brushed against Biamo's. In the next moment, Biamo's mind went blank. Soft and sweet, the sensation was exhilarating. Lin Mingxi was entirely absorbed in the bliss of the song, oblivious to Biamo's reaction and her own actions moments ago. A cold mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving a master-level piano. Master-level piano, the world's finest, known as the hand of the divine, capable of effortlessly playing the most challenging pieces. This reward is extraordinary. Biamo felt a surge of exhilaration. He hardly remembered how he left the study. Regardless, he was destined to sleep alone that night. The next morning, Biamo rose early, engaged in a run for about half an hour, and upon returning to the villa, he heard the cries of 2 little ones from the second floor. What's wrong, my darlings? Biamo rushed upstairs. The servants were at a loss, unable to soothe the 2 children. Daddy. Upon seeing him, the servants felt an immense relief. Young master, you finally returned. If you hadn't tea, they might have cried themselves dry. It was unclear what had triggered the tears, but the sisters had started crying the moment they couldn't see Biamo. I'm here. Biamo knelt down, and the 2 little ones collided into his embrace, their chubby heads nuzzling against him. They had thought they would never see him again, which was why they cried so. Now that Biamo was back, they quickly transformed into the adorable, well-behaved children they usually were. After breakfast, Biamo thoughtfully prepared milk for them, using exquisite bottles, one for each, cradled in his hands, an utterly charming sight. At that moment, Lin Mingxi, having finished her new song, came down with a beaming smile and said, Biamo, get ready. We're going to meet my parents soon. Lin Jian and Wang's couple did not reside in Junhua Bay. The Lin family's estate was located in the most affluent neighborhood of Duan, Yujing Imperial Landscape. Biamo rubbed his nose, realizing that the ugly son-in-law must eventually face his mother-in-law. The future father-in-law is rather difficult to deal with and looks down upon him. I hope the future mother-in-law is not the same. Sitting in the car, Lin Mingxi mentioned a few things, primarily advising him to be cautious with his words. In the back seat, the 2 little girls were gleefully anticipating a fun outing. Why does your mother suddenly want to see me? During their conversation, Biamo learned that it was indeed his future mother-in-law who wished to meet him. Help me screen him. See if he is a scoundrel. Lin Mingxi chuckled. I am certainly not, Biamo replied, feeling somewhat guilty. He wondered if his previous girlfriends would be revealed. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Didn't I promise to inquire about the pharmaceutical company for you yesterday? I have news. My father happens to know of one. Furthermore, my mother intends to arrange for you to enter the company and learn the business. Otherwise, even if you acquire the pharmaceutical firm, it would be in a state of loss. That sounds promising, Biamo said as they arrived at the Yijiang Daijing. Upon entering the neighborhood gate, a row of neat villas came into view. In the distance, luxurious estates sprawled across the landscape, each averaging over 3,000 acres. The largest among them was the Lin family estate, covering over 6,000 acres, featuring 5 villas, with the main house embodying a blend of Eastern and Western architecture, costing over 300 million to construct. Isn't this the home of grandfather? Unimpouted, the child had thought they were going somewhere fun, which made Biamo smile. Lin Mingxi exited the car and retrieved some gifts from the trunk for Biamo to carry. After the 2 sisters jumped out, they dashed off, familiar with the surroundings. Chapter 17. The father-in-law's pharmaceutical factory is a pit. Lin Jianwang and his wife waited in the living room. Upon seeing their granddaughter bounce in, their joy was immeasurable. Xianxia, have you missed Grandma during these days apart? Mrs. Lin beamed, opening her arms to welcome the two little ones. Yes, they exclaimed, chattering enthusiastically like they were boasting. Oh, today Inin and Xianxia have their hair styled so beautifully, just like little princesses. Who did that for you? Mrs. Lin noticed the girls' hairstyles, which were far superior to before, and her eyes sparkled with delight. Inin, with a hint of pride, replied, "It was Daddy who did it." "Yes, Daddy is so amazing," Xianxian added, scratching her head. It was evident from their expressions that they were showing off their father. They say daughters are their past life's lovers. This moment perfectly illustrated that sentiment. Those little rascals. Lin Jianwang felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. "Old man, why are you feeling jealous? Isn't it a good thing the children have found their father? That young man seems quite decent, fitting my standards," Mrs. Lin remarked. Having seen Bai Mo's photograph and feeling quite pleased with her first impression of him, he appeared far more agreeable than the young masters of other families. The skills exhibited in styling hair for daughters undoubtedly enhance one's appeal, indicating considerable effort invested. It is rare for men to possess such artistry. Unbeknownst to her, Lady Lin's fondness for Bai Mo subtly increases. What is there to commend? He is utterly lacking. Wang Dachu could easily outshine him by several streets. In my opinion, our Mengshi marrying into the Wang family would be the finest outcome. The Wang family is one of the 4 prominent families in Duan, possessing substantial wealth, rivaling that of the Lin family. Wang Dachu is also a favored choice for a son-in-law in her heart. Alas, fate does not align with desires. Lady Lin narrowed her eyes, prompting Lin Jianwang to fall silent. "Dad, Mom, we have arrived." The voice of Lin Mingxi echoed from the entrance, closely followed by Bai Mo. "Greetings, uncle and aunt." Bai Mo displayed a gentlemanly demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant. To Lady Lin, he seemed far removed from a life of hardship, resembling a young master from an esteemed family incognito. "Children, please take a seat. There is no need for formality. We will be family soon." Lady Lin's impression of Bai Mo grew increasingly favorable, inexplicably drawn to him. It resonated with the saying that a mother-in-law grows to like her son-in-law more with every glance. A smile gracing her face. Ding! It detected Lady Lin's satisfaction with the host, rewarding Bai Mo with 20 points. Bai Mo was momentarily taken aback. What a fortunate turn of events. Seizing the moment, he remarked, "Auntie, you are truly youthful. One would never guess you are Mengxi's mother." Lady Lin's heart soared at his words. This child knows how to speak well. Bai Mo had not exaggerated. Lady Lin was merely 45 years old, well preserved, exuding an air of a noble woman. One could easily mistake her for Lin Mingxi's older sister. Lin Jianwang rolled his eyes inwardly, muttering to himself, "Flatterer." After some light conversation, Lin Jianwang began to broach the main topic. "Bai Mo, when do you plan to embark on your career? Time has slipped by. No rush. Preparations are underway. I have a pharmaceutical factory that I intend to sell. Are you interested?" Lin Jianwang asked, observing Bai Mo. The factory had been in perennial deficit, and he had long wished to divest it but had not found a suitable successor until now, with Bai Mo's arrival. Before Bai Mo could respond, Lady Lin interjected, "Old man, even if you gave away that dilapidated factory, I doubt anyone would want it. Wasn't it agreed that we would be united in purpose? Why do you always seem to side with others?" As Lin Jianwang contemplated his wife's allegiance to Bai Mo, his frustration grew. "Bai Mo, disregard him. Come work for me. I can offer you a splendid position. By the way, which university did you graduate from?" Lady Lin, being the president of the Duan Bank, could easily arrange a job. Bai Mo hesitated. "Imperial Capital University? Excellent. A child from humble beginnings achieving greatness. Imperial Capital University is commendable," she replied. "Thank you, Auntie, but I prefer not to work." Bai Mo gently caressed the 2 small children beside him, his face radiating warmth. Lady Lin nodded. "Indeed, that would be quite demanding for you. The children are still young. However, you might consider learning for now, and perhaps in the future, you could take over the Lin family business." Lin Jianwang spat out his tea. "To be honest, Auntie, I wish to take over the pharmaceutical factory and give it a try. After all, I promised my uncle that I would achieve something significant. One must uphold integrity in life. Is it truly difficult to conduct business? Who decreed that one cannot engage in commerce while caring for 2 little ones? Furthermore, the system's mission is still ongoing, and the rewards are likely to be substantial." Lin Jianwang cast a few more glances at Bai Mo. "You, my child, may not heed advice, but attempting it is certainly permissible." Mrs. Lin refrained from saying much more, expressing her support for Bai Mo, especially in terms of funding. Lin Mingxi, standing nearby, felt a flicker of anticipation. She had not anticipated that Bai Mo could coexist so harmoniously with her mother. When Lin Jianwang quoted a price of 1 million for the pharmaceutical factory, Bai Mo felt it was exceedingly cheap. "Uncle, I will offer 5 million for this factory." "What do you say?" Bai Mo possessed only 1 ton of gold and $100 billion, so money was no object. Lin Jianwang, Mrs. Lin, and Lin Mingxi were all taken aback, their gazes fixed on Bai Mo. "You're offering 5 million?" Lin Jianwang seemed to have misheard, asking again. Upon seeing Bai Mo nod, all three burst into laughter. They had initially thought it was a jest, but when Bai Mo truly transferred the funds, Lin Jianwang's expression shifted to one of panic. He had not anticipated that Bai Mo genuinely possessed wealth. However, he suspected it was money given by his daughter, so he chose not to comment further. As for the factory's profitability, he wondered how Bai Mo would manage when it incurred losses. With no place to weep when the situation turned dire, Lin Mingxi was astonished, unable to fathom the source of Bai Mo's funds. Could it be that he had saved up previously? It seemed plausible, considering that, similar to the classic song from last night, if he sold the copyright, Bai Mo could have earned hundreds of thousands, which he rightfully deserved. Handsome and talented, Bai Mo left no room for criticism, causing Lin Mingxi to feel perplexed. Who exactly was Bai Mo? Not only did he possess medical skills, but he also had the ability to compose songs. After lunch, Bai Mo received the transfer documents for the pharmaceutical factory from Lin Jianwang. After signing, it became entirely his, and he would bear the profits and losses moving forward. One must admit that Lin Jianwang was astute. With the factory in his possession, Bai Mo was prepared to embark on his commercial odyssey. In the afternoon, taking advantage of the two little ones' nap, Bai Mo hurried out. The factory was situated in the outskirts of the city, not far from Junyue Bay. Approximately a 10-minute drive. Upon arriving at the factory, he was met with a crowd demanding their wages. Bai Mo stepped out of the car, momentarily stunned. His father-in-law was quite unscrupulous, having dug himself into a pit. The factory appeared to be worth far less than 1 million, especially since it owed the workers 3 months' wages. A notification for a temporary task appeared. Resolve the current issue, with a reward of a lottery draw. A mission had arrived. Bai Mo felt invigorated. Upon learning of Bai Mo's identity, the factory's general manager's eyes lit up with excitement, overwhelmed with relief. The big boss was coming to resolve the issue, alleviating the burden he had carried alone. "Boss, do you have the money?" the general manager inquired. "Bai Mo, what money?" "General manager, we need to pay the workers. If we don't, the pharmaceutical factory will go bankrupt." The general manager was caught between laughter and tears. "Oh, dear boss, you certainly have a sense of humor." Ahem. Bai Mo felt awkward. With only 20,000 on him, would it suffice? On his first day, why was there so much to tackle? Is the finance department out of funds? How much is left? Bai Mo inquired. Nevertheless, coming from a prominent family, he remained composed and quick-thinking. Chapter 18. Tidying up the mess, the general manager responded. "Dear boss, the funds in the account cannot be touched. We still owe the suppliers 500,000. And there's barely enough to repay them. If we withdraw the money now to pay wages, it would be a temporary solution." Bai Mo frowned. Is this pharmaceutical factory truly a loss-making venture? Setting aside the suppliers, addressing the immediate crisis is paramount. We must withdraw the funds to reassure the employees. The general manager sighed and complied. "Everyone, please quiet down and listen to me." Bai Mo addressed the crowd. "Who are you?" someone questioned. "I've never seen him before." "Don't mind him. We need our money." Another exclaimed. "I just saw him whispering with the general manager." The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Bai Mo declared, "I am the new owner of the pharmaceutical factory, and I would like to say a few words. I understand your feelings. It is indeed unacceptable to delay wages, and I share your frustration. However, I have just taken over. Please grant me some time to resolve this. I assure you, I will address everyone's concerns." After his speech, there was an uproar. Someone shouted, "No way. We must receive our wages today. I won't work anymore." Whispers of the factory's impending closure circulated. Continuing here seemed futile. Why not switch jobs? With hands and feet, who fears not finding a good position? Soon, others joined in. "I too will quit. 3 months of unpaid wages. My wife and children are waiting for this money to support our household." The vice general manager took the lead. "Enough talk. If we don't get paid today, there's no chance of continuing." Bai Mo raised his hand, signaling for silence. This time, the crowd complied. "Are all of you planning to leave?" Some nodded, while others exchanged uncertain glances. The factory has reached a critical juncture. Those willing to stay and weather this storm are welcome. If you feel there is no future here, you may leave. We will settle all wages immediately, every penny. It was clear that some were inciting dissent. Having just taken over the pharmaceutical factory, a thorough purge was essential to expel the disruptive elements. The vice general manager retorted, "Your words are empty. It's easy to speak while standing. We demand our wages. Stop delaying. The money in the account must be used to settle our salaries. Empty promises won't suffice. Indeed, we demand our wages. Our requests are modest. But we must receive a response. Pay us. Pay us." BIMO realized their boldness and unyielding stance were largely influenced by the vice general manager. 5 minutes passed. 2/3 of the employees expressed their intention to leave, which took BIMO by surprise. Remarkably, 1/3 still remained. "What a pleasant surprise," he exclaimed. "Old Wang, why are you standing over there? I won't leave. I have dedicated the better part of my life to this pharmaceutical company and have developed an attachment to it. Indeed, I too shall not depart. As long as the company stands, I will remain." BIMO felt a deep sense of gratitude. "To those who choose to stay, I will not treat you poorly." A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in the eyes of the vice president. Before long, the general manager retrieved 600,000 from the account, announcing to the employees to come and collect their pay. Only a fool would choose to stay, take the money, and run. Who knows if there will be salaries next month? The employees who received their money silently rejoiced in their astute decision. Within half an hour, the accountant settled the wages, leaving scant funds on the table. The general manager sighed deeply. The pharmaceutical company was beyond salvation. The next step would involve considering selling off the equipment to repay debts. The new owner was bound for bankruptcy, a sight to behold. Before anyone could gather their thoughts, the accountant stood up to collect her rightful share of the salary. "Thank you for your consideration, General Manager. My cousin has arranged for me to work at a hotel." "I understand," replied the general manager, waving her off. In contrast, BIMO remained composed. "Is there anyone else who wishes to leave?" When no one responded, he continued, "I will now begin the arrangements." The crowd was silent. BIMO spoke again. "I appreciate your decision to stay. You will be grateful for the choice you made today. Those who leave will never be considered for re-employment at this pharmaceutical company. Someone, please note their names." There were murmurs among the crowd. What a decrepit company. Who would return? Just as they shared a knowing smile, BIMO's next words left them astounded. "Starting next month, every employee's salary will increase by 10%. The room fell into an eerie silence. Next month? The company isn't going to close down? Moreover, salaries are increasing? The new owner must be mad. The general manager's lips twitched as he pulled BIMO aside. "Big boss, this is not advisable. The company has yet to overcome its crisis." But BIMO merely smiled. "You need not worry. We will resume operations tomorrow, and I will replenish the account." The remaining employees, uncertain, asked, "Big boss, are you serious? Will you truly raise our salaries? If so, that would be splendid." With a nod from BIMO, the crowd erupted in excitement. Meanwhile, those who had chosen to leave felt a pang of regret beginning to settle in their hearts. The vice president scurried over, "Big boss, I still wish to work for the company. What do you think?" "Get lost," BIMO replied, kicking him aside. "Such a person would only bring calamity to the company." "How dare you strike me?" the vice president shouted in fury. "Just wait, I will gather people to deal with you." Moments later, he returned with a group of individuals. "Dog brother, that's him. Get back at him." The vice president angrily pointed at BIMO. The leader, a young man with yellow hair, chewed on a blade of grass. Casting a disdainful glance at BIMO boss, "They are likely not here with good intentions. Should we call the police?" Employees stood firmly in front of BIMO, blocking the group from advancing. The young man scoffed, "This reckless youth couldn't even knock you down?" The vice general manager felt awkward. "Brother dog, Wang Xiao has instructed that you must listen to me. This person is ruining my plans." A flicker of ruthlessness crossed the vice general manager's eyes. "Humph, you need not say. He is indeed the one Wang Xiao is seeking." The young man sneered. "Everyone listen up. Teach that brat a lesson. As long as he is not dead, it's fine." With that command, a pack of ruffians raised their fists towards BIMO. The employees, being merely staff, could hardly resist. The human wall was quickly toppled. The general manager was drenched in cold sweat, while BIMO, after dodging a few punches, began to counterattack with ruthless precision, leaving the group of thugs howling in pain. All of them sprawled on the ground within a minute. The young man's composure shattered. Having navigated the underworld for so long, He had never encountered someone so ferocious. His hand trembled as he held his cigarette. The vice general manager swallowed hard, equally shaken. Brothers, I bear you no grudge. Why must you assault me? Mo furrowed his brow. He patted the young man's shoulder, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, his face paling. Had he known Mo possessed such formidable skills, he would never have sought trouble. It's not my fault. It was Wang Dexiao's orders. Wang Dexiao? The only one with a grudge against Mo seems to be someone surnamed Wang Deqiu. Chapter 19. The Crybaby Wang Deqiu. According to the honest confessions of the vice general manager and the young man, the mastermind behind the scenes was indeed Wang Deqiu. He incited employees to resign and arranged for the young man and others to stand guard at the entrance to prevent any mishaps. Mo declared, "Get lost. If you dare to stir trouble at my pharmaceutical factory again, you shall bear the consequences." His voice was commanding. The group of thugs, feeling relieved, helped each other away. The vice general manager was filled with regret. Ding. Problem resolved. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Draw. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a divine canine, a rural dog. Mo, divine canine. Possessing the bloodline of the hellhound, it is sentient. Within the system space, a small yellow puppy was soundly asleep. After a moment, Mo called the general manager over. How much more investment do we need to resume operations at the pharmaceutical factory? Give me a precise figure. Approximately 5 million. However, I must reiterate, innovation is essential. Sticking to old methods will lead to losses, and we cannot compete with other pharmaceutical companies, the general manager said, his face grave. I'll give you 10 million. Manage it well. With me, there's no shortage of funds, Mo declared with grand generosity. As for innovation, he had already devised a plan. The general manager was genuinely astonished. To extend such trust and offer 10 million upfront left him deeply moved. At that moment, Mo's phone rang. Hello, young master. Please return quickly. Princess Qian has suddenly awakened and is crying. The servants are at their wits' end. All previous methods have proven ineffective. Don't cry, Xianxia. Daddy will be home shortly. After hanging up, Mo gave a brief instruction and then drove away, knowing he would need to return later that night. Upon arriving home, the little one was waiting at the door. As she caught sight of the Maybach, she quickly stood up, her eyes glistening. Daddy, oh my dear princess. Why did you wake up so soon? Mo exclaimed, surprised that the outing had taken just over an hour, and yet she had roused in the interim. Where did you go? Xian rubbed her eyes. What did you bring for us? Mo lifted her into his arms and opened the car door, revealing a little puppy that wagged its tail and bounded down. Before returning, Mo had released the terrier from the system. Wow, a puppy. Xian beamed, clearly enamored with the little creature. After climbing down from Mo's embrace, she crouched down to gently pet the puppy, only to retract her hand a moment later, looking both curious and apprehensive. The nearby servants stifled their laughter at the sight. Does it have a name, Daddy? Xian inquired, scratching her head. Not yet. Why not let Xian name it, and see how much it adores you? Mo suggested, as the puppy playfully nudged her feet with its fluffy head. Come on, little one, think. The little girl pondered for a while, her brows furrowing in concentration. How about calling it Dahuang? Mo proposed. The puppy seemed to protest inwardly. So basic. Do you not realize I carry the blood of the Cerberus within me? Young master, you must not agree to such an unappealing name. It gazed up at her with a pitiful expression. Xian frowned. No. She shook her little head vehemently. Hearing her disapproval, the puppy joyfully jumped up. What about Wang Kai? How does that sound? Mo suggested again. The puppy thought to itself, can we not choose something special? At least consider the feelings of a dog. I may not be human, but I deserve some respect. Xian shook her head once more. Xiaobai, let's go home. Suddenly inspired, she grabbed the puppy by the scruff of its neck and pulled it inside. Mo remarked, so this dog is named Xiaobai? The nearby servants stifled their laughter, noticing the darkening expression on Mo's face. Entering the villa with Xiaobai, they found an upstairs had also awakened. Upon seeing the fluffy little puppy, she too was utterly charmed. Here, eat, Mo said with a smile. The two sisters fed him, and soon in the corridor, they chased each other, their laughter echoing without interruption. The system detected the daughter's joy, awarding 20 daddy points. System panel, host, novice daddy Mo daddy points, 50 items. Binding talisman X2, approximately 1 ton of gold, facial mask formula, miraculous mineral water. Skills, divine demon eye. Supreme combat technique, advanced culinary arts, bagua palm, Herculean strength, singing talent, calligraphy master, photographic memory, intermediate medicine, master-level piano. Pet, rural dog on another front. At the Dynasty Entertainment Company, Dream's sister expressed her regrets, stating, "We have fallen short in our duties and have yet to find a suitable song." The usual songwriters had all claimed to be busy, as if they had made a prior agreement. Moreover, I heard that Gu Qianmin has already recorded her title track, having purchased it from Wang Shi. That fellow Wang Shi has indeed fallen prey to that vixen and is utterly unreliable. Upon arriving at the company, several anxious employees gathered around Lin Mingxi, eager to report. Upon hearing the name Wang Shi, a flicker of seriousness crossed Lin Mingxi's eyes. It was this person who had promised to write her title song, but instead sold it to her rival Gu Qianmin. However, fortune favors the persistent. The song by Mo had composed for her last night was a classic, far surpassing anything Wang Shi could craft, enough to eclipse Gu Qianmin completely. No need to search any further. I have found a song, and it is quite splendid. Lin Mingxi smiled, radiating confidence. In the recording studio, armed with the song by Mo had penned, she began the recording. Her ethereal voice melded with the melody, as if it were custom-made for her. Lin Mingxi began to sing. "You are the distant path, the light in the fog of the mountains. I am but a child, walking in your gaze. You are the bright moon and gentle breeze. I am the dream that you nurture." The studio fell into a profound silence, all present left utterly astounded. Without a doubt, this was destined to be a divine melody, another hit song. After finishing, Lin Mingxi exhaled deeply, a blissful smile gracing her face. At that moment, the staff at Dynasty Entertainment Company collectively stood in shock, fully aware that this song would bring both fame and fortune to the company. With just a week until Father's Day, a tribute to the older generation, this song was truly perfect, precisely on point. At Junua Bay Villa, a small puppy lay on the ground, eyes closed in repose, accompanied by two little ones. Mo was nearby, holding sheets of paper inscribed with characters, teaching them to recognize words. 3 days had passed. To earn more daddy points, advanced medical skills seemed unlikely. Spending quality time with the children and engaging in interaction would surely lead the system to generously reward him with daddy points. Mo pointed to the paper and said, "Repeat after daddy. This idiom is called borrowing arrows with straw boats, and in the tale of borrowing arrows with straw boats. Borrowing arrows. Borrowing swords. Quite an insightful grasp. My darling is truly remarkable, though a bit stiff. With time, she shall master it." Mo remained undeterred. After all, it was merely her first attempt, and she performed admirably. Chapter 20. Is it too much to ask for a hint? Xianxia spoke with a sweet, childish voice, nearly on par. Subsequently, I narrated the story of borrowing arrows with straw boats to deepen their understanding. Mo switched to a new sheet of paper. Pointing at it as she said, they read guarding the tree stump for rabbits, following along with their father. Potato stew with pork. Their voices were filled with babyish sounds. Mo remarked, "Anan's mouth is watering. It must be delicious." Instantly, my mind conjured images of other delectable dishes, predominantly various flavors of ice cream. "How's sister?" Xianxia inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. Mo spent approximately 10 minutes correcting them. After learning 5 characters, she felt immensely satisfied. As for why we did not learn words like father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, it was simply because they already knew them. Why idioms? Because they must listen to stories while learning simultaneously. Ding rewarded his daughter for recognizing characters with 100 daddy points. Mo was momentarily taken aback. Although she anticipated the system would likely grant rewards, this one seemed particularly generous. She bore an expression akin to discovering a new continent, revealing a hint of mischief. It appeared she had unlocked the correct method within the system. At dinner, Lin Mingxi returned in high spirits. "Mama, I learned to recognize characters." Anan dashed over, hugging Lin Mingxi's long legs, gleefully boasting. "Today, Daddy taught us to recognize characters." Xianxian scratched her head. "Is that so? Do you remember what your father taught you?" Lin Mingxi smiled, her heart swelling with joy akin to savoring honey. "Yes, this is borrowing arrows with straw boats. It's a story." Lin Mingxi replied, "Could you tell me about it?" "Mama would love to hear." There was a person who went to borrow arrows, traveling by boat, and then recounted in her sweet voice. The nearby servants could not help but stifle their laughter. "Not bad. Keep up the good work tomorrow," Lin Mingxi praised. Indeed, she had not misjudged. Mo was truly suited to be a nurturing father, and Lin Mingxi felt grateful for her initial decision. However, considering Bai Mo's medical skills and his talent for songwriting. She felt it was a waste of talent, as ultimately, being a father confined his freedom. Subsequently, Lin Mingxi approached Bai Mo. I will give you 100,000 yuan each month. All right, Bai Mo nodded in agreement. Money held little significance for him. The amount was inconsequential. Although he was puzzled as to why Lin Mingxi suddenly broached the topic. That evening, Bai Mo planned to visit the pharmacy. And the two little darlings seemed to sense it, clinging to him. After some thought, he concluded that their well-behaved, understanding, and adorable nature made it perfectly acceptable to bring them along. Upon arriving at the pharmaceutical factory, the general manager and several key personnel were already awaiting her presence. Upon noticing Bai Mo, they promptly began to speak. The owner, observing the twins cradled in Bai Mo's arms, was momentarily taken aback. Greetings, everyone. They are my daughters, Bai Mo announced. The general manager, eager to flatter, exclaimed, Welcome, little boss. The two sisters giggled shyly, burying their heads in their father's chest. Once everyone was seated, Bai Mo elaborated on the future direction of the pharmaceutical company. The general manager expressed his deep concerns, lamenting the lack of distinctive qualities in their products. Bai Mo declared, Starting tomorrow, Anxin Pharmaceuticals will officially be established. She then presented her handwritten characters for inscription, leaving the gathering in awe. Such beautiful calligraphy. They marveled. Even those unacquainted with its value were struck by its grandeur. With a sigh, the general manager remarked, Little boss, a name change does not guarantee a change in fortune. Our pharmaceutical technology is lacking. Many of our products are quite outdated and devoid of innovation. Competitors offer superior and more affordable alternatives, others chimed in. This is a new facial mask formula. Tomorrow, utilize the methods outlined to develop it. Our entire pharmaceutical enterprise hinges on its revival, Bai Mo asserted. The crowd exchanged glances, sensing a hint of cult-like fervor in her unwavering conviction. Rest assured, none of us desires the downfall of the pharmaceutical sector. Follow my guidance, and I shall return with the latest updates. Other matters can be managed by the general manager, Bai Mo stated confidently. The general manager, filled with a sense of trust, stood up energetically in response. I shall not betray the trust bestowed upon me by the little boss. Indeed, this is the formula. Do not disclose it, or face the consequences. Bai Mo warned, her gaze suddenly shifting, sending a chill through the assembly. One individual, glancing at the formula, beamed with excitement. Little boss. I specialize in research and possess some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. This formula is feasible. With this affirmation, the group's confidence surged, their enthusiasm ignited. There was no need to wait until tomorrow. After bidding Bai Mo farewell, this person immediately commenced research, eager to achieve mass production at the earliest opportunity. Upon returning to the villa, a small puppy awaited at the entrance, its eyes filled with reproach, seemingly lamenting being left behind. The two sisters, upon alighting from the vehicle, rushed to embrace it and engage in playful antics. Bai Mo found herself at leisure. Haha, it has gone viral, trending on social media. Amazing. Thank you, Bai Mo. Just as she entered the living room, a graceful figure lunged toward her, catching Bai Mo off guard as she was enveloped in a tight embrace. The two ample bosoms pressing against her, shaking incessantly. Bai Mo exclaimed, I'm nearly bleeding from my nose. What is happening? Am I being taken advantage of? Completely bewildered by Lin Mingxi's exuberance, she soon realized, as Lin Mingxi blushed deeply upon regaining her composure, that today she had recorded a song for the company, which had subsequently soared into the top 30 on a popular music platform. In just a single afternoon, Lin Mingxi's fame has ascended at least one tier. Congratulations, Bai Mo remarked with a smile. Although he was aware that the song was popular, he was genuinely surprised that the people here also adored it. To express my gratitude, I can fulfill one of your requests, Lin Mingxi stated. Given that Bai Mo had diligently taught her daughters to read and had composed songs for them, it was only reasonable to acknowledge his efforts. As she uttered these words, Lin Mingxi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What if Bai Mo were to make an outrageous request to share a bed? Should I acquiesce or refuse? Oh, how perplexing. Really? Bai Mo inquired. Well, my accountant in the pharmaceutical business has fled. Do you have someone trustworthy to recommend? Lin Mingxi thought, am I not attractive? How could he not cherish such a splendid opportunity? What is this man thinking? Would he not dare to voice any inappropriate requests? Perhaps I might just grit my teeth and agree. Truly a man lacking in romantic sensibility. What's wrong? Your face looks rather pale. Are you unwell? Bai Mo inquired with concern, gazing at Lin Mingxi. No, no, it's nothing. Lin Mingxi bit her lip and shot a glance at Bai Mo. I will arrange a professional accountant for you. You need not worry about any dishonesty. He is quite reliable. That is wonderful. Bai Mo felt an immediate sense of relief. His smile reminiscent of a child's. The thought of achieving success and soon obtaining a marriage certificate with Lin Mingxi filled him with motivation. Chapter 21. Morning stroll with the daughters. Moments later, two little cherubs entered, tugging at Bai Mo, imploring him to give them a bath. The bath was merely a pretext. Their true desire was to hear a fairy tale. How could Bai Mo refuse such adorable little ones? Unfortunately, the system offered no rewards for this. That night, in the master bedroom, Lin Mingxi lay in her nightgown, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep, her mind racing with thoughts. She realized she was beginning to care for Bai Mo. Oh, it seems Bai Mo harbors no feelings for her. Is he truly oblivious? Or perhaps he is simply blind. Such a stunning beauty before him. Yet he remains indifferent and does not propose sharing a bed? Could he have an inclination towards men? Or does he have feelings for someone else? Is it that Yang Qingming she had investigated? That woman is unworthy of Bai Mo. Lin Mingxi's thoughts spiraled, leaving her in a state of agitation. I am on the verge of falling for him. I must not dwell on this. Where has my composure gone? I need to sleep. Bai Mo was just about to turn off the light when he heard a commotion outside the door. Who is it? Upon hearing the noise, Lin Mingxi trembled, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. It's me. Bai Mo, are you asleep? Lin Mingxi pondered and ultimately decided to sneak a look, driven by an inexplicable urge to ascertain if there was something of significance. However, as she leaned, she inadvertently made a noise. Is that Lin Mingxi? As the night grew late, one couldn't help but wonder why she had come over. Did she perhaps wish to share a bed with me? When she broached the subject, should I acquiesce or decline? Oh, the internal conflict. Bai Mo cracked the door open slightly, peering out with an expectant gaze as she inquired, Are you ready? Is there something you need? Lin Mingxi's cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, I just wanted to ask how things are going with the pharmaceutical company. Do you need any assistance? I've heard that the factory is experiencing losses. Without funding, surviving the next month will be a challenge. Fortunately, Bai Mo quickly conjured an excuse, averting any potential awkwardness. What business did a woman have at a man's door in the dead of night? Bai Mo mused, perhaps I am overthinking this. The corridor was brightly lit, and Lin Mingxi, clad in a delicate nightgown, appeared almost as though she were not wearing any pants, revealing her long, alluring legs. With a neckline that plunged low, exposing a breathtaking expanse of skin, Bai Mo swallowed hard, hastily diverting his gaze, adhering to the principle of see no evil, and striving to suppress his youthful desires. There's no need for concern. The pharmaceutical business is doing quite well. With the 4 million from selling gold, Anshin Pharmaceuticals can swiftly turn a profit, provided Bai Mo's facial mask is launched successfully. Oh, Lin Mingxi replied, her words trailing off, aware that Bai Mo was merely putting on a brave front, unwilling to admit his predicament. Then let us retire for the night. With a sigh of relief, she turned and returned to her room. Bai Mo stood there, perplexed. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxi, back in her room, blushed deeply and glanced down, realizing she had inadvertently revealed more than intended. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Bai Mo remained in slumber, unaware of the movements beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Xianxia had come over to sleep with him. Papa, she murmured, rubbing her eyes sleepily and yawning. The door stood ajar. Did this child possess a key? As he tapped his forehead in recollection, Bai Mo remembered that in the early hours of the previous night, he had heard a knock at the door. Sleepily, he had opened it to find his daughter, Xianxia, standing there. Moreover, he had received a system reward for soothing her back to sleep. The reward amounted to a generous 100 daddy points. Having done nothing but let her in for a nap, he had earned these points. It's still early, go back to sleep. Good night, Papa, she mumbled, still half asleep, mistaking it for night once more. The system chimed. The foundation of a day lies in the morning. Please arrange for your daughter to take a walk with you now to earn random daddy points and a chance for a lottery draw. Considering the enticing rewards, Bai Mo shook Qian gently. Time to wake up, sweetheart. Is it almost dawn? She asked, vigorously rubbing her eyes. It has been light for quite some time, Bai Mo replied, as he scooped her up and carried her to the bathroom to begin her morning routine. The little one, just like that. Having initially awakened at 7:30, after spending the night with his father, he ended up getting up at 6:30, still grumpy, as if he might fall asleep again at any moment. Downstairs, the housekeeper exclaimed, Young master, Up so early? Breakfast has yet to be prepared. Upon seeing Bai Mo carrying the child downstairs, her face was filled with astonishment. We are going for a run. You all carry on with your tasks. Bai Mo replied politely, before leading Xianxia outside. The housekeeper smiled in response, musing to herself. Miss just went out for a run. And now the young master as well. Why didn't they coordinate to go together? Daddy, isn't Chi having breakfast and drinking milk? The little one looked around, bewildered. Where am I? What am I doing? Sweetheart, we'll have breakfast when we return. Just follow behind Daddy, Bai Mo encouraged, picking up his pace. He was accustomed to exercising regularly, especially after mastering extraordinary martial arts. Running had become second nature to him. The little one, inspired, attempted to mimic Bai Mo's jog. Panting heavily. 3 minutes later, the child halted, fidgeting, taking one step and squatting for several seconds. Daddy, I'm tired. Bai Mo reassured him. We're almost home. Shall we walk slowly? Daddy will hold your hand. Once we're back, I'll make you some milk. Bai Mo coaxed gently, feeling a pang of sympathy for the child, but also joy at taking his daughter out for her first run to strengthen her body. All right. The little one perked up at the mention of food, deciding to persevere a little longer. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind, and suddenly, a graceful figure ran past Bai Mo, only to twist her ankle. Ouch! The beautiful woman crouched down, rubbing her foot. Xianxia, in her sweet voice, asked, Daddy, what happened to her? Shall we go check? Bai Mo took the child's hand and approached, discovering a stranger, strikingly beautiful. One could not help but notice that the children of the affluent in Xianxia Bay often possessed fair skin and lovely features. Xian, suppressing her pain, looked up to find a charming little girl, resembling a porcelain doll, whom she recognized from the villa in Block 8. Only then did she notice Bai Mo, who was well-built and strikingly handsome, with a radiant smile. You've twisted your ankle. Don't move around. Let me help you, Bai Mo said, immediately crouching down. Xian was taken aback as her sneaker was swiftly removed, and her foot was grasped gently yet firmly. What are you doing? She managed to ask just as a cracking sound was heard. There, all better now. Lucky for you to have encountered me, Bai Mo said with a slight smile. Xian, who had been in excruciating pain moments ago, now found her foot moving freely, her face awash with astonishment. How did you do that? Chapter 22. This water is quite pleasant, a bit sweet. Apply some medicinal liquor for the next few days and avoid vigorous exercise, especially running, as it may lead to swelling, Bai Mo advised. Following the sprain, swelling in the ankle would typically manifest about an hour later. It was not a significant issue, as one could still walk normally. Had it not been for Bai Mo, Xian might have found even the journey home a challenge. Thank you, Xian said shyly. Her cheeks flushed, the memory of being held by a stranger lingering in her mind. Is this your daughter? Xian inquired, looking at the adorable baby before her. Indeed, Bai Mo replied. Hello, Auntie. Xianxia shyly lowered her head. Truly adorable. What is her name? Xian gently pinched the child's rosy cheeks. We call her Xianxia. Such a good girl, Xian remarked, standing up and taking a couple of steps to adjust herself before addressing Bai Mo. Hello, I am Xian. It is a pleasure to meet you. What is your name? Bai Mo, true to your name. May I invite you to dinner as a token of my gratitude? Just a small favor, no need for formality. Oh, Xian maintained a neutral expression. As they walked back, they engaged in pleasant conversation and Xian discovered that her home was in Villa 12, which made them neighbors. Throughout their dialogue, Xian developed a favorable impression of Bai Mo. He was warm-hearted and handsome, and she had a particular fondness for Xianxia. Xianxia, your hairstyle is lovely. Did your mother do it for you? Xian asked, assuming that only a mother could possess such skill. No. Xianxia shook her little head vigorously. It was Daddy. Daddy? Xian looked at Bai Mo in surprise. Could a man be so attentive? It was rather unexpected. Upon returning to the villa, Xian bid farewell to Xianxia. You seem to have quite the enjoyable conversation, Lin Mingxi teased, waiting for her at the door. I met a neighbor on the way, and we chatted for a bit, Bai Mo responded with a smile. Is she beautiful? Yes, Bai Mo instinctively answered, sensing a sudden chill in the air. Has the weather turned colder? He failed to notice Lin Mingxi's expression, as she had already taken their daughter in her arms and moved away. Realizing something was amiss, Bai Mo awkwardly chuckled and called out, Ahem. She cannot compare to my wife. However, Lin Mingxi paid him no mind. Bai Mo touched his nose, and at that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for taking your daughter for a walk. You have earned 50 daddy points and 1 lottery draw. Would you like to draw? Yes, Mo replied. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained beginner driving skills. Mo thought, beginner? What use is that? Ding. The system has detected that the host has already autonomously acquired beginner driving skills. Therefore, this reward has been upgraded to intermediate driving skills. Now that is more like it. At least it has some utility. With the fusion of intermediate driving skills, Mo feels that his automotive prowess has increased exponentially. System panel, host, novice father Mo father points, 300 items. Binding talisman X2, approximately 1 ton of gold, facial mask formula, miraculous mineral water. Skills, divine eyes. Master level combat technique, advanced culinary arts, bagua palm, incredible strength, talent for singing, calligraphy master, photographic memory, intermediate medical skills, grandmaster level piano, intermediate driving skills. Pet, rural dog upon entering the dining hall, and is already having breakfast, clutching a milk bottle, gazing at Mo with a look of deep sorrow, as if on the verge of tears, evoking a sense of pity. Cough, cough. Anin, we are not going to play. Upon hearing this, An's expression lightened somewhat. No, we are going to play. Xianxia scratches her head. Tomorrow, Daddy will take you. Upon hearing this, the last trace of grievance in An's heart dissipates. Daddy truly loves me. Xianxia will also go. Mo adds. Beside him, Xianxia's body shudders, and she quickly shakes her head. No, I won't go. Waking at 6:30? Trying to trick me into running. I won't go. Daddy, my sister wants to go. I will. Having never experienced the agony of running, Anan still believes it to be a delightful affair, smiling blissfully as if discovering a treasure. Mo chuckles. Throughout the entire exchange, Lin Mingxi remains silent, not uttering a single word to him. That Mingxi? I don't wish to speak. My throat is uncomfortable. Mo's lips twitch, realizing she is jealous. He feels a surge of delight. Lin Mingxi's jealous demeanor is truly adorable. Mama, are you unwell? Daddy can give you an injection, Anan suggests. Instantly, Lin Mingxi's face flushes. That sounds rather awkward. Drink your milk. Why are you so chatty? Lin Mingxi shoots in a glance. The child scratches her head, perplexed. Isn't it so? My daddy is a doctor. He can give injections. At 8:30, Lin Mingxi departs for work, while Mo stays home to care for the children. Today is the end of the month, coinciding with a Sunday. The villa's servants are on holiday, leaving only Aunt Wang, the housekeeper. Ding dong. The doorbell rings. Aunt Wang, upon checking the monitor, sees that one visitor is Wang Dachu, while the other remains unknown to her. Wang Dachu is the eldest son of the Wang family, and as a servant, Aunt Wang dares not impede him. The other, claiming to be a doctor from the hospital, greets her. Hello, beautiful. I have come to visit Mo. Could you kindly inform him? Dr. Lu's salutation instantly causes Aunt Wang's heart to flutter, her cheeks flushing. A visit to the son-in-law? He must surely be a friend of the son-in-law. I must not be negligent. With a smile, she replies, the young master is inside. Please come in. Meanwhile, Wang Dachu wears a gloomy expression. Bah, that's shameless Mo. Marriage has yet to be formalized, yet one allows the servant to address him as son-in-law. Where is the dignity in that? Yesterday, he investigated Mo. They are not wed, thus he still has a chance. Master Lin regards him as a prospective son-in-law, far superior to Mo. Today, taking advantage of Lin Mingxi's work commitments, he intentionally visited to meet Mo. Wang Dachu scoffed, striding confidently towards the villa. Dr. Lu, believing Wang Dachu to be yet another guest, followed him to the sofa. Aunt Wang remarked, please wait a moment, I shall fetch the son-in-law. He was just in the living room, but now his whereabouts are unknown. Much obliged. Dr. Lu nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Aunt Wang departed, 2 little ones scampered out, gazing at the 2 adults in the living room. Hi, Anan, Xianxia, come here and greet Wang Daddy. Wang Dachu greeted them with a broad smile. Naughty boy. The 2 little ones rolled their eyes. Wang Dachu, unfazed, glanced at the steaming hot water on the table. Is there any cool water? This hot water is too scalding to drink. Dr. Lu replied, I too desire cool water. Anan, do you have any? Please bring a cup. Yes, just a moment. The 2 sisters clumsily took their cups, wobbling as they went to fetch the water. Observing the cool water they brought, Wang Dachu savored it with delight. Quite good. Indeed, this water is sweet and refreshing, he remarked, relishing every sip. Chapter 23. How much must one pay for you to depart? From Lin Mingxi. Doctor. Lu glanced at the water in the cup. After taking a small sip and savoring it, he mused, "This water? It is rather ordinary, though it does possess a hint of flavor reminiscent of tap water. What do you know? The water I consume surpasses the salt you ingest by far." Wang Dachu retorted, rolling his eyes in jest. Dr. Lu inquired, "Do you drink this often?" "Naturally. I have been here numerous times, always drinking this water. It possesses this very flavor," Wang Dachu replied with a proud grin. And then was taken aback. "You drink this every time? Then I must not have poured it incorrectly." Dr. Lu teased, "Naughty boy, do you want more?" Anan scratched her head in inquiry. "Hee, then I shall have another cup," Wang Dachu nodded, feeling a surge of satisfaction in directing the two little ones. Subsequently, the sisters reluctantly headed back to the washroom to fetch more water. "Is that water really that delicious?" Xianxia asked in her sweet, childish voice. "I don't know," and then shook her head, gazing into the toilet bowl, lost in thought. The water from other places is beyond their reach. Only here can it be contained. In the living room, Aunt Wang returned, saying, "Thank you for your patience. The son-in-law shall arrive shortly." "Oh, why is there an extra cup of water?" Noticing the water in front of Dr. Lu, which she did not pour herself, Aunt Wang expressed her curiosity. "That was poured for us by the two little ones. They are quite adorable and well-behaved," Dr. Lu responded. Wang Dachu's demeanor was as indifferent as someone who was owed a debt. "What about them? I shall go and investigate," she remarked. The more Wang Ai pondered the situation, the more uneasy she felt. How could they be pouring water? Wasn't that simply troublesome? Dr. Lu cast a glance at Wang Ai's expression, then at the water, and finally looked into the distance. "This is not good." Dr. Lu rose and followed Wang Ai, while the curious Wang Dachu trailed behind them. The three of them arrived at the restroom, where Anan was busy filling the toilet tank with water, and Xianxia was watching beside her. Dr. Lu exclaimed, "What on earth?" Following this, Wang Dachu felt a wave of nausea, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts of despair. Wang Ai approached and picked up Anan, saying, "This water cannot be used for guests." "Oh," Anan replied. Meanwhile, Xianxia, in her sweet voice, chimed in, "Aunt Wang, the bad uncle said it tastes really good." Dr. Lu rushed to the toilet, gagging violently. "This is a calamity. I sensed something was amiss while drinking. The taste was peculiar. Now I realize it was from the toilet. No wonder it was so sweet." Returning to the living room, Dr. Lu's complexion was ashen. Wang Dachu was still outside trying to compose herself. The two little ones sat quietly beside them. Biamo descended the stairs leisurely. "Daddy!" they exclaimed, as if they had found their center of gravity, and clung to Biamo's legs. Biamo settled onto the sofa, cradling the two children. "Dr. Lu?" he inquired. "Ah, Senior Bai," Dr. Lu responded, seemingly lost in thought, distracted. "May I ask what brings you here?" Biamo questioned. "The hospital has extended an invitation for you to join us, with a monthly salary of 100,000. It would be a nominal position. May I know your thoughts on this?" Dr. Lu stated directly. "I must decline," Biamo replied, shaking his head. "There are no free lunches in this world. A position without obligations? And a generous salary of 100,000 a month? It surely cannot be that simple. Senior Bai, is it that the conditions we offered do not meet your expectations? We can certainly discuss it further," Dr. Lu urged, now growing anxious. Just as Biamo was about to respond, Wang Dachu entered from outside, her face equally pale, glaring at Biamo with indignation. "You, Bai, have the audacity to let your daughter serve us toilet water. Your intentions are truly despicable," Wang Dachu scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at Biamo. Biamo was nearly overcome with laughter. "Is that really the case? Wang Ai, what just transpired?" He glanced at Dr. Lu, then at the furious Wang Dachu. Wang Ai's lips twitched as she recounted the incident. It is no wonder the two little princesses are confused. They are so young and have been asked to fetch water. They hardly understand, she explained. The two little ones fell silent, feeling guilty for their misdeed and awaiting their father's reprimand, while simultaneously feeling wronged. Not knowing that the water was unsuitable for others, Biamo gently ruffled their hair and said, "A father should not blame his daughters. I apologize on their behalf. I am truly sorry." Dr. Lu could only helplessly say, "It's no matter. The child is still young, and the fault does not lie with her." On the contrary, Wangda was utterly enraged. Was there truly no recourse? One couldn't possibly hold two children accountable, could they? Dr. Lu, with a profound sense of righteousness, bore no resentment, while Biamo was acutely aware of her shortcomings. "How about this? I shall agree to take on the hospital signboard." "Splendid. On behalf of the hospital, I warmly welcome Senior Bai," Dr. Lu exclaimed, her face brightening with a smile that dispelled the earlier gloom. After a brief exchange, she took her leave to report back. The task assigned by Dean Li had been successfully accomplished, a significant achievement. In the living room remained Wang, the young Master Wang. You did not come all this way merely to have my daughter drink toilet water, did you? Wang De retorted, is it murder and heartache? At this moment, Bai Mo felt a profound hatred for Wang De Bai. I know your motives are financial. Name your price. How much would it take for you to leave Lin Mingxi? 1 billion. Wang De nearly spat blood. You are not playing by the rules. Where would I find such a sum? If you lack the funds, then begone. Cease pretending to be affluent. Let the fortune seeker escort you out. Bai Mo commanded. Wang Ai stood there, her face a canvas of confusion. Who is fortune seeker? Fortune seeker, Bai Mo replied, his gaze fixated on the small puppy sprawled on the floor. The little pup shivered as if sensing a threat to its life, immediately baring its teeth in response. Woof. Bai, do not be so arrogant. You escaped punishment last time. But next time may be different. Wang De recalled reports from his subordinates. The pharmaceutical endeavor had faltered, and the incompetent Huang Mao had proven unworthy. Now, he found himself retreating before a mere dog. It was evident that this small creature, though diminutive, possessed a fierce temperament. One could only wonder if it had been vaccinated, as being bitten would be quite humiliating. Woof woof. The little puppy chased Wang De out the door, gnawing at his trousers until they were in tatters. Even from a distance, his cries of distress echoed. Huh. The two little ones watched this spectacle, unable to contain their laughter. Bai Mo said, Anin, Xianxia. You must not be so impolite in the future. Regardless of who it is, one must not serve them dirty water. However, serving someone like Wang De does not count. Daddy, we understand our mistake. The two little ones nodded, their pitiful expressions evoking sympathy. Now, that is the mark of good children. Let us have a nap. Time passed, and suddenly Bai Mo heard a chime in his mind. Task issued. Anin desires ice cream. Please arrange for the host promptly. Random reward, daddy points. Bai Mo was momentarily taken aback. Weren't they supposed to be asleep? Upstairs, he gently opened the door to find the two sisters nestled together in slumber. However, Anin was drooling, undoubtedly dreaming of ice cream. Bai Mo felt a tinge of exasperation. Descending the stairs, he entered the kitchen to begin preparing ice cream. Possessing culinary skills that rival those of a five-star chef, one can effortlessly create ice cream at home. Chapter 24, Serendipity. Bai Mo poured the milk into a pot and brought it to a boil. Then, he added an abundance of marshmallows, heating them gently while stirring until well combined. The ingredients were remarkably simple. Once cooked, he poured the mixture into molds and placed them in the freezer for a quick 2-hour chill. The ice cream was ready. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the two little darlings awoke from their slumber, playfully kicking their feet while lying in bed, thoroughly enjoying themselves. How delightful it would be to indulge in ice cream. Anin licked her lips, reminiscing about her dream where she had achieved ice cream freedom. Ice cream? Speaking of food, Xianxia couldn't help but drool, her craving ignited. They hurried downstairs, and upon spotting Bai Mo, the two sisters rushed over. What is the matter? Bai Mo inquired. Daddy, I want to eat ice cream, Anin exclaimed. Me too. Xianxia chimed in, her pristine, gem-like eyes fixated on Bai Mo. Without uttering a word, Bai Mo rose and headed to the kitchen, leaving the sisters feeling a bit disheartened. When he returned, he held a bowl topped with a layer of creamy white goodness. Almost ready, he smiled, retrieving a spoon and scooping out small ice cream balls. Wow! The sight left them in awe. It was indeed ice cream. Let us taste the ice cream made by Daddy. Anin took a bite, her mouth adorned with ice cream drippings, a rich milky flavor enveloping her senses. Wow, this is truly ice cream. It tastes just like the ones from outside. Anan's eyes widened in amazement. Daddy can make ice cream? Haha, Daddy loves me so much. The two little darlings laughed joyfully, their happiness stemming from the simple delight of enjoying ice cream. Little did they know, after a short nap, their sweet dreams had come true. Bai Mo felt a wet sensation on his cheek. It turned out to be an and Xianxia stealing a kiss, leaving traces of ice cream behind. These little rascals, with their faces smeared in sweetness. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations, host. You have earned 100 daddy points. Current daddy points, 400. You are nearing 500 daddy points, which can be exchanged for advanced medical skills. Tomorrow marked the day he had arranged with Dr. LV to visit the hospital for pediatric treatment. The first task in his mission was to save children, with 3 days remaining. That evening, Bai Mo planned to showcase his culinary prowess. aiming to astonish the two little darlings and Lin Mingxi. He was confident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the system would reward him with additional daddy points. Ding! The hostess status has risen in his daughter's eyes, earning an additional 100 daddy points. What is happening? What is going on? Biamo pondered. Why was the system being so generous? This was certainly out of the ordinary. Unable to decipher the situation, he decided to exchange for advanced medical skills without further ado. As the system deducted 500 points from the paternal reserve, Biamo's mind expanded with an abundance of medical knowledge, including some unconventional acupuncture techniques not belonging to this world. Host, Novice Father Biamo paternal points, 0 items. Binding Talismans X2, approximately 1 ton of gold, facial mask formula, miraculous mineral water. Skills, Divine Eye, Supreme Combat Skills. Advanced Culinary Arts, Bagua Palm, Immense Strength, Singing Talent, Master Calligraphy, Photographic Memory, Advanced Medicine, Master Level Piano, Intermediate Driving Skills. Pet, Rural Dog Task List. Task 1. Detecting the anticipation of the eldest daughter, save the children infected by the influenza virus in the hospital, to be completed within 7 days. Task 2. Detecting the host's underestimation. Accomplish a notable feat to impress Lin Jianwang and become the ideal son-in-law in his eyes. At a little past 4 o'clock, an unfamiliar phone call rang on the table, and the doorbell echoed incessantly. At that moment, Biamo was in the garden, attentively accompanying his 2 children. Oblivious to the commotion, Aunt Wang went to answer the door, revealing an elderly gentleman with a smile. "Hello, sir. Good day. I wonder if the Divine Doctor is home." "Bai? Divine Doctor? You must have the wrong person. My son-in-law's surname is Bai, but he is no Divine Doctor." "I apologize, but you have come to the wrong place. The person you seek is not here," Aunt Wang declined. This left Elder Chun looking bewildered. The bodyguards who followed were equally astonished. It was the first time their former leader faced a closed door. "Sir, our investigation was accurate. This is indeed his residence. What should we do now? Time is of the essence. Is he deliberately making it difficult for you, sir? Should we force our way in?" Elder Chin's expression darkened as he shot a glare at the few behind him. "Silence. Do not be rude. The Divine Doctor is not someone you can casually speculate about. We shall wait here." The others dared not speak further. To be turned away and left waiting at a door was a novel experience for them. In the living room, Biamo's phone continued to ring incessantly. "Daddy, look. There's a bee. Buzz, buzz, fly, fly." Xianxia chased after a bee, darting back and forth. "Haha, Daddy, look at what happened to little Bai's mouth." And then gaped, pointing at the little puppy on the ground. At that moment, the little puppy appeared dejected, lying on the floor with a forlorn expression. As Biamo approached, his lips twitched in amusement. "Wong Kai, woof." Seeing the puppy's swollen mouth, Biamo struggled to suppress his laughter. "Daddy, what's wrong with it? Just a little greedy, I suppose." The puppy must have stumbled upon a beehive and faced the consequences. Xianxian scratched her head. "No, the bee chased me." And little Bai fought with the bee. Glancing at the flower bed nearby, Biamo suddenly understood. Xian had been playing there earlier, and the little puppy had bravely defended its young owner from harm. Draw all fire. To validate his conjecture, Biamo approached and indeed discovered a beehive nestled within the flowers, with more than 100 bees, an impressive sight. "With this revelation, it seems I have wronged you." Biamo crouched down and extracted a silver needle, tending to the little puppy's ailment. If left untreated, this silly creature would likely go hungry tonight, unable to consume any bones. Subsequently, Biamo took the 2 little ones with him and instructed Aunt Wang to send someone to remove the beehive. Upon returning to the living room, Biamo finally noticed his phone, which was inundated with missed calls, primarily from Lin Mingxi. "Why is this woman so eager to reach me? Has she obtained the household registration book? Perhaps she intended to handle the matter before the Civil Affairs Bureau closed for the day? Hello, my dear wife, is everything settled? Why did it take you so long to answer? It's urgent. Xiaoya's son's virus has suddenly mutated. You need to rush to the hospital." With Biamo untraceable, everyone was in a state of panic, their phones nearly bursting from incessant calls. Even old Chun came personally to plead for his assistance. But through a twist of fate, he was turned away at the door, devoid of any temper. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Biamo ended the call, crouching down to embrace the 2 children. "Anin, Xianxian, Daddy has to step out for a moment. You must be good and stay at home while waiting for Daddy's return." The 2 little ones stared blankly, their spirits instantly dampened. "Daddy, I want to go too." "Be obedient and wait at home for Daddy." The hospital is not a place for just anyone to visit, and there's no one to look after you there. Chapter 25. Make way. Dr. Bai has arrived. Mo turned his head away, unwilling to meet their pitiful gazes. Daddy, the two little ones began to cry. A heart-wrenching sound that felt devastating, as if Mo were abandoning them. What he thought would be a minor fuss turned into a full-blown 5-minute wail, prompting Aunt Wang to rush over, startled by the commotion. What is going on here? Aunt Wang was at a loss. All right, I'll take you with me. Mo, feeling helpless, realized that prolonging this situation was not a solution. The two little ones sniffled and blinked their tear-filled eyes, eagerly following their father. After stepping out in the Maybach, he noticed someone waiting outside. Old Chen, what brings you here? He halted the car, rolled down the window, and looked at Old Chen, confusion evident in his expression. Dr. Bai, I'm grateful to finally meet you. My grandson's condition has worsened. I implore you to lend your expertise. Old Chen trembled. Each minute spent waiting outside felt like an agonizing eternity for him. I am aware. I will head to the hospital immediately. Do not worry, I am here. With his advanced medical skills, Mo felt an overwhelming confidence enveloping him. He then pressed the accelerator to the floor, executing a magnificent drift before disappearing around the corner. The two little ones in the car clung to each other in fright, but soon they realized it was exhilarating. Chun and the others were momentarily taken aback. Hurry to the hospital, to the municipal hospital. At this moment, the doctors were in a flurry of activity, attempting to soothe the anxious families of patients while also managing the press outside. Dr. Liu had just returned and, without having the chance to report, was immediately summoned to attend to a patient. In the ward, Xianxia was in a state of frantic anxiety. Her son had already been taken into the emergency room, and there was no news. She awaited the arrival of the only person capable of saving her son, Mo. A call had already been placed to Lin Mingxi. All that remained was to wait. A moment later, upon Mo's arrival at the hospital, a sensation was sparked. Dr. Bai is here. Dr. Bai is here. The entire medical staff was filled with joy. Mo was regarded as the hospital's beacon of hope. His youthful charm and exceptional medical skills were well known. Moreover, it was rumored that he would soon become a distinguished professor at the hospital, a national treasure of sorts. Mo was genuinely startled by the enthusiastic reception from the medical personnel. Two little ones clung tightly to their father's neck, cautiously and shyly surveying the crowd around them. Senior Liu, I implore you, Dr. Liu said, lead the way. Under Dr. Liu's guidance, Mo arrived at the pediatric ward, where several children lay in a deep coma. The situation truly dire, which explained the commotion. Upon seeing Mo, Xianxia immediately implored him, Mr. Bai, you must save my son. He is still in the operating room. Creak. The door to the emergency room swung open. A doctor emerged, his face etched with helplessness, pallid and devoid of color. It's over. Old Chen's grandson cannot be saved. The entire hospital will be affected. Xianxia rushed over, gripping the doctor's coat. What is the situation? How is my son? Shoo. Auntie, don't cry. The two little ones, unable to contain their emotions, began to sob. Mo gently ruffled the children's hair, offering them some comfort. The doctor remained silent. Everyone's heart was in their throats. Miss Xia, if you could kindly look after the children. I will go in and see if I can be of any assistance, Mo suggested, sensing something amiss as he handed the little one in his arms over to Xianxia. Dr. Bai, to the emergency room. Mo entered, assessing the situation with relief as he realized he had arrived in time. There was still hope for the child. He instructed the nearby nurses and assistants to continue the resuscitation efforts. There is hope. Do not give up. That is what Dr. Tang just said, Mo said, furrowing his brow. Follow my instructions and leave the rest to me. Understood, the nurses responded, not daring to delay as they resumed their critical work. Mo then took out a silver needle and deftly inserted it into the child's head. The revival needle was a potent technique that could stimulate the will to survive and activate latent resilience within the brain. With this method, the child could soon be saved. As anticipated, after a flurry of activity lasting half an hour, the child's condition stabilized. A collective sigh of relief swept through the emergency room, faces breaking into long-awaited smiles. Remarkable work, Dr. Bai, they exclaimed, applauding Mo for his extraordinary skill. During this urgent procedure, Mo had also discerned the treatment for the influenza virus, truly a testament to advanced medical expertise, clear and comprehensible. Outside, anxiety hung thick in the air. A relentless wait for those gathered, hospital experts, professors, the director, and the venerable Mr. Chun, who had rushed over. The doors to the emergency room swung open once more, and an expectant hush fell over the crowd. Bai Mo emerged, a smile gracing his lips. It can be treated. Those two simple words eased the tension in everyone's hearts. Dr. Tang, just stepping out, wore a look of disbelief. Had they truly saved the child? The director's laughter rang out. I told you, with Dr. Bai here, everything would be fine. Hearing from Dr. Liu about Bai Mo's appointment as a distinguished professor at the hospital, he lamented missing the opportunity to learn from such a prodigious talent. What a misfortune. He is indeed Dr. Bai, impressively young and skillful. We must exchange medical insights when possible. Experts gathered around, eager to flatter. Mr. Chun, your grandson is now out of danger. If all is well, I shall attend to the other children, Bai Mo stated, feeling uncomfortable amidst the accolades. After a brief exchange, he took his leave. The Chen family, overwhelmed with gratitude, rushed to the ward to see their child. Such a solitary figure, indeed a master, the crowd murmured. Bai Mo then made his rounds in the wards, applying silver needles to every child, with Dr. Liu trailing in awe. Having studied traditional Chinese medicine, he felt he had grasped a fraction of the technique. You have taken your first steps. It is a straightforward method capable of addressing this condition. I shall provide you with a prescription shortly. You will be entrusted with the care of these children moving forward. Bai Mo casually penned a prescription, handing it to Dr. Liu, offering thoughtful advice. Dr. Liu, nearly moved to tears, regarded the prescription as a treasure and promptly pledged his allegiance as a disciple. Following Bai Mo's departure from the hospital, the director convened a meeting to announce that the new influenza virus had been conquered, propelling Duan Hospital into the online spotlight. Dr. Bai's name became widely known. By 6 in the evening, Bai Mo returned home, utterly exhausted. Cradling two little bundles of joy, he collapsed onto his bed, drifting into slumber. Shoo, Daddy is asleep. The children continued to play nearby. Just then, Lin Mingxi returned, noticing Bai Mo's fatigue. Compassionately, she led the children to the first floor to watch television. She was astonished by his medical prowess. Whence had he acquired such skills? On the news, she had seen the announcement that the new influenza virus had been overcome, crediting a Dr. Bai, who had also been honored with the title of professor at Duan Hospital. Until this moment, her understanding of Bai Mo had been as blank as a sheet of paper. Chapter 26. To Bai Mo's surprise, he can cook. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, Bai Mo's mind was suddenly stirred by the cold voice of the system. Ding. Task of fulfilling the eldest daughter's expectations completed. Reward, 250 daddy points. This indicated that Bai Mo had successfully utilized his medical skills to heal the ailing children. The substantial reward was likely due to the system's first task announcement. Ding. Host has disrupted Xuantian's plans, earning 50 daddy points. Bai Mo furrowed his brow. Indeed, this was a man-made virus. Xiantian, who is this person? Why would they endanger the lives of so many innocent children? Bai Mo vowed deep within to eliminate this individual. To dare endanger An's life, as a father, he could not remain indifferent. Downstairs, the cook had taken the day off, leaving Aunt Wang to prepare the meals. While Lin Mingxi assisted in the kitchen, the two little ones peeked at Bai Mo, and upon realizing he was still asleep, they pouted and cautiously made their way downstairs to play with their toys. Moments later, the meal was ready. Anin, Xianxia, it's time to eat. The sisters glanced up at the stairs before rushing to the dining room, eagerly awaiting Lin Mingxi to serve the food. Hurry and eat. Lin Mingxi placed a small portion of vegetables on their plates. Where's Daddy? Xianxia pouted, refusing to pick up her utensils, swinging her legs in her chair with an expression that clearly conveyed her sentiment. If Daddy wasn't eating, then she wasn't hungry either. Your father is too tired. Let him rest a bit longer. Oh. At these words, the two children frowned, staring at the food before them, completely devoid of appetite. Mama, I don't want to eat. Please, just eat, Lin Mingxi urged gently. Wow, Mama is so fierce. All right, I won't be fierce with you. Can my little treasures eat now? Hom. But as soon as they took a bite, they spat it out, declaring it inedible. Lin Mingxi felt a flicker of irritation. Was it really necessary to be so picky just because the cook was absent? Aunt Wang also felt a bit embarrassed, having not cooked in a while. Her culinary skills had diminished, which explained the children's fastidiousness. Lin Mingxi tasted the food herself. Indeed, it was not as good as before, yet in the entire villa, Aunt Wang was the only one who could cook. Dinner was essential. Please eat your food. Lin Mingxi raised her voice slightly. The two sisters appeared close to tears. In that brief moment, Xianxia climbed down and dashed towards the stairs. Xianxia, come back. Lin Mingxi was exasperated. Not only were they refusing to eat, but they were also running around and ignoring her. Aunt Wang, keep an eye on An and don't let her cause any trouble. I'll go bring her back. Lin Mingxi felt a headache coming on. Without Mo at dinner, why were the two little ones proving to be so troublesome? Upstairs. Daddy, wow. Xian tumbled down, but quickly got back up. Just as she was about to open Mo's door, she was caught by Lin Mingxi, who had rushed after her. Why are you crying? You fell down but got back up. Mother raised her voice slightly. Now, be a good child and eat your meal. All right. I need to use the bathroom. Shoo, your father is sleeping. Don't make noise. Lin Mingxi felt overwhelmed. Rubbing her eyes. Xianxia wrapped her small arms around Lin Mingxi's neck, nestling in her embrace. What happened? Everything was fine. Why did you hit the child? She is only a little over 2 years old. Mo woke up at the sound of the child's cries and opened the door to see Xianxia with tear-stained cheeks. I need to use the bathroom. Xianxia's sense of grievance surged, reaching out her tiny arms for Mo to hold her. Lin Mingxi remarked, with a father around, she forgets her mother. I didn't hit her. She stumbled and fell when she ran over. Thankfully she is fine, Lin Mingxi said irritably. As she spoke, she began to check if the child was injured, clearly distressed. Mo took the child in his arms, gently ruffling her hair and kissing her. Be good. Have you eaten yet? My precious daughter, why are you so light? Xianxia shook her head. Lin Mingxi replied, they said the food isn't tasty. So they haven't eaten yet. Haha, it's the father's fault. I shouldn't have overslept. I had intended to take a short nap and then get up to cook, but I ended up sleeping for nearly 2 hours. You must be tired. Why not sleep a little longer? This afternoon at the hospital must be busy. It's all right. Using silver needles is indeed quite exhausting. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come home and collapsed into bed. Upon arriving downstairs, An ran down from her chair upon seeing Mo daddy. This scene made Lin Mingxi feel a twinge of jealousy. All right. Now that your father is here, can you eat your meal obediently? Aunt Wang, please bring him a bowl. Young master, please wait a moment. No need. You all wait here. I'll go to the kitchen to cook. They surely want to be picky eaters. Mo set down Xianxia and turned to head into the kitchen, opening the refrigerator to search for ingredients. Lin Mingxi paused briefly. Cooking? Did Mo just say he would cook? Can he actually prepare something edible? It wouldn't be some disastrous dish, would it? Daddy, can you? An shook her head and then resumed playing with her toys in the living room. Lin Mingxi said, will Xianxia eat? No. Lin Mingxi sat down. Then you two wait for your father to cook. I'm hungry and tired. Lin Mingxi began to eat. If tonight's dishes remain uneaten, they will be wasted tomorrow. Which is why Aunt Wang was also dining here. As for the two little ones, they should play as they please. In the kitchen, Mo was chopping vegetables with a skillful technique that suggested he had been in the kitchen for decades. With limited ingredients, he prepared only 2 dishes, spicy and sour shredded potatoes and stir-fried broccoli. Just as he was about to cook, Lin Mingxi entered, observing the dishes he was about to prepare, and shook her head lightly. A special reminder, your daughter is quite picky and doesn't eat vegetables, especially broccoli. As for the shredded potatoes, they do not enjoy spicy food, so your efforts tonight may be in vain. You aren't cooking for yourself, are you? Lin Mingxi remarked. They will surely like it and won't be picky. With her exceptional culinary skills, Mo was confident that the two little ones wouldn't be able to resist. Lin Mingxi shook her head and then stepped outside, returning to the living room to play on her phone. Meanwhile, Xianxia quietly tiptoed into the kitchen, wrapping her arms around Mo's legs and gazing up at him with her pristine, gem-like big eyes, filled with adoration for her father. Sweetheart, what is it? He asked. Daddy, is there any ice cream left? She licked her lips, casting furtive glances towards the doorway, vigilantly watching the outside, trying to keep her voice low. It was unclear whether she was on guard against Lin Mingxi or An. It was both amusing and perplexing. Mo chuckled, setting down the spatula to ruffle her hair gently. It's all gone, but wait for Daddy to prepare something delicious, all right? With a soft voice, Xianxia replied, okay. This child was not leaving. She stayed in the kitchen, watching Mo cook. Moments later, he heated oil in the pan, and the kitchen gradually filled with enticing aromas. Xianxia clapped her hands, exclaiming, it smells so good. Daddy, you are amazing. Upon hearing this, Mo beamed with joy. Outside, Lin Mingxi caught a whiff of the delicious scent and instinctively swallowed hard. Could it be that he truly could cook? It seemed he was doing quite well. It smells incredible. Daddy. In the midst of play, and then tossed her toy aside and dashed into the kitchen. Xianxian's eyes widened as she gazed at the dish on the counter, towering above her. She was drooling, reaching out to taste it. Xianxian, be careful, it's hot. Watching her adorable impatience, Mo couldn't help but chuckle. He picked up a piece of broccoli, blew on it gently, and then placed it in Xianxian's mouth. With a crisp sound, the delicious morsel was met with Xianxian's delighted exclamation, so tasty. Chapter 27. This man is truly charismatic. Mo smiled in satisfaction. Of course. Daddy's cooking is bound to be delicious, haha. Daddy. Anan stood nearby, her mouth agape, eagerly awaiting Mo to serve her a piece as well. All right. You shall have some too. Anan took a bite, not even registering what it was, yet it was undeniably delectable, even more so than meat. Go outside for now. The meal will be ready shortly, Mo chuckled. However, the two little ones remained rooted in place, watching Mo as he cooked, licking their lips in anticipation. One last dish remained, sour and spicy shredded potatoes. A few minutes later, the kitchen was enveloped in a rich aroma. The two little ones then made their way to the dining room, sitting on their chairs, eagerly awaiting their meal. Mo brought out the dishes, thoughtfully serving them each a portion of rice, and placing a fork in front of each. Dig in, he encouraged. Yum, so good, Xianxian exclaimed, her mouth full. Mumbling her praises, Daddy, you are a great hero. With a mouthful, she continued to extol the virtues of her father's cooking. Anan took a few bites of her meal and sweetly praised Mo. Previously, she had refused to eat broccoli, but now she devoured it with delight. In the distance, Lin Mingxi could no longer contain her curiosity. What was being cooked that smelled so divine? The children were not causing any commotion, despite the dishes being ones they typically disliked. Why were they not crying? As Lin Mingxi approached, she could hardly believe her eyes. Her daughter was earnestly enjoying her meal, displaying no signs of pickiness. She watched in astonishment as they consumed broccoli and even spicy food. Mommy, I'm eating, Anan chirped in her sweet voice. Lin Mingxi sat down, eyeing the dishes on the table, and found herself swallowing her saliva. Goodness, I just finished eating, yet you prepare such delectable food. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Lin Mingxi cast a resentful glance at Mo, who was entirely focused on caring for their daughters during the meal. No need. I've just eaten. However, watching her daughters eat made Lin Mingxi crave another helping. The little one flashed her pearly whites. If it's delicious, eat a bit more and grow strong. Mo encouraged with a smile. Two dishes, one large and one small, remained unfinished, with just a little left. Lin Mingxi swallowed again. Ultimately, she managed only a single taste. She truly wished to finish it, but her figure took precedence. As a result, Mo's culinary skills utterly astonished her. Just one bite awakened her taste buds. The dish rivaled that of a five-star chef. Gazing at the man before her, Lin Mingxi reaffirmed his enigmatic nature. He was simply too perfect. Her cheeks flushed, and she lightly bit her lip, glancing at Mo intentionally and unintentionally. Ding reward of 50 daddy points for personally cooking for the daughter. Ding detection of daughter's immense happiness, reward of 30 daddy points. What a delightful meal. And a bountiful harvest. Has the system finally ceased its tricks? Host, Novice Daddy Mo Daddy Points, 380. Items, Binding Talismans X2, approximately 1 ton of gold. Facial Mask Formula, Miraculous Mineral Water. Skills, Divine Eye, Master Level Combat Skills, Advanced Culinary Arts, Bagua Palm, Incredible Strength, Singing Talent, Calligraphy Mastery, Photographic Memory, Advanced Medicine, Master Level Piano. Intermediate Driving Skills. Pet, Rural Dog. Task, the host has been underestimated. Achieve great things to earn Lin Jinwang's respect and become the perfect son-in-law in his eyes. As Aunt Wang had concluded her shift, the task of clearing the dining table fell solely to Mo. Lin Mingxi stood at the kitchen door, observing Mo as he adeptly went about his work. Mo, with all your skills, why were you previously working at an advertising company? Setting aside everything else, your culinary talents would easily qualify you for a position as a hotel chef. I truly cannot comprehend. Lin Mingxi had previously researched Mo, discovering he had worked at an advertising company earning 5,000 to 6,000 a month. How could Mo explain this? How could he articulate that he had a system in his mind? Additionally, inform Lin Mingxi that he merely sought a mundane occupation at that time. Observing Mo's silence, Lin Mingxi continued, You possess the ability to compose music and practice medicine. Who, exactly, are you? Mo turned his gaze back, stating, I merely possess a rudimentary understanding. I have been intelligent since childhood. Lin Mingxi remarked, With such exceptional qualities, you ought not to lead an ordinary life. She gently bit her lip, her eyes fixed on Mo, whose demeanor was as tranquil as still water. I willingly embrace mediocrity after having a daughter. My sole desire is to infuse our daily lives with color, warmth, sunshine, and beauty. I cherish them. They are a divine gift bestowed upon me. Mo spoke from the heart, and when he spoke of his daughter, his eyes sparkled with starlight. Thank you for sacrificing your time for them, Linmingxi said. Her heart stirred. This man exuded an undeniable charm, making her hesitant to gaze too long. She fled, akin to a startled creature, fearing she might succumb further to his allure. Here comes the airplane, came the innocent voice of an aunt who held a toy airplane, circling around the kitchen. At that moment, Mo was finishing up in the kitchen and crouched down to embrace Anin. How did your shirt get torn? He inquired, noticing the hole in her top. The child, oblivious to the source of her predicament, chuckled awkwardly and scratched her head. Reflecting on his inadequacies as a father, Mo felt a surge of guilt. He had never bought clothes for his daughter. Father will buy you clothes and take you shopping. How does that sound? Great. You're the best, Daddy, Anin exclaimed, her joy evident as she planted 3 kisses on Mo's cheek before relenting. Let us take a bath. After that, we shall go out. Hom. Just as Linmingxi was about to practice her dance, she recalled that Mo intended to take them shopping. It had been ages since she had accompanied them. Tonight would be a wonderful opportunity for family bonding, a first of its kind. In her room, Linmingxi pondered over her outfit. Casual, too understated. Professional attire, too formal. Ultimately, she settled on a pair of jeans paired with a crisp white shirt. Stepping out of her room, she entered her daughter's small bedroom, where Mo was skillfully styling their hair. Upon noticing Linmingxi at the door, Mo was momentarily captivated by her appearance in fitted jeans and a white shirt. She was truly stunning. Beautiful, he thought, momentarily entranced. Linmingxi smiled, her lips curling into a playful grin. Daddy, are you almost done? Just a moment longer, Mo replied, still lost in admiration. Tonight, Linmingxi was breathtaking, her long legs aligning perfectly with his aesthetic. After a brief while, they were finally ready to leave, the 2 little ones' hair done beautifully. Linmingxi took the wheel, while Mo settled into the back seat with the children. Mama, let Daddy drive. Not long after their departure, Anin pouted in disdain, disapproving of Linmingxi's slow driving. Having experienced Mo's drifting, the child now seemed to crave the exhilarating sensation once more. Forget it, your father is a novice. I prefer to drive safely. When Daddy drives, we zoom off in a flash, Xianxia described Mo's drifting prowess. Chapter 28. Trouble comes knocking. You used to love my driving. Linmingxi rolled her eyes. Anin chimed in, Mama, Daddy drives super fast. Xianxia exaggeratedly puffed her cheeks and blew air forward. Almost there. We'll soon reach the bustling commercial district. Please sit quietly. All right then, the 2 little ones pouted. Mo affectionately patted their heads, their fine, soft hair delightful to touch, especially with their golden locks at such a tender age. Upon arriving at the commercial street, the throngs of people and the bustling traffic greeted them. Linmingxi deftly maneuvered into the underground parking lot, and they soon emerged into the heart of the shopping center. So many people. Indeed, the sisters exclaimed, eyes wide with wonder. Linmingxi lifted Xianxian. Mo, Anin, come here, it's crowded. Okay. The family of 4 naturally divided the tasks this way, and Mo had no objections. Arriving at the children's section, they found a myriad of clothing displayed enticingly. Linmingxi glanced at the offerings and promptly shook her head in disapproval. She would not purchase ordinary fabric for her children. Mama, look at all these beautiful clothes. Xianxian exclaimed excitedly, her eyes darting around. Mo chose not to comment and followed Linmingxi to the 3rd floor of the mall, where the foot traffic was lighter and more upscale brands were present. Let us check out this store, Linmingxi suggested, selecting a shop with appealing styles and picking up a few pieces for inspection. Mama, this isn't nice. The previous one was much better, Anin declared. Nonsense. Linmingxi retorted, disregarding her opinion. Don't worry, Daddy will buy what you like. We won't purchase what you don't want, Mo smiled, knowing it was essential to choose clothes that suited their tastes. Daddy, come here. Anin tugged at Mo, having spotted something. Mingxi, I'll take a look over there. Anin has run off, but I'll find her shortly. Go ahead, Linmingxi replied, still focused on selecting clothes for Xianxian. The child was well-behaved and wore a cheerful expression. In a nearby clothing store, a staff member noticed a little one running in, just as she was about to inquire. She caught sight of the tall and handsome by Mo entering. Her cheeks flushed crimson. "Hello, sir. Feel free to browse and choose whatever you like." "All right." Anin paused before a pink dress. Her lips pursed in anticipation as she gazed up at Mo. "Please take it down. My daughter has taken a liking to this one," Mo remarked. "Certainly," the attendant replied. "Your daughter has exquisite taste. This is a newly arrived style. And there is only one piece in the entire city, a unique design." "Daddy, it's beautiful," Anin chimed in with her sweet, innocent voice, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the dress she had chosen. "Of course it is, for it was selected by my daughter," Mo chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek. As he dressed her in the gown, the result was delightful. It fit perfectly and complemented her well. One must admit, the child has a discerning eye. It seems tailor-made for her. She looks absolutely enchanting. Like a little princess, the attendant praised. Although Mo knew she was embellishing, he relished the compliment. "Look at this child," her smile stretching from ear to ear, modestly lowering her head in bashfulness. "I'll take it," Mo stated calmly. "Very well, sir. This dress is priced at 8,000, but with a 20% discount, it comes to 6,400. The attendant responded cheerfully. "Goodness, this dress is rather expensive," Mo exclaimed. However, seeing in Anne's delight, he refrained from voicing any objections. "All right." When it came time to pay, Mo handed over 6,004 from his modest savings of 20,000. "We look forward to your next visit, sir. Please take care." Exiting with the cherished garment, Anin happily declared in her babyish tone, "Daddy loves me the most." Meanwhile, Lin Mingxi had also made her purchase, and her companion, Xianxia, wore a beaming smile. "Did you buy something?" Upon seeing and in carrying her bag, Lin Mingxi couldn't help but roll her eyes at Mo. "She's so small. Are you really letting her carry that?" Mo replied awkwardly. "Isn't it what she wanted to do?" "Yes, Daddy bought it, so I'll carry it." Anin asserted with a proud demeanor, showing no signs of fatigue. "Well, as long as she enjoys it, let us explore other stores." Lin Mingxi was decisive when it came to shopping. If she fancied something, regardless of the price, she would purchase it, often acquiring more than one item. Just in the previous store, she had bought no fewer than 3 garments for Xianxia. Since Anin was not present, she casually selected 2 pieces for herself. Due to their twin nature, they often competed for each other's belongings, necessitating clear distinctions for their personal items. Mo took a brief detour to the restroom, while Lin Mingxi continued to guide the children. At the next shop, as Anin and Xianxia entered, they were met with reprimands. "Where are your adults? Do you have no sense of decorum? Don't touch anything until you know if you're buying." The 2 little princesses pouted and, upon hearing the scolding, hurriedly exited the store. Lin Mingxi frowned. The attendant's loud reprimand was audible to anyone nearby, and she found it intolerable. Upon looking up, she realized this store was one she had frequented in the past. In her memory, she had spent no less than 100,000 here, perhaps even 80 or 90,000. Lin Mingxi took the 2 children back inside. "Where is your boss? Are you looking for my boss?" A polite staff member responded, her tone markedly different from before. It was evident that the person who had spoken earlier was not her, but rather a female customer in the store. The woman, in her 40s and adorned with fine jewelry, was perusing clothing, while a small boy nearby mischievously made faces at 2 infants, appearing quite bothersome. Upon noticing Lin Mingxi and her companions enter, a flicker of jealousy crossed the woman's eyes, her appearance reminiscent of a seductress. Surely, she was a mistress. The 2 young girls beside her, with hands soiled, must have just sullied the garments they touched. The woman displayed a clear disdain, slightly furrowing her brow as Mo approached and said, "I demand that you apologize to my daughters immediately. Your recent behavior frightened them." "What apology? I don't comprehend what you are saying," the woman retorted rudely, her tone brimming with arrogance. Lin Mingxi felt an increased discomfort. "Staff, I wish to buy this entire store. Please escort this lady out." The woman laughed derisively. "And who are you to make such demands? You think you can just take over?" Observing the escalating tension, the staff member quickly interjected, "Ladies, we are all women here. Let us not clash, especially with the children watching. A small concession from each will lead to a broader perspective." "Beautiful lady, allow me to apologize on her behalf. It was unintentional. Can we let this matter rest?" The staff member appeared conflicted, knowing the woman had purchased several items and could not afford to offend her, while Lin Mingxi was no pushover either. Humph. Prolonging this would indeed affect the children, and for the moment, Lin Mingxi had no other recourse but to snort in frustration, signaling her heightened agitation. Chapter 29. Standing up for my wife and children, the woman remained obstinate, casting a contemptuous glance at Lin Mingxi. What is so impressive about having a bit of money? Are you afraid others might discover how you earned it? Lin Mingxi felt a wave of shame wash over her, anger rising in her chest. The two small ones at her feet, timid by nature, instinctively clung to her legs in distress. Let us go. We want to purchase anything here. Lin Mingxi, with concern, gritted her teeth, stamping her foot, and grasped the children's hands, leading them outside. Wait. Just as they reached the door, Bai Mo seized Lin Mingxi's hand, pulling the trio back inside. Emerging from the restroom, she could not allow them to be wronged. While she might have been absent in the past, circumstances had changed. The hero has arrived, she declared. You will apologize to my wife and children immediately. Bai Mo's gaze pierced through the woman before her. Just because you have a man, do you think I do not? Just wait, my husband is nearby. Subsequently, the woman pulled out her phone to call her spouse. Honey, please hurry over. There's a couple of miscreants bullying me. The pear blossoms wept as the woman hung up the phone, her face clouded with anger as she glared at Bai Mo and his companions. This woman, indeed, could shift her demeanor in an instant. She could easily pursue a career in acting. Let me tell you, once my husband arrives, you will wish you had never crossed paths with us. My husband is the manager of Xianxia Pharmaceutical, a man you can never afford to offend. Bai Mo scoffed, unperturbed. The righteous need not fear shadows. It matters not whom you summon. It will be of no use. Wait, did you say Xianxia Pharmaceutical? The manager? Isn't that his company? The manager of Xianxia Pharmaceutical? Huh, what an impressive title. I am curious to see which harpy is making such a ruckus without anyone to rein her in. Bai Mo remarked coldly. Bai Mo, are you certain of your stance? Lin Mingxi whispered. Though she felt touched by his defense, the woman before them appeared formidable and fierce. Fear not, for I am here, Bai Mo reassured her, lifting the two little ones and gently patting their heads to comfort them. In such a situation, he feared most for the impact on them. The woman, incensed by Bai Mo's insult, glared even more fiercely. Moments later, a heavy voice echoed from the doorway. Who dares to bully my wife? It was none other than the woman's husband, Qi Pengfei, the manager of Xianxia Pharmaceutical. You are finished. An apology will do you no good. My husband has arrived. Regret your actions now, the woman declared with formidable confidence, looking down upon Bai Mo and his companions. Bai Mo, you have finally arrived. I was at a loss as to what to do if you hadn't, the woman exclaimed as she rushed to Qi Pengfei. Clutching his arm and swaying it as though she were a youthful girl, an utterly nauseating display for someone in her 40s. Fear not, my dear. I shall ensure justice is served, Qi Pengfei vowed. Yet, as he spoke, he caught sight of a familiar figure. The chairman? It bears some resemblance. But surely not. What could the chairman be doing in such a place? Qi Pengfei consoled himself. Is it you? Bullying my wife. Kneel down now, and I, Qi, will let bygones be bygones. Just as Bai Mo turned, Qi Pengfei's face drained of color, his body trembling. Chairman, you. He stammered, cold sweat breaking out in fear. Bai Mo sneered, you wish to deal with me? And no, I wouldn't dare. Qi Pengfei replied, panic-stricken. Dear, who is he? Are you truly afraid of him? Why won't you stand up for me? The woman snapped. Silence. Apologize to the chairman at once. Qi Pengfei commanded, then struck the woman across the face, leaving her bewildered. After only a few days as the manager of the business department, his wife had become insufferable. If this continues, will you not regard the entirety of Xianxia Pharmaceutical with disdain? I am so sorry, Chairman. It is entirely my failure in guidance. Please forgive us. The woman recognized the gravity of the situation and her attitude shifted. Chairman, it is my fault for speaking out of turn. I deserve to be punished. But please do not blame my husband. With a series of sharp slaps, she struck her own face, tears of despair welling in her eyes. The scene drew a crowd outside the store, but Bai Mo chose not to press further, opting for restraint. Mingxi, what do you think? Let it be, Lin Mingxi replied. Not one to hold grudges. The anger within her dissipated when Bai Mo stood up for her. Bai Mo nodded. Starting tomorrow, you will begin as a salesperson. If you disagree, you may resign. Qi Pengfei's face paled instantly. From a manager to an ordinary employee, such a demotion was more humiliating than quitting outright, leaving him to ponder how he would navigate the pharmaceutical industry thereafter. The woman's expression grew even graver. Without her husband's managerial position, how would their finances sustain them? The couple's pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears, for Bai Mo had made up his mind. He awarded 20 dad points for standing up for the daughters. After such an incident, Lin Mingxi lost her desire to continue shopping. She purchased a few outfits for the children before heading home. The two little princesses were in low spirits, sulking in the back seat on the way home. Lin Mingxi, focused on driving, had little time to attend to them. "What's wrong?" Bai Mo inquired with curiosity. Since getting into the car, they had been silent, as if he owed them something. Xiao sucked on her pinky finger, nuzzling her head against her father's chest, her soft, fluffy hair inviting a gentle touch. "What's the matter?" Bai Mo asked again, puzzled by their sudden odd behavior. Anin pouted and climbed onto Bai Mo's lap, whispering in his ear, "We went out, but you didn't buy ice cream for my sister." Bai Mo realized the cause of their discontent. No wonder they looked so unhappy. After an evening out, they were denied their sweet treat. "What are you two murmuring about?" Lin Mingxi interjected. "Nothing," they replied. "When is your pharmaceutical company changing its name to Anshin Pharmaceuticals? You didn't even mention it to me. Since the day I took over, I felt it wasn't worth mentioning until we gained some recognition," Bai Mo explained. "How is it going? Are you managing? If funds are an issue, feel free to let me know. You will find out soon enough," Bai Mo chuckled. Today, the general manager informed him that production of facial masks had commenced, with all necessary procedures underway, and he was confident they would soon launch in the market. Lin Mingxi refrained from asking further questions. Before long, they arrived at the villa. The two little girls, excited with their new clothing, skipped happily to their room. Bai Mo made a quick trip to the kitchen, retrieving a bowl of ice cream made that afternoon. "Ding dong, little treasures, look what I have," Bai Mo announced, presenting the ice cream. "Wow, it's ice cream." Two little girls, their eyes sparkling with excitement, began to bounce around the room. "You two, keep your voices down and eat quietly. Don't let your mother find out," came the gentle admonition. "Okay, we love Daddy." In no time, the two little ones devoured half a bowl of ice cream. The girl holding the bowl, Xianxia, even licked it clean. Then, with a pitiful gaze, she looked at Bai Mo. Bai Mo chuckled, "My darlings, do you still want more?" "Yes," they replied eagerly. "But we cannot have any more. Too much of this treat is not good for your health. Besides, there is no more ice cream left," Bai Mo explained while gently patting their little heads. The two sweethearts let out a soft "Oh." "It's time for bed now, my precious daughters. Good night." Bai Mo turned off the lights and lay beside them until they drifted off to sleep. After a long day, they fell into a drowsy slumber in less than 3 minutes. Just as Bai Mo was about to close her eyes, the screen of the phone beside her lit up with a message from Lin Mingxi. Chapter 30. They treated gold as toys. Bai Mo's heart raced unexpectedly. Could she be inviting me to share a room? Upon opening her phone, she found a message thanking her for stepping in tonight. Bai Mo's lips twitched in frustration. Once again, it was like a monk drumming. When would she be able to discuss significant matters of life with Lin Mingxi? Returning to her own room, Bai Mo checked the system panel, discovering she had accumulated 400 daddy points, a record harvest for the day. Meanwhile, at the Yujiang Imperial View, Lin Jinwang was still awake. That young man had the audacity to rename the pharmaceutical company and chose to continue its operation. Such ignorance. He seemed to have wealth but lacked business acumen. After reviewing today's investigation report, disappointment etched Lin Jinwang's face as he thought of Bai Mo. In Doan City, there were only 3 pharmaceutical companies, each with its own brand. His previous factory had failed to compete against them, resulting in years of losses. Now, Bai Mo was undoubtedly treading the same path. He had to make that young man retreat. Wang Dachu was his preferred choice for a son-in-law. Although Lin Mingxi and Bai Mo already had a daughter, Lin Jinwang remained adamant. In every aspect, Wang Dachu outshone Bai Mo, and as the heir of the Wang family, he was the more suitable candidate. What had started as a well-laid plan was now becoming complicated. Little did Lin Jinwang expect that his wife would take a liking to Bai Mo, causing him considerable distress. That pretty boy? Why is he so appealing? Lin Jinwang could not fathom Bai Mo's allure. Little did he know, a few days later, the truth would come back to bite him. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Bai Mo rose early to exercise. By the grove near Junyue Bay, she spotted Lin Mingxi ahead. "Wife, wait for me." "Uff, how shameless. Who is your wife?" Lin Mingxi's cheeks were flushed, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to shyness or the exertion of running. "Do you run every day?" "Occasionally," Lin Mingxi replied, shaking her head. Recently, she had noticed a slight increase in her weight, which prompted her to run for 2 consecutive days. Ordinarily, she focused solely on her dance practice. Yet, despite that, your figure remains splendid. You flatter me. The two of them jogged intermittently, exchanging laughter and conversation until they finally returned to the villa. Aunt Wang greeted their return with a sweet smile, remarking, "Miss, you never used to run outside, but since you have the young master, you go out every day. Youth is indeed wonderful, going for morning runs as a date." Unfortunately, Bayamo did not hear this exchange. Ding! The couple completed their first run together, earning 10 dad points. Bayamo descended to the first floor, where he and Lin Mengshi coincidentally heard the sound of children coming from upstairs. Were they awake so early? They had risen half an hour earlier than usual. In the small bedroom, Anin and Xianxia were already awake, tended to by a servant. "Oh, my little treasures are awake," the servant called, before quietly retreating. Anin rubbed her eyes and leapt into Lin Mingshi's embrace, asking, "Are Daddy and Mommy going to abandon me?" Lin Mingshi chuckled softly but suddenly felt her clothes dampen, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Panic etched across her face. "Of course not, don't cry. How could Mommy and Daddy ever abandon you?" Anin awoke to find both parents missing, leading Lin Mingshi to feel a twinge of guilt. "Daddy, I had a nightmare and was so scared," Xianxian sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks, evoking a sense of tenderness from those around her. Bayamo, taken aback, understood why the children had risen early. It was due to their nightmares. "Don't be afraid. Daddy is here to chase away the bad dreams," he comforted, gently patting Xianxian's back. It was evident that the 2-year-old still craved a sense of security. After much soothing, the two little girls gradually returned to their cheerful selves. Following breakfast, Lin Mingshi prepared to head to work, as she had heard it would be quite busy in the coming days. Bayamo suddenly remembered that he needed to purchase a car. With his intermediate driving skills acquired, he yearned to own a sports car and experience the thrill of speed. The Bugatti Veyron seems quite impressive. Glancing at the System S display showing $100 million and a ton of gold, he pondered for a moment. It was no wonder so many people were enamored with gold. It truly held great value. Retrieving a bag of gold from the system space, weighing a hefty 20 kilograms, he noted it could fetch around 8 million upon sale. The pieces were few, yet quite weighty. Bayamo casually took out one piece, its golden sheen dazzling in the light. "Daddy!" Anin exclaimed, as the two little ones dashed into the room, their eyes landing on the bag of gold on the bed, glinting brilliantly. Anin curiously touched her head. Gazing at the gleaming gold, the 2-year-old was utterly perplexed, her mind swirling with questions. In an innocent voice, she exclaimed, "What is this, Daddy? Sister is so silly, she doesn't even know what this is." Anin chimed in, "Bayamo, they are so adorable. This is money." "Money?" The two little girls scratched their heads in confusion. "Isn't this just a stone? It feels so heavy." With all their might, they struggled to lift a piece. Panting from the exertion, Bayamo felt a wave of embarrassment. The system permitted the gold to be taken out, yet forbade its return, a truly peculiar rule. Other items could be handled freely, but gold was treated with disdain. As Bayamo stared at the bag of gold, she felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, realizing she had invited trouble upon herself by flaunting it. Fearing to leave the gold at home, she decided to visit the bank for an exchange. Naturally, she brought along the two little ones, hoping to provide them with fresh experiences that would aid their growth. "Daddy, why are you carrying stones?" they asked. "To exchange for money." "Great." Upon learning they were going out, they instantly perked up and followed closely behind Bayamo. Half an hour later, Bayamo and the children arrived at a private bank in the city. "Good day, sir. What can I assist you with? Do you have an appointment?" The bank staff, noticing Bayamo's luxurious Maybach, assumed he was affluent. "I wish to sell gold. No appointment," Bayamo replied. "This way, please," the staff member said, glancing at the backpack with surprise before leading Bayamo to the second floor. The bank president, Mr. Chun, warmly welcomed Bayamo and the children. The two little girls, unable to sit still on the sofa, busily explored the office, and Bayamo allowed them their freedom. "Sir, you have 20 kilograms of gold. Are you certain you wish to exchange it for cash? The current international gold price is 395 per gram." Mr. Chun was a straightforward man, asking no questions about the source of the gold and welcoming all clients. "I am certain," Bayamo replied with a nod. Once the two had finalized the details, they discovered that Enin and Xianxian were playing with the gold, treating it like bricks to stack and build. Mr. Chin's mouth twitched at the sight. It seemed only they could treat gold as a toy, blessed with a fortunate father. Bayamo's account was credited with over 7 million. Upon returning home, Bayamo quickly placed an order online, selecting a Bugatti Veyron for 30 million. For the past few days, she had remained at the villa, tending to the children and walking the dog, occasionally earning some dad points. System panel, host, Newbie Dad by Mo Dad points for 160 items. Binding Talisman X2. Approximately 1 ton of gold. Facial Mask Formula. Miraculous Mineral Water. Skills. Divine Eye. Masterful Combat. Advanced Culinary Arts. Bagua Palm. Incredible Strength. Singing Talent. Calligraphy Mastery. Photographic Memory. Advanced Medicine. Piano Virtuoso. Intermediate Driving Skills. Pets. Rural Dog Mission. To detect the host being underestimated and to achieve a remarkable endeavor, thereby gaining Lin Jianwang's admiration and becoming the perfect son-in-law in his eyes. The resources are regrettably scarce, and Bai Mo intends to save them. The various skills are not yet at a stage requiring upgrades. Chapter 31. 3 Thieves in the House. Bai Mo perused the system marketplace, filled with an abundance of items, forever tantalizing those unable to procure them. What is there to save? Save until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Gritting his teeth, he commanded. System, initiate a 10-fold draw. Ding. The system is currently conducting a lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a fire lotus seed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of spirit water. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 100 billion of abandoned wealth from the world. The remaining rewards were merely polite acknowledgments, which did not concern Bai Mo. Every 10-fold draw was a profit. Fire Lotus, one of the few remaining in existence. A precious medicinal herb with a survival rate of less than 1%. Spirit Water enhances physical constitution. Fortunately, the 10-fold draws have never left Bai Mo at a loss. Just this Fire Lotus seed, for instance, is priced at 1,000 resource points in the marketplace. What could be its purpose to warrant such expense? System, are you saying that your grand wheel is merely for show? What are the odds of hitting any of those top-tier skills? Bai Mo gazed at the wheel, salivating over those divine skills. 1%. Once the system upgrades, the probability of obtaining certain skills might drop to less than 1 in 10,000. Bai Mo currently did not comprehend the full meaning of that statement. However, he discerned that the system would indeed upgrade in the future, and certain skills were something to anticipate. That night, the little pup in the villa suddenly became alert, sensing an unfamiliar presence. Intruders had scaled the wall. Simultaneously, Bai Mo awakened. Thanks to the system's enhancements, his body had become highly sensitive. Uninvited guests. Bai Mo rose and stealthily approached the front door. In the darkness, a small pup lay before him. In the distance, 3 figures crawled forward, exhibiting professional stealth. Wang Kai, do you think they are thieves or have other intentions? The little pup shook its head. Big brother, this family is wealthy. We should kidnap them, especially those 2 children. A ransom of several million would be quite appealing, wouldn't it? I've already surveyed the area. At night, there's just a frail man, 2 children, and a woman. Easy targets. Kidnapping is too troublesome, and we are not well prepared. The lead man stated. Their purpose for this venture is to steal money. Whatever valuable items they can pilfer will suffice. The hushed whispers of the 3 thieves did not escape Bai Mo's keen ears. As long as they are mere thieves. Bai Mo's greatest fear was that they sought revenge or had ulterior motives, especially after he had thwarted Xuantian's plans, leaving him anxious throughout the night. The thieves climbed through a window beside the front door, attempting to ascend to the 2nd floor via the pipes. Wang Kai, the little pup, could hardly contain its eagerness. Upon hearing Bai Mo's command, he immediately bared his teeth and rushed forward, clawing at the thief's backside with fervor. Alas, this little creature. The diminutive pup was so small that the thieves hardly regarded it. At that moment, Bai Mo approached and seized the thief, hurling him away with great force. Oh no, we have been discovered, elder brother, flee. However, upon turning back, they found both elder brother and second brother lying motionless on the ground. Enough shouting. You have been utterly vanquished. How can one be so timid yet engage in thievery? Bai Mo showed them mercy, as the last remaining thief was already terrified to the point of losing control. In the dead of night, with burglars invading the home, the children and Lin Mingxi were in peaceful slumber. Bai Mo had no intention of calling the police at this hour, as it would disturb their rest. Wang Kai, you performed admirably, truly deserving of the bloodline of the Cerberus. The feat of incapacitating 2 thieves was entirely thanks to you. The speed at which you acted left even Bai Mo astonished. The little pup nuzzled against Bai Mo's foot, displaying a charming demeanor that was a stark contrast to earlier. The 3 men on the ground were effortlessly carried away by Bai Mo, who disposed of them in the villa's small grove. After completing this task, Bai Mo finally contacted the authorities. As for what transpired in the latter half of the night, He was unaware. A notification chimed. Guarding your daughter's slumber. Reward of 50 dad points. The night passed without incident. Upon rising, Bayamo overheard the servants discussing the previous night's burglary at Xianxia Bay. While jogging, he encountered some gossipy elderly residents in the grove. It was said that the three thieves were notorious and had gone mad upon capture. Mad? Surely not. I witnessed it myself. They babbled about seeing a Cerberus in shadows. Such nonsense. As he listened to the gossip, Bayamo quickened his pace. Returning to the villa, he found the two little ones already awake. The most obedient they had ever been. Daddy! The two small figures opened their chubby little arms and dashed into Bayamo's embrace. Daddy, someone is looking for you. Who is it? The police, uncle. Bayamo was taken aback. Could it be that last night's incident was discovered? Upon entering the villa, the leading detective regarded Bayamo and introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Bayamo. I am Wei Zhuang, captain of the police department in Doan City. I have some inquiries to make. Wei Zhuang extended his hand. Bayamo instinctively shook it. What is it? As they shook hands, Bayamo suddenly felt a surge of immense strength. Unyielding, he maintained his composure, reciprocating with slightly greater force, causing Wei Zhuang to falter. Wei Zhuang was astonished. He was a member of the special forces and possessed considerable strength, yet now he found himself bested by Bayamo. So it is you, Wei Zhuang exclaimed, Mr. Bayamo, you truly possess remarkable strength. You must have been the one to subdue the thief last night. A sudden smile spread across his face. You cannot hide anything from the police. Bayamo released his grip, rubbed his nose, and wore an expression of resignation. Indeed, as soon as he released his grip, Wei Zhuang raised his fist and struck towards Bayamo with fierce intent. Please, don't hit my dad. Seeing her father being bullied, Xianxia could no longer remain seated. Xianxia, step aside. Bayamo dodged a few blows before counterattacking, his martial arts skills effortlessly subduing Wei Zhuang. Wei Zhuang's eyes widened in astonishment. Is his strength and technique truly superior to mine? Who exactly is Bayamo? The other officers watching were equally stunned. The Wei team, known for their formidable numbers, was unable to approach him. To witness such an event unfold before their eyes was beyond their belief. What are you standing there for? Everyone join in. Upon seeing Wei Zhuang pinned to the ground, the other officers rushed over to rescue him. Bayamo furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by the situation. A group attack? Stand down. With a resounding strike of his palm, he sent everyone flying, leaving them injured. Wei Zhuang's two young companions watched with wide eyes. And once they comprehended the scene, they clapped their hands in admiration, instantly transforming into little fans. Dad is a superhero. Wow, please stop fighting. We were merely testing your abilities, Mr. Bayamo. We didn't anticipate your extraordinary skills. Wei Zhuang gazed at Bayamo, his expression shifting to one of surprise. If he wasn't mistaken, Bayamo was indeed proficient in martial arts. Who are you exactly? Hearing the commotion, Lin Mingxi emerged from the living room and beheld the spectacle. What, cousin? Bayamo was momentarily taken aback. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Mingxi's cousin. Wei Zhuang's interest in Bayamo deepened. What exactly is your identity? And what ulterior motives do you have for approaching my cousin? Chapter 32. Using spiritual water to water flowers this morning. They came to investigate the background of the three thieves from the previous night. Their identities had been uncovered. They were notorious thieves in Xianxia, skilled in martial arts. Particularly their leader, who hailed from the Shaolin Temple, a man whom 10 brutes could not match. Yet, this perilous individual had been rendered unconscious. Upon awakening, he was found with multiple fractures and a muddled mind. Thus, Wei Zhuang and his subordinates began their investigation at Xianxia Bay early in the morning. Through surveillance, they pinpointed 5 villas. To their surprise, upon arriving at his cousin's place, they discovered the suspicious figure of Bayamo. After their confrontation, it became increasingly clear that Bayamo was indeed the one who had incapacitated the thief. Upon hearing Wei Zhuang's words, Bayamo immediately frowned in displeasure. I am the biological father of the children. What ulterior motive could I possibly have? Wei Zhuang retorted, I advise you to be honest with your skills. Who would believe you are an ordinary person? I assure you, I am just an ordinary person, Bayamo replied. Nevertheless, everyone has their secrets. I advise you not to harbor any ill intentions, or I will not spare you. Wei Zhuang sighed. Cousin, what are you all discussing? There is nothing to worry about. The matter has been thoroughly investigated, and we shall take our leave. With a wave of his hand, Wei Zhuang departed with his subordinates, resolved to delve deeper into the enigma of Bayamo. The investigation indeed unveiled a striking revelation. Biamo seemed to have emerged from thin air. Prior to arriving in Doan City, his background was utterly devoid of information, as if someone had deliberately erased it. Could it be that he is an undocumented resident? Presently, he dared not jump to conclusions and opted for further clandestine inquiries. Biamo inquired, "Please introduce me to the members of your family, otherwise it might become quite awkward as it did earlier. I have an elder sister, a younger sister, and 2 younger brothers." Biamo nodded. "Quite a sizable family. My sister has a unique status. She seems to be a member of some organization, though I can't quite recall the details. My younger sister is a high school student. The 2 younger brothers are twins, attending university, yet they are also the proprietors of a publicly listed company. Huangqiao Entertainment is theirs, along with several other businesses. For now, that's all." Biamo pondered. What intriguing genetics this family possesses. Fortunately, the 2 younger brothers are merely students, likely to be delicate scholars. "You are mistaken. They are not to be trifled with. You will understand once you meet them," Lin Mingxi replied with a smile. At that moment, an in chimed in. "Uncle is incredibly impressive, just like Daddy." There was a detail the child had omitted. Her uncle was capable of felling trees with a single punch, which sounded rather fearsome. "What will happen then?" Biamo rolled his eyes. "Will he dare to strike me? He would surely teach you a lesson, making you a scoundrel," Lin Mingxi chuckled softly, covering her mouth. After enjoying breakfast with his daughters, Biamo recalled the fire lotus seeds he had won in a lottery. Planting them in the backyard seemed like a splendid idea, especially in the patch of land cleared a few days prior of wasp nests. "Daddy, what are you doing?" After searching for quite a while, the 2 little ones finally discovered Biamo there. "Planting flowers." "Have you planted them?" "I just placed the seeds in the soil." Upon inspection and finding nothing amiss, Biamo took the 2 little girls back inside. However, Xianxia scratched her head in confusion. "Planting flowers? Shouldn't we water them?" Upon returning to the villa, Biamo retrieved the spiritual water, intending to test it on himself first as a sort of guinea pig. Just as he was about to drink it, Lin Mingxi called out to him, "Drink it later." Concerned about potential changes after consumption, Biamo placed it on the table in his room. No sooner had he left than Qian hurried over, bouncing with excitement. "Daddy, you forgot to water the plants." "Huh, where is everyone?" She noticed a bottle of water on the table, which alleviated her concern. "Uh-huh." The child dashed to the first floor, ran into the backyard, and poured a bottle of spiritual water onto the spot where Biamo had planted the fire lotus seeds, beaming with delight. "Grow tall quickly. Daddy will surely praise me." "How wonderful." After completing her task, she dashed back to the villa, eager to boast to Biamo about her good deed. Upon returning to the room, Biamo was bewildered. "Where's my spiritual water?" he pondered. He searched the entire room, but found no trace of it. "Daddy, why are you here?" Biamo squatted on the ground, inspecting for any signs of the spiritual water. "Daddy, I helped you water the flowers," Xianxia replied. "Very good. From now on, whenever you have the time, do help with the watering, understood?" Biamo instructed. Hum. Xianxia beamed with joy at her father's praise. After searching for quite some time, Biamo became increasingly certain that someone had taken it. Was it Aunt Wang? He went downstairs to inquire. But Aunt Wang claimed she had not entered the room to clean. "Daddy, it was me," Xian, who had been following Biamo, finally spoke up. "But where is the water?" Biamo felt an unsettling premonition creep over him. The spiritual water must be gone. His heart ached at the thought, as he reassured himself. "She is my own flesh and blood." The spiritual water, which could enhance one's constitution, required a staggering 800 points to redeem in the marketplace. "Daddy, are you angry?" Xianxia asked, sensing her father's mood. She rubbed her eyes, a mist gathering as tears threatened to spill. Why would Daddy be angry? That is not true. Biamo quickly realized his mistake and felt a wave of guilt wash over him. It was just a bottle of spiritual water. How could it compare to his daughter? Why was he frowning? He gently patted her head, lifting her up in his arms and soothing her for a while. "You helped Daddy with the watering. Such a good child," he said, planting a kiss on the little one, which elicited a hearty laugh from her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Anan was in the kitchen. "Aunt Wang, have you really checked? Are you sure there's no ice cream?" Anan asked, licking her lips. "My little princess, the fridge is quite small. I've looked thoroughly. There's truly no ice cream," Aunt Wang replied, exasperated, her expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. This child had insisted on dragging her down from the 4th floor just to check for ice cream. As soon as she finished speaking, Anan moved to the dining room, pulling out a chair with all her might. her face turning red from the effort. Aunt Wang was startled. "Oh, my dear, what are you doing? I want to see," and pouted. With a sigh, Aunt Wang, lacking any trust in Anan's claims, picked her up and opened the fridge herself. Inside were merely some vegetables and milk. There was absolutely no ice cream. At that moment, Anan finally believed her. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, persistent and unyielding. "Who is it?" Aunt Wang stepped outside. "Come out, Bayamo. Are you not brave enough? Open the door quickly." Outside stood Wang Dachu. Ever since he was chased down the street by a dog and bitten on the leg, he had been discharged from the hospital today. That day's experience was a lifelong disgrace for him. He swore he would not rest until he avenged himself. Chapter 33. The Blossoming Fire Lotus. Today, if I do not vent my anger, I shall no longer bear the name Wang. Wang Dachu shouted at the door, his face clouded with fury. Aunt Wang was startled and hurried back to inform Bayamo, son-in-law, "Someone is looking for you outside, and they do not come with good intentions. You should not go anywhere today. Let them in. Some matters must be addressed." Bayamo waved his hand dismissively. Wang Dachu clung to him like a dog, and it was only a matter of time before he dealt with him. He then picked up 2 small bundles of joy and stepped outside to greet Wang Dachu. "Humph. I thought you were too cowardly to come out." Wang Dachu glared at Bayamo. Bayamo instructed Aunt Wang to bring out a chair and calmly said, "What brings you here, young Master Wang? First, you will kneel and apologize to me. Second, hand over the dog at your feet. Third, have your daughter call me daddy." Wang Dachu proclaimed imperiously. Upon hearing about the dog, Xianxia immediately scooped up the puppy, its little head shaking vigorously, and then pouted, "You bad guy? Be careful, or my daddy will hit you." Even the children were incensed by his words, let alone Bayamo. "What if I refuse?" Bayamo replied, regarding the few men Wang Dachu had brought with utter disdain. Wang Dachu wasted no time. His eyes narrowed as he waved his hand, instructing his bodyguards to teach Bayamo a harsh lesson. The leading bodyguard boasted of his prowess, claiming to be the city champion and among the top 10 in international free fighting, flexing his muscles like a hulking giant, his physique intimidating. "Is that all?" Bayamo rolled his eyes. "Stop. What are you doing? You again?" "Wang Dachu." A clear, melodious female voice rang from the entrance. The 2 little girls blinked, seemingly recalling something, their faces lighting up with excitement. "It's Aunt Ouyang." In the next moment, Ouyang Yu appeared, her clear, bright eyes and elegantly arched brows framed a complexion as flawless as porcelain, rivaling the beauty of Lin Mingxi. Bayamo cast a glance at her. Her dazzling figure was hard to miss. Before Bayamo could react, the 2 little bundles had already dashed out, leaping into Ouyang Yu's embrace. "What on earth are you doing here, Ouyang?" Wang Dachu exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat upon seeing her. He feared no one, neither his parents, nor Lin Mingxi, nor Bayamo, but he was utterly terrified of this woman before him. Ouyang Yu crouched down, gently embracing the 2 little ones, then fixed a fierce gaze on Wang Dachu. "I'll give you 3 breaths. Be gone in the next second." In an instant, Wang Dachu vanished without a trace, fleeing as if he had seen a ghost. Disregarding those who do not bear the surname Wang, Bayamo and the little puppy gazed in astonishment. This woman, with her mysterious origins, frightened Wang Dachu away, leaving me at a loss on how to discipline him. It appears he has been fortunate. Had it not been for Ouyang Yu's timely arrival, Bayamo would likely have sent Wang Dachu to the hospital for an extended stay. Anan and Xianxia, after more than a week apart. "You have grown even more adorable," Ouyang Yu remarked, gently pinching the children's cheeks. "Huh, Annie wants a hug." Xianxia nimbly climbed into Ouyang Yu's embrace, finding a comfortable spot to rest her head. Ouyang Yu, a dear friend of Lin Mingxi, had even accepted the 2 little girls as her goddaughters, showering them with affection. "Auntie, Anan has found Daddy," Anan exclaimed excitedly, pulling Ouyang Yu over to Bayamo. Though Ouyang Yu did not know Bayamo, she had heard much about him from Lin Mingxi over the past few days. "Scoundrel," she muttered under her breath as she hugged Xianxia and took Anan back to the villa. 3 years prior, upon learning of Lin Mingxi's pregnancy, Ouyang Yu had urged her to consider terminating the pregnancy, especially since Lin Mingxi was unaware of the identity of the child's father. She had felt a surge of anger, secretly cursing Bayamo as a scoundrel. Returning to the villa, Bayamo observed Ouyang Yu joyfully playing with the 2 little girls, clearly enjoying a strong bond with them. He pondered how Lin Mingxi could have chosen such a man. "I can't believe you would associate with someone like him," Ouyang Yu said from her place on the sofa. "Annie, I want to watch cartoons." Anan chimed in. "All right," Ouyang Yu replied, smiling despite her dissatisfaction with Bayamo. indulging and in with tenderness. The three of them spent over an hour in the living room watching cartoons, filled with laughter, while Bai Mo, sensing his own lack of entertainment, retreated to the backyard. There, Aunt Wang stood, lost in thought before a blooming fire lotus. What a mystery. When was this flower planted? It's blossomed so quickly, she mused, recalling that it had not been present when she arrived at work earlier that morning. Bai Mo, too, was taken aback by the sight of the fire lotus, now fully in bloom at a height of nearly 1 meter. Incredible. This flower has grown so rapidly. It must be due to the spirit water. Without it, who knows if it would have even sprouted within a month, he thought, astonished that Xianxia, by some twist of fate, had caused the fire lotus to bloom. Young master, this flower is newly planted, Aunt Wang explained, relieved to hear Bai Mo's understanding. If he had claimed ignorance, it might have led to her suspicions. Meanwhile, in the living room, Xianxia noticed Bai Mo's absence. She climbed down from the sofa, slipped on her shoes, and began searching for him. Xianxia, where are you going? Daddy, came the call from the backyard. Daddy, Xianxia squeaked, her little legs wobbling as she rushed toward Bai Mo, wrapping her arms around his calf. So beautiful. Cici was instantly captivated by the fiery lotus blossom, completely forgetting that this was the very place where she had poured the spirit water. Bai Mo, struck by inspiration, decided to take some beautiful photographs of the child beneath the radiant flower. Daddy, do I look pretty? Of course, my darling is so adorable. As Bai Mo gazed at the photos on his phone, he noted that each one was quite lovely. He casually shared them on his social media, inadvertently igniting a storm of reactions. In the Bai family of the imperial capital, the news was monumental. It's been 3 years since Mo posted on social media. Goodness, what is this flower? And why showcase a child? By the way, the child bears an uncanny resemblance to him. My Mo has always been clever, though he never quite learns to admit his mistakes. Master, lift the restrictions and let Mo return to inherit the family fortune. The child must be thinking of marriage. In the living room, Ouyang Yu noticed the hour was getting late and prepared to leave. Anon, the next time I visit, I'll bring you many toys. In her haste to return, Ouyang Yu had forgotten to bring anything, feeling quite embarrassed. Aren't you staying for dinner? Anon felt a pang of reluctance. No. Seeing your father, that scoundrel, has dampened my appetite. I'll treat you all to a grand meal another day. Ouyang Yu gently patted Ann's chubby little head. Auntie, my daddy isn't a scoundrel or a jerk. And Anne's expression turned sour upon hearing Ouyang Yu speak ill of Bai Mo. You little rascal. I've been so good to you. And just because your father has taken you for a few days, you defend him? Auntie has wasted her kindness on you. Ouyang Yu's lips twitched in irritation. My daddy is very good. Please don't dislike him. And Anne's voice trembled slightly, her eyes reddening as if she were on the verge of tears. Chapter 34. Only Dr. Bai has a solution. Ouyang Yu was taken aback, quickly adding, Oh dear. I was just joking with you. I don't dislike your father. Hearing this, Anon sniffled and finally smiled at Ouyang Yu. Annie, are you leaving? Yes. I'll come again another day. By the time Bai Mo and Cici returned, Ouyang Yu had already departed. Outside the door, as Ouyang Yu exited, she was met by a beautiful woman, none other than Lu Xian, her neighbor. At that moment, Lu Xian appeared dejected, her face clouded with worry. Just moments ago, her grandfather had been involved in a car accident and rushed to the emergency room, his life hanging by a thread. The city's finest doctors had shaken their heads, bluntly stating that recovery was unlikely. This was unacceptable for the Lu family. The old gentleman had spent his life mastering the art of calligraphy, serving as the president of the Provincial Calligraphy Association. If he were to recover but be left unable to move his hands and mouth, it would be a fate worse than death. In her despair, Lu Xian overheard nurses mentioning that perhaps Dr. Bai could offer a solution. Dr. Bai? Who is he? How come I've never heard of him? If he is indeed a renowned healer, he must possess the means to help. Lu Xian immediately pressed for details. Dr. Bai? Who is he, and where does he reside? I must pay him a visit at once. The nurse replied, Dr. Bai is named Bai Mo. If anyone can save old Master Lu, it may be him. Bai Mo? The name sounded familiar. Suddenly, I recalled encountering my neighbor during a morning jog a few days prior. He also bore the name Bai Mo. Was he not the one with a young daughter? Around 2 years old? And quite handsome, too. The nurse seemed taken aback. It seems that way. If you know him, that's wonderful. He is a professor at our hospital. With a heart full of joy, Lu Xian returned to Junyue Bay. Just as she rang the doorbell, she came across Ouyang Yu stepping out. Hello, is Mr. Bai Mo inside? Ouyang Yu cast a disdainful glance at Lu Xian and muttered, "The scoundrel is in there." Lu Xian was about to respond, but Ouyang Yu had already entered his vehicle, leaving a cloud of smoke in his wake. The doorbell of the villa rang. Inside, Anan scratched his head, wondering if his aunt had forgotten something. Did she forget to take me out to play? He pondered, grinning foolishly at the thought. Through the surveillance, Xianxia saw that the visitor was Lu Xian, and with a sweet voice exclaimed, "It's that beautiful auntie." Anan scratched his head again. Who is she? She's so pretty. Before Bai Mo could respond, Xianxia had already pressed the button to open the door remotely. Is it her? I hope Lin Mingxi doesn't see her. Otherwise, there will be trouble. Lu Xian hastened inside and spotted Bai Mo standing at the entrance of the living room, appearing like a beacon of hope, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Brother Bai, what happened? Bai Mo was startled. Lu Xian's eyes were red-rimmed, as if she had been wronged, looking so fragile. The sight of this beautiful woman crying left Bai Mo utterly flustered. Beautiful auntie, who has bullied you? Xianxia asked innocently. Lu Xian replied, Brother Bai, I have heard you are a miraculous doctor. Could you please help my grandfather? The situation is as follows. Moments later, Bai Mo fell into deep thought. Surgery? That was not his forte. The essence of advanced medical skills lay in traditional Chinese medicine. His knowledge of Western medicine was scant, only touching upon the basics. Observing Lu Xian's pitiful demeanor, Bai Mo felt quite helpless. With a thud, Lu Xian, fearing she had burdened Bai Mo, knelt before him. Please, just help this beautiful auntie. Xianxia pouted, unable to bear the sight of Lu Xian's distress. A cold mechanical voice echoed in Bai Mo's mind, urging him to fulfill his daughter's wishes. With a reward of random dad points, sighing, Bai Mo relented. All right then. Within the confines of the system, he possessed a miraculous bottle of spring water, known for its life-restoring properties, suitable for old Master Lu. Thank you, Brother Bai. Bai Mo ascended the stairs and soon returned, holding a bottle of spring water. I have a general understanding of your grandfather's condition. Here is a bottle of water. Allow the doctors to proceed with the surgery as planned. Afterward, let your grandfather drink this, and his condition should improve naturally. Ah, Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend the situation. What is this? Do not underestimate its value. This is quite precious. Were it not for your evident sincerity, I would truly hesitate to part with this water. Bai Mo spoke candidly. Thank you. Observing Bai Mo's seriousness, Lu Xian felt as if she had acquired a treasure. The hospital. Upon her return, Lu Xian did not bring anyone with her. Thus the doctor proceeded with the surgery after obtaining consent from the family. Everything went smoothly. Just as the doctor had mentioned, upon recovery, he was drooling excessively. When old Master Lu awoke, he was disoriented, drooling like a fool, mumbling incoherently, far worse than anticipated. The Lu family was filled with regret. At this moment, Lu Xian recalled the mineral water Bai Mo had given her, which lay in her backpack. We should sue the hospital. Look what they have done to our father. Given the circumstances, it would have been better not to perform the surgery. It is truly a tragedy. Our once respectable patriarch has become a laughingstock. The Lu family wore expressions of rage. Baigu would not deceive me. After a moment of sorrow, Lu Xian wiped her tears and took out the mineral water, intending to give it to old Master Lu. Xian, what are you doing? The doctor said he cannot have water. You would harm him. The Lu family immediately intervened. Father, mother, uncle, aunt, I am not giving grandfather water. I am giving him medicine. After taking the medicine, he will recover. Medicine? Do you take me for a fool? Is this not merely mineral water? Lu father trembled with anger. Xian, I understand your distress, but you cannot act recklessly. This water is not medicine. Do not be swayed by malicious words that could endanger your grandfather. Lu Xian's uncle furrowed his brow. I am not lying. This truly is medicine. It was given to me by Baigu. You must believe me, Lu Xian insisted, gritting her teeth. Are you referring to Dr. Bai? Today. Lu father had heard Bai Mo's name repeatedly at the hospital. Yes, I just want to find him, and he handed me this bottle of water afterward. Lu Xian explained to the crowd. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly give it to your grandfather. Lu father displayed a boldness, adopting a somewhat desperate approach. Lu Xian's uncle attempted to interject, but they all witnessed old Master Lu consuming the entire bottle of water. 5 minutes passed, then 10, half an hour. Yet old Master Lu remained unchanged, and the last flicker of hope extinguished. Lu Xian collapsed onto the ground, her eyes vacant, unable to regain her composure. Why did Baigu deceive me? Meanwhile, Lu's father grew increasingly furious, reflecting on how he could have believed such nonsense. It was nothing more than a bottle of mineral water. Second brother, we must investigate who this Bai is, where he resides, daring to deceive the Lu family. Brother, you need not speak. I will not let him off easily. To attempt to cure someone with a bottle of mineral water? A miracle worker? I detest the fact that the Bai family has now become the target of the Lu clan's resentment, branded as deceivers. Chapter 35. Who is sleeping in the hospital room? Throughout the entire process, Old Master Lu remained in slumber, while a tremendous transformation occurred within him. Vitality surged throughout his being, elevating his consciousness. Moments later, a commotion arose outside the door. It was the director arriving. Upon hearing of Old Master Lu's predicament, he hastened back from the provincial capital. What is the situation? Such a significant incident, yet why was Dr. Bai not summoned? The director's voice, laced with anger, echoed upon learning of Old Master Lu's condition. Brother, it is Director Li. Open the door. I wish to see what explanation they can offer. Rumors abound about Dr. Bai at the hospital, and yet this is the outcome? A mere bottle of mineral water to placate us. Upon entering, Director Li observed the grave expressions of the Lu family. Director, we request an explanation. Our patriarch has been reduced to this state. What shall we do moving forward? Mr. Lu glared sternly at the director. I am already aware, my apologies. It appears they are incompetent. I perceive the situation is not as dire as it seems. If only we could have Dr. Bai come. The Lu family, had it not been for the respect owed to the director, would have already erupted in anger. Such is Director Li's demeanor. Lu Xian recounted the earlier events. After listening, Director Li's brow furrowed in concern. Dr. Bai is unreliable? He truly provided only a bottle of water? At that moment, a loud snoring resonated, growing increasingly pronounced. Mr. Lu furrowed his brow instantly. Who is sleeping in the hospital room? What kind of decorum is this? The crowd froze, turning towards the source of the sound, only to find Old Master Lu snoring heartily. It is grandfather. The old man opened his eyes, irritable, and exclaimed, What is the commotion? Am I not allowed to enjoy a peaceful sleep? Why all the noise? His voice was robust, hardly resembling that of a man who had just undergone surgery. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by the scolding. Father, you have finally awakened. Lu Xian's second uncle exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face as he raised 2 fingers. Father, how many fingers do you see? Old Master Lu sat up, casting a disdainful glance at his second uncle. 2. Good heavens. Old Master Lu has recovered. Lu Xian exclaimed, Grandfather, you frightened your granddaughter. I told you. Brother Bai would not deceive me. It is not that Bai Mo's water lacked efficacy. Rather, Old Master Lu simply enjoyed a restful sleep. A misunderstanding indeed. The Lu family felt an immense embarrassment. Director Li, however, remained silent. Now that the old master is awake, we shall not impose further. Other doctors, upon hearing this, labeled it yet another medical miracle. The legend of the divine physician Bai continues. Daughter, you must express your gratitude to Dr. Bai properly one day. Our Lu family owes him a debt of gratitude. Do you understand? Xian, apologize on behalf of your second uncle. I spoke out of turn. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 100 daddy points. Upon hearing the sound of the system, Bai Mo felt no joy whatsoever. A bottle of miraculous mineral water was priced at over 2,000 points in the marketplace. Currently, a single task only yielded a mere 100 points, a significant loss. Nevertheless, Bai Mo merely felt a fleeting sense of frustration. After all, the opportunity to save someone was a noble cause. For dinner this evening, the 2 little ones expressed a desire for Bai Mo's cooking. How could he possibly refuse their heartfelt request? He busied himself in the kitchen from 5 o'clock onward. The chef, skeptical, inquired, Son-in-law, do you know how to cook? Perhaps I should take over. After all, she was employed as a chef here, earning over 10,000 a month. Cooking was her profession. How could she allow her son-in-law to take the reins? Bai Mo smiled gently. I know a little. Anin and Xianxia have asked for my dishes tonight. The chef ceased her protests and relinquished the kitchen entirely to Bai Mo. In her mind, if the food did not turn out well, she could always remedy the situation, considering the 2 little darlings were accustomed to her cooking and had developed discerning palates. Moments later, a rich and aromatic fragrance wafted through the air. How delightful and unbelievable. The son-in-law was quite the hidden talent. His culinary skills surpassed her own by far. The little princesses would be in for a treat. Upon entering the kitchen and seeing Bai Mo diligently at work, The chef was momentarily taken aback. The two little princesses, having watched some cartoons, caught a whiff of the delicious aromas emanating from the kitchen and promptly settled at the dining table, eagerly awaiting their meal. "Where's your mother?" Mo inquired as he stepped out of the kitchen. "Mommy?" The two little girls shook their heads, unaware of her whereabouts. "Today, the young lady will not be home for dinner," Aunt Wang informed him. "Oh, well then, let us eat. The children must be hungry." Mo focused on caring for his daughters and did not delve into where Lin Mingxi had gone. The children relished their dinner, enjoying Mo's cooking that perfectly suited their tastes. After the meal, Anin lay on the sofa, patting her round belly, pouting. "I'm going to become a chubby girl." "Uh-huh. Sister's belly is so big." Qian teased playfully. Mo was on a phone call outside, discussing the smooth development of Anshin Pharmaceuticals over the past few days, needing to clarify certain matters with the company. Suddenly, a loud wail pierced the air. "Wow." Mo's expression changed drastically as he reacted swiftly, rushing back into the living room. At that moment, the system's cold, mechanical voice echoed ominously. "Ding. The host's daughter has fallen down the stairs. Please, host, hurry to provide aid." "Wow, Daddy." Not only was Xianxia crying, but Anin joined in the wailing as well. "Xianxia." Mo entered the living room and immediately spotted Xianxia sitting on the tiled floor at the bottom of the stairs. Her forehead was bleeding profusely, a crimson stain spreading across her skin. Blood marked the floor beneath her. Anin, terrified, wept in place, her eyes glistening with tears. "Wow." The child cried out in a heart-wrenching manner, her tears and snot flowing freely, clearly in great pain. It is uncertain from which level of the staircase she fell. Mo's complexion was ashen, his entire body ached, and his heart felt as though it were pricked by countless needles. "Do not be afraid, my dear, I am here. You will be all right." "Wah, Daddy." The sound of her crying echoed throughout the villa. Mo gently lifted her and placed her on the sofa. "Do not cry, my darling. Daddy will help you, and soon the pain will subside." "Sister, Daddy." Sister fell down. Anin's face was pale, devoid of color, and her legs trembled in fear. Seeing so much blood, she was utterly distraught and panicked. Mo retrieved the family first aid kit, carefully cleaning the wound to prevent any bacterial infection, and promptly applied iodine for disinfection. After disinfecting, he chose to bandage the wound with gauze. Following this professional procedure, Xianxia sniffled, her tears ceasing, though her body continued to tremble. "Does it still hurt?" Mo asked softly. The little one remained silent, shaking her head, her eyes still glistening with tears. Lacking any vitality, a sizable bump adorned her forehead. Her shirt was soaked, stained with blood. "Sister Hu will blow on it, and then it won't hurt anymore." Anin chimed in with a babyish voice. Mo sighed, exasperated yet amused. This fall would undoubtedly leave a lasting shadow on Xianxia. Chapter 36. Xianxia became silent, psychologically scarred to some extent. For instance, encountering stairs would evoke a sense of fear, and seeing blood could lead to faintness, rendering her more timid. Mo understood he must help her overcome this shadow. Now, with a large bump on her forehead, Lin Mingxi would surely be furious upon her return. Mo received a notification. Host performance assessed at 70 points, barely passing, hence rewarded with 50 daddy points. Host, newbie daddy Mo daddy points, 510 items. Confinement talisman X2, approximately 1 ton of gold. Facial mask formula, miraculous mineral water. Skills, divine demon eye, supreme combat technique. Advanced culinary skills, bagua palm, incredible strength, singing talent, calligraphy mastery, photographic memory, advanced medicine, master level piano, intermediate driving skills. Pet, rural dog. Other notes. Card balance approximately 200 billion. Task, noted that the host is underestimated. Undertake a significant endeavor to earn Lin Jianwang's respect and become his ideal son-in-law. Lin Mingxi returned at 9 o'clock. Anin, Xianxia, why is it so quiet tonight? Upon entering the living room, Lin Mingxi set down her bag, noticing the absence of the usual scene where the two little ones would rush to embrace her legs. Mo was in the small bedroom, carefully changing Xianxia's clothes, being cautious not to brush against her wound and cause her pain. The old garments were stained with blood and could no longer be worn. Daddy and Mommy seemed to be back, Anin said, a hint of fear in her voice. Mo responded gently, cradling Xianxia. "If you are tired, my dear, then sleep." After shedding tears, Chi-Chi was utterly exhausted, her eyelids heavy yet unwilling to close. Ultimately, Nestled in the warm embrace of Bai Mo, she succumbed to slumber. Creak. At that moment, Lin Mingxi entered the room, startled and instinctively stepping back. What happened? She exclaimed, quickly rushing over. Shu, speak softly. The child has just fallen asleep, Bai Mo replied. Lin Mingxi was in a state of panic. What is wrong with her, Bai Mo? Upon seeing Chi-Chi's condition, her heart twisted in agony. Mama, sister fell from a great height, and an illustrated, tracing a circle in the air. Instantly, Lin Mingxi's complexion turned pale, as if the sky had collapsed, her heart sinking further. Images flooded her mind. Chi-Chi tumbling from the highest point. Surely it wasn't from the first-floor balcony? Such height. No wonder a bump as large as an egg had formed on her head. She accidentally fell down the stairs. Bai Mo added. Lin Mingxi's mind reeled. Rolling down from the highest step? How painful that must be. Poor child, how could she be so careless? She sniffed, her eyes already brimming with tears. Gently caressing the child on the bed, Lin Mingxi found herself weeping. I'm sorry, I should have kept a better watch over them. Bai Mo felt a deep sense of guilt. The anticipated calamity had not materialized. Even if Lin Mingxi were to strike him now, it would be better than this. Is she all right? I've already applied medicine. She just needs to rest for half a month, he reassured her. Lin Mingxi lingered by their side for a long time. Feeling downcast, Chi-Chi had sustained a head injury, hence Bai Mo stayed by their side throughout the night. A night of silence passed. The next morning, Bai Mo discovered that the system had rewarded him with 100 daddy points and a free lottery draw, indicating that the reward was for accompanying his injured daughter. Total daddy points, 610. Another chance to draw? System, I wish to draw, he requested. Ding. The system is drawing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000-year wild ginseng. Gently patting the two little princesses beside him, Bai Mo smiled with happiness. Just as he rose, Chi-Chi suddenly began to cry. What is wrong, my dear daughter? He asked. Daddy hurts. This was the first time Chi-Chi had spoken since last night's mishap. Let Daddy rub it for you. Bai Mo carefully stroked her hair. The swelling on her forehead had already diminished by half. It doesn't hurt anymore, Chi-Chi said in her sweet, childlike voice. Daddy is awake. Are you still sleeping? She asked. Having gone to bed at 9 the previous night, the little girl was now quite lively, rubbing her sleepy eyes, yawning, and shaking her head. He carried her downstairs. The nearby servants were taken aback upon seeing Chi-Chi in this state. What happened to the little princess? They inquired. It's nothing serious. She just bumped her head, he reassured them. Oh, how could she be so careless? The servants expressed deep concern for the child, their hearts heavy with empathy. Upon rising, Lin Mingxi hurried to check on the child's condition. Bai Mo, just as she intended to take the child outside, Bai Mo halted. Mama, in Bai Mo's embrace. Xianxia smiled and waved at Lin Mingxi. It was evident that aside from a bump on her forehead, everything seemed normal. You truly frightened me, Lin Mingxi said, embracing the child with a surge of tenderness. Last night, Lin Mingxi had reviewed the video surveillance, witnessing the child bouncing down the stairs. It was a miracle she hadn't fallen. Fortunately, it was only the third step and not the highest. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. After spending some time together, Xianxia chose to accompany Bai Mo for a jog. Be careful, Lin Mingxi cautioned. She discerned a newfound silence in Xianxia after the previous night's ordeal. Once outside, Bai Mo held the child's hand, guiding her on a tour of the surroundings. A father and daughter strolled by, the daughter gleefully perched on her father's shoulders. Xianxia's eyes shimmered with yearning, a sight not missed by Bai Mo. As a responsible father, he felt compelled to elicit envy in others. Xianxia, Daddy will hold you. The little girl obediently extended her arms. Bai Mo effortlessly lifted her onto his shoulders, spinning around in joy. Being tall, with Xianxia on his shoulders, they stood over 2 meters high. In an unexpected moment, Xianxia became startled and clutched Bai Mo's head tightly, her small hands covering his eyes with considerable force. Then, glancing at the ground below, a wave of fear washed over her, and she was utterly terrified. Bai Mo felt a chill on his neck, realizing in an instant that his back was already soaked. Meanwhile, the little one on his shoulders wore an expression of innocence, still clinging to his head. Daddy, I'm scared, she whispered timidly. The pain on her forehead served as a constant reminder to be cautious of heights. Bai Mo reassured her, don't be afraid, Daddy is here. To help Xianxia adjust, he steadied her waist with both hands. It seemed the fall down the stairs had left a significant psychological impact on her, instilling a fear of heights. Daddy, I wet myself, Xianxia confessed, her face flushed with embarrassment as she sat motionless on his shoulders, resembling a frightened little rabbit. Upon returning to the villa, Xianxia's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red. With so many people at home, the thought of them discovering her little accident was mortifying. Lin Mingxi, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but laugh and shot a teasing glance at Bai Mo. Serves you right. Come down, sweetheart. Mama will give you a bath and dress you in a lovely new dress. At the mention of a new dress, Xianxia beamed with delight. Bai Mo added, be careful during the bath. Avoid getting the wound wet. Chapter 37. The father-in-law's renewed esteem. Upon the completion of his task, Bai Mo was rewarded with 100 daddy points, bringing his total to 710. Subsequently, he went to take a shower. When he emerged once more, the children had already begun their breakfast. During the meal, Cici enjoyed the meticulous care of Lin Mingxi, who personally fed her while her father stood nearby, serving milk. Bai Mo, prepare yourself. We are heading back to my parents' place. Lin Mingxi announced. Why the sudden visit? He inquired. They called last night, but I'm not sure why, she replied, equally puzzled. In truth, Lin Jianwang had visited old Master Lu the previous evening and discovered that the person who saved him was none other than Bai Mo. Bai Mo? Does he know that person? Upon returning, Lin Jianwang immediately dispatched someone to investigate the newly established Anxin pharmaceutical. The results astonished him. Anxin had developed a new facial mask capable of effective whitening and was now in mass production. Lin Jianwang was instantly intrigued by Bai Mo. Especially upon learning he was a professor at the hospital, his eyes widening in surprise. This young man, I did not misjudge him. He is truly talented, worthy of being my son-in-law. His self-reflection elicited an eye roll from Madame Lin. How shameless. Wasn't it just a few days ago that you were in a foul mood? Flushing slightly, Lin Jianwang responded with a chuckle. At Yijiang Imperial Residence, Lin Family Manor, Bai Mo held the two little ones in his arms, a gift in hand. This time, he stood tall and confident, for he had previously acquired a millennium-old wild ginseng, which would certainly impress. Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt, Grandfather, Grandmother, he greeted, followed by the sweet voice of Anin. Cici, however, remained silent, her expression drowsy and withdrawn. Bai Mo, please take a seat, urged Madame Lin, who remained silent. While Lin Jianwang was notably warm, causing Bai Mo to feel a twinge of apprehension. Surely, his father-in-law was not plotting something again. At that moment, Madame Lin noticed the bandage on Cici's forehead and immediately stood up in alarm. What happened to this child? It's nothing. She just fell, Lin Mingxi reassured her. Oh dear. How heartbreaking, lamented Madame Lin. She mustn't have a scar. I understand, Lin Mingxi replied. Just then, Lin Jianwang turned to Bai Mo, inquiring, Bai Mo, I hear you are a doctor? He wished to ascertain the truth for himself. I possess some medical knowledge, Bai Mo replied. By the way, a friend gifted me a millennium-old wild ginseng, which I have no use for, so I thought I would present it to you, uncle. As the ginseng was unveiled, a strong medicinal aroma permeated the villa. Lin Jianwang, well versed in such matters, immediately recognized the authenticity of the wild ginseng. Such thoughtfulness. Why bring something so precious? He remarked outwardly, while inwardly he was elated beyond measure. Bai Mo, has my father-in-law become so amiable? Ahem, had I known you were a professor at the hospital, I would have readily consented to your marriage with Mingxi. Lin Jianwang exclaimed with enthusiasm. One can offend anyone, but never a doctor, especially someone as skilled as Bai Mo. Even someone of Master Lu's stature seeks Bai Mo's approval. With such a son-in-law, what need is there for Wang Dachu? 10 Wang Dacus cannot compare to a single Bai Mo. Should anyone inquire about your son-in-law, they would proudly respond, a hospital-level professor. Just look at how prestigious that sounds. Bai Mo's eyes widened, and a wave of excitement surged within him. Uncle, didn't you say that I needed to achieve something significant before you would agree to Mingxi's marriage to me? Bai Mo pondered, feeling perplexed. His own pharmaceutical enterprise had yet to flourish. Why would Lin Jianwang relent now? Could there be some ulterior motive? Haha, that was merely a moment of frustration on my part. Now, witnessing your mutual affection, I am reminded of my own youthful days. Lin Jianwang rambled on. Meanwhile, Madame Lin, aware of the true circumstances, rolled her eyes at her husband. Thank you, Dad, Lin Mingxi smiled, recognizing that it was Bai Mo's medical accomplishments that had won over her father. Subsequently, Lin Jianwang happily accepted the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng, treating it as a treasured find. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations to the host for earning 200 dad points. Bayamo was taken aback. What task? Upon checking, he discovered that the remaining tasks had been marked as completed. It turned out that the task of gaining Lin Jianwan's respect by achieving something significant had been fulfilled. Achieving something significant? Perhaps it referred to his status as a hospital professor. Indeed, he had earned Lin Jianwan's approval. Ding. Madam Lin's satisfaction with the host has increased. Rewarding 10 dad points. Ding. Lin Jianwan's satisfaction with the host has significantly increased, rewarding 10 dad points. Ding. Gained the favor of the female lead, Lin Mingxi, rewarding 10 dad points. Goodness. Bayamo gasped in surprise. The system had suddenly bestowed 330 dad points upon him, altering his previous perception of frugality. Total dad points, 940. After spending a leisurely morning at Yujiang Daijing and enjoying lunch, Lin Mingxi took Bayamo to a private photo studio, where they captured a photograph together. This was Baimo's first intimate encounter with Lin Mingxi. Her exquisitely refined visage was right before him. Moreover, they were even required to take a photo of them embracing and kissing. Since it was a keepsake, such a request was only natural. Bayamo trembled with excitement, wrapping his arms around Lin Mingxi's slender waist. As he pressed his lips against her soft, rosy ones, time seemed to freeze in that instant. During the session, Bayamo intentionally fumbled, prompting the photographer to ask for several retakes. Lin Mingxi, blushing with embarrassment, felt frustrated, being taken advantage of yet unable to voice her discontent. A nun, covering her eyes, chimed in with a childish voice. Aren't you ashamed? Two little bundles of joy wished to take photos. However, with the sizable bump on Xianxia's forehead, their plans were temporarily dashed, and pouted, visibly displeased. In contrast, Xianxia remained calm, remaining silent for over an hour. Upon exiting the photography studio, a familiar voice called out, "Mo." Bayamo turned to see his elder sister, Bai Feifei, who happened to be out shopping. Ahem. What are you doing here? Bayamo awkwardly greeted her, cradling a little bundle in his arms. Bai Feifei's expression turned serious as she noticed Lin Mingxi, who was clad in sunglasses and a mask. Have you already found a new girlfriend? So soon? Something felt amiss. Suddenly recalling something, Bai Feifei's face darkened. I'll give you 1,000,000. Let me have your boyfriend. She absolutely could not allow Bayamo to become a stepfather to someone else. The Bai family could not afford such disgrace. Familiar tactics. Baimo's lips twitched in annoyance. He had intended to introduce Lin Mingxi to his sister and show off the two little ones, but Bai Feifei had misinterpreted the situation. Lin Mingxi frowned. Who is this woman? She demands my husband right off the bat. Am I some desperate woman in need of money? What a shallow person you are. Her tone was unyielding, sparing no room for softness. 2,000,000. That's my final offer. For a moment, Bai Feifei was taken aback by Lin Mingxi's commanding voice. To her, Lin Mingxi seemed to be merely dissatisfied with the amount offered. Chapter 38. The Wang family goes bankrupt. Lin Mingxi smirked. Crazy. Is wealth so impressive? Let us go. Don't waste time on such people. She then called for Bayamo, while the two little ones scratched their heads, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Bai Feifei insisted, 5,000,000. Think carefully. You will never earn that much in your lifetime. Leave him, and the money in this card will be yours. She obstructed Lin Mingxi's path, pulling out a bank card. Infuriated, Lin Mingxi halted and pulled out her own card from her pocket. Regardless of your past relationship with Bayamo, it's none of my concern. Here is 5,000,000. Take it and get out of my sight. Bai Feifei was taken aback, having never been insulted by money before. She had always been the one to flaunt her wealth. Never had anyone dared to confront her in such a manner. To her surprise, Lin Mingxi was a wealthy woman. Am I in need of money? 10,000,000. And that is my final offer. You and he are not meant to be. Bai Feifei declared. I'm sorry to disappoint you. He is my husband, destined to be mine. Before Bayamo could utter a single word, before he could explain Bai Feifei's identity or offer any clarification, Lin Mingxi had already pulled him into the car. Perhaps it was for the best, as it spared him from any further disruption from Bai Feifei. This time, she had bitten off more than she could chew. Watching the car depart, Bai Feifei remained momentarily stunned. Husband? Bai Feifei felt as though the sky had collapsed. Bayamo had become a stepfather? This is disastrous. Mo. No, I must return and inform my family. I also need to investigate why Momo has not been going to work these past few days. On the way back, Bayamo chuckled and said, Wife, you were quite formidable just now, daring to compete with me for a man. Lin Mingxi let out a cold snort and then rolled her eyes. You're just causing me trouble. That woman from earlier, in terms of both grace and beauty, was not inferior to her. Lin Mingxi felt a mix of jealousy and pride. Jealousy that another woman loved by Mo, and pride that such a desirable man was her husband, the father of her children. Daddy, who was that beautiful auntie just now? She looks a bit like me when I grow up, and then said in a sweet voice. Her expression shy as she imagined herself as a stunning adult. She was even giggling. Lin Mingxi couldn't help but laugh. Little girl, look how smitten you are. You don't resemble her at all. There's no blood relation. Xianxia scratched her head. She looks like me. She is my sister. Lin Mingxi slammed on the brakes. Turning to Bai Mo, what nonsense are you talking about? Bai Mo knew Lin Mingxi would not believe him, so he chose not to elaborate further. His phone had been vibrating persistently, but he chose not to check it, as it was most likely Bai Feifei looking for him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Feifei was overwhelmed with frustration. Bai Mo had genuinely become a son-in-law. The investigation revealed that Bai Mo resided in the Jinyue Bay villa. There wasn't much information available, but one name stirred Bai Feifei's disdain: Wang Dachu. He had caused trouble for Bai Mo several times. Mo, don't worry. Sister will take care of this. The Wang family has no reason to exist in Duan City anymore. With a grim expression, Bai Feifei picked up the phone and immediately notified others. At that moment, in the Wang family, the head, Wang Dahai, received news that his incompetent son had offended a significant figure. The other party had already blocked the Wang family's economic activities in Duan City, and some partners had withdrawn their support. Wang Dahai broke into a cold sweat. In Duan City, the Wang family was a dominant force, but outside of it, they were nothing. Wang Dachu, get down here and think carefully about who you've offended recently. Wang Dachu, called down, looked utterly confused. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Dahai slapped him on the forehead. What? Dad, why did you hit me? I haven't done anything. I've been in the hospital these days. How could I have offended someone? Was it you who offended someone? What happened to make you so angry? Who bothered you? Tell your son, and I'll help you take care of it. Slap. Another hit landed on Wang Dachu's forehead. Don't you dare slander your father. You've offended someone out there, and their influence is too great. At this rate, the Wang family might go bankrupt. Wang Dahai fumed. Before you went to the hospital? However, I have had a minor disagreement with a person named Bai Mo. As you know, Lin Mingxi has always been the one I hold dear, and now, inexplicably, she has found herself a husband. How could I possibly endure such a situation? Wang Dahai felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. Bai Mo? The voice on the other end mentioned offending someone with the surname Bai. It now appeared that the Bai Mo referred to by Wang Dachu was indeed the one in question. You insolent brat, you must immediately apologize to young Master Bai. If you fail to gain his forgiveness, I shall cast you out, Wang Dahai exclaimed, delivering a swift kick. This was the first time Wang Dachu witnessed such fury from his father, and, in his memory, the first time he had been struck. Father, there must be some mistake. That Bai Mo is merely a worker. How could he possibly be a young master? Wang Dachu protested, looking dejected. Bai Mo was just a poor nobody working at an advertising firm, currently being supported by Lin Mingxi. There was no way he could be a young master. After some reflection, Wang Dahai, fearing a misunderstanding, decided to investigate the matter further to uncover who was scheming against the Wang family. The results left him trembling in fear. The rival company was the Bai family consortium, the foremost family in the capital. The one behind this was Bai Feifei, the chairwoman of the Bai group in Dong'an. This woman was a ruthless business queen. It was communicated that Bai Mo was her younger brother, and if the Wang family continued to be obstinate, they could expect bankruptcy. Wang Dahai's face turned ashen, cold sweat pouring down his brow, without a shred of doubt about Bai Feifei's words. Meanwhile, Wang Dachu was utterly stunned. Bai Mo was actually a young master of the Bai conglomerate. How could this be possible? He could not help but curse. Damn it. What does a young master of a financial empire have to do with a nobody like me? Wang Dachu gulped nervously. You scoundrel, go apologize at once, or I will beat you to a pulp. Wang Dahai relentlessly pursued Wang Dachu, determined not to let the family's 80-year legacy be tarnished by this incompetent son. Consequently, Wang Dahai hastened to pay a visit to Bai Feifei, pleading for her mercy, claiming ignorance should be forgiven, and beseeching her to spare the Wang family. In the face of the Bai conglomerate, the Wang family was as insignificant as ants. However, 3 hours later, Dong'an was rocked by the news. The Wang family had gone bankrupt. Wang Dahai was also incarcerated, facing legal investigations, and the Wang family crumbled into disarray. Wang Dachu, still on his way to apologize, heard the news, and turned pale. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Mingxi and her children had returned to the villa. Sweethearts, you may play here or watch television, but do not wander off. Mother needs to work for a little while. Do you understand? Lin Mingxi gently ruffled the hair of the two little ones. Yes, I will be very good. I will watch over my sister, and nodded vigorously. But Xianxia pouted, devoid of spirit, and promptly fell asleep. Afterward, Lin Mingxi glanced at Bai Mo, who was on the phone outside, before proceeding upstairs. Even though Bai Mo answered the phone, he did not behave as he did the previous night. Instead, he remained focused on the little one in the living room. It was Bai Fei calling, expressing her frustration over Bai Mo's recent transformation, particularly his sudden inclination to play the role of a father. Bai Mo found himself caught between laughter and tears. How could she lack such insight? Did she not notice how much the two little cherubs resembled his own childhood self? He intended to share this revelation with Bai Fei eventually, but the time was not yet ripe. Chapter 39. This world is not simple. After ending the call, Bai Mo had just returned to the living room when the front door swung open and a luxurious Ferrari glided into view. It was a sight he had never witnessed since arriving at the villa, prompting him to stand in curiosity. Who could it be? It's Auntie, exclaimed in her sweet, childish voice. Wow, she brought me gifts. With excitement bubbling within her, the child dashed outside. Eagerly anticipating the arrival of the occupant from the vehicle, Bai Mo felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Anan referred to all women as Auntie, and he had assumed it was someone else, only to realize it was Ouyangyu, who had previously seemed displeased with him. Ouyangyu stepped out of the car, her sunglasses shielding her eyes, revealing her long, smooth legs as she emerged gracefully. In her hands, she held an assortment of toys, including two adorable, fluffy dolls. Anan. She beamed, squatting down to embrace the child as she approached. What did Auntie bring for you? The little girl's eyes sparkled like flawless gemstones, fixated on the gifts in Ouyangyu's hands. They're all for you, aren't you happy? So happy. Anan grinned widely, her joy evident. Children, after all, revel in receiving gifts. Ouyangyu carried Anan back into the villa, choosing to ignore Bai Mo as she passed by him. Bai Mo thought, ignore me if you wish, we were never acquainted. Upon reaching the sofa, Ouyangyu was startled to see the sleeping Xianxia and let out a gasp. Xianxia, what happened to her? The child's forehead was bandaged, and anyone would be concerned, especially a godmother. The little one had been sleeping soundly until the sudden outburst frightened her, causing her body to tremble. Rubbing her eyes, she began to cry. Bai Mo rushed in. Why are you shouting so loudly? You scared my daughter. Xianxia, don't be afraid. Daddy is here, he comforted, kneeling beside the little one. I didn't mean to. Ouyangyu stammered as she took a seat on the sofa, gently stroking the child's head. Xianxia, good girl, I truly didn't mean to frighten you. Seeing Xianxia's frightened expression filled Ouyangyu with guilt. Hearing the commotion, Lin Mingxi hurried down the stairs. Xiaoyu, what happened? What is wrong with Xianxia? Ouyangyu recounted the earlier incident. She's fine, just a little bump on her forehead. She'll be all right in a few days, Lin Mingxi reassured. When there are little ones at home, one must keep a watchful eye, Ouyangyu remarked, her gaze shifting to Bai Mo. The implication was that Bai Mo had not taken proper care of the children. However, it was not Bai Mo's fault, and Lin Mingxi quickly shifted the topic. So, what brings you back this time? You left in such a hurry last time. I visited my sect, she replied. At this point, Lin Mingxi nodded. Choosing not to inquire further, Ouyangyu was her close friend, having been accepted as a disciple by a certain sect since childhood, belonging to a world entirely different from hers. Thus Lin Mingxi did not wish to delve deeper. With her work unfinished and having not seen each other for several days, the two sisters chatted for a while. Bai Mo was nearby, tending to Xianxia's wound, which was healing rapidly and had begun to swell less. Anan was also present, unwrapping gifts while listening to the conversation between Lin Mingxi and Ouyangyu, occasionally interjecting with curious questions. After a moment, Lin Mingxi ascended the stairs to work. Ouyangyu then engaged in an conversation. Auntie, are the stories you tell true? Of course. The ability to walk on rooftops and glide over water is merely basic, Ouyangyu replied. Is my daddy as powerful as you, your father? He is weak and feeble. Let me tell you, this world is not simple. There are many like your father whom I could easily defeat 100 times over. Your aunt is a martial arts expert. Anan scratched her head in confusion. A dance expert? Is that impressive? Isn't it just dancing? My mommy is also a dance expert. She teaches me, and soon I will be a master of the dance as well. No, not that kind of dance. I mean martial arts. Fighting. My daddy can defeat many. I've seen it with my own eyes. I wouldn't lie to you. Her innocent voice, tinged with worry that Ouyang might not believe her, added a final note. Ouyang's lips twitched in exasperation. What was she doing discussing such matters with a 2-year-old? Meanwhile, Bayamo furrowed his brow. Coming from a prestigious family, he was well aware of the complexities of the world. In the Bai family, his brothers were renowned martial artists, commanding great respect. Yet, he alone was regarded as a failure, unable to cultivate, which led to his assignment as the heir to the family's assets. Upon first meeting Ouyang, he had sensed her extraordinary nature. She was indeed a martial artist. Anan, Xianxia's father has gone to cook. Do not wander off, he instructed, noting the time. It was already past 5, and Xianxia's stomach was growling, prompting Bai Mo to finally take action. You? Cooking? Ouyang inquired, intrigued. Is that a problem? Is the food you cook delicious? Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Anan grew indignant. My daddy cooks the best food. Ouyang chuckled, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Oh, you, with a father now? You seem to have forgotten all about me. In just 3 sentences, you can't help but mention your daddy. I forgot about my sister. Is Xianxia still mad at Andy? I didn't mean to raise my voice. Shall we play a game together? Xianxia shook her head. Okay, let's play cards. Moments later, the aroma of cooking wafted through the kitchen, filling the living room. Ouyang licked her lips and wondered, is that fellow really cooking in there? Glancing towards the kitchen, she indeed saw only Baimo diligently at work. I underestimated you. Anin chimed in with her sweet voice. It smells so good. Daddy has cooked something delicious again. With a skip, Xianxia jumped off the sofa and dashed toward the kitchen, eager to discover what delectable dish her father had prepared that smelled so enticing. Inside the kitchen, Baimo emerged with a platter of food just as Xianxia came rushing in. Oh, my little darling, what brings you here? He exclaimed. Are you hungry? Xianxia patted her flat little belly, her eyes reflecting a sense of grievance. Dinner is nearly ready, Baimo reassured her, swiftly preparing everything and lifting her onto a chair before sending the little pup upstairs to fetch Lin Mingxi for dinner. The little pup was quite perceptive. Upon reaching the upper floor, it tugged at Lin Mingxi's pant leg, pulling her toward the door. Here they come. Little Bai must be craving something, she observed. Dinner was a delightful affair, with both Lin Mingxi and Ouyang singing praises of Baimo's culinary skills. There was no need for further words. The two of them were thoroughly satisfied. It was unavoidable. Baimo's cooking was simply too exquisite. The two little bundles of joy were quite attached to Baimo, and Ouyang realized just how much Inan and Xianxian truly needed their father. Remarkably, aside from lacking a certain capability, Baimo was handsome and an excellent cook, making him quite the match for her best friend, Lin Mingxi. Thank you for your hospitality, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. Just a minute after lying down, Ouyang glanced at her phone, her expression suddenly turning grave before she hurriedly departed. Goodbye, Auntie. Goodbye, Anin and Xianxian. The look on Ouyang's face suggested that something was amiss. In the car, Ouyang returned a phone call. We must thwart the actions of Master Xiantian. If Baimo had heard her, he would surely have been astonished. Xiantian. That was indeed the individual the system had alerted him about, the one who sought to capture Anin's soul and unleash a plague upon the world. Chapter 40. The upgrade of the milk dad Ouyang's return to Duan City was to fulfill a task assigned by her sect. Moreover, she was a minor director at the Huaxia Security Bureau, having only taken her post in Duan City a few days prior. After her departure, Baimo began bathing their 2 daughters. Xianxian's forehead injury could not touch water, so Baimo equipped her with a shower cap to prevent it from getting wet. While a few toy ducks floated in the tub, Anin, don't splash, you'll get water on your sister's forehead, he cautioned. All right, she replied. Daddy, is the story finished? Baimo chuckled, bemused. It had become routine for them to hear a story during their daily baths. Once upon a time, there was a temple, and in the temple lived an old monk. Don't tell that. We've heard it before. The old monk is a bald donkey. Anin vehemently shook her head. Baimo continued. Then let us switch it up. Once upon a time, there was a village. Xianxian scratched her head and asked, Daddy, can you sing? At that moment, a task notification chimed. Sing a song for your daughters. A random milk dad point will be rewarded. Baimo was momentarily taken aback. Since acquiring the talent for singing, he had yet to utilize this newfound skill. With eager anticipation sparkling in her eyes, the little one gazed up at him, a look so endearing that it was impossible to resist. Clearing his throat, Baimo, guided by the system, Exchanged 20 dad points for a children's song, The Little Worm Flies. In an instant, the musical score unfolded in his mind. The dark sky loomed low, adorned with shimmering stars. His steady voice resonated throughout the bathroom, captivating the two little girls with an enchanting charm. As he sang, he affectionately ruffled their hair and played with them. Upon finishing the song, the two princesses erupted into laughter, clapping their hands in unison, exclaiming, "Daddy sings beautifully. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task, and your daughters are overjoyed. Reward doubled. You have gained 100 dad points." The system's cold voice echoed. "Congratulations, host. The system has upgraded, and you have earned the title of qualified dad. The system marketplace is about to refresh. The lottery update is imminent. Host, qualified dad by MO dad points, 1040 items. Binding talismans X2, approximately 1 ton of gold. Skills, divine demonic eye, supreme combat skills, advanced culinary arts, Bagua palm. Incredible strength, singing talent, master calligrapher, photographic memory, advanced medical skills, master pianist, intermediate driving skills. Pet, country dog by MO opened the system to review the substantial changes within. The lottery now featured numerous elixirs, such as innate pills, cleansing pills, and breaking gold pills, all designed to enhance one's abilities. Additionally, there were skills, including divine powers and various skill sets, which were previously unknown to him. The lottery now cost 50 dad points per draw, with an exceedingly rare chance of 1 in 10,000 to win. Biamo fully understood why the system had once enticed him so. The path to overnight wealth through lottery was futile. However, the prices in the system marketplace were exorbitant, starting at several hundred dad points. For instance, the basic life skill of appraising treasures now required 300 dad points, a threefold increase from before. What a scam. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a welfare benefit, consuming 300 dad points to participate in the super luxury lottery. The system's voice, no longer cold and indifferent, now carried a hint of emotion. 300 dad points? That is outrageous. What's super luxury? It's a scam. The grand prize is merely a millennium of cultivation, with an almost non-existent chance of winning. Is this not a trap for dads? The system is relentless in its quest to deceive him. Biamo declared, "Even if I starve today and leap from the 100th floor, I will absolutely not partake in this ridiculous luxury lottery. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the delicious aroma mechanism, forcibly deducting 500 dad points. The system will now commence the lottery." Biamo, what the hell? The roulette slowly came to a halt, followed by a sound akin to a heavenly melody. Congratulations, esteemed host, for obtaining the extraordinarily rare grand prize of 10,000 years of cultivation, with a probability of merely 0.000000000000002. The system's voice resonated with incredulity, as if exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Biamo stood in stunned silence for 3 seconds. "I can't believe it. I've won," he mused, reflecting on the worth of 500 points. However, his elation was short-lived. 10,000 years of cultivation held little significance in his current life. The paramount priority was nurturing his daughter's growth, and practical skills would serve him better. Yet, Biamo understood that to protect his daughter, he must first possess formidable strength. Host, qualified father by MO father points, 240 cultivation, 10,000 years, and used, items, 2 binding talismans, approximately 1 ton of gold skills, divine demon eye, godly combat techniques, advanced culinary arts, 8 trigrams palm, singing talent, master calligraphy, photographic memory, advanced medicine, master level piano, intermediate driving skills pet, country dog system. To what level could this 10,000 years of cultivation elevate my strength? Your qualifications are too low. Utilizing 10,000 years of cultivation would at best elevate you to the tribulation stage. It is advised that you enhance your qualifications. Biamo felt a shadow of despair. Is my aptitude truly so dismal? It is not a matter of discouragement. You possess a uniquely subpar constitution. Biamo inquired. What elixirs are available in the marketplace to enhance my constitution? Pure water, priced at 3,000 father points. For options under 200 father points, little recovery pill, 100 father points, can elevate your aptitude by 1 tier. Great recovery pill, 200 father points, raises it to 1-star aptitude. Note, 5 stars is optimal. I would like to exchange for a great recovery pill. Biamo had read novels where consuming such pills resulted in the expulsion of impurities from the body, so he refrained from immediate consumption. Laughter and a melodious tune drifted from the bathroom, prompting Lin Mingxi to set aside her work and stealthily approach the bathroom door. The quality of the singing rivaled that of a professional, and the song was delightful, perfectly suited for children. "Mommy, Daddy is singing," little Lin chimed in, her voice sweet and innocent. "Sounds wonderful," Lin Mingxi remarked with a smile. "I can hear it. Your father is quite talented, rivaling my own skills." Mo chuckled awkwardly, surprised that his inaugural attempt at singing had captured Lin Mingxi's attention. "Daddy is talented and wealthy. Daddy is the best." The two little ones rushed over, splashing Mo with water from their bath. He and Lin Mingxi exchanged smiles before assisting the children with their bath. After half an hour, they finally concluded the bathing duties, leaving time to style their hair anew. Lin Mingxi said, "Mo, could you share that song you just sang with me? Although it's a children's song, I believe it could shine brightly if sung for me. Why not?" Subsequently, Mo began to write. "Mo, your handwriting is truly exquisite. When did you compose this nursery rhyme?" It must have been quite some time ago. Mo did not reveal the truth to Lin Mingxi. "Indeed, you possess remarkable talent," Lin Mingxi praised, then looked at the song and attempted to sing a few lines. Without much feeling in her performance, she added, "Let me accompany you." With that, to Lin Mingxi's astonishment, she approached the piano and gently pressed the black and white keys. A melodious tune resonated, and Lin Mingxi was once again taken aback by the high level of skill displayed. As Mo began to play, Lin Mingxi opened her mouth to sing. However, after only a few lines, the two little princesses nearby clapped their hands. Suddenly, the piano music came to an abrupt halt. Lin Mingxi looked at Mo, who said, "That is not how you sing it. The pitch should not be so high. It should be sung like this." Then, she played and sang the opening lines herself. "Oh." Lin Mingxi humbly accepted the correction. Initially, it was just a minor error that could be easily rectified, but unexpectedly, she was halted again. Gradually, she realized that Mo's singing prowess surpassed her own, leaving her momentarily entranced. Listening to Mo's explanations felt akin to encountering a mentor, and she gained invaluable insights. After practicing for half an hour, Mo finally felt satisfied and stretched lazily. "Not bad. You should sing this way in the future." "Thank you," Lin Mingxi replied, surprised by Mo's high level of singing ability. Her cheeks flushed, for she was the singer, yet here she was being guided by someone outside the industry. And she found herself genuinely convinced. "Just average," Mo chuckled lightly. Lin Mingxi gazed earnestly at Mo, biting her lip. "Remember to wake up early tomorrow. The Civil Affairs Bureau will be open." "Yes, it's quite late now. Let us sleep." Mo picked up both daughters and returned to the room. He feared that if he suggested they sleep together, it might provoke Lin Mingxi's aversion, a risk not worth taking. Watching Mo's departing figure, Lin Mingxi felt a peculiar sensation in her heart. With a sigh, she returned to her own room. Initially, she had planned to work overtime to compose songs. But now that Mo had assisted her, she felt lighthearted and could retire early. Earlier that day, a senior leader had advised her to seize the momentum of her song's popularity and release more tracks to ascend to greater heights, hence her recent busyness. Back in his room, after lulling the two daughters to sleep, Mo consumed a special elixir. Moments later, his body expelled layers of impurities, emitting an unbearable stench, as if he had fallen into a cesspit. Mo pinched his nose, nearly retching, and hurried to the bathroom to cleanse himself. Upon emerging and looking in the mirror, he discovered that his skin appeared more alluring and his muscular contours were distinctly defined. The following morning, rather than going for a morning run, Mo took the household registration book and, accompanied by the children and Lin Mingxi, headed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. He aimed to complete the matter promptly. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Mo felt as though the past week had been nothing but a dream. Not only has he welcomed a daughter into his life, but he is also now united in marriage. Household registration. Mo has already established her independence. In the afternoon, Lin Mingxi went about her usual workday, while Mo took the two little ones out, believing that an outing would greatly benefit their physical and mental well-being. Within Junhua Bay, there flows a river. In the past, during his morning jogs, Mo had noticed individuals frequently fishing there. With a free day ahead, under the gentle sun and mild breeze, he decided to take the children fishing. "Daddy, where are we going?" Anan inquired in her sweet, childlike voice. "Fishing." "Fishing?" The eyes of the two little ones sparkled with excitement. They had never been fishing before, and the prospect seemed delightful, eliciting cheerful smiles. Upon reaching their destination, Mo prepared everything and settled on the riverbank. The two little girls sat quietly, eagerly anticipating a bite from the fish below. Suddenly, the bait in the water stirred, causing the fishing rod to tremble. Witnessing this, Anan exclaimed, "Daddy, it's moving. It's moving. Calm down. Don't shout so loudly or you'll scare away the nearby fish." Mo replied as he reeled in the line, catching a palm-sized tilapia. "Yay! Fish! Fish!" Perhaps it was the thrill of their first fishing experience, but upon seeing Mo catch a fish, the girls were filled with excitement, bouncing joyfully, especially Xianxia, who seemed much more lively. "Xianxia, be a good girl and sit still. Don't jump around. Your forehead injury hasn't healed yet." His words caused Xianxia's complexion to pale slightly, revealing the lingering shadow of her recent fall down the stairs. "Congratulations, host. Taking your daughter's fishing counts as an outdoor activity. Reward, 200 dad points." Mo paused in surprise. Has the system become more generous, perhaps due to an upgrade? Its tone now felt much softer. "Total dad points, 240. Come, let daddy teach you how to fish. Sit here and watch the rod. When there's movement, start to reel in slowly. Don't rush, take it step by step." Xianxian was relatively obedient, while Anan, lacking patience, gazed around and occasionally played with stones along the bank. In no time, they had caught 3 tilapia. Just then, Anan spotted a dark shadow on the river's surface. As she focused, she tugged at Mo's sleeve and asked, "Daddy, what is that?" Following her gaze, Mo realized it appeared to be a person drifting in the water. Alarmed, he thought someone might be drowning. He quickly prepared to leap in to rescue them, but, glancing at the children beside him, opted for a safer approach by using the fishing rod to hook the person's clothing. Luckily, the fishing line was long enough to catch hold of the individual in the water. However, at that moment, the person sprang up from the water with a splash, landing on the riverbank. The two little ones, startled, immediately clung to their father's legs, caught between curiosity and trepidation at this unexpected turn of events. Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that this individual possessed formidable skills, making him a formidable opponent. Observing his aura, it was evident that his internal energy was unstable, a clear indication of severe injuries. He coughed repeatedly, blood oozing from various wounds on his body. He could still move, however. "Do not speak. I shall investigate," Mo declared. With exceptional courage and immense strength, coupled with his proficiency in Baguazhong, he approached, only to find no malice in the opponent's demeanor, though his expression was fraught with gravity. "Thank you. No need for gratitude," Mo replied, brushing his nose as if he had accomplished nothing. "You must leave this place swiftly. They will soon catch up." No sooner had he spoken than the distant sound of numerous footsteps echoed, as 5 or 6 individuals descended, encircling them. "Tian Dayo, you cannot escape. Hand over what you have taken." The leader, exuding an aura of menace, fixed his gaze on the man who had just emerged from the water. It was then he noticed Mo and the 2 young companions beside him, prompting a frown. If I refuse to comply, you will not be able to kill me," Tian Dayo retorted. Despite his grievous injuries, he still deemed these 6 individuals unworthy adversaries. "Tian Dayo, do not be stubborn. We may not be able to kill you, but if we stall, my senior brother will arrive, and you will have no chance to flee. Surrender the item." "Senior brother, I just witnessed that man save his life," one of them said. Directing a sword at Mo, Tian Dayo's expression turned grave. "Daring to save Tian Dayo? You are opposing us, the Huangquan sect, courting death." Mo rubbed his nose, realizing he had landed himself in trouble. "This is not your concern. You cannot indiscriminately kill the innocent," Tian Dayo insisted. "We can release them if you surrender the item. Otherwise, it will be a dead end for you," the leader asserted sternly. "How outrageous." "Then let us battle," Tian Dayo responded, charging forward. "Sir, take your daughter and flee. I shall hold them off." Boom. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted at the riverbank, with blades flashing and figures darting, a true back-and-forth exchange. Chapter 42, Anti. We Are Fishing. This was Mo's first experience witnessing martial artists in combat, and the proximity made it feel akin to a cinematic spectacle. Each strike a matter of life and death. "What are they doing, Papa?" Anan asked curiously, gripping Mo's trousers tightly. "You're almost pulling my pants off. It's like in a TV drama, the kind you see on screen, so there's no need to fear," Mo chuckled gently, lifting them both effortlessly. 3 minutes later, the 6 men in green were utterly confounded by Tian Dayo's resilience. "Goodness, how does he still possess such strength? This is bad. My senior brother cannot arrive in time." but the security personnel are on their way. Stop, Tiandayo. If you do not cease immediately, I will kill him. At some point, a blade had been raised above Bai Mo's head, wielded by someone with a fierce gaze. If you desire it, then I shall grant it to you. Tiandayo squinted his eyes, casting an object into the river, momentarily stunning the onlookers. Soon after, one individual leaped into the water. The man holding a knife to Bai Mo's throat was momentarily distracted, only to be met with a swift kick from Bai Mo, sending him flying over 10 meters. Blood spewing from his mouth, and he met his demise. Everyone was left in shock, the atmosphere thick with tension. No one anticipated that Bai Mo would strike so suddenly, and with such formidable strength. Ding. Protect the daughter from harm. Reward. 1 lottery opportunity. Will you draw? Draw immediately. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained a 1-star qualification enhancement opportunity. Bai Mo couldn't help but smile. The upgraded system was considerably more reliable. At that moment, a group approached from a distance. You little brat, I have taken note of you for daring to oppose our Huangquan sect. For the life you have taken, there shall be no refuge for you anywhere, be it the ends of the earth or the path to the underworld. Seeing the personnel from the security bureau arriving, the leading man issued a harsh warning before swiftly departing with the remaining 3, while the man from the river seemed to vanish as well. Bai Mo mused. He seems to have stirred up trouble. However, he hesitated to act at that moment, as the 2 young girls might be harmed. If necessary, he would act without hesitation again. No one could harm his precious daughters. Tiandayo exhaled deeply, then collapsed to the ground in agony. 1 against 6. I have reached my limit. Sir, I apologize for involving you, he said weakly. Shortly after, the security personnel arrived, led by Ouyangyu. Xianxia, Anin, Bai Mo? What are you all doing here? Ouyangyu exclaimed in surprise. The 2 little ones called out cheerfully, seemingly unfazed. Their faces adorned with smiles as if they were merely acting in a television drama. Ouyangyu approached them, concerned. Are you all right? Those were members of the Huangquan sect. His heart raced with anxiety. We were just fishing, they replied innocently. Tiandayo is here. But the Huangquan sect members have already fled. One of them is dead. He was the 5th of the Huangquan sect, an underling reported. Ouyangyu furrowed his brow and turned to Bai Mo. You witnessed what transpired, did you not? Do not speak of this. It will bring you no benefit. Understood. Bai Mo replied calmly, while Tiandayo coughed up blood. How are you? Ouyangyu inquired, his tone indicating familiarity between them. I will survive, thanks to your timely arrival. What happened? Just as Tiandayo was about to recount the truth, he caught Bai Mo's gaze and instead said, as you can see, they pursued me relentlessly, and I managed to retaliate against one of them. This Huangquan sect is far too arrogant. We must eradicate them at the first opportunity, Ouyangyu asserted. Esteemed sir, it appears your injuries are quite severe. Allow me to offer my modest skills in medicine. With that, Bai Mo produced a silver needle and, before Tiandayo and Ouyangyu could react, commenced treatment. This act served as gratitude for Tiandayo's discretion regarding his past transgressions. Had Ouyangyu, affiliated with the security bureau, become aware, Bai Mo would surely have faced arrest. Ouyangyu, initially poised to scold, was taken aback by the astonishing display of Bai Mo's expertise. Tiandayo's condition improved significantly, a look of astonishment gracing his features. Sir, you possess medical skills as well. I am immensely grateful. You have saved my life twice now. Such a debt cannot be repaid with mere words. Merely a small gesture, Bai Mo replied courteously. Suddenly, a thought struck Ouyangyu, her eyes sparkling with realization. Bai Mo, if I am not mistaken, you are the esteemed doctor Bai who has recently garnered much attention at the hospital, correct? All mere reputation, Bai Mo replied with an awkward smile. Ouyangyu's curiosity about Bai Mo deepened. His culinary prowess was remarkable, and now his medical skills were equally impressive. He was indeed a curious man. Meanwhile, they remained oblivious to the 5 members of the Huangquan sect across the river. The drenched individual cursed, Damn Tiandayo. He has deceived us. Humph. Relay the command to return and pursue Tiandayo. The sacred artifact remains in his possession, and that young man must not be spared. He has killed Lao Wu and is acquainted with Ouyangyu. He cannot be allowed to live. Upon returning to the villa, Bai Mo began preparing grilled fish, while Ouyangyu sought to join him for a meal. Xianxia held a peculiar object in her hands, a square box, exquisite yet somewhat antiquated, exuding an air of nostalgia. Sister, where did you acquire this? I found it at the fishing spot, she replied. Ouyangyu approached. Anin, Xianxia, what are you up to? Are you observing ants at work again? Not at all. Xianxia chimed. Let Annie take a look. What is this box? Did your father purchase it for you? As Ouyang reached for the box, Xianxia protested in a sweet voice. No, I found it on the road. How dull. Ouyang chuckled. Her disinterest in opening the box evident. Treasures found on the roadside rarely held value. Forget it, Xianxia. After all this time, let us go watch your father prepare grilled fish. Ouyang's face lit up with anticipation. Her stomach growled at the thought of Bai Mo's culinary creations, as subsequent meals paled in comparison to his. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Doan City, the members of the Huangquan sect once again cornered Tiandayo. This time, 3 agents from the Security Bureau were ensnared as well. Among them stood a senior member of the Huangquan sect, clad in black, his prowess surpassing that of Tiandayo. Brother, the black-clad youth addressed him, do not cling to your delusions. Tiandayo retorted, where's my possession? Wait. The sacred artifact of your sect is no longer in my hands. With that, Tiandayo surrendered without resistance. Even with a few reliable individuals added to the mix, they were no match for the man in black before them. His grave countenance was laden with murderous intent. After a thorough search, having confirmed that the sacred artifact was not on his person, he delivered a fierce kick to Tiandayo, exclaiming, where is it? Coughing, Tiandayo, face etched with anguish, explained, it was with me, but now it has vanished. I am unaware of when it slipped away. String them up and beat them. The rest shall pursue Ouyang. The sacred artifact must be in her possession. From the riverside to this point, Tiandayo had only encountered a handful of individuals, leading to his primary suspicion falling upon Ouyang. Furthermore, with the death of Lao Wu, this blood debt must be avenged. Chapter 43. The Admiral comes knocking. Moreover, with Lao Wu dead, vengeance for this bloodshed is imperative. That wretch dared to slay a member of the Huangquan sect. He cannot be allowed to live. The surroundings fell into an oppressive silence, as all present swallowed hard, sensing the impending storm. After a moment, battered and bruised, Tiandayo weakly pleaded, stop. I've confessed everything. I truly do not know where it is. It might still be by the riverside. You could still find it if you hurry. Brother, he was already injured. I wonder how he healed so quickly. A man hesitated, observing the calm demeanor of his senior, and continued, could it be that he consumed the sacred artifact? I did not. I can joke about food, but not about such things. Tiandayo protested vehemently. Nearby, a member of the Security Bureau twitched at the corner of his mouth. The sacred artifact? So, this scoundrel has deceived us. He had falsely claimed to be pursued by the Huangquan sect, begging for the protection of the Security Bureau. Brave sirs, if you seek Tiandayo, then release us. If Ouyang Bureau cannot locate us, you will inevitably expose yourselves. Why suffer this? To offend the Security Bureau is to stand against Xianxia. We too have been duped by Tiandayo, a member of the Huangquan sect stated. Releasing you? Not a chance. Dream on. The mere Security Bureau does not intimidate the Huangquan sect, the leader among the men in black retorted coldly. It is impossible. He did not consume the sacred artifact. How did your injuries heal? Faced with this interrogation and severe torture, Tiandayo ultimately divulged the name Bai Mo. Once again, it is him. This man must not be allowed to live. Bai Mo remained blissfully unaware that he had attracted the attention of the Huangquan sect, unwittingly embroiling himself in a significant predicament, especially with Xianxia. In her hands, she held the very sacred artifact of the Huangquan sect. At that moment, Bai Mo was busy grilling fish, the aroma wafting through the air, enticing those nearby. 2 small children were watching with drool pooling at the corners of their mouths. Wow, Bai Mo, you are truly amazing. Ouyang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Just then, Ouyang's phone rang. It was one of her subordinates. Ouyang Bureau, there is grave news. The Admiral of Huangquan Road is coming to find you. After much effort, we finally escaped from the dilapidated factory. We must hurry. The Admiral is looking for you. No time to waste. We need to flee as the disciples of the Yellow Spring sect are in pursuit. Ouyang's expression turned grave. The Admiral? The senior brother of the Yellow Spring sect, a formidable foe at the early stage of the transformation realm, while she herself was merely at the hidden strength level, making her no match for him. Seizing the opportunity before the call ended, Ouyang inquired urgently, why are they searching for me? They suspect you possess a sacred object of the Yellow Spring sect, the subordinate on the other end panted. No time to linger. I must escape. Be careful. Ouyang replied, unconcerned for her subordinates, as they were adept at fleeing. If they had been captured by the Yellow Spring sect and still managed to escape, It was clear they possessed considerable skill. After hanging up, Ouyang pondered repeatedly about the Yellow Spring sect's sacred object. Had she not secured it well? Auntie, come see. Xianxia chirped, tugging Ouyang towards the back garden. In the back garden, the fire lotus flowers had grown significantly, flourishing under Bai Mo's attentive care, filling the entire area with their enchanting fragrance. Ouyang's eyes widened in awe. She had never seen such flowers. Their beauty was utterly captivating. Are they beautiful? They belong to my daddy, Xianxia said, her tone imbued with a hint of pride. Your father? Ouyang was taken aback and subsequently could not find any information about the species online. What kind of flower was this? After taking a few photos, she posted them on Douyin, seeking knowledge from anyone familiar with the flower. Unbeknownst to her, this action sparked an immediate sensation. The comments section was flooded with responses. It's a fire lotus flower. Who would have thought I could see an extinct flower in my lifetime? It's truly magnificent. Upstairs, you're mistaken. This flower is too alluring. It must be a fake. How could it possibly be a fire lotus? I don't believe it either. Ouyang's video also caught the keen attention of global experts on rare plants, who concluded that it was indeed false. In a place like Douyin City, how could fire lotus flowers possibly grow? The last 3 remaining fire lotus flowers in the world flourish only on volcanic rock faces. However, one individual gazed upon the flower and believed it to be genuine. Far away in the capital, Ma Tianming privately messaged Ouyang. Hello. This flower is a fire lotus flower. I am willing to offer 10 million to purchase it. Would you consider parting with it? Ouyang was shocked upon reading the message. 10 million? For that flower? I'm sorry, but the flower isn't mine. I can inquire for you. After replying to the message, she sought out Bai Mo. You are about to strike it rich. The 2 little ones scratched their heads in confusion. Bai Mo remarked, strike it rich? I wasn't aware of that. Auntie, what wealth is my daddy gaining? Both little ones clung to Ouyang. Ouyang informed Bai Mo about the fire lotus flower, only to find that the latter was far from pleased. 10 million? Are you not even tempted? Who would disdain an abundance of wealth? Is it truly valuable? The 2 innocent little ones scratched their heads, utterly oblivious to the significance of 10 million. It is indeed precious, Ouyang replied, then turned to Bai Mo. You must contemplate this carefully. If you choose not to sell, I shall decline immediately. Not selling. Bai Mo firmly rejected. This flower cost him a vial of spiritual water. How could he possibly part with it? Moreover, he was not in need of money at the moment. The fire lotus flower was a rare medicinal herb, indeed. Not to mention 10 million, even for 100 million. It would not be sold. Ouyang was incredulous but chose not to press further, simply replying to a private message, while the person on the other end expressed deep regret yet remained undeterred. Anan and Xianxia approached, announcing that the grilled fish was ready to eat. All right. The 2 little ones' eyes sparkled as they scampered over, gazing at the perfectly grilled fish, nearly drooling. Thank you, Daddy. You're amazing. It's a bit hot. Take your time. No one is competing with you. Bai Mo chuckled, bemused. Isn't there? The 2 little ones stole a glance at Ouyang. The taste was delightful. The more Ouyang ate, the more he craved, completely forgetting his subordinate's words. The admiral has arrived. Bang! The villa door was shattered, and a cloud of dust billowed in. The admiral strode in with a grim expression, followed by 3 members of the Huangquan sect. Who is so rude as to enter without ringing the doorbell? Bai Mo frowned. Ouyang swallowed hard, his gaze blank, legs nearly buckling. The admiral, a master of transformation. She had not taken this matter seriously earlier, primarily because she did not believe the admiral would actually come. What are you doing here? Upon seeing the Huangquan sect's attire, Bai Mo's displeasure was evident. Ouyang, you have taken our sacred artifact, and you killed the 5th. You shall pay dearly. The admiral's murderous intent radiated as he fixed his gaze on Bai Mo and Ouyang. Daddy, I'm scared. The 2 little ones, frightened, clung to Bai Mo's leg, too terrified to eat. The door had been blasted far away. How could they not be afraid? Poor Xianxia's face turned pale in an instant, and the grilled fish fell to the ground. Chapter 44. If that is the case, then you shall perish. Bai Mo was infuriated. He had chosen to let things go, yet they had come seeking him out. Did they think him easy to bully? System, fuse 1,000 years of cultivation. Understood. In an instant, Bai Mo's strength surged to the transcendent stage, reaching the pinnacle of power. Host, qualified Daddy Bai Mo Daddy points. 240 strength, pinnacle of transcendent stage. 32nd layer, node. Unable to break through further. Pet, rural dog other. Under the system's concealment, No one noticed the anomaly, a single move to deceive the heavens. With unparalleled strength, Biemo swiftly comprehended the essence of the world around him, as if the entirety of existence lay beneath his mental grasp. Admiral, do not act recklessly. This is Duan, not the Huangquan sect. Moreover, I have not taken your sacred relic, Ouyang asserted. Little girl, your words are futile. Suddenly, with a flash, Ouyang collapsed to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. A suppression of power. One wielding the strength of transformation and another shrouded in darkness. The disparity between them was insurmountable. Before the Admiral, Ouyang's power was akin to that of a mere child. Ha ha ha. The Security Bureau is nothing but this, the followers of the Huangquan sect jeered. Bark, bark. A small puppy rushed over, barking furiously at the members of the Huangquan sect. Shall by silence. Anan lunged forward, restraining the dog and covering its mouth. The little pup's expression mirrored Ouyang's despair. Facing inevitable doom, he realized that Biemo and the others were equally trapped. Admiral, you may kill me, but spare their lives. The man must die. As for the two young girls, wouldn't it be better for them to be reunited? The Admiral's visage twisted into a menacing grimace. Kill them and retrieve the sacred relic. Wait, when you speak of the sacred relic, what precisely do you mean? If I have it, I shall return it to you immediately. Ouyang's heart raced with trepidation. No one was coming to his aid. He could see only a path leading to death. Perhaps if he delayed, there might be a glimmer of hope. A square box. Do you dare claim you haven't taken it? The Admiral's brow furrowed, his gaze locked onto Ouyang. Square? That sounds familiar. Where have I seen it before? Ouyang pondered. Don't be afraid, my child. Father is here, Biemo reassured, mistaking Xianxia's fear for something else as she knelt down to comfort her. I know. Do not act yet. I know where your sacred relic is, Ouyang thought, realizing he had to lie for the sake of Biemo and the others. He approached Biemo, whispering, Biemo, when the moment arises, I will distract them. You must seize the opportunity to escape. Do not concern yourself with me. Where is the sacred relic? The Admiral demanded. In an instant, Ouyang struck at the Admiral, and the two were embroiled in a fierce clash, which ended in Ouyang's dismal defeat. You think you can contend with me? Trash is merely trash, the Admiral scoffed. Have you been stunned into silence? Just now was an excellent opportunity. Why did you not flee? Ouyang's voice was pale and filled with despair. To squander such a chance. Remaining motionless, it was enough to infuriate her. Aunt, what is wrong? Seeing Ouyang on the ground, the two little ones were filled with worry, on the verge of tears. Cough, cough. I am fine. Do not come near. Ouyang waved his hand, attempting to reassure them. Ding. Mission initiated. Protect the daughter. Uphold the host's dignity. Eliminate the offenders. Biemo was momentarily stunned. It is important to note that the system was no longer cold and indifferent. It was, for the first time, issuing such a task. At that moment, Xianxia recalled something and tearfully exclaimed, Please do not harm Annie. She produced a square box from behind her. The sacred artifact of the Huangquan sect. It was indeed here. Had it been handed over sooner, none of this would have transpired. Ouyang's eyes widened in realization. How could I have overlooked this? If only I had opened it earlier, this calamity could have been averted. I thought it was merely rubbish. Give it to us. Xianxia sobbed. Biemo gently patted her head, dismissing the people from the Huangquan sect entirely. My daughter found it. Why should I hand it over to you? As the ancients say, treasures found upon the ground cannot be claimed from heaven or earth. This declaration thoroughly infuriated the Admiral and the members of the Huangquan sect. Biemo, return the item at once and cease your foolishness. The Admiral fumed. You seek death. Kill him. Yes, master. The Admiral wished to witness Biemo's demise with his own eyes. Biemo stood, a smirk gracing his lips as he addressed the Huangquan sect. You can either leave now or none of you shall survive to depart. Despite the system's task to take lives, Biemo's conscience restrained him. He still afforded a measure of mercy to the Huangquan sect, not wanting the children to witness bloodshed. You speak so much of death. Killing you will not prevent the sacred artifact from returning to us. Your lives are forfeit. No. Children, close your eyes. Upon hearing their father's voice, the two little ones shut their eyes tightly, clinging to Biemo's trousers. Biemo regarded the approaching assailants, with a mere wave of his hand. They disintegrated into dust at lightning speed. Ouyang's eyes widened in shock. Was she truly not imagining things? Her legs trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, she recalled a legend spoken by a senior in her sect. There existed a reclusive sect of practitioners who wielded celestial arts, granting them longevity. These beings appeared once every few decades, their power beyond comprehension, far surpassing the martial skills of her peers. The scene she had just witnessed was indelibly etched in her mind. Was that not celestial magic? Was Mo truly one of those hidden sect members? The little pup sensed the fear as well. Master, it's so terrifying. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood in awe of Mo, wondering what had just transpired. Damn it, who exactly are you? What have you done with the second? The Admiral gazed at Mo in terror, instinctively retreating a few steps. The unknown always breeds fear. I am no one special, merely an ordinary man, their father. When my daughters are in danger, anyone must bear the brunt of my wrath, Mo said calmly. Run. The Admiral sensed the impending danger and shouted. However, they were not as quick to react as Mo, who vanished in an instant. Ouyang sat paralyzed, fearfully gazing at Mo. Just a single glance was enough to annihilate all those from the Huangquan sect. Is this the power of a cultivator? How terrifying. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Please check subsequent rewards at your convenience. The two little princesses, not sensing any commotion, innocently asked, Daddy, can I look now? Yes. Upon opening her eyes again, she found not a single figure in sight, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Where is everyone? Daddy, what about those bad people? The two little ones inquired with a childlike curiosity, their puzzled expressions utterly endearing. They've left, Mo chuckled, picking up his two daughters and returning to the villa. The two little bundles of joy scratched their heads, their confusion deepening. How could they have been so fierce and yet leave without a word of apology? Ouyang swallowed hard and followed Mo inside the villa. Ouyang hesitated repeatedly, struggling to voice her thoughts. Chapter 45. I only wish for my daughter's happiness and safety. As for my matters, you need not concern yourself with them. Had it not been for the danger to the children, I would not have intervened, Mo said, his expression tinged with helplessness. Looking at the two little ones, Ouyang nodded. I understand, Mo. What kind of power do you possess? Me? I am invincible, Mo replied with a smile. Yet you killed members of the Huangquan sect. Once they learn of this, they will pursue you relentlessly. What are your plans? Ouyang expressed her concern. What is there to fear? Let them come, Mo said, intent on eradicating them to prevent future disturbances, likening them to bothersome flies. Ouyang added, by the way, regarding your injuries, I will prepare a prescription for you. Brew it into a concoction, and you shall recover by tomorrow. Thank you. Ouyang's perception of Mo had completely transformed. Perhaps it was indeed a case of might makes right. In the realm of cultivators, who does not envy and admire the powerful? Xianxia and Unin were engrossed in studying the sacred relic of the Huangquan sect. With limited strength and intellect, they had struggled for quite some time without success. Ouyang chuckled. The sacred relic of the Huangquan sect has fallen into your hands just like that. Tian Daiyou and the Admiral fought tooth and nail for it, only to have it become your wedding dress. Gazing at the two little ones, Ouyang affectionately patted their fluffy heads, their soft hair providing immense comfort. Daddy, help me. At her wit's end, Xianxia could only hand the relic box to Mo. With a gentle twist, Mo inadvertently broke it. Unin exclaimed, Xianxia's mouth has gone all crooked. She looks like she wants to cry. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Daddy's strength is just too much, Mo said, feeling embarrassed. He was unable to control his own power, having not yet adapted to it. Xianxia held back her tears, but sweetly replied, It's all right. Inside the box lay a pill, resplendently crimson. Ouyang widened her eyes, fully aware of the significance of this pill. What could it be? A medicine? No, it was a blood pill, capable of temporarily enhancing one's cultivation. In our martial world, it is considered a forbidden elixir. Ouyang took a deep breath, while the two little ones scratched their heads in confusion. They had anticipated something entertaining inside, only to be met with this. No. Auntie, could you please keep it safe for us? Ouyang wished to take the pill back to the safety bureau. Here, take it. Xianxia shook her head, showing no interest whatsoever. The red hue of the pill signified its perilous nature, prompting Ouyang to report to her superiors. And what of you, Mo? What do you think? This pill holds considerable value. Could you possibly let me have it? I implore you. I shall grant any request you desire. The worth of the blood pill is immense, a sacred artifact of the Yellow Springs sect. Truly a treasure for which many would vie. A worthless pill, why would I want it? Since Qian does not desire it, take it if you fancy it. Mo retorted. Ah, worthless? Ouyang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. You dare to call the blood pill a worthless elixir? Ouyang Yu found herself momentarily speechless. Fine, fine. You are the authority here. Whatever you say goes. If you do not want it. She took the blood pill without any cost. Ouyang Yu lingered only briefly, playing with the two little ones before departing. The villa's entrance had been damaged, causing Mo a headache as he sought someone to repair it. Damn the Yellow Springs sect. Their demise is a blessing. However, upon Lin Mingxi's return, he would face the challenge of explaining the situation. While the two little princesses napped, Mo ventured out to find someone to install a new door. After the completion of his task, he had yet to check what rewards awaited him. This time, the rewards were quite substantial, 300 daddy points and 2 draws. The system was no longer cold and indifferent. The rewards had become generous, which was a welcome change. Total daddy points, 540. Host, shall we proceed with the draw? Such a tone. I am fond of it. Let us draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired divine medical skills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained alchemy skills. Mo was momentarily rendered speechless. System, you are magnificent. Both of these skills were what Mo had longed for, now attainable simply through a draw. Please, host, do not become overly excited. The probability of hitting rewards after completing tasks is quite high. Implicitly, this meant that the odds of winning through daddy points were rather low. As for the earlier blood pill, it was classified as a secondary elixir, common and not difficult to refine. System, I require a cultivation technique to stabilize the power within me. I recommend the entry-level longevity technique, which will swiftly lead you to become a cultivator. How many daddy points does it cost? If it is too expensive, I might have to reconsider. 500. Not overly expensive. Mo was able to afford it after a moment of hesitation and made the purchase. After all, he was someone who practiced martial arts and would not recklessly misuse the power within him. After pondering for an entire afternoon, he began to cultivate the eternal life technique, finally deeming himself a cultivator. Only through cultivation can one achieve immortality. Mortals remain exceedingly weak, Mo remarked. On another front, after returning, Ouyang Yu concealed part of the truth and reported to the higher-ups, omitting the fact that the admiral and his entourage had been slain, instead claiming they had fled. Master, we retrieved the Blood Dan, but the followers of the Yellow Springs sect will not rest easily, for it is their sacred relic. The person before Ouyang Yu was none other than the leader of the Pure Yang sect, Master Xiang, a man in his 60s and now a venerable figure in the Security Bureau. Indeed, it must have been difficult for you to seize the Blood Dan in front of the Admiral. There is no need to worry about the Yellow Springs sect. I have my own plans, Master Xiang assured. The Grand Master Xianxia has yet to emerge from seclusion, and the remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect pose no threat. Master Xiang continued. Let them study the Blood Dan and see if they can decipher it. Understood, Ouyang Yu nodded. By the way, Master, do those cultivators you spoke of truly still exist? They belong to reclusive sects, residing beyond the mundane world. Yet, it cannot be denied that they have always been present, and their strength is formidable. Master Xiang's words confirmed Ouyang Yu's suspicions that Mo was indeed among that group. Meanwhile, within the Yellow Springs sect, through confidential reports, they had learned of the Admiral's demise. Damn it, who dares to oppose our Yellow Springs sect? The elder in charge of enforcement seethed with rage. As the elder brother and a formidable figure with numerous skills, few in Xianxia could match the Admiral's might. The loss of their sacred relic was an utter disgrace. Immediately dispatch someone to Dusher City to investigate who killed my men. If those old geezers from the Security Bureau are involved, inform me at once. In a villa, the two little princesses, having awoken from their slumber, were particularly lively, singing and dancing with joy. Mo inquired, Anan, did your mother teach you that dance? Yes. I know so many, Anan replied, and she proceeded to perform a short segment, revealing her true talent. What about Xianxia? Can you dance? I can't, but I can sing. Mo mused. One can sing, and the other can dance. Children have their interests. He planned to nurture them one by one. He would leave the dance instruction to Lin Mingxi, but he was confident he could teach his daughter to sing. Chapter 46. The Community Singing Competition. Xianxia. Do you like singing Twinkle, Twinkle Little Star? I do. Xianxia nodded eagerly. Hold still. Let me check how your wound is healing. It's all right, in 2 days. The scab will fall off. Mo's medical skills were exceptional, assuring that once the wound healed, there would be no concern about scarring. Shall I teach you to sing? My dear? Mo embraced Xianxia, gently rubbing her hair with his chin, eliciting delightful laughter from the child. All right. Daddy wants to sing too, he said, and then pouted, her fluffy head nuzzling against Bai Mo's chest. On the floor, the little puppy mirrored the action, nudging Bai Mo's pant leg, displaying a charming sense of imitation. Bai Mo was filled with joy. Excellent. You both learn together. Daddy will teach you. Anan was eager to learn, and Bai Mo was more than willing. He sang a line, and the two children followed suit, repeating the process 4 or 5 times. In her sweet, babyish tone, Xianxia asked, Daddy, am I singing well? Bai Mo couldn't help but chuckle. You can't even walk yet, and you're already eager to run. Learning to sing isn't something you can master in just a day or two. Take your time. Overall, the two little bundles of joy sang quite well. Despite a few off-key notes, with a bit more practice, they would surely improve. A servant nearby remarked, Young master, the little princesses sing beautifully. I saw a notice about a singing competition for children aged 29 in our community. Perhaps you should take them to participate. A notification chimed. Task assigned. Lead the children to the singing competition. Bai Mo contemplated for a moment, thinking it would be beneficial for them to experience something new, as staying home all day could be rather dull. All right, when does the competition begin? He inquired. Tonight at 8, came the reply, with the time now being 4 o'clock. That left only 4 hours until the competition commenced. Bai Mo felt uncertain, but thought that participation was what truly mattered. He was excited to hear them sing. Xianxia, with her innocent voice, timidly expressed, Daddy, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Daddy is here, Bai Mo reassured her, exhaling softly. Since her fall down the stairs last time, she had become somewhat timid. He then turned to Anan, asking, Do you want to go? It was essential to consider the children's feelings. Can I go? Anan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Of course. You and Xianxia are the best, and Daddy will be right by your side, so there's nothing to fear. Afterward, Bai Mo taught them a few more lines before heading into the kitchen to prepare dinner for his daughters. When Lin Mingxi returned, she casually inquired about the commotion at the front door. Bai Mo had already devised a response, attributing the whole incident to Ouyang Yu. Whatever Ouyang Yu had told Lin Mingxi seemed to resolve the matter smoothly. Bai Mo also informed her about the singing competition he had registered the two little ones for that evening. Sounds good. I have no objections. Anan and Xianxia, do your best. Mommy supports you, Lin Mingxi said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear before giving each child a kiss. What about a reward, Mommy? They chimed in unison. Haha, can I offer you my moral support? Lin Mingxi teased, eliciting a playful eye roll from the two little princesses. With a smile, Lin Mingxi added, If you achieve good results, how about Mommy treats you to ice cream? Yay, Mommy is the best. Love you, the two little ones exclaimed, snuggling into Lin Mingxi's embrace, showering her with affection. What song will you have them sing? The community competition has been held in previous years, attracting numerous children to participate, with judges who are quite professional. Lin Mingxi turned to Bai Mo and inquired, How is your singing coming along? Before Bai Mo could respond, Anan chimed in. She sings brilliantly. Lin Mingxi smiled, and Bai Mo responded with laughter, both couples sharing a moment of joy. Xianxia, however, lowered her head, her hands clasped together, fingers fidgeting in anxious circles. At 7:30, Bai Mo and Lin Mingxi arrived at the kindergarten gate, each carrying a child. The children's singing contest was to take place here tonight, and the small stage had already been set up, with a number of families present. Dear, I'll take it in to check in and see the performance order, Bai Mo said. Go ahead. I can't appear in front of everyone. I appreciate your efforts. Lin Mingxi replied. Knowing my hard work means you should give me some opportunities tonight, Bai Mo said, turning red and quickly walking away. Fearing that Lin Mingxi would catch on, Lin Mingxi blushed instantly, inwardly retorting, Haven't I ever given you a chance? The door will be wide open tonight. With no ill intentions at all, her voice trailed off, growing softer and her cheeks flushed down to her neck, feeling rather unrestrained. Mommy, why are you leaving the door open for me? Xianxia innocently asked, scratching her head and looking curiously at her blushing mother. Lin Mingxi looked up to find Bai Mo had already vanished from sight, leaving her feeling awkward. Just perform well, and if you do, great. I'll leave the door open for you to come sleep over tonight, she said, gently ruffling the child's hair. The bandage on her forehead, as Bai Mo had mentioned, would soon be removed, and her heart ached for the little one. No. Xianxia shook her head vigorously. I want to sleep with Daddy, not you. Lin Mingxi couldn't help but laugh. With a father around, you've forgotten your mother. All these years raising you for nothing. At that moment, Bai Mo returned. informing Lin Mingxi and the children that they were scheduled to perform ninth. At 8 o'clock sharp, the competition commenced, with the first performer being a little boy who received thunderous applause as soon as he began to sing. His tone and pitch were commendable, though he lacked strength and was notably off-key. The second act featured a trio of boys who performed a patriotic song, earning the audience's applause and smiles of satisfaction from the judges. Their extracurricular interest in music had flourished. They were 6 years old and in second grade, having studied music for over 2 years. Quite impressive, Lin Mingxi remarked. I heard they won third place last year. Their performance this year looks promising. They might even clinch the championship. Look at those proud parents, beaming with joy. If I had such an outstanding son, I would wake up smiling from dreams every day, she mused. As the sixth act prepared, 2 little girls stood nervously backstage. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxi engaged in conversation with the parents of nearby children, who complimented her on her good fortune in having twins. Once again, praises were showered upon the charming Bai Mo and the adorable little ones, followed by a sharing of maternal experiences. Now, let us welcome the ninth participant. Parents, can you guess whether the children are boys or girls? Below, voices chimed, boy, girl. The host chuckled. Correct, they are a delightful pair of twins. Subsequently, Bai Mo led the 2 little treasures onto the stage, surrounded by a multitude of curious eyes. How adorable. My goodness, they must be merely 2 years old. They are truly beautiful. Their parents must be exceptionally handsome and lovely, as the family genes are undeniably strong. Surely, they will blossom into stunning beauties as they grow. To be so young and take the stage, their singing must be delightful. How commendable. So endearing. They almost tempt me to have a daughter, though I have already borne 3 sons. The crowd buzzed with discussion. The 2 little cherubs appeared shy. Bai Mo reassured them. Do not be afraid. Dear ones, your daddy is right beside you. Just follow the music, and once you finish singing, we will come down, all right? Chapter 47. How melodious. Only second place. With gentle coaxing, they finally nodded in agreement. Very well. With a surge of courage, as the music began, the 2 little ones opened their mouths, instantly captivating the audience. The dark sky contrasted with their bright, pure voices, perfectly pitched. The judges began to whisper among themselves. Who taught them to sing? It's simply marvelous. I must admit, the moment they began, I was utterly enchanted, and their appearance was irresistibly charming. Their singing style was not amateurish. It sounded remarkably professional, surpassing some performances on various talent shows and even outshining certain child stars. I would rate them a solid 98. No need for further scoring. They are undoubtedly the first-place winners, without question. Let us listen further. There are still over 10 more participants to come. As the 2 little ones continued their performance, the judges noted that there was not a single mistake, achieving perfection to an extraordinary degree. It was as if the song had been tailor-made for them. The audience was abuzz with conversation. What a beautiful rendition. What song is this? I've never heard it before. It's simply delightful. These children are remarkable. Although I may not possess the ability to appreciate music, their singing is truly captivating. I wish to hear more. As the song concluded, after singing The Little Bug, the 2 little ones immediately dashed into Bai Mo's embrace, burying their heads deep in their father's chest, feeling shy. Well done, my darlings, Bai Mo said. You sang beautifully, but do not become complacent. Continue to strive for excellence. At that moment, Lin Mingxi rushed in from backstage and planted a kiss on each of the little treasures. Absolutely wonderful. My daughter is simply amazing. The moment Lin Mingxi appeared, her flawless figure immediately drew the attention of the male spectators. No wonder those twins are so stunning. It is evident that their parents' genes are exceptionally strong. How had I not noticed such beauty in our community before? Do not speak of yourself. I have resided here for 5 years and have yet to witness it. As other children took to the stage, 2 little cherubs gradually receded from the public eye, otherwise rendered unable to lift their heads, their faces flushed with embarrassment. A rendition of the insect flies was performed so splendidly that the final child to take the stage appeared rather unremarkable in comparison. A few individuals remarked that the children who followed did not sing well, and upon hearing this, one child burst into tears. The final little girl to perform also captured the attention of many, for she was the champion of the previous year, now 5 years old, with commendable vocal skills. The judges engaged in hushed discussions, their minds already reaching a consensus when a note arrived from behind, revealing the name of the first-place winner. The judges exchanged glances, and their expressions began to darken. Could it truly be inappropriate? They should simply proceed as instructed. The judge's unusual behavior caught Bai Mo's attention. Darling, do you think they may have predetermined the winner? Or perhaps it was arranged long ago? It is no wonder that Bai Mo was suspicious. The judge's recent actions were indeed questionable. The identity of the first-place winner was evident, yet they still conferred among themselves. Their expressions further solidifying Bai Mo's belief that there was some hidden agenda at play. Lin Mingxi shook her head. That seems unlikely. It's merely a competition among children. If there were predetermined outcomes, it would be hard to gain public trust, and the news would not bode well. The host took to the stage. Good evening, everyone. This year's community singing competition has come to a close after 2 hours of delightful performances. We appreciate everyone's enthusiastic participation. The top 3 winners have been decided, and I hold the results in this very paper. I trust you have all made your guesses regarding our first-place child. She paused for effect before announcing the third-place winner. A duo. Indeed, it is them. Please welcome the 3 charming young boys to the stage to receive their award. A round of applause erupted from the audience. Next, the host announced the second-place winner. She is our beloved twin duo, an Xianxia, who delighted us with their rendition of the insect flies. As her words settled, the audience erupted into applause, only to fall silent soon after. How could these adorable twins, who sang so beautifully, possibly be second place? If their performance warranted second place, who then was deserving of the first? Bai Mo remarked, while Lin Mingxi added, it is incomprehensible. What judges are these? Do they truly understand? Lin Mingxi furrowed her brow and said, you are correct, dear. Their underhanded tactics are quite distasteful. The host invited the 2 little ones to the stage to prepare for the award ceremony. Bai Mo carried the 2 cherubs onto the stage. His gaze fixed on the judges, and exclaimed, what sort of judges are you? Why did my daughter only receive second place? Are you questioning our authority? This competition is fair, just, and transparent. During the performance, your daughter encountered several missteps, resulting in a cumulative score that placed her only in second place. What seems to be the issue? The judges remarked. Xiao Huang, please proceed to announce the first place, and have the irrelevant individuals leave the stage. The host was taken aback, awkwardly smiling as he declared, the first place goes to our star of the evening, last year's champion, Li Mengmeng. Applause erupted from the audience, especially from Li Mengmeng's family and relatives. Bai Mo, filled with indignation, seized the microphone and exclaimed, she is in first place? Are you certain there hasn't been a mistake? The crowd, unfamiliar with the intricacies of musical evaluation, found it difficult to articulate their sentiments, as all the performances had sounded commendable. At that moment, Lin Mingxi approached, gently patting the children's heads. My daughter performed exceptionally well tonight, and yet received second place. As for the first place, while Li Mengmeng sang admirably. This competition was sponsored by the Li family, and the judges altered their opinions at the last minute. Do you believe this is fair? Her words caused the judges' expressions to shift. Indeed, as Lin Mingxi stated, the Li family had predetermined the winner. The audience suddenly grasped the situation. How outrageous. They had touted fairness. Yet this was merely a community children's competition riddled with such underhanded dealings. In front of the children, the Li family's actions were disgraceful. Their daughter did not deserve the title of first place. Many declared they would no longer participate in such competitions, deeming it too corrupt. Why engage when the results were predetermined, only to face humiliation? The Li family was compelled to come forward and apologize. Is wealth so impressive? Who here does not possess some degree of affluence? With the crowd's outcry intensifying, the Li family could no longer remain passive. On stage, Li Mengmeng, feeling wronged, began to weep, having never encountered such a scene before. The Li family was indeed affluent, being one of the 4 prominent families in Duan City, and their arrogance had only intensified since the Wang family's downfall. However, the residents of Junwei were also distinguished, wealthy individuals. United, they were not inferior to the Li family. The head of the Li family stepped forth to reprimand his son's foolish behavior and immediately apologized to the crowd. He then ascended the stage to apologize to Bai Mo and Lin Mingxi, declaring that the first place belonged to an Xianxia in accordance with the judges' results. Bai Mo understood well that this was a typical maneuver of the Li family, aimed at placating the public, yet deep down, the Li family remained unrepentant. Having reclaimed the first position, Bai Mo and Lin Mingxi chose not to escalate the matter further. We are the first place, the 2 little ones exclaimed joyfully. Dancing with glee, the host presented not only a certificate, but also a small golden trophy, along with a prize of 50,000 yuan. Xianxia gazed at the trophy, scratching her head and innocently remarked, Mama, this is just a piece of broken stone. Ever since mistaking gold for stone the last time, she had committed it to memory. Do not be so unappreciative. This is a trophy, crafted from pure gold, Lin Mingxi replied, amused as she ruffled the little one's hair. Oh my! Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. Though she did not fully comprehend her mother's words, she sensed they were indicative of something quite remarkable. As Lin Mingxi reached out to take something, the little girl hurriedly covered her heart with her hand, shaking her head vigorously. Her expression seemed to convey a fear that Lin Mingxi might take it away to sell. With a chuckle, Lin Mingxi pinched the child's cheek, reflecting that it was merely a golden cup, not something to treasure so dearly, as if it were truly hers. Why couldn't she even take a glance at it? The onlookers could do little but envy this family of four. Upon completing a task, a notification chimed, rewarding 300 dad points, encouraging the host to continue their efforts, bringing the total to 340. After the competition concluded, Bai Mo and the others returned home. Lin Mingxi kept her promise and treated them to ice cream, which left her utterly satisfied as she licked it on the way back. The villa was brilliantly illuminated. Lin Mingxi pondered, having instructed Aunt Wang to keep things dimmed. Why were so many lights on? Could someone be visiting? Bai Mo speculated. I know, it must be Aunt Ouyang. The mention of Ouyang Yu instantly brightened in Anne's eyes, as Ouyang Yu always brought her gifts on her visits, which she adored. Moreover, only Ouyang Yu had special privileges to enter the villa. As they entered the living room, they heard voices within. Haha, indeed, that lad is my son-in-law. I have always been quite pleased with him, came the voice of Lin Jianwang. Lin, you are fortunate to have found such an exceptional son-in-law, Mr. Liu remarked. It is my daughter Mengxi who is fortunate, Lin Jianwang replied. Upon stepping into the living room, Bai Mo's family was momentarily stunned to discover guests in their home, with Aunt Wang busily serving tea. The visitors were none other than the Liu family, led by the elderly Mr. Liu, who had recently been in a car accident. Brother Bai, Liu Xinxin exclaimed in surprise. Upon seeing Lin Mingxi, she admitted feeling a pang of envy. Allow me to introduce you. This is the president of the Provincial Calligraphy Association, Elder Liu. Beside him is my good friend, Mr. Liu Chuanbei, and this is his daughter. Lin Jianwang said with a smile, standing to make the introductions. This is my son-in-law Bai Mo, a professor at the hospital, not particularly accomplished. As he mentioned Bai Mo, Lin Jianwang wore an expression of pride, exuding an air of nonchalance. Even the Liu family had come to visit, elevating his status. This son-in-law was undeniably superior to Wang Dachu. Fortunately, he had not insisted on pairing Wang Dachu with his daughter, for if the Wang family were to falter, the Lin family would find it hard to remain unscathed. I need not introduce her, as she is my daughter Lin Mingxi. Lin Mingxi smiled and greeted, hello everyone. The couple, strikingly matched, had naturally produced such adorable children. Anin and Xianxian, sweet and charming, were soon surrounded by everyone wanting to hold them. Following the introductions, the guests were briefly acquainted. The Liu family had recently returned from abroad. Dr. Bai, thank you for saving my father last time, Mr. Liu said, standing to express his gratitude. No need for formalities, Bai Mo replied, touching his nose. Certainly, I have come specifically to express my gratitude, Master Liu remarked. I would like to take this opportunity to see the esteemed Dr. Bai, whom everyone praises. Ha ha ha. Indeed, he is a talented youth with boundless prospects. Upon hearing Master Liu's words, Bai Mo felt a touch of shyness, while Lin Jianwang beamed with delight. Oh, we are all acquaintances here. No need for formality. Please, everyone have a seat, Lin Jianwang said with a smile. In appreciation, the Liu family generously presented 5 million in cash to Bai Mo. Lin Jianwang exclaimed, Old master. What is the meaning of this? Do you not consider us friends? I have known your son for over a decade. Discussing money can jeopardize our friendship. Bai Mo replied. Lin, this is merely a token of gratitude for saving the old gentleman's life. It is but a small gesture. Master Liu spoke solemnly. It is indeed a considerable amount. The two little ones widened their eyes in astonishment. Lin Mingxi, holding her children, gestured for them to remain quiet. Liu Xinxin urged, Brother Bai, please accept it. 5 million is not a large sum. Bai Mo shook his head. Old Master Liu, you are too kind. My actions were motivated by your granddaughter. As for the money, let it be. Master Liu found himself in a difficult position, no matter how he urged. Bai Mo remained resolute in his refusal. Very well then, since Dr. Bai declines, I shall not press further. If you ever require assistance from me or the Liu family, do not hesitate to ask. Master Liu sought to cultivate a good relationship with Bai Mo, After all, age brings various ailments. Soon, the Liu family took their leave. And Lin Jianwang did not linger, returning home with a broad smile. For tonight, Bai Mo had brought him ample honor. Little Xianxia had already fallen asleep on the sofa, dreaming of ice cream and a plethora of delicious treats, her adorable, thumb-sucking visage bringing a smile to Bai Mo's face. He picked up Xianxia and headed to the small bedroom, wherein it was in Lin Mingxi's room. Seeing Bai Mo approach, Anan eagerly leapt into his arms, seeking a hug. Lin Mingxi was still in the bath and had yet to return. By the time she did, Anan had fallen asleep on Bai Mo's shoulder. Bai Mo gently placed her back in the small bedroom, allowing the two sisters to slumber together. Just as he exited the small bedroom, he encountered Lin Mingxi, freshly emerged from her bath, drying her hair. Bai Mo volunteered to assist, and after drying her hair, he remarked, "Why aren't you off to bed yet? How unwelcoming of you. Ahem, we are married after all." His implication was clear, perhaps they should share a bed. The air fell silent for a moment before Lin Mingxi, her cheeks flushed, replied, "No, if you don't mind, you may sleep here." Bai Mo was instantly filled with excitement, lifting Lin Mingxi in a princess carry. "How could I mind? I have long awaited your words." They settled onto the bed, Lin Mingxi leaning into Bai Mo's embrace, while his hand began to wander. Bai Mo gently called out, "Mingxi." Lin Mingxi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. For 3 long years, she had borne so much. It had been arduous. Bai Mo tenderly stroked her silky hair, which was soft, fine, and fragrant. This scene was nothing short of exquisite. Initially, she found it challenging to raise 2 children alone, yet over time, she grew accustomed to it. They had become an inseparable part of her life. Hearing this, Bai Mo embraced Lin Mingxi and vowed, "From now on, I will ensure that you and our daughters are happy every day. With me around, no one shall bully you." "I believe you," Lin Mingxi replied, feeling her body soften. Bai Mo's voice and breath seemed to dissolve all her strength, leaving her in a state of delightful numbness. He held her close, inhaling her enchanting scent, as if time itself had paused in that moment, igniting a fervor within them. Their eyes locked, their hearts slowly drew nearer. The air thick with unspoken desires, poised to embark on an intimate encounter. Chapter 49. Why is it so difficult to have a meaty feast? Creaking, the door swung open, and a small head peeked in. The two quickly instinctively separated. Lin Mingxi's attire was somewhat disheveled, a result of Bai Mo's adventurous hand slipping under her garment. "Daddy, Mommy, sleepy, the little one," Xianxia announced, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she dashed into Bai Mo's embrace, unwilling to part. Lin Mingxi, resigned, decided that the little one could sleep here tonight. Unfortunately, the enchanting atmosphere had been shattered, leaving both of them blushing in unison. Before long, the little girl had peacefully dozed off in Bai Mo's arms. He whispered, "Wife, wait for me. I'll carry her back to the room first. Remember not to lock the door. I'll return shortly." "You rogue," Lin Mingxi retorted playfully. "What are you up to?" With a chuckle, Bai Mo carried Xianxia back to the small bedroom, carefully tucking her in. Yet, even in her slumber, Xianxia was restless, kicking off the blanket and mumbling about wanting to eat the delicious meat that Daddy made. Bai Mo adjusted the blanket once more and quietly left, only to find Anan wide awake, staring at him. "Daddy," dreamed scary, Anan pouted, her eyes red, unsure if she was on the verge of tears or merely rubbing them. "Fear not. Daddy is here with you," Bai Mo reassured, his heart tightening as he lay beside her, gently patting her back. In the process of soothing the child to sleep, he too succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxi could not find rest, anxiously awaiting Bai Mo's return, her heart tinged with anticipation. However, as the hours stretched into the early morning, fatigue eventually overcame her, and she drifted off to sleep. The next morning dawned bright and sunny. After waking, Xianxia sat on the bed, rubbing her eyes and surveying her surroundings. Wasn't she in her mother's bed? Yawning and feeling her stomach grumble, the little one clumsily climbed down from the bed and made her way downstairs in search of food. "Daddy, Mommy," she exclaimed. "Oh dear, what has happened to our little princess? Up so early. Your father has gone out, and your sister is still asleep. Why are you awake so soon?" The servant scooped up the adorable child, pinching her little cheeks. The scar on her forehead had completely healed, and her skin was nearly flawless. "I'm hungry," Xianxia said with a look of distress, patting her belly. The servant chuckled, informing her that breakfast was being prepared, but offered her some milk in the meantime. As she watched the servant mix the formula, Xianxia's eyes lit up. saliva almost spilling from her mouth in anticipation. Meanwhile, upstairs, and rolled over in bed, realizing her sister was missing, her eyes widening in surprise. Sister? She thought, assuming Xianxia had gone out to play with their parents without her. Upon reaching the first floor, she spotted Xianxia blissfully enjoying her meal. Huh, look at this child. So delighted, and then chuckled, clumsily making her way to the dining area and climbing onto a chair. Auntie, I want the same milk. She pouted. Beneath the table, her little feet swung back and forth. Noticing Ann's tousled hair, the servant helped her tidy it up. Don't wait for Daddy. The servant laughed lightly, sensing Ann's disdain for her hairdo. About half an hour later, commotion could be heard from upstairs. Lin Mingxi was awake, having stayed up late the previous night. She emerged in the morning looking drained, dark circles under her eyes. The first to notice something amiss was Ann. Mommy, your eyes are so dark. Were you up to no good last night? She asked in a sing-song voice. Quickly eat your breakfast. You chatter the most. Just look at your sister. She hasn't said a word, Lin Mingxi replied. Mommy, did you do something bad last night? Xianxia inquired, scratching her head. Haha. The two little ones burst into laughter just as Mo rushed in, entering the living room. Dad, my hair. Ann pointed at her messy locks. Huh. I hadn't even noticed until you mentioned it. Both of these little girls look like they've just emerged from a henhouse, Mo teased. Wait, I'll help you achieve a hairstyle everyone will envy, he said with a smile. Sounds great. Upon hearing this, the two little princesses danced with joy, their emotions beyond words. As Mo glanced at Lin Mingxi, he softly remarked, I accidentally fell asleep last night. There's no need to explain. I had already closed the door, Lin Mingxi rolled her eyes. Mo replied, what a missed opportunity. Is it truly so difficult to enjoy a hearty meal? After finishing breakfast, Lin Mingxi headed to work as Mo stayed home to care for the children. Upon unlocking his mobile phone, news about Anshin Pharmaceutical from Duan City inundated the screen. A new facial mask had emerged, garnering significant attention and favor among the youth. His father-in-law had taken the time to call and share the good news, expressing that Mo was quite talented and possessed a sharp business acumen. He implied that it would be beneficial to introduce Mo to some acquaintances, hinting at a desire to show off. He proudly declared to everyone that the renowned healer, was the son-in-law of Lin. In Duan City, who had not heard of the illustrious Bai? The hospital's promotion had been nothing short of miraculous, yielding both fame and fortune. The summer heat was palpable, with two little ones playing in the living room, their bodies glistening with sweat and their feet bare. My dear babies, you still can't swim, can you? Daddy will teach you. Mo instructed as he directed the servants to clean the swimming pool and fill it with water. With summer upon them and temperatures rising, it was imperative to impart essential survival skills to them. Swimming was a necessary lesson. Yes, swimming and splashing. The two little ones exclaimed with glee at the prospect of playing in the water with their father. Moments later, Mo dressed his daughters in swimsuits, ensuring they each had a life buoy. Daddy, is this a balloon? One of them asked, pointing to the buoy. Mo chuckled. No, my dear. These are life buoys that will keep you afloat. Wow, buoys. I like them. Ann exclaimed, playfully placing one around her waist like a hula hoop. Are you planning to teach them how to swim? Perhaps we should hire a private instructor. They learn quickly, a nearby servant suggested. No need, Mo replied, shaking his head. Teaching his daughters to swim himself filled him with a sense of accomplishment, and more importantly, it allowed him to feel at ease. Daddy, I don't want to swim anymore, Xianxia protested, shaking her head vigorously. She had just tested the water with her foot and found it too cold to enter. Don't worry, Daddy will hold you, Mo assured her. With a splash, he leapt into the pool, causing water to spray everywhere. Emerging from the water, he smiled at his daughters, saying, Sweethearts, it's actually quite refreshing down here. No. Xianxia instinctively stepped back. Ann, torn between wanting to play in the water with Daddy and fearing it, displayed an adorably conflicted expression. Come on down. If you learn to swim, you can have ice cream, Mo encouraged. Yay, I want to learn. Xianxia's eyes lit up as she hurried to the edge of the pool, while the servant chuckled silently, acknowledging Mo's prowess in child-rearing. With her life buoy on, Ann entered the water. After a brief period of acclimatization, she began flailing her arms and legs, but remained in the same spot, her attempts to get closer to her father only causing her to drift farther away. Meanwhile, Mo was directly assisting Xianxia. Ahem, when learning to swim, one inevitably gets some water in their mouth, he remarked. Fortunately, all efforts were rewarded. After several hours, the little ones showed marked improvement. Ha ha ha, my daughter has finally mastered the dog paddle. I can't even do that. Mo exclaimed, his tone radiating pride. Uh-huh. The little one also followed suit, giggling foolishly. As for Anun, she remained there, donning a life buoy, paddling with exhausted limbs. Chapter 50. Anun disappeared well. Xianxia has already learned. Here is a life buoy for you. Swim by yourself. I shall go teach your sister. Okay, Xianxia chirped. Her voice sweet and filled with joy, her swimming under the watchful eyes of the servants. She even played in the water with them, sharing her delight. My daddy teaches me to swim. It was evident she had become much more cheerful, no longer the silent child she once was. Daddy, I'm tired. I don't want to learn anymore. Anun was indeed fatigued from her futile efforts. Your father has experience. You will soon learn the dog paddle, just like your sister. What is the dog paddle? Anun asked, scratching her head. Here comes Wong Kai. Wong, Wong, Wong. In the backyard, a swift little figure appeared. A puppy summoned to join the fun. Jump in and swim. Upon hearing Mo's command, the puppy hesitated for a moment before diving headfirst into the pool, exhibiting a valiant spirit akin to a loyal subject following their sovereign to the ends of the earth. Only the puppy's head bobbed above the surface, its legs flailing in a classic dog paddle. Anun burst into laughter, and the servants by the pool were equally amused by the antics of the dog. Seeing everyone laugh, Xianxia, not quite understanding the reason, joined in with hearty giggles. Fortunately, Anun had not learned the dog paddle but rather the art of diving, able to hold her breath for quite a long time. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have taught your daughter a vital survival skill. Reward, 200 daddy points and a chance to draw a prize. Would you like to draw? Draw. Congratulations, host. Your luck is commendable. You have acquired the song Misaligned Time and Space. Total daddy points, 540. This song is delightful, perfect for Lin Mingxi. I shall save it for when it's needed. During lunchtime, Mo did not disappoint the two little ones, crafting delightful ice cream. In the afternoon, surprisingly, Ouyang Yu arrived. The two little ones had been napping, but when Anun heard the sound of a Ferrari, she woke up and rushed down to play with Ouyang Yu, forgoing her slumber. Auntie, what did you bring for Anun? Anun asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. Your favorite snacks. Wow, thank you, Auntie. You are the best. If only my mommy were like you, Mo remarked, while Ouyang Yu said, Anun, I am your godmother, and I am also your mother. She gently stroked Anun's hair, her expression brimming with affection. Ouyang Yu's visit primarily aimed to inform Mo that the matters concerning Huang Quan had been resolved, assuring her that no one would trace anything back to Mo, allowing her to rest easy. Mo had little to worry about. No one was worthy of her concern. Anun, I am going out shopping. Would you like to join me? Ouyang inquired. Shopping, ice cream, and other delicious treats? Instantly, Anun wrapped her arms around Ouyang Yu's long legs, pleading, Auntie, take me with you. Ha, let us go, but does your father agree? And your sister is still asleep. Never mind about her. She is just a little sleepyhead. Anun pouted, playfully charming Mo. Yet, to her surprise, Mo was nowhere to be found in the living room, and his presence was absent all around. Auntie, shall we go? All right. Let us sneak out and return after a little shopping, Ouyang Yu suggested. Soon, the two of them, one adult and one child, hopped into a Ferrari and sped toward the city center. Ouyang Yu took Anun along and subsequently messaged Mo. Just as Mo received the notification about the arrival of the Bugatti Veyron, he noticed Anun was missing, inquiring with the maid. He learned she had gone out with Ouyang Yu, and soon after, he received the news that the Bugatti Veyron he ordered had arrived. With its sleek black exterior and stunning sound, it boasted a 16-cylinder engine, for turbos, a staggering power of 1,001 horsepower, and a top speed of 407 kilometers per hour, a dream car for many a wealthy heir. Mo, despite the family's affluence, was never allowed to squander money. In the city, Ouyang Yu strolled with Anun, stopping intermittently while indulging in delightful treats. Little did Ouyang Yu know that they were facing a grave danger at that very moment. Annie, I want to eat candied hawthorn. Ha, you mean tonghalu? Ouyang Yu replied. Then stay close to me. I'll buy you some. Okay. Anun tightly grasped Ouyang Yu's clothing with one small hand while licking her ice cream. Moments later, Auntie, are we there yet? Huh, where did this adorable girl come from? Oh my, how cute. Hearing an unusual voice, Anun looked up only to realize she was holding on to not Ouyang Yu, but another woman whose attire bore a slight resemblance to Ouyang Yu's. Anun released her grip and looked around. Auntie, where are you? Surrounded by a throng of people, Her petite frame made it difficult to locate Ouyang and her voice was swallowed by the crowd. "Little girl, are you looking for someone? Uncle can help you find them." A sharp-featured man approached Anin and said, "Really? Do you know what my aunt looks like?" Anin was not foolish. She was quite clever. The man replied, "Of course, she is very beautiful." "Isn't her name Ouyang? You were just shopping together." "Yes, yes. My aunt is so pretty. Please take me to her." Anin felt a surge of excitement, letting down her last defenses. On another street, Ouyang had purchased the candied hawthorn and was still chatting with Anin. "Anin, here you go." After paying, Ouyang turned around only to find the little figure was missing, instantly engulfed in panic. "Anin, where are you?" Ouyang shouted, her gaze scanning the crowd, hoping to spot her little companion. Anin had always followed closely behind. She couldn't fathom when they had become separated. This was a disaster. Ouyang hurriedly searched a street, yet found no trace of Anin, feeling desolate and lost. While testing a car, Bayamo suddenly received a phone call from Ouyang, who was sobbing uncontrollably on the other end. "What is wrong?" Bayamo's voice grew increasingly tense, his brows furrowing as he shouted, "What happened?" "Anin. Anin is missing. In just a moment, I can't find her." Ouyang exclaimed, "Damn it, if anything happens to my daughter, I will not spare you." Bayamo abruptly ended the call, a surge of fury radiating from him, his eyes glinting with cold intensity. The roar of the Bugatti Veyron exploded through the streets. Ouyang could already envision Bayamo's furious expression, her face paling instantly. "The person you seek is in my grasp. If you wish to rescue her, follow us." Came a voice from someone passing by. Ouyang looked up, only to see the figure swiftly departing. "Who are you? If you dare lay a finger on Anin, I will not let you go." Ouyang rose to pursue them. Outside an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Duan City, Ouyang finally caught up with the individual, only to be confronted by over a dozen others emerging from behind the crumbling walls, led by the law elder of the Yellow Spring sect. Ouyang's head felt as if it might explode. She had encountered the law elder of the Yellow Spring sect once before, a figure of half a masteress strength. Facing him, there was no chance of escape. Chapter 51. 1 billion to redeem your daughter. The Yellow Spring sect's presence was relentless. She should have anticipated this day after taking everything upon herself. Offending the Yellow Spring sect meant a lifetime of relentless pursuit, a vow of vengeance until death. Yet she bore the burden alone, unwilling to expose Bayamo. "Where's Anin?" Ouyang summoned her courage to inquire. "That child. Who knows who took her? Our objective is you. We disdain such methods," the law elder replied, narrowing his eyes. "If it's not you, then who else could have taken her? Enough with the idle chatter. Is the sacred artifact in your possession? And who is responsible for the admiral's death?" The law elder pressed. "I do not understand what you are talking about," Ouyang retorted defiantly. "Still putting up a fight? Beat her." The men accompanying the law elder, though not as powerful as the admiral, were formidable nonetheless. In merely 3 minutes, Ouyang was brought to her knees, writhing in agony. "You wretched woman, daring to oppose the Yellow Spring sect. Do not think your affiliation with the Security Bureau will spare you. How naive. Tell me where the sacred artifact is. I will grant you a swift end and leave your corpse intact," the law elder demanded in a deep voice. Ouyang gritted her teeth. "I know nothing. Kill me if you must. I am at your mercy." "Break one of her legs." A horrific scream echoed as Ouyang's leg was shattered, blood gushing forth, exposing her shattered bone. In the clutches of the Yellow Spring sect, she had never considered survival. Nonetheless, the uncertainty of Anne's fate tormented her. The elder remarked that the woman was fiercely obstinate, refusing to utter a single word. Yet, even the most stubborn individuals possess vulnerabilities. Administer the heart-devouring worm to her. Let her experience the torment of a life worse than death. After consuming the heart-devouring worm, Ouyang's cries grew increasingly desperate. "Will you speak? Just kill me. I do not know." Ouyang, drenched in sweat and pale of lips, still maintained her defiance, her complexion shifting from green to black. "Take her along. That little girl is her weakness. Quickly investigate who took her away." Suddenly recalling something, the law elder spoke coldly. "Elder, I have kept a watchful eye. The little girl was taken in a van. I can track her location immediately," said a member of the Huangquan sect. "Excellent. Return, and I shall reward you handsomely." The law elder patted the man's shoulder. Moments later, members of the Huangquan sect had discovered Anin's whereabouts and were bringing the nearly unconscious Ouyang to a dilapidated factory in Dong'an City. Anin, following the man, descended from the vehicle, tears streaming down her face, her expression one of deep grievance. You deceived me. Enough whining. Come with me, and no more tears. The man said as he forcefully pulled Anin into the factory. Inside, several individuals were engaged in a game of mahjong. Damn it. I've been watching the entrance of the Junyue Bay community for 2 days, and finally, I've spotted one. Where is young Master Wang? Why is he still not here? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure appeared at the door. It was Wang Dachu. The calamity brought upon him by Mo had left his family in ruins, the Wang family bankrupt, and he reduced to a state of despair. Once a privileged young master, he had become homeless overnight. Wang Dachu yearned for revenge against Mo, yet he remained rational, recognizing that Mo, as the scion of the Bai family, was not easily dealt with. Thus, the current plan for retribution against Mo and Lin Mingxi was to abduct their daughter and extort a sum of money. Uncle, save me. Upon seeing Wang Dachu, Anin cried out, her nose running. Oh, so now you're being polite to me? Why not call me a villain? Young Master Wang, I have brought you the person you wanted. Where's the money you promised? 1 million, every last cent. The thugs rubbed their hands together, wearing mischievous grins. Observing their familiarity, Anin pouted, bad people. Baba, Mama, Ani. Anin wept, feeling utterly helpless, scanning her unfamiliar surroundings. Stop crying. If you do, I might just sell you off, Wang Dachu said. Exasperated. No. Anin sniffled, desperately holding back her tears. If sold, she would never see her parents again. Though she fought not to cry, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Ha ha. Mo has met his match today. I shall inform him immediately. You all buy some delicious treats for this little golden master. Let us not mistreat her. Her father is extremely wealthy. Little girl, don't cry. Uncle will call your daddy to come and redeem you. The little one blinked her eyes, sniffled, and ceased her tears, her voice sweet as milk. Really? Of course. A mischievous smile crept onto Wang Dachu's face as he recalled that Mo was the young master of the Bai family in the imperial capital. Mo, you claim your daughter's life? 100 billion in exchange seems reasonable, does it not? Subsequently, Wang Dachu placed a call to Mo. You know exactly who I am. Did you ever consider the consequences when my family faced bankruptcy? Your daughter is in my hands. Deliver 100 billion, and I shall release her. Upon hearing this, it was as if thunder struck from a clear sky. Mo clenched his fists, rage boiling within him as he gritted his teeth and declared, Wang Dachu, you had better not harm my daughter, or I will ensure your utter destruction. Mo was not lacking in wealth. He only desired peace and for his daughter to remain unharmed. Wang Dachu chuckled with delight. What a pleasure. No wonder you are the young master of the Bai family. 100 billion is merely a trifle. Is that not a bit too little? It dawned on Wang Dachu that 100 billion was likely just Bai Mo's annual pocket money. What a grave miscalculation that was. With such funds, the Wang family could make a resurgence overseas, and a spark of hope ignited within Wang Dachu, leading him to envision a bright future. As for murder, though he had taken lives before, he could not bring himself to harm a child. Moreover, Wang Dachu bore no ill will towards Anin. At times, she even charmed him with her innocence. Mo suppressed his murderous instincts, gritting his teeth. Let me speak with her, otherwise she will cry and make a scene, which I believe you would find unpleasant. Wang Dachu pondered this. The young master Bai was indeed considerate, demonstrating great affection for his daughter. Hello, Anin daddy. Anin rubbed her eyes, having already recognized her father's voice, yet daunted by Wang Dachu's fierce gaze, she remained silent, feeling utterly wronged. Be good, do not be afraid. Daddy will come to get you a little later, all right? Anan's spirits lifted considerably. Her panic subsided as she vigorously nodded. Yes, but you must hurry. The task of rescuing his daughter was initiated, requiring the host to act immediately. Those delinquents in the factory had indeed brought her plenty of delicious treats. Huh. The little one giggled, enjoying her snacks alone. One of the delinquents, likely a parent himself, had known what children loved to eat, bringing her ice cream and other delights. This child patiently awaited her father's arrival, now leisurely indulging in her treats. Such a carefree spirit. Only Wang Dachu would be so kind. Had it been any other kidnapper, she would not have received such indulgence. Uncle, Anin wants some water. Wang Dachu beamed with delight, lost in his daydream, as An's innocent voice chimed in. There were plenty of bottles in the nearby box. She could fetch them herself. Wang Dachu waved dismissively. Oh, Anin pouted, clumsily attempting to open a bottle of mineral water, using all her strength, her face turning red. A nearby delinquent, around 20 years old, could not bear to watch and was charmed by her adorably helpless demeanor. Let me help you. Thank you. Anan gulped down the water eagerly. Such a well-behaved child, with sparkling eyes akin to my daughter's. One large, one small, and they engage in idle chatter. Uncle, do you have a daughter too? Is she as adorable as mine? Haha, of course. So, how did your daughter come into being? Anan scratched her head, gazing curiously at the man before her, displaying no fear and a sense of familiarity, perhaps due to his act of opening the bottle cap, leading her to deem him not a villain. Well, she was born. Of course. Are you not? The young man laughed heartily at her innocent query. Not me. I was given to my mother as a bonus when she topped up her phone bill, and I have a little sister too, and pouted in response. At that moment, Wang Dachu, who was sipping water, accidentally sprayed it everywhere in amusement. The social youth chuckled. Haha, your mother is teasing you. You came out of her belly. Really? And Anne's flawless, gem-like eyes sparkled with wonder, only to dim again almost immediately. But my mother's belly is so small. The child drew a small circle in the air, pouting. I'm so big, that can't be right. Haha, if you don't believe me, you can ask your mother when you go back. I want to ask Uncle. You are just tricking the little ones. I'm not going to crawl out of my mother's belly like a little bug. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the entrance. It was the Huangquan sect and others, bringing Ouyang Yu with them, blocking the doorway. Who is it? Damn it, what are you doing here? The others glared fiercely at the Huangquan sect members. They feared no one in this territory, as long as they weren't the police. The Huangquan sect members sneered, their eyes cold as if they were gazing at the dead. Upon seeing Ouyang Yu, who had been thrown to the ground, weakly called out, and then she felt a pang of regret for not taking better care of the child, realizing that had she not brought her out, she would not have placed her in danger. Guilt overwhelming her as she coughed up blood again. Wang Dachu, it's you. How dare you take an in? I'll kill you. Ouyang Yu exclaimed, shocked. Wang Dachu was initially startled, but then he was taken aback again. How had Ouyang Yu been so severely beaten? One of her legs bent at a grotesque angle. Her face almost unrecognizable, likely disfigured beyond repair. He had previously feared Ouyang Yu because she always seemed to have a way of overpowering him whenever she dealt with Lin Mingxi, a woman who could take down dozens of bodyguards in his memory. What can you do to me in this state? Wang Dachu replied, exasperated. Auntie. Anan rubbed her eyes, trembling in fear and inching away, unable to recognize Ouyang Yu. Damn it, speak up. You're not mute. Who the hell are you to disregard us? I'm asking you a question. The group of social youths grew impatient, pounding the tables, knowing that their numbers were nearly equal. Let us take care of them. With a commanding order from the elder enforcer, the members of the Huangquan sect transformed into ferocious wolves, charging forth with unrestrained ferocity. In less than a minute, the ground was strewn with corpses, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Anan trembled in fear, her eyes tightly shut. Wang Dachu quaked in terror. It was no wonder Ouyang Yu had suffered so grievously. Were these people not demons, mercilessly slaying without a flicker of compassion? Noble brothers, spare my life, name your price. He pleaded, collapsing to his knees, questioning the value of dignity in the face of impending death. If his fate were to mirror that of the fallen thugs below, what use was 100 billion? Yet, the members of the Huangquan sect paid him no heed, allowing him to kneel in desperation. Filthy woman, I shall grant you one last chance. Reveal who killed the admiral and where the sacred artifact is, demanded a man beside the elder enforcer, stepping on Ouyang Yu's head. Silence reigned, a heavy hush. Ouyang Yu bit down on her lip, whether from pain or an unwillingness to betray Bai Mo remained unclear. After all, Bai Mo had been the one to slay the admiral. Should she divulge that truth, not only would Bai Mo be overwhelmed by the Huangquan sect, but her entire family would face annihilation. Little one, do you know her? The elder enforcer inquired, lifting an in with a smile. The child, initially flailing, soon fell still. Do not cry. Answer Grandpa's question, and you shall receive candy, he coaxed. Wah, don't hit Auntie. Anan whimpered, her tears flowing. The onlookers felt a pang of affection. Anan, do not weep. Auntie is merely acting. She is unharmed, so do not fear, the elder enforcer reassured her. Perhaps influenced by Ouyang Yu's words, Anan quieted somewhat. Ouyang Yu, which is more precious to you, the life of this child or the secret you clutch so dearly? Should you remain silent, we may have no choice but to act against her. She is so adorable. Surely, you cannot bear to see her harmed, given her tender flesh. He taunted. You old cur, if you possess any courage, direct your wrath at me instead of bullying a child. Ouyang Yu retorted. Ha ha. I have no time to waste on you. The elder enforcer laughed. I have stated that I know nothing. I beg you, spare the child. You may torment me as you wish. With a heavy stomp, Ouyang Yu coughed up blood once more. Wah, don't hit Andy. My daddy will come. He is a superhero, she cried. The elder enforcer declared, I shall grant you 1 minute to ponder. If you do not speak, this child will perish because of you. My patience is finite, and I have countless methods of torment to explore, all of which I am eager to test on her. The elder enforcer, seemingly having lost all patience, shifted his gaze to Wang Dachu, who was still reeling from the chaos. Before he could react, the elder enforcer delivered a fatal blow, effectively demonstrating the grim lesson of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, successfully intimidating Ouyang Yu. Indeed, the Huangquan sect is merciless, striking without hesitation, and will show no leniency. One might perish, but an must survive. The information in hand is a bargaining chip that cannot be relinquished lightly. Little one, you shall be next. Are you afraid? Yes, Anin timidly replied. Witnessing Wang Dachu being flung away, how could one not feel fear? She even questioned if this was but a dream. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Ouyang Yu, gripped by trepidation, hastily shouted, Stop! I can divulge what you seek. But you must release her. That is my sole request. You lack the authority to propose conditions. Tell me at once who murdered the admiral and where the sacred artifact lies. The law elder glared at Ouyang Yu with a menacing expression. Auntie. Anin was once again frightened to tears and, after being released by the law elder, rushed to Ouyang Yu's side. As she approached, Ouyang Yu noticed the law elder drawing a long blade, preparing to strike at Anin. It was I who killed the admiral, though my strength pales in comparison. He fell for my ruse. The sacred artifact I possess is a blood essence, which I have entrusted to the Security Bureau. Damn it! With eyes ablaze. The law elder exuded a fierce aura, and Ouyang Yu could no longer withstand it, desperately shielding the little one in her arms. Who will save us? Ouyang Yu closed her eyes in despair, seeking death. In the next moment, Bai Mo's furious roar resonated from afar, akin to thunder, shattering the law elder's aura and causing cracks to spiderweb across the walls. The crowd was taken aback. Then, with a tremendous force, the walls of the factory crumbled, and Bai Mo descended from the heavens like a deity. Ouyang Yu struggled to open her eyes, catching a glimpse of black shoes within her fading vision. Dare to harm her, and I shall strike you down with a single blow. Bai Mo surveyed the blood and corpses strewn about, along with the terrified Anin, his fury reaching its zenith. A terrifying presence surged like a storm, suffocating those around. In her ears, Anin's delighted voice rang out. Daddy is here. Ouyang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her eyelids grew heavy. She needed rest. In an instant, Anin leapt into Bai Mo's embrace, sobbing pitifully, Daddy. There are bad people. Bai Mo's rage was palpable, as the once clear sky suddenly darkened under the weight of ominous clouds. His deep, obsidian eyes emanated a chilling aura, the piercing cold making it hard to breathe. Do not fear, Anin, your father is here. In the presence of his daughter, Bai Mo revealed a tender smile. Who are you? State your name. The Huangquan sect does not slay nameless individuals, a member of the sect declared. Those of the Huangquan sect disregard the common folk, especially someone as unremarkable as Bai Mo. However, the law elder gulped, his expression shifting dramatically. You insolent fool. How dare you speak like that? Apologize to the elder at once. The cracks in the wall spoke volumes. Bai Mo's prowess surpassed that of his adversaries. A group of fools dared to speak arrogantly, oblivious to the fact that they were dragging an elder down with them. The audacity of the young, unafraid of the tiger, was evident, especially since the law enforcement elder was indeed terrified. The crowd gazed at the elder in astonishment. Elder, what do you fear? He is but one person. We can simply eliminate him. The law enforcement elder retorted, You ignorant fools. At that moment, he longed to strike down these disciples for their lack of discernment, deeming them unworthy to be members of the Huangquan sect. Senior, it's all a misunderstanding. We had no idea this child was connected to you, the elder continued. He had hoped that his repeated forbearance would instill some caution in them, but instead, it had led to such dire consequences. They all deserved death. Bai Mo gently rubbed Anan's head, and the child suddenly grew weary, resting her head on Bai Mo's shoulder and drifting into slumber. At that moment, Bai Mo's eyes filled with a murderous intent. As bodies began to fall, the remaining individuals felt a chill run through them. Finally grasping why the law enforcement elder had so fearfully addressed Bai Mo as senior, The elder had not even witnessed how Bayemo struck. All he saw was a figure causing others to collapse, their deaths horrifyingly brutal. Yu, the law enforcement elder, could no longer maintain his composure, retreating in terror. With a crash, as a shadow loomed over him, he unleashed his strongest palm strike, desperately attempting to escape. However, he was swiftly obliterated, crushed to the ground. His body reduced to mere fragments. The air was thick with the stench of blood. The law enforcement elder, a half-step master, was killed with a single move. In that entire facility, every member of the Huangquan sect met their demise. The scene was devoid of anything but bloodstains. No corpses remained. Bayemo underwent a profound transformation. His gaze flickering ominously, his body teeming with malevolence. Observing the lifeless Yu on the ground, Bayemo's heart brimmed with rage. If it were not for her, his daughter would not have endured today's horrors. Thankfully, Anan was unharmed. Otherwise, he would have killed her. Yu seemed to hear him, murmuring, Bayemo, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You owe your apologies to Anan, Bayemo retorted angrily. Yu fell silent, her life ebbing away. Consciousness sinking into an abyss of darkness. Bayemo gently patted the sleeping Anan, ready to depart. Yu's fate was of no concern to him. It was all her own doing. Commander, I killed her. If you have the ability, come at me, but do not harm the child. In a dazed state, Yu instinctively spoke. Daddy, Auntie, there's so much blood, Anan murmured in her sleep, still concerned for Yu, her body occasionally twitching. Bayemo paused, choosing to turn back upon hearing his daughter's words. He then employed his exceptional medical skills and vital energy to heal Yu, as the poison within her body was not a significant issue. Ding. Protecting your daughter's safety and eliminating the evildoer has granted you a passing score of 500 daddy points. System panel. Host. Qualified father by MO father's points. 1040 strength. Crossing tribulation stage. Level 32 account. 10 billion items. Binding talisman X2 abilities. Divine demon eye pet. Chinese rural dog others. Please check yourself. Yu's injuries are grievous, rendering her unrecognizable. She must be rushed to the hospital for surgery. Bayemo has done all he can, showing utmost compassion, ensuring that Yu at least has a chance at life. Her broken leg has been set, but she will require ongoing medical attention, and he cannot possibly take her home. Upon arriving at the hospital, Bayemo immediately instructs the nurses to transport Yu into the operating room. The sight of her severely disfigured face startles the medical staff. My goodness, this woman's life is utterly ruined. How could she be so gravely injured? After hastily dressing simpler wounds, Bayemo, disinterested in further tasks, entrusts the doctors in the emergency room with the care. Having completed all necessary actions, he departs the hospital and returns to the villa in Junyue Bay. In the car, Anan is still mumbling in her sleep, repeatedly exclaiming about bad people. Half awake, she hears Bayemo's voice and drifts back into a sweet slumber. Upon returning to the villa, he picks up Anan, and laughter from women and children fills the living room. Are there guests at home? With a hint of curiosity, Bayemo steps inside, only to spot a youthful figure playing games with Xianxia. Ha ha ha, silly daddy. Xianxia, glancing towards the door, dashes barefoot to wrap her arms around Bayemo's leg. Auntie is here, daddy, she exclaims, her voice sweet, not forgetting to show off to those inside. With an air of pride, she seems to believe that her father is the best in the world. As her words linger in the air, the youthful figure turns around, revealing a face strikingly similar to Lin Mingxi's, a quintessential beauty. Auntie, this person is Lin Mingxi's younger sister, Lin Ruoxi, an 18-year-old high school senior who has reportedly performed excellently in her college entrance exams, ranking among the top 3 in the city. Previously, Lin Mingxi mentioned that her sister was traveling, which is why they hadn't encountered each other recently. Brother-in-law, Lin Ruoxi smiles politely, her eyes appraising Bayemo from head to toe. He gives off an impression of being quite handsome, tall, embodying the essence of a domineering CEO. It is no wonder that their 2 little darlings are so adorable. They evidently inherited remarkable genes. Hello, sister-in-law. Bayemo effortlessly lifts Xianxia, cradling both little ones in his embrace. Lin Ruoxi's expression is a mix of mischievousness and curiosity. Why are you looking at me like that? Although I am a big boy, I can still feel shy. Since Bayemo entered, Lin Ruoxi has maintained her gaze upon him, a sensation that makes Bayemo somewhat uneasy. In response, Lin Ruoxi shakes her head and replies, it's nothing. Can daddies feel shy too? Xianxia pouts and then inquires. When Xianxia woke up, I couldn't find sister or daddy. Did you sneak out to play? Her gaze is pitiful, evoking a sense of sympathy. Having not ventured out, one can see that the sister has already drifted into slumber, hasn't she? Mo affectionately rubbed the child's head, beginning to weave a tale. If she were to discover that Anin accompanied Ouyang Yu on an outing, regardless of the subsequent events, she would undoubtedly feel envious, believing herself to be overlooked. I knew it, Xianxia piped up innocently. Lin Ruoxi remarked, brother-in-law, I've heard that your culinary skills are exceptional, and that you can sing as well. Since returning, Lin Ruoxi had been inundated with Xianxia's accounts of her father, her ears nearly calloused from it. Ahem. It's just mediocre, Mo replied. He was uncertain of his sister-in-law's intentions. Her mischievous eyes suggested she was up to no good. Is that so? Brother-in-law, I crave Xianxia noodles. Will you make some for me? Her sweet, coaxing voice nearly gave Mo goosebumps. You have hands, if you wish to eat. You can prepare it yourself, or you could summon the cook. Mo rolled his eyes. Xianxia, are you hungry? Do you want some Xianxia noodles? They're quite delicious. Lin Ruoxi smiled as she turned her head. Daddy, I'm hungry. Mo, did you hear that? Hurry and make some, Lin Ruoxi exclaimed triumphantly, raising 2 fingers and exclaiming cheerfully. If Lin Ruoxi wanted noodles, he could disregard her request, but when it came to the child's desires, Mo would never refuse. He set Anin down and entered the kitchen. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxi opened her phone, seemingly engrossed in something, and began to speak to herself. Xianxia's laughter was so infectious that it roused Anin from her slumber. Wow, Daddy. The cry was rather loud. Today's experiences had indeed left her with a fair amount of mental shadows. What's wrong, Anin? Don't frighten your aunt. Lin Ruoxi's expression shifted instantly, filled with concern. Sister? Xianxia's lips twitched. Mo, alerted by the commotion, hurried to sit beside her, wiping the sweat from the child's forehead. Don't cry. Don't cry. You must have had a nightmare. Daddy is here. Anin glanced around, making eye contact with several pairs of eyes. And once she confirmed she was at home, she shyly scratched her head. So it was just a dream. She had been frightened, thinking it was real. Yet, she had a lingering feeling that it was not merely a dream. The child found it hard to recall. Did I go out today? I didn't go out? A large question mark floated in her mind. Anin smiled again, her eyes still glistening with tears, leaving Lin Ruoxi both amused and exasperated. Anin had a nightmare. There's no need to fear. Daddy is always here. Once Mo confirmed that Anin was untroubled, he returned to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxi was busy with some live streaming, a trend that had gained considerable popularity recently. After a few months of occasional broadcasts and live recordings, she had amassed over 100,000 followers. Who would have thought that this little sister-in-law, still in her senior year of high school, would be adept at using a live streaming platform? The Xianxia noodles are ready. Come here, children. Mo's voice echoed from the kitchen. Please wait a moment. I'm going to grab a bite to eat, and I will return shortly. With that, Lin Ruoxi promptly exited the live streaming room, clutching 2 adorable little ones. A flurry of comments followed. Dubo, why take away those 2 lovely babies when you leave? I would tip 10,000 just to keep them here. Even if they say nothing, they could simply remain on the sofa. I support the previous comment. People continued to flock into the streaming room, yet the popularity remained undiminished, all drawn by the 2 little cherubs. Chapter 53. The tomatoes are delicious as Lin Ruoxi savored a mouthful of the Xianxia noodles. She found herself captivated by Mo's culinary skills. Delicious, she exclaimed. Brother-in-law, you are truly amazing. Perhaps it was due to her prolonged hunger. But she devoured the meal voraciously, leaving not even a drop of soup behind. Daddy is the best. Xianxia, can I have a bite? Lin Ruoxi inquired. The little one hesitated, yet relented for the sake of her aunt, nodding her head. Just one bite, okay? Lin Ruoxi eagerly took the bowl and slurped a generous mouthful, relishing the delightful sensation. With only a small amount remaining in the bowl, Xianxia looked ready to burst into tears. Wah! After several choked sobs, she finally cried out, Annie. Hearing the cries, Lin Ruoxi almost choked. Looking at the meager remnants of soup in the bowl, she felt a surge of embarrassment. I swear, dear heavens, I truly only took a small bite. If it were more than that, I would lose 3 pounds. Don't cry, please don't cry. Lin Ruoxi hastily returned the bowl. Xianxia pouted, her little eyes brimming with indignation. It's all gone. Lin Ruoxi found herself at a loss. Anin, are you still eating? Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Anin. Sensing her aunt's mischievous intent, Anin immediately clutched her noodles protectively, declaring, "Mine." No way. Her voice was a mixture of innocence and defiance. She had witnessed her aunt devour all of her sister's noodles and was resolute not to share. Lin Ruashi, amused yet exasperated, pleaded, "Anin, I'm not after your noodles. Look at your sister, she's crying. Can you bear to let her be upset? As an elder sister, you should be kind. Here, let me give you some. I'm not hungry." Anin generously offered her noodles, and Xianxia sniffled, blinking away tears. Yes, that's the mark of a good sister," Lin Ruashi praised. "Will you give me some?" Xianxia asked eagerly. "Of course," Anin replied with a smile, her earlier reluctance forgotten. At that moment, Bai Mo emerged from the kitchen, inquiring, "What was all that commotion? Can't you eat in peace?" Lin Ruashi quickly reassured him, "Oh, it's nothing. Just praising your delicious Xianxia noodles." "Where's Aunt Ouyang?" Anin pouted, scratching her head, still unable to discern whether today was a dream or reality. "What Ouyang?" Bai Mo shook his head. "Aunt Ouyang has not arrived. My sister is still asleep," she said in a soft voice. "Huh. I had a dream where my father was a super-duper hero, driving in to save me with a bang. There were so many bad people. It was a nightmare," Bai Mo reiterated. "Uh-huh. Let me tell you, nightmares are truly terrifying." And then chimed in with a babyish tone. I know, she exclaimed eagerly, her mouth smeared with oil. "I dreamed that Daddy didn't want me anymore. That was a nightmare." After saying this, she became secretly sorrowful, displaying a look that begged for comfort and hugs. Bai Mo immediately understood. "Come here, my little darling. Daddy is here and will never leave you." As he lifted the little one, the sorrow on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by laughter. "Anin, how about you dance for your little aunt later?" Anin replied, "Aunt is mean. I won't be nice to you." "Huh? You won't be nice to me just because I didn't listen to your boasting? But I have candy. Wow, Aunt is the best. I love Aunt." Anin gazed adorably at Lin Ruashi. "Given how cute you are, I shall forgive you," Lin Ruashi said. Hearing this, the child burst into a fit of laughter. Afterward, Lin Ruashi returned to the live stream, accompanied by the two curious little ones. "They are back. Quick, send rockets. Haha, so adorable. Exactly the same." The comments section exploded again, and the popularity of Lin Ruashi's live stream surged past 10,000 in an instant. "Aunt," she said in a babyish tone. "So it's Aunt. Haha." The streamer lied, saying they are your sisters. The comments section was bombarded with messages. Lin Ruashi smiled awkwardly and then shot a glance at the two little ones. "The streamer's house is so big, they must be wealthy. Yes. Take us to tour around, please." The comments were filled with requests. Lin Ruashi replied, "All right, I'll show you what a billion-dollar mansion looks like." Then, holding her phone, she walked towards the backyard, leaving everyone in awe of the opulent lifestyle of the wealthy. The two little bundles of joy also enjoyed the excitement, following Lin Ruashi closely. Suddenly, with a splash, the live stream abruptly ceased. "Aunt, Daddy!" Aunt fell into the water. Soon, the villa was filled with the urgent cries of the two little princesses. The servants rushed over, exclaiming, young master, it's a disaster. The second young lady can't swim." Bai Mo dashed out and immediately jumped into the water to rescue her, lifting Lin Ruashi with one hand. "Anin, Daddy," Bai Mo called. After bringing her to safety, the servants hurried to assist, as Bai Mo was in no condition to help. Why didn't the second young lady watch where she was walking? At that moment, Lin Ruashi fell into unconsciousness, but after Bai Mo's treatment, she soon awakened. She was fine, just a bit frightened. Bai Mo inquired, "What is the matter with you? Unable to swim, yet wandering aimlessly by the water?" "I was observing, but I was startled by that flower in the backyard." Lin Ruashi replied, speechless. Aunt Wang remarked, "That flower indeed possesses a fierce growth. The first time I saw it, I was quite taken aback." "Huh, that's indeed the one my father planted," Xianxia said with a proud expression. The flourishing fire lotus owes much to Xianxia's assistance. A bottle of spiritual water was poured, transforming even the surrounding soil. Particularly, the section of vegetables Bai Mo had planted, the cherry tomatoes, seemed to sprout and flourish within merely 2 days. Lin Ruashi was unharmed, yet her phone was unusable. She found a spare one to replace it, and, unable to live stream, sat on the sofa accompanying Anin and watching anime. "What about Xianxia?" she asked. Anin shook her head, her eyes reluctantly leaving the television screen. Lin Ruashi said, "Anin, you have already watched for an hour. Do you remember what your mother told you? To be a punctual and well-behaved child. Auntie, can Anin watch for just a little longer?" Anan pouted. No. It's been an hour already. You must strive to be a good child. Otherwise, your mother won't like you, and neither will I, Lin Ruoshi said earnestly. Well, fine. Anan reluctantly turned off the television. After stepping outside with Anan, they heard laughter coming from the backyard. It was that flower again. Lin Ruoshi walked towards the backyard. Upon noticing someone had entered, Xianxia picked a cherry tomato and cheerfully said, Auntie, here's a treat for you. Lin Ruoshi then realized that the original backyard had undergone a remarkable transformation. That mysterious flower now towered nearly a story high, emanating a captivating fragrance. Accepting the cherry tomato, Lin Ruoshi wiped it clean and popped it into her mouth. Quite delicious. Lin Ruoshi's eyes sparkled. Brother-in-law, did you grow this tomato? Yes. I planted it a few days ago. I've never tasted such delightful tomatoes before. It's a new variety. Oh, Lin Ruoshi said, squatting down, brother-in-law, I want another one. Pick it yourself, Lin Ruoshi replied. Auntie, if you wish to eat, you have hands, Anan chimed in. Lin Ruoshi explained. Auntie just fell into the water. Her hands and feet are icy cold and cannot reach them. Can you pick one for me, Anan? But, Anan scratched her head. Auntie, is it really that cold? Xianxia offered helpfully. Lin Ruoshi was taken aback. Then she smiled, realizing the child was worth the effort. With the mischievous antics of the two little ones, alongside Lin Ruoshi, who had quite the appetite, the newly planted tomatoes in the backyard were soon all picked. They amounted to a good couple of pounds, far more delectable than those at the supermarket. Brother-in-law, please plant more in the future, Lin Ruoshi said. Bayamo responded. You'll need to consult your sister about that. Interacting with Lin Ruoshi, this 18-year-old high school student, is quite enjoyable. Lin Mingxi's family had easily dealt with her younger sister-in-law. As evening approached, it was once again time for Bai Mo to showcase his culinary skills. The two little ones were already seated at the dining table, eagerly awaiting. Upon Lin Mingxi's return, the two children immediately rushed over, tugging at their mother's hand. What's the matter? Auntie is here. It's time for dinner. I know, dear. Lin Mingxi chuckled softly. It had already been 10 days since summer vacation began, and she was certain her sister would come over after finishing her classes. As she entered the kitchen, she quietly inquired, Did my sister give you any trouble? Trouble? Quite the contrary. We get along rather well, Bayamo replied. That shouldn't be the case. She has always said that if she saw you, she would give you a good beating. Lin Mingxi was taken aback, her previous concerns dissolving. Perhaps it's because I am rather handsome, he said playfully. Unbeknownst to them, after Lin Ruoshi's return, Xianxia had been incessantly praising her father, making it impossible for Lin Ruoshi to hurt Bayamo and cause Xianxia distress. Chapter 54. You are not alike after dinner, seeing the abundance of leftover dishes. Lin Mingxi began to pack them up. Mommy, are we feeding little Bai? Xianxia asked curiously. No, these are for Aunt Ouyang. Lin Mingxi replied with an awkward smile. Did Aunt Ouyang not eat? No. Shall we visit her later? Yes. The prospect of going out made the child eagerly agree. Meanwhile, Anan scratched his head in confusion. Aunt Ouyang, something feels off, but I can't quite place it. But Mommy, this food is meant for Daddy's little Bai, Xianxia remarked, scratching her head. At Lin Mingxi's feet, the little puppy nudged her leg, barking eagerly. Woof, woof, woof. Look, little Bai is hungry. Bayamo interjected. Cough, cough. It doesn't eat leftovers. I've already given it proper treatment in the kitchen. This dog possessed a hidden strength, akin to the 5th level of Qi training. Ever since Bayamo discovered this, he felt it was unjust to mistreat the dog. Husband, I need to make a trip to the hospital later. Will you come with me? Lin Ruoshi addressed Bayamo. Husband? Lin Ruoshi's words left her momentarily stunned. The progression seemed rapid. Oh no, my sister is utterly smitten. It's no wonder. Her husband is so handsome and cooks so well. Falling for him was inevitable. If it were me, I would surely fall even faster. I'm not going. Why would I go to the hospital? Bayamo clenched his fists, a fierce look flashing across his face before it quickly dimmed. Oh, Ouyang has encountered a bit of trouble. Is Daddy going? The two little ones, noticing his hesitation, rushed over, shaking Bayamo. Please, please. Lin Ruoshi cautioned. You two should stay home and keep Annie company. At her words, the two little ones immediately shook their heads in protest. No. Lin Ruoshi sighed. Surely. What they said today is not true. Didn't they say that Auntie is the best? What would I go there for? It's not like I'm going to work, Bayamo said. Ouyang Yu was involved in a car accident. As her sister, how could I not visit her? Besides, you possess medical knowledge. Perhaps you could lend a hand. Let us go, please, let us go together. The two little ones, with their endearing charm, tugged at Bai Mo's arm. They were simply adorable. Bai Mo, caught between laughter and tears, sighed several times internally and, with a resigned expression, said, "All right. I shall accompany you this once." Lin Ruoshi felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She shouldn't have come to stay here. Wouldn't it be better to live with her parents? Not only was she subjected to the dog food of affection, but she was also being sourly teased by the two little ones. "Ruoshi, are you home?" Lin Mingxi inquired. "I have a program later, so I will return a bit late," Lin Ruoshi replied. "Okay. By the way, sister, I wish to take the Bugatti Veyron parked at the entrance out." "The Bugatti Veyron? I don't own such a model among my cars. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Lin Mingxi responded, seemingly unaware of it when she returned. "Impossible. It's right at the entrance. I'll go take a look." "Ahem, no need to go. That's mine," Bai Mo said, touching his nose. "Yours?" Lin Mingxi was instantly taken aback. "You can afford a car? How come I didn't know?" "Recently, the pharmaceutical business has been quite lucrative," Bai Mo replied. Indeed, Anshin Pharmaceuticals was profitable. He spoke no falsehoods, yet Lin Mingxi was unaware of the extent of the earnings. "Wow, so it belongs to my brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law? Can I borrow the car for tonight, just for a little while?" "You can borrow it, but you mustn't return too late," Bai Mo stipulated. "Absolutely." Half an hour later, at the VIP ward on the third floor of the city hospital. Upon entering the third floor, Lin Mingxi and her companions were required to present identification. After several twists and turns, Bai Mo finally saw Ouyang. In that moment, she appeared frail, her face heavily bandaged. Upon catching sight of Bai Mo, Ouyang dared not look further. She knew, without needing to see, that Bai Mo must harbor intense resentment towards her, regarding her with disdainful eyes. Ouyang bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Regret consumed her. She was at a loss as to how to face Anon, Bai Mo, and her own dear friends. Why had she not perished? Why did Bai Mo still choose to save her? Upon awakening, Ouyang incessantly questioned herself. How wonderful it would have been to die, to avoid facing Bai Mo, to spare herself the embarrassment of living on, neither resembling a person nor a ghost. "Xiaoyu, are you all right? How could you have had an accident?" The moment Lin Mingxi saw Ouyang, her legs felt numb. The situation was worse than she had imagined. It seemed Lin Mingxi was oblivious to the deeper guilt plaguing Ouyang. Anon scratched his head, his face paling sharply. "Auntie, what happened?" "It's just like in a dream." "Auntie, weren't we supposed to go out today, and then some bad person hurt you?" Bai Mo quickly ruffled the child's hair and said, "What are you thinking? You were sleeping at home this afternoon. Is that so?" Anon scratched her head, somewhat incredulous. Ouyang smiled gently, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Anon. Your aunt will recover after a few days of rest." In the midst of her words, she dared not meet Bai Mo's gaze. Upon regaining consciousness, she had heard her subordinates report that numerous corpses had been discovered in a factory within the city, identified as members of the Huangquan sect, led by the law enforcement elder. Her subordinates were unaware of how Ouyang had sustained her injuries, but she knew well that all members of the Huangquan sect had perished at Bai Mo's hands, and her survival was solely due to him. The law enforcement elder of the Huangquan sect was a formidable half-step master, and his demise at Bai Mo's hands underscored Bai Mo's immense strength. "Auntie, you must recover quickly. We still have to go out and play," Anon said in her sweet, childish voice. Ouyang's expression darkened. "Play?" She dared not entertain such thoughts anymore. She feared she might never see them again. "Your father hates me. He will never forgive me." I bumped my forehead. "It really hurts." "Auntie, does it hurt for you?" Xianxia inquired. "No, it doesn't hurt anymore," Ouyang replied, feeling a sense of warmth in her heart. These two little ones were truly thoughtful. The thought of never seeing them again filled her with a sense of loss, and tears streamed down her face once more. "Auntie, don't cry, please don't. It doesn't hurt. The injection doesn't hurt at all." The two little ones assumed Ouyang was in pain and offered their comforts. The three of them chatted in the hospital room for about half an hour. During their conversation, the doctor came to change the dressings. Lin Mingxi invited Bai Mo inside to assist, providing him with an opportunity to speak with Ouyang. Once the doctor left, only Ouyang and Bai Mo remained in the room. "Bai Mo, I am truly sorry. I never anticipated things would turn out this way." Ouyang's composure shattered in an instant, and she began to weep uncontrollably. "I have already come to understand. You cannot be blamed for this. None of us foresaw such an outcome." Bai Mo sighed deeply. "I am sorry. I truly did not mean for this to happen." Ouyang attempted to climb down to kneel before Bai Mo, but the multitude of medical devices connected to her made it impossible. This is all my doing, Mo. Just end me. I cannot forgive myself. In that moment, Ouyang fully recognized her grave mistake in taking Anan away, leading to their entrapment by the Huangquan sect. She wished for an end to her life, unable to face Mo, her visage marred, feeling she could no longer exist in this world. Furthermore, in the battle against the Huangquan sect, her internal energy had been crippled, shattering 2 decades of hard work in an instant. She had also lost a leg, leaving her mobility forever altered. What woman does not cherish beauty? With such a fate, living had lost its significance. She wished for Mo to exact justice upon her for her transgressions. Such an event is beyond our desires. All I wish for is Anan's safety. My anger has subsided, and you need not bear such guilt. However, you and they are ultimately on different paths. I hope this serves as a lesson for the future. Do not bring danger upon yourselves. Ouyang's world revolved around martial arts, and continued exposure to it would only place an and Xianxia in peril, a scenario Mo wished to avoid. Ouyang pressed her lips together. I understand. Furthermore, I must issue a stern warning to the Huangquan sect. The city of Duan is my territory, and should I discover even a single intruder, I shall eradicate them without mercy. The harm inflicted upon Anan has already trespassed the final boundary of Mo's patience. The gravity of Mo's words was palpable. He was not jesting with Ouyang. Ouyang felt the oppressive atmosphere, a palpable aura of menace enveloping the hospital room. Realizing that Mo would not extend forgiveness, she was consumed by regret. Yet, certain truths must still be articulated. Mo, I recognize your formidable strength, but if you proceed in this manner, it will surely provoke the Huangquan sect to wrath. I advise you to reconsider. Do not act impulsively, Ouyang implored. Very well. I shall disseminate the news on your behalf. However, I must caution you to tread carefully. The Huangquan sect is not easily trifled with. Rest well, when time permits. I shall bring the children to visit you, Mo replied before departing. After Mo's exit, Ouyang consumed her meal in tears, lamenting his refusal to forgive her, while her heart secretly envied Lin Mingxi. She recalled a time when she despised men like Mo, who, though fair of face, were utterly devoid of merit beyond their looks. Mingxi, you have wed a good man, strong and an excellent cook. May you find true happiness, she mused. Subsequently, she picked up the phone to report the events that transpired in Duan to the Security Bureau. On the other end, there was silence, followed by astonishment. Is it possible that such a powerful individual exists in Duan? Xiaoyu, this matter must remain confidential. I shall relay the words of that esteemed personage. May the Huangquan sect not be so foolish as to provoke them. Focus on your recovery, and perhaps we shall have the opportunity to meet this individual. The voice on the line stated. Upon hearing this, Ouyang managed a bitter smile, pondering whether they were aware of her compromised state and if they would still extend such courtesy. Chapter 55. A mishap with the younger sister-in-law. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Huangquan sect in Xianxia, the law enforcement elders had not responded, leading to a grim conclusion. They had ventured forth and met with their demise in Duan, leaving their lives behind. The utterance of these words sent shockwaves through the ranks of the Huangquan sect. The leading elders shared the same astonishment. The city of Duan, once again, it was Duan. In Xianxia, among the many formidable figures, only those with mastery could slay a law enforcement elder. What had transpired in Duan? Regardless of the circumstances, this debt would not be forgotten by the Huangquan sect. The remaining elders wore expressions of grave concern. Was it the old man from the Security Bureau? Or Ouyang's elder? Or perhaps someone else? As they pondered, a panicked member of the Huangquan sect rushed in. Everyone, elders, we have a grave situation. The elder council reprimanded. Speak clearly. Just now, the Security Bureau announced that a law enforcement elder has been slain in Duan by a mysterious figure, who has issued a warning. Should the Huangquan sect step foot in Duan, they shall face annihilation. As the final words fell, a profound silence enveloped the room. Such arrogance was beyond comprehension. Ha, a mysterious figure? And they even killed the enforcement elder? Ha, what a fabrication. Where is this so-called mysterious figure? They have slain our people and spun lies. Those wretched beings from the Security Bureau, we shall eventually exact our vengeance upon them. One elder remarked. Everyone, let us remain calm. We are currently under the scrutiny of the Security Bureau and with the master in seclusion. It is best not to stir up unnecessary trouble for the time being. However, in Doshire City, we shall go as we please. and no one can impede our Huangquan sect. Indeed, the Huangquan sect, ascending to heaven and descending into the underworld, none can obstruct us. The crowd shouted in unison. Recently, everyone has returned their focus to the sacred relics, remaining vigilant of the Security Bureau's actions. At Junhua Bay, Baimo's family returned and immediately gave the two little treasures a bath. Before 11 o'clock, they arranged for the children to sleep. Daddy will sleep with you tonight. After drying her hair, Xianxia leapt into Baimo's embrace, affectionately wrapping her arms around his neck. Huh, do you wish to hear a story? Having her thoughts guessed, Xianxia lowered her head and emitted a giggle. Daddy is my hero. He can sing, tell stories, cook delicious meals, and what else? Daddy, what else can you do? Silly girl, your father can do everything. Baimo chuckled, gently patting her head. Tell us a story, Daddy. Baimo lay on the bed while the two little ones listened attentively. Just then, Lin Mingxi entered. Mommy, do you want to hear a story too? Just as she was about to shake her head, Baimo pulled Lin Mingxi into his embrace. Before she could struggle, he had already wrapped his arms around her, preventing her from moving. Mommy will also sleep with us tonight. How delightful. The two little ones were the happiest. Look how joyful our daughter is. Just stay still. Baimo said awkwardly. Lin Mingxi murmured softly, then quietly lay beside them, listening to Baimo narrate stories to the little treasures. The more the two little ones listened, the more energized they became, while Lin Mingxi began to feel drowsy. Finally, after half an hour, the two little ones could barely keep their eyes open, and after a few blinks, they succumbed to sleep. Lin Mingxi's face turned crimson. Her clothes were slightly disheveled because Baimo's hand had once again wandered unceremoniously beneath her garment. Baimo, don't do that. The children are right beside us. Please be quiet. They have just fallen asleep. You're being naughty. The two little ones are still here. What if they wake up? All right then. Let us return to our room. Baimo rose from the bed. Daddy. Just as the couple intended to leave, a soft voice chimed in. Lin Mingxi sat back on the bed and patted the child's back. What is it? The child was drenched in sweat. Could it be a nightmare? Baimo inquired. Daddy has some bad intentions. The scenes from An's dreams mirrored the events of today. Ouyang Yu was nearly killed right before her eyes and bore the scars of a violent encounter. It truly felt like a dream. Lin Mingxi offered words of comfort, soothing the child for nearly 10 minutes until she finally succumbed to sleep. Darling, the child is asleep. We should retire for the night as well, Baimo suggested, lifting her into a princess carry as they returned to the master bedroom. Just as Baimo pressed his lips against Lin Mingxi's, enveloped by a fragrant sweetness that seemed to embody the most exquisite taste in the world, a sudden buzzing interrupted them. The phone on the nightstand vibrated incessantly. Wait, my phone is ringing, Lin Mingxi remarked, reaching for it. It's my sister calling. If Ruashi is reaching out at this hour, it must be important. It was already 11:30, and Lin Ruashi had yet to return, causing her sister considerable concern. Hello? Ruashi, it's almost midnight. Why aren't you home yet? I'm on my way back, but can you let my brother-in-law take the call? I need to discuss something with him. Lin Ruashi's voice was laced with anxiety. What could be so urgent that you can't tell me? Lin Mingxi complained as she handed the phone to Baimo. Baimo pointed to himself, his tone uncertain. You need me? What is going on? Brother-in-law, I'm really sorry, but I lost your Bugatti Veyron in a bet. Don't worry, I will repay you. But you must keep this a secret from my sister, Lin Ruashi confessed. What? Baimo exclaimed, bewildered. What do you mean, lost? You haven't explained anything clearly. What is wrong with my car? Please, keep your voice down. I don't want my sister to overhear, Lin Ruashi urged, before recounting the events of the evening. It turned out that she had taken the Bugatti Veyron out for a spin when she unexpectedly encountered her rival, Li Shui from the Li family. Also a student of her school. Their competitive natures had led to an impromptu race, where the loser would have to leave their car behind. The rivalry escalated with taunts about parental support, igniting Lin Ruashi's determination. The Li family had hired a skilled racer, and Lin Ruashi had brought her own ally. In the city of Doan, both racers were renowned, evenly matched in skill. Unfortunately, Lin Ruashi lost, leaving her Bugatti behind. As soon as the race concluded, she felt a wave of regret and called her brother-in-law. I realized my mistake. I was impulsive and provoked. Now, with her spirits further dampened by the embarrassment of being mocked by the Li siblings, she felt utterly deflated. Racing? That sounds intriguing. Baimo mused with a hint of amusement. From beside him, Lin Mingxi inquired, Baimo, what has happened with my sister? Oh, it's just a minor issue with the car, nothing serious, Baimo reassured her. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoshi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Grateful for her brother-in-law's understanding. Is there anything else? Brother-in-law, could you come pick me up? IMO. Another night wasted. I was so close to enjoying a meal. Alas, it's quite unsafe for a girl to be out alone. Where are you? Lin Ruoshi pondered for a moment, atop Longshan Mountain in Duan City. Longshan lies to the northwest of Duan, characterized by its treacherous terrain and winding roads, less than 5 kilometers long, with 60 to 70 twists. It is an ideal locale for racing, where the nights transform into a veritable paradise for racing enthusiasts. Chapter 56. The Lee Siblings' Darling. Wait for my return and leave the door ajar for me. Are you going to pick someone up? Indeed, it's rather unsafe for a girl to be out late. After all, she's my sister-in-law. Very well, take care on the road. This little girl truly gives one cause for concern. Return home early. Observing Lin Mingxi's enchanting demeanor, Mo inhaled deeply, suppressing his impulsive desires. Once outside, Mo was filled with regret. He should have allowed Lin Ruoshi to return with her friends. What sense was there in her daring to race alone on Longshan? The dream of a delightful evening dashed. Mo could only smile wryly as he made his way to the first floor. Unbeknownst to him, a small figure clumsily followed behind, descending the stairs. In the villa's garage, as Mo entered his vehicle, he caught sight of a vague silhouette in the rearview mirror. Chi-Chi, my precious daughter, why did you follow me? It's pitch dark, what if you fall? After exiting the car and confirming he was not mistaken, Mo's lips twitched in disbelief. At this hour, she seemed intent on giving him a heart attack. Where are you going, Daddy? The little one rubbed her sleepy eyes, her voice soft and innocent, her expression nearly in tears. How did you wake up so quickly? Get in the car, you can sleep inside. With no choice, Mo lifted the child. Once she was awake, it would take at least half an hour to lull her back to sleep. He could only take her along, promising to return shortly. Once out of the community, Chi-Chi sat in the passenger seat, wide awake, her eyes fixed ahead. The exhilarating rush of speed nearly compelled her to scream. Wow, this is so fast. Surprisingly, the child felt no fear. Instead, she reveled in the thrill. On Longshan, Lin Ruoshi awaited Mo's arrival. Surrounded by an array of luxury cars, a multitude of young men and women gathered nearby, from teenage girls to women in their 30s. With youth comprising a significant portion of the crowd, though some older gentlemen lingered as well. The gaze of these older men remained fixated on the beautiful women. Beside her, Li Shui mocked, your family must be wealthy. Losing a car is hardly a reason to be despondent. Are you planning to stay out longer and continue playing? Tonight's race was not solely between Lin Ruoshi and Li Shui. Others were racing as well. And the crowd typically began to disperse only around 3 or 4 in the morning. I'm waiting for my brother-in-law. What business is that of yours? Today you're fortunate to have won one race, but we shall see who prevails in the future, Lin Ruoshi retorted in annoyance. Brother-in-law? Li Shui rolled her eyes. As far as she knew, the daughters of the Lin family were all unmarried. Regarding Lin Mingxi's premarital pregnancy, that was common knowledge. She had been abandoned by another. Thus, where could Lin Ruoshi possibly find a brother-in-law? Ha ha ha, your reasoning is truly absurd, Li Shui laughed heartily. Nearby, Li Hao approached with a smile, gazing at Lin Ruoshi and said, beautiful lady, consider becoming my girlfriend, and I shall return the car I just won to you. Are you out of your mind? She belongs to the Lin family. I will not agree to this, Li Shui pouted, visibly displeased. Anyone could aspire to be her brother's girlfriend, except Lin Ruoshi. Li Hao, keep your fantasies to yourself. Are you even aware of your own shortcomings? Take a good look at yourself. You resemble a pig. I am not like other women who lack discernment, Lin Ruoshi retorted with a cold sneer and a disdainful roll of her eyes. Countless women had fallen victim to Li Hao's manipulations, but what did his wealth amount to? Such a person was nothing but scum, a blight upon innocent young girls. Stung by her words, Li Hao's expression darkened, staring at Lin Ruoshi with a brooding intensity. You foul woman, how dare you call me ugly? I am doing you a favor by inviting you to be my girlfriend. Do you think you are worthy? Li Shui interjected, brother. You can toy with such a woman if you wish, but she is unworthy of being your girlfriend. Ha ha ha. To put it nicely, she is called a girlfriend. To put it bluntly, she is merely a dog, available day and night to indulge my whims. Li Hao laughed boisterously. Lin Ruoshi felt her heart race with indignation. Shameless. Your family is truly a disgrace to society. Sister Ruoshi, we should leave. Their group is drawing nearer, a nearby girl cautioned. Let us keep our comments to a minimum. We cannot afford to offend Li Hao. I've heard he is quite familiar with the underworld in Duan City. The classmates behind Lin Ruoxi were familiar with each other, not affiliated with Li Hao. Gritting her teeth, Lin Ruoxi declared, I cannot leave yet. I must wait for my brother-in-law. Lin Ruoxi, I am giving you a chance. Get into my car now and don't force our hand, Li Hao said, a lewd glint flashing in his eyes. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will call the police. Lin Ruoxi felt panic rising within her, instinctively retreating. Seeing that threats of police action did not deter them, she added, Li Hao, try to lay a finger on me, and you will regret it. I am from the Lin family, and my sister will not let this go. Sister Ruoxi, what should we do? Li Hao has brought many people with him tonight. They wouldn't just do something to us, would they? I don't want to. I don't even have a boyfriend. Several of Lin Ruoxi's companions were already in tears, while Li Hao's group laughed heartily, as if they were observing a game of wolves preying on sheep. Is there gold plating down there? My brother is off limits? I'll strip you down to see what you're hiding, Li Shui sneered from the side. One sentence ignited both anger and humiliation in Lin Ruoxi, who felt an overwhelming urge to silence Li Shui. The Lin family exudes a formidable presence. While others may cower before your sister, I am not intimidated. Words are futile. I reiterate, comply and enter my vehicle. Do not compel me to resort to force. Li Hao's lustful gaze once again lingered on Lin Ruoxi, his face adorned with a smirk. Though I cannot possess your sister, Lin Mingxi, sampling her sister tonight shall suffice. One must admit, Lin Ruoxi is hardly inferior to Lin Mingxi. Her beauty is striking, capable of inciting chaos, with all the right curves already accentuated, exuding an irresistible allure. Seeing Lin Ruoxi remain unmoved, Li Hao stepped closer, grasping her hand, and continued. Do you believe you can escape tonight? Do not touch me, step away. Slap. Li Hao winced in pain, delivering a slap to Lin Mingxi. You wretched woman. Lin Ruoxi covered half of her face, on the verge of tears. Stay back, my brother-in-law will arrive shortly. She inwardly prayed for Bai Mo to come sooner. At this moment, anxiety consumed her. Li Hao, unperturbed, frowned. Your brother-in-law? I have never heard of any man in Lin Mingxi's life, despite her having 2 daughters. Ha ha. I am eager to see what sort of man your brother-in-law is. Li Hao seethed. Li Hao, a privileged second-generation heir, was not devoid of wit. If Lin Ruoxi's brother-in-law were someone formidable, he would be courting danger. 5 minutes later, Li Hao sneered. Your brother-in-law will not arrive. He seems to be quite the coward. That is not true. Lin Ruoxi's complexion turned ashen. Brother, I suspect she does not even have a brother-in-law. It's all fabricated. That wretched woman Lin Mingxi is merely a burden with 2 dependents. Who would want her? Li Hao stroked his chin, finding some truth in that statement. Chapter 57. The Maybach ascends. A thunderous roar echoed from the base of the mountain. A Maybach sped towards them, its headlights flickering from afar, startling everyone in an instant. Report, Captain. A Mercedes is racing up the mountain at breakneck speed. Attention. I confirm it is indeed a Mercedes. It just zoomed past me at an incredible pace. I had to watch the footage thrice to ascertain it was a Mercedes. It must be traveling at least over 130 km/h. Goodness, I can hardly believe my eyes. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of its taillights during a turn. Incredible. It flew past 3 curves without braking. I suspect my vision is deceiving me. Or perhaps its brake lights are malfunctioning. Captain, I clearly saw the emblem. It is a Maybach. As the reports from the men at the base cascaded in, those atop the mountain remained skeptical. I instructed you to guard the base. And yet, you slumber while dreaming? Is a Mercedes to be treated as a sports car? Are you jesting? Atop the mountain, everyone gazed downwards, catching glimpses of flickering lights amidst the trees, unable to discern the speed. Meanwhile, those below felt a gust of wind rush past, leaving them drenched in cold sweat. Listening to the chatter, Lin Ruoxi's heart plummeted. The arrival could not possibly be her brother-in-law. At the hillside, Bai Mo's Maybach swiftly navigated a turn, executing several drifts in succession. The child in the front passenger seat covered her eyes with her hands, yet curiously peered through a narrow gap. We're airborne. This sensation thrilled Xianxia immensely. Xianxia, aren't you afraid riding in your father's car? Bai Mo inquired with a hint of amusement. No, not afraid at all, the little one replied, shaking her head, her innocent voice barely audible amidst the powerful thrust of the vehicle. Soon, a thunderous roar of an engine echoed from afar, instantly capturing the attention of the onlookers. Is it genuine? A Mercedes sports car? Or perhaps the crowd below was merely hallucinating. Under the gaze of the crowd, the black Maybach slowly approached and came to a halt beside Lin Ruoxi. Wow, it's truly a Maybach. This can't be real. Has he modified the exhaust to turn it into a sports car? The spectators realized they were not dreaming, though the speed might not have been as great as they first thought. Gazing at the slightly altered Maybach before them, their mouths agape in astonishment. Lin Ruoxi was illuminated by the high beams, transforming her into the second focus of attention. Feeling a mix of anger and confusion as she struggled to discern the appearance of the vehicle across from her. A Maybach? Black? It seemed somewhat familiar. Curiosity piqued. Everyone wondered who would emerge from such an impressive vehicle, their eyes unwavering. Auntie. At the moment the engine silenced, a child's voice chimed from the car. As a little head peeked out of the window, grinning foolishly towards Lin Ruoxi. Xianxia? Ornan? In the darkness, she could no longer distinguish whether the little one was her sister or her younger sibling. At that moment, Lin Ruoxi was utterly astonished, her heart a tumult of joy and concern. Her brother-in-law had brought their daughter along. How could she rescue her from this den of wolves? It was late at night. If he was coming to pick someone up, why bring her niece along? Lin Ruoxi felt exasperated, but the arrival of her brother-in-law alleviated some of her panic. As for the others, upon seeing the adorable little girl, all the females present were utterly charmed. Biamo stepped out, his handsome countenance rendering many young girls infatuated. Daddy. Hug. He approached the passenger's side, scooping up Xianxia, then turned to gaze at his astonished sister-in-law. Brother-in-law. Lin Ruoxi approached. Auntie, what are you doing here? There are so many people. Huh. Auntie, don't cry. It's embarrassing with so many onlookers. Observing the unusual pallor on Lin Ruoxi's face, the little one spoke in her sweet voice. Noticing the faint red mark on her cheek, Biamo furrowed his brow. Who did this? Brother-in-law, don't ask. Let us just go home, Lin Ruoxi replied, her head bowed. Tell me who did this? Biamo pressed again. Lin Ruoxi remained silent. But Li Hao and Li Shui approached. You're her brother-in-law? Li Hao's gaze lingered on Biamo, tinged with a hint of unusual emotion. Biamo's handsome visage incited a pang of jealousy within him. Observing the child clinging to Biamo, Li Shui remarked, I wonder where they found this male nanny. With a charming smile, she continued, Handsome, why not leave her household? Whatever they are paying you, I will offer you 5 times that to be my personal assistant. What do you say? Li Shui was confident that Biamo, motivated by financial gain, would make a prudent choice. After all, no matter how handsome a man may be, he cannot resist the allure of wealth. Furthermore, Li Shui was not lacking in beauty herself. She possessed a figure that was well proportioned, with the right curves in all the right places. Do not speak to me, Biamo retorted, turning to face Li Shui. The intensity of his gaze sent a chill down her spine. Who struck her? Ignoring Li Hao's gestures, Biamo inquired in a deep voice, his eyes glinting with a hint of menace. I did, Li Hao sneered, locking eyes with Biamo, his gaze filled with anticipation. Are you going to defend her? Brother-in-law? Perhaps it's best to let this go. It's quite late. We should return, Lin Ruoxi urged, grasping one of Biamo's arms. Ruoxi, we do not bully others. But we cannot allow ourselves to be bullied either, do you understand? Biamo said, gently stroking the head of the little one nestled in his embrace. Feeling the comforting softness. Daddy, is someone bullying my aunt? The child partially concealed her face, revealing a pair of flawless, gem-like eyes as she surveyed her surroundings. All eyes were drawn to her, and she felt a tinge of shyness. Indeed, Xianxia, what do you think we should do? Biamo asked. Like my sister, we should be brave and assertive, especially adorable, and then add, Daddy is a hero, so my aunt need not fear. But there are so many of them. Lin Ruoxi bit her lip, casting a reluctant glance around. All these people were acquainted with Li Hao, while Biamo stood alone, cradling his niece. Regardless of whether you are her brother-in-law, I will tell you this. I intend to take this woman tonight, whether you agree or not. I will not allow you to take her back. Li Hao surveyed the surroundings, his confidence swelling. All my people are here. Be sensible. It's wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. I could return the Bugatti Veyron to you. I like that car. You promised to give it to me if you lost. Li Shui pouted defiantly. Little sister, do not cause a ruckus. It's just a Bugatti Veyron, Li Hao replied. Brother, what do you think? Give me a straightforward answer. Do you wish for death? I can grant you a swift exit, Biamo said, his brows furrowing, a glint of coldness in his eyes, casting a heavy silence over the crowd. Ha ha. After a few seconds of silence, boisterous laughter erupted around them. Did I hear correctly? He dares to speak to young Master Li in such a manner? Laughable. This is utterly ridiculous. Is he fearless once again? I anticipate he will soon be severely beaten for daring to utter such arrogant words to young Master Li. The onlookers regarded Bai Mo with cold derision, almost predicting the grim fate that awaited him. Brother-in-law. As the crowd erupted in laughter, Lin Ruoshi's complexion turned ashen, her grip tightening around Bai Mo's arm, her heart racing with trepidation. Chi-Chi, be good. May I hold you for a moment? Bai Mo chuckled softly, placing the little one in Lin Ruoshi's embrace, gently ruffling her hair in a gesture of comfort. At that moment, Chi-Chi's small mind must have been pondering. I haven't even agreed. The crowd murmured. Does he truly disregard us? Are we so insignificant in his eyes? Is his sole focus on his daughter? Witnessing Bai Mo's flippant demeanor and blatant arrogance, Li Hao's fury intensified. With so many eyes upon him, if Li Hao were to endure this humiliation without retaliating, he would lose all face. You are the first to speak to me in such a manner, kid. Teach him a lesson, but be careful not to cause any fatalities. Li Hao commanded, waving his hand dismissively. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Young Master Li is formidable. He resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. The girls around, infatuated, began to worry. It's over. Such a handsome man, my idol. Is he about to be disfigured tonight? They had heard tales of those who had crossed Li Hao, and the outcomes were often dire. Broken limbs were a common fate. Lin Ruoshi, her face pale as a ghost, suggested, shall we call the police? Call the police? You think of that now? It's too late. By the time they arrive, it will be too late. Bai Mo retorted coldly. They're just a bunch of trash. As soon as his words fell, an enraged Li Hao's lackey swung a fist toward him. Lin Ruoshi, terrified, shut her eyes, curling into herself. The little one buried her head deeply between Lin Ruoshi's bosom. Bang! With a swift motion, Bai Mo ended the brawl, leaving a slew of groaning figures sprawled on the ground. The crowd could scarcely comprehend how rapidly he had acted. Their reactions were too slow. Observing the fallen, some clutching broken limbs, Li Hao swallowed hard, his face growing ashen, his eyes fixed on Bai Mo, filled with a murderous intent. Bai Mo felt no sense of superiority over these men. Had it not been for the circumstances, he would not have engaged at all. Possessing such prowess was akin to bullying children. Hearing the cries of agony, Lin Ruoshi opened her eyes, incredulous as she beheld the chaos on the ground and the still figure of Bai Mo. Did all of this truly result from my brother-in-law's actions? One man has brought down 7 or 8 burly men. I seem to have missed something significant. The little one mistakenly believed that his father was being beaten. Quickly turning to gaze at Bai Mo hero daddy, he thought, almost forgetting that his father was indeed formidable, a true superhero. A lackey lay on the ground, lamenting. Li Xiao, I'm sorry, we've proven utterly useless. Li Hao retorted, not just useless, it's downright embarrassing. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, all taken aback by Bai Mo's display of prowess. Bai Mo maintained a calm demeanor, stating, this Bugatti has been purchased for less than 3 days. Since Lin Ruoshi has lost, she has lost. However, if you possess the skill, feel free to challenge me to a race. If not, severing an arm now will grant you passage otherwise. At this point, a cold smile crept across Bai Mo's face. Lin Mingxi will reclaim the car in the same manner she lost it. Wow, Lin Ruoshi thought, gazing at Bai Mo, finding him more handsome than ever. Li Hao trembled, realizing that, as a member of the Li family, he had never faced such a threat. Bai Mo's abilities were formidable, and Li Hao, unwilling to be at a disadvantage, felt a deep sense of loss as the opportunity slipped away, his resentment simmering. He cast a begrudging glance at Lin Ruoshi, lamenting the chance to be with her tonight, reminiscent of 3 years prior when Lin Mingxi had escaped him. Now was not the time for such thoughts. The arrival of Bai Mo signified that he could not take Lin Ruoshi away. After a moment of contemplation, a smile finally graced his lips. Li Hao took a deep breath. Very well, I will wager with you. However, pausing momentarily, he pointed at Lin Ruoshi, continuing, let us add another condition. If I win, she stays. Should you refuse to race, return the Bugatti, and we shall consider tonight's events a misunderstanding. Indeed, Li Hao, a seasoned player in matters of the heart, easily turned the tables. He had now placed the dilemma back on Bai Mo. Would he dare to accept? The crowd chuckled derisively. Li Hao's driving skills were well known. He ranked among the top 10 in the national championship, and had always kept a low profile, even during tonight's race, relying on others to compete for him. As for Mo, a name unknown to the masses, Li Hao and the others doubted Mo could race. What confidence did he possess? What audacity to challenge Li Hao's driving prowess? No one believed Mo would accept. What good was it to be strong in combat? Surely, his driving skills must be mediocre. It was common knowledge that one's talents had limits. If Mo mastered martial arts, his racing abilities would undoubtedly be ordinary. Upon realizing she was the wager, Lin Ruoxi's face drained of color. Do you dare? Li Hao sneered at Mo's silence, seemingly certain of his victory. What's the matter? How about we raise the stakes further? Let us add a hand to the wager. His words were shocking, leaving the crowd in disbelief. Had he lost his mind? Betting on cars, women, and now a hand? The losing party would have to lose an arm. Li Hao frowned, his eyes narrowing as he struggled to read Mo. Did he truly have the strength to wager so boldly? What gave him such confidence? Reflecting on the automotive realm of Xianxia, the 20-something driver, Li Hao, firmly believed that there was no one of his caliber. His brother-in-law was not to be trifled with. Lin Ruoxi was also considerably shaken, her eyes vacant as she gazed at Mo. She regretted her decision to come to such a place, knowing that if trouble arose, her brother-in-law would have to intervene. Ruoxi, if he dares to strike you, he must face the consequences. A hand from him would be a mere trifling price to pay. Mo remarked. That man is utterly deranged, Li Shui commented. Not only deranged, but also exceedingly arrogant. Ha ha ha, if you are so confident. How about raising the stakes by an additional 30 million? Li Hao grinned at Mo. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Tonight's race, regardless of the victor, would mark a significant event in the automotive scene of Duan City. Isn't that a rather extravagant wager? Mo chuckled. Money delivered to me on a platter? I am hardly in need of it. Perhaps 30 million is a tad insufficient, don't you think, young Masterly? The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. 30 million, and you consider it little? A glint of cold light flickered in Li Hao's eyes, his heart brimming with delight. 50 million it shall be. If you win, I shall award you 50 million. However, should you lose, I require no monetary compensation. What then do you desire? Li Hao inquired. I wish to strike you thrice in public, delivering a resounding slap. Mo replied solemnly. Money holds little allure. The satisfaction of trampling Li Hao's face into the ground is far more gratifying. Chapter 59. Brother-in-law, let us enlist external assistance. Li Hao's expression darkened immediately. Feeling as though he had been humiliated. Why not just wager the slaps directly? Why exchange it for 50 million? Very well. I shall witness how you intend to defeat me. Encountering someone as foolish and wealthy as you, it would be a disservice to my parents not to seize the opportunity. Li Hao suddenly chuckled. Let us formalize this agreement to prevent any regrets on your part should you lose. Li Hao continued. Let me reiterate. Do you possess 50 million? You are indeed cautious, young Masterly, fearing I may lack funds? I am the son-in-law of the Lin family. This title alone should suffice for 50 million. Wouldn't you agree? With your connections, I would never dream of defaulting, Mo asserted. Agreed. Li Hao paused, contemplating Mo's reasoning. The Li family in Duan City was a prominent clan. Who would dare to turn a blind eye? To reiterate, if I emerge victorious, I shall take Lin Ruoxi with me, severing one of your arms, and you will still owe me 50 million, correct? Indeed, 3 conditions, Mo nodded. Are you not concerned I might renege? Li Hao laughed. Huh. No one can evade their debts under my watch, Mo stated seriously. Then instantly transformed into a warm smile, exuding an aura of harmlessness, especially when in the presence of the ladies. How striking! The young women gazed in awe. Against young Masterly, he remained undaunted. Soon, a breathtaking race was about to commence, with others engaging in lively discussions. Look, that person is sure to lose. There's no suspense in this, one remarked. Li Hao's driving skills are exceptional. Surely not. Perhaps that individual possesses some hidden confidence, another countered. How absurd. Li Hao is indeed one of the top 10 racers in the Xianxia Championship. I can't believe I wasn't aware of that. Well, you're not part of the racing team. So how could you possibly know? These matters are confidential. That may not necessarily be the case. Perhaps that charming gentleman in the Maybach has enlisted outside assistance. There are quite a few racers present, such as Mo Qingshan and Bao Buping. With wealth, one can make miracles happen. They are also among the elite racers. Well known in Duan. Just look at him. He doesn't even have a racing car. How could he compete with Li Hao? He must have hired external help. Otherwise, who in their right mind would place such a hefty wager? Meanwhile, IMO remained composed, whereas Lin Ruoshi was in a state of agitation. Brother-in-law, why did you arrive so late? If you had come a bit earlier, Li Hao would have still been racing, and she could have slipped away, completely avoiding the earlier harrowing scenes. The timing is just right. In fact, before arriving, IMO had visited the garage and swapped out some modified components. Otherwise, the Maybach could hardly be considered a racing car. You say you don't know, but among the racers present, Li Hao is undoubtedly the best. Let us leave it at that. I don't wish to discourage you. Lin Ruoshi stamped her foot in frustration. I heard them discussing driving skills. They probably think it's all about showing off behind the wheel. In her arms, little Chi-Chi chimed in with a sweet voice. Auntie, Daddy is so amazing. Indeed, quite impressive. Lin Ruoshi's lips twitched. If he were not remarkable, would he dare to gamble so boldly against Li Hao? Does Annie know too? Chi-Chi scratched her head, sensing she wasn't the first to discover this, which made her a tad displeased. What should we do now, brother-in-law? Should I invite an external racer? No need. I can handle this myself. Rest assured, you won't be left out. Daddy is thirsty. He wants milk. Bayamo replied. At this hour, where would one find milk? Little Chi-Chi, nestled in Lin Ruoshi's embrace, licked her lips. Chi-Chi, don't look at Auntie. She doesn't have any. Lin Ruoshi's face turned crimson. She glanced at Lin Mingxi's figure, which indeed paled in comparison. Bayamo found the situation both amusing and bewildering, returning to the car to fetch a bottle of mineral water for her. Given the circumstances, this will have to suffice. The little one eagerly gulped it down. Look who has arrived. It's Xin Fei, the captain of the Feiyang racing team. I know him. He is also in the top 10 of the Xianxia championship. I can't believe he is here. The atmosphere instantly became electrified. Who would have thought Xin Fei would show up? He is quite a prominent figure, recognized by all racing enthusiasts present. As Xin Fei stepped out of his vehicle, a chorus of squeals erupted from numerous enamored female fans. He was indeed handsome, around 29 years old, tall and well-built. Known for his flirtatious nature, he was surrounded by a bevy of beautiful women. At that moment, Lin Ruoshi felt a glimmer of hope. She had previously attempted to invite Xin Fei to assist in the race at 8 o'clock, but was met with disappointment. Now, the opportunity lay right before her. Moreover, both Li Hao and Xin Fei are competitors ranked among the top 10 in the Xianxia championship, their abilities being nearly indistinguishable. Should they race at Long Long Mountain this evening, victory would hinge solely on fortune. Good evening, Mr. Shun. As a beautiful young lady approached, Xin Fei's eyes sparkled beneath his sunglasses. Goodness, does Dawn City boast such beauties? Her exquisitely delicate face, ample curves, and slender waist were captivating, especially her long, fair legs encased in black stockings, cradling an infant in her arms. She resembled a ripe peach, exuding an irresistible allure. What brings you here? Xin Fei feigned seriousness. Mr. Shun, I would like to invite you to serve as an external referee for a race. Lin Ruoshi spoke up. Their every gesture attracted the attention of onlookers, many of whom eagerly captured the moment with their phones. Just as Xin Fei was about to respond, Li Hao approached, greeting him warmly. Long time no see, Brother Shun. Li Xiao, indeed, it's been a while. Xin Fei immediately extended his hand. I haven't heard of you participating in any recent competitions. I assume your driving skills have improved? Not at all. Compared to Li Xiao, I'm still quite lacking, Xin Fei humbly replied. Brother Shun, I have a race coming up. I would appreciate it if you could officiate. Oh, I've heard about it. Who is audacious enough to challenge you? Xin Fei's interest was piqued. I've heard the stakes are quite high. Li Hao chuckled. Not only is there a 50 million wager, but the victor also has the chance to win the fair lady's heart. As for the more perilous stakes, well, they're downright reckless. Just a naive fool. Li Hao laughed, then pulled Xin Fei aside. This situation left Lin Ruoshi feeling somewhat disheartened. What is the matter, Li Gu? Xin Fei appeared reluctant. Lin Ruoshi had sought him out, and after a brief conversation, he was not keen on missing out on such a beauty. The two seemed to share a private jest, laughing heartily as they clasped hands. Upon returning, Xin Fei addressed Lin Ruoshi. I must apologize, beautiful lady, but Li Xiao has offered me 30 million to refrain from intervening. The money is inconsequential. He is my friend. This implied a rejection of Lin Ruoshi's request. Lin Ruoshi pondered briefly, feeling uneasy about inviting Xin Fei, fearing he might not be impartial. Taking a deep breath, she replied, I understand. However, Xin Fei smiled. Lin Ruoshi's heart lifted at the prospect of hope. However what? Mr. Shun, please, do not hesitate to share. Ladies, if you lack a race car, I can lend you my McLaren, provided you leave me your contact information for consideration. Chapter 60, My Maybach is a race car. Li Hao and Xin Fei had reached a mutual understanding. They would not compete on behalf of Lin Ruoxi. Consequently, Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, it's settled. Furthermore, upon discovering that the woman involved in the wager was Lin Ruoxi, Xin Fei's mind began to churn with thoughts. Lin Ruoxi's expression turned pale. The absence of a race car on their side indeed posed a dilemma. However, borrowing Xin Fei's McLaren is merely a transaction, which Lin Ruoxi is reluctant to engage in. During this interval, she has already devised an escape plan, as she cannot continually rely on her brother-in-law, Mo. Despite her tender age of 18, she possesses a modicum of cunning. In this competition, her brother-in-law's chances of victory are less than 10%. Thus, she has alerted her cousin, Wei Zhuang. Losing is acceptable. 50 million is not an issue. But it is inconceivable for Li Hao to take her away. Once her cousin, the police captain, arrives, Li Hao would dare not act rashly. If he wishes to sever ties, a little more money should suffice to persuade Li Hao to relent. With this thought, Lin Ruoxi felt considerably better. There is no problem that money cannot solve. If there is, it is merely a matter of insufficient funds. Miss Lin, have you thought it through? My sports car has recently undergone maintenance, and it is in excellent condition. It has accompanied me in securing numerous awards. Xin Fei's words jolted Lin Ruoxi back to reality. Before she could respond, Mo approached and said, thank you for your kind offer, but we have our own vehicle. And a racing car does not necessarily have to be a luxury one. If the driver is lacking, do not blame the car. Where did you get your car, brother-in-law? Lin Ruoxi inquired. Xianxia, tell them where our car is, Mo said with a smile, playfully poking the little girl's cheek, clearly dismissing everyone else. It's right here, Xianxia pointed to a Maybach. Lin Ruoxi observed Xin Fei break into laughter. A Maybach? With a mere enhancement, it can be considered a sports car. Truly impressive, my friend, I admire you. Patting Xin Fei on the shoulder, Li Hao remarked, oh, brother Shun, do not mock Mr. Bai. Perhaps the Maybach can indeed soar. They both shared a laugh in unison. Yet, Mo interjected, it is merely a trivial race. Even with an ordinary car, I could prevail. Oh, Xin Fei replied, shaking his head, not even sparing Mo a glance, feeling that Mo was overly pretentious. Conversing with him felt beneath his dignity. Indeed, Mr. Bai speaks the truth. Just don't weep later. Haha, Li Hao jeered. Mo thought to himself, these individuals, each believing themselves to be a master of the racetrack, are quite tiresome. Oh, my handsome lad, what is so admirable about following Lin Mingxi? Not even a decent sports car to your name. How pitiful, Li Shui approached. Not hesitating to deliver a jab, her words dripping with sarcasm. Step aside. Do not come near. Your perfume is too pungent, affecting my daughter. Mo suddenly turned hostile. His gaze icy as he fixed it on Li Shui. Stopping in her tracks, Li Shui's expression soured instantly. Humph, continue your arrogance, should you lose. I shall have my brother personally sever your hand, and I will slap you. Noticing that Li Shui had some charm, Xin Fei turned to Mo, Mr. Bai. Your manner of speaking could use some refinement. Miss Li is merely being considerate, and you truly lack a respectable vehicle. To aspire to win is but a delusion. Should you not allow others to voice their opinions? Since Mr. Shun believes that Mr. Bai cannot prevail, shall we place a wager? If we are to engage in this game, why not elevate the stakes? Mr. Shun, at present, is not a virtuous man. His lascivious gaze often lingers on Lin Ruoxi. Moreover, he is entwined with a seductive woman, his hands never remaining still. Even the little one in his arms expresses disdain, mumbling incessantly. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Could it be that Mr. Bai wishes to gamble his hand? Such audacity. A hand is the lifeblood of a racer. To lose it means a lifetime of ruin. Xin Fei chuckled inwardly, thinking this young man truly a fool. Could a modified Maybach possibly triumph over Li Hao? Even he, driving a McLaren, would not have a 7 out of 10 chance against Li Hao. What is Mo, after all? Very well, since Mr. Bai insists. I cannot deny him a modicum of respect. Whoever loses shall kneel and bow their head in submission. However, with Lin Ruoxi present, Xin Fei refrained from being overly excessive, lest he provoke resentment. Lin Ruoxi furrowed her brow and interjected, Mr. Shun, this is excessive. Are you kicking someone when they are down? My brother-in-law has not enlisted any external assistance for this match. He is bound to lose. Xin Fei's lips twitched, she still held a grudge. Though it was he who had not initiated the wager. It's fine. One more bet, one team matter. Mr. Shun enjoys this sort of thing. I accept your wager. But do not regret it later, Mo declared. Ha ha ha. No regrets, no regrets. Mr. Bai, you are quite the sport, Shen Fei replied with a shadowy smile, inwardly deriding him. Did he truly believe he would win? One should consider their own worth before making such comparisons. Competing with Li Hao? What a farce. To lose one's hand and suffer humiliation, and now to kneel in defeat. What dignity remains? The thought of it is rather amusing. I have never encountered such a person, knowing full well they would lose, yet still placing a bet. I have seen many a fool, particularly this year. Just days ago, the Wang family went bankrupt. That father and son were also imbeciles, having offended the Bai family consortium in the capital. Brother-in-law, you are going to drive me mad. Lin Ruoshi exclaimed in exasperation, her angry demeanor undeniably charming, accentuated by her graceful movements. Shen Fei found himself captivated. Li Shui secretly cursed the vixen, while the old lecher beside her gazed with unabashed longing. Soon, the crowd erupted in chatter. Upon hearing that Mo would race in a Maybach, they scoffed and mocked. Neither the driver nor the vehicle seemed competent. This race held little promise, save for witnessing Li Hao's remarkable driving skills. Preparations were complete. The Longshan road had been cleared. The race was set to commence. Li Hao, in his Aston Martin, glided to the starting line, greeting the surrounding fans with a smug expression. The little one climbed down and scampered toward the Maybach, eager to hitch a ride. Upon witnessing the scene, Mo grasped the situation and promptly returned to Lin Ruoshi's embrace. Brother-in-law, perhaps we should concede. The roads of Longshan are treacherous and winding, often leading to calamities. Before Mo entered the car, Lin Ruoshi implored him, rest assured, nothing will happen. Mo smiled, turning to the little one. Chi-Chi, be good and wait for Daddy to return. The child, suddenly discontent, furrowed her brow. Daddy, aren't you taking me along? She had hoped for another chance to race. No, came the firm reply. While he was confident in his ability to protect his daughter and was certain that no harm would come, safety remained paramount. Subsequently, Mo entered the vehicle and started the Maybach, accompanied by a resounding roar of the engine. Chapter 61. A word to awaken the dreamer. Daddy, come back quickly. Although Chi-Chi was reluctant, her gaze remained fixed on Mo in the car, her eyes filled with admiration for her father. It is often said that daughters are the lovers of their fathers from a past life, a sentiment perfectly embodied in this moment. Mo smiled and winked at the little girl, who, mistaking the gesture for a game, shyly covered her eyes. Lin Ruoshi, with a hint of urgency, remarked, at this hour, brother-in-law, could you focus a bit more? Positions ready. The beautiful leggy bunny girl sauntered to the center of the road, raising a red flag. The crowd erupted in cheers. Be careful, brother-in-law. Go for it. Lin Ruoshi shouted, gathering her courage. In her arms, Chi-Chi mimicked her, waving her hands excitedly. Daddy. Go for it. The two cars roared to life, and as the flag fell, the race officially commenced. Li Hao smirked coldly, releasing the brake. And the Aston Martin surged forward like an arrow. The roar of the engine was thunderous. In an instant, the black Aston Martin vanished around the first bend, while Mo's car remained stationary, motionless. The onlookers were taken aback. Was this a deliberate choice to forfeit? Noticing Mo had not released the handbrake, Lin Ruoshi exclaimed in a panic, you fool, brother-in-law. You forgot to release the handbrake. It's over, we've already lost. Foolish daddy, release the brake. Chi-Chi laughed heartily, then murmured to herself, Daddy must miss me. Lin Ruoshi commented, child, how self-absorbed can you be? Shen Fei chuckled, Mr. Bai, with that start, you've already lost. It was evident that Mo was a novice, unable to even begin properly. How could he hope to win? There's nothing to see here, it's a lost cause. Li Hao's car is already out of sight, and Mo hasn't even started yet. Let us see what unfolds next. Someone might be in for a surprise. The crowd expressed their disappointment. To declare loss now is premature. Let him have a head start, Mo responded. Brother-in-law. Lin Ruoshi's expression darkened immediately. The thunderous roar of the engine echoed once more. As the handbrake of the white ink was released, the Maybach surged forth with the velocity of a rocket. Its twin exhausts belching flames, a spectacle of lightning and sparks. All that remained in its wake were lingering shadows and the astonished gasps of onlookers. Incredible. Was that truly the speed of the Maybach? It must be a fabrication. Goodness, it was even more ferocious than Shen Fei's McLaren, flames erupting from its exhaust. Watching the Maybach vanish, the crowd remained frozen in disbelief, struggling to regain their composure. A cold sweat broke out on Xianxia's forehead. Could it be possible to drive that fast? The first bend passed without the illumination of brake lights. What was happening? Quickly, let's south-check the road surveillance. The sole monitor on site was nearly overwhelmed with spectators, but fortunately, the projection on the screen allowed some to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama. At the third bend, Li Hao executed a flawless overtaking maneuver, reveling in his triumph as he swayed in his vehicle, seemingly celebrating. Trash is just trash. Who dares to challenge me? He taunted. Having left his rival's brake lights far behind, lost in his elation, he heard his teammate over the intercom. Li, that kid is a novice. He didn't even release the handbrake, and you've already left him in the dust. Laughter erupted on the other end, the promise of victory looming large and unchallenged. Glancing back, the darkness behind him confirmed his belief that the white ink wouldn't catch up. Suddenly, a voice crackled over the intercom. What the hell? He off. So fast. All that remained of the observer was the fiery spectacle of the dual exhausts. The silhouette of the Maybach was nearly out of sight, leaving them momentarily stunned. Captain, he hasn't he? Li Hao frowned. Be clear, will you? Don't pass the radio to others. I need to know what just transpired. What do you mean nothing happened? That Maybach. Good grief, am I seeing things? At the second bend, the Maybach drifted again without touching the brakes, an impeccable maneuver. Sparks flying. How is that possible? To drift without braking? Li Hao felt a sense of foreboding creeping in. Just as he intended to clarify, headlights appeared behind him, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Turning around, he found the white ink grinning at him. Incredible. Unbelievable. How could he catch up? Li Hao was internally shaken, cursing under his breath, suddenly feeling unsteady. This was impossible. It was merely a Maybach. Surely, he had relaxed too soon, allowing this kid to close the gap. Li Hao abruptly cut off the intercom and refocused on the race, determined to distance himself from the Maybach once more. Indeed, after creating a gap, a smug smile crept across his face. At the next intersection, he executed a simple drift with perfection. Meanwhile, at the starting site, the vast screen held the crowd's breath in suspense as they watched the white ink navigate the bend in the Maybach, each person breaking out in a cold sweat. Unbelievable. He did not decelerate. Instead, he accelerated. The Maybach navigated the curve effortlessly, avoiding any mishap. Xianxia swallowed hard, understanding why Bai Mo exuded such confidence. Lin Ruoxi gazed in disbelief, her mouth agape with astonishment. Brother-in-law, you are truly impressive. I admire you immensely. She too was a racing enthusiast and recognized the difficulty of the intersection they had just traversed. Typically, even seasoned drivers would struggle to pass through unscathed. Yet he managed to catch up with Li Hao. Initially, she believed that Bai Mo would falter at this junction and ultimately concede. The little one, with a sweet voice, chimed in, Yeah, Daddy is the absolute best. After planting a kiss on her cherubic child, Lin Ruoxi felt elated. Perhaps this race would not end in defeat after all. Brother, you must give it your all. That fellow has caught up, and you cannot afford to lose. Presently, Li Shui was fixated on the Bugatti Veyron. She could not let it slip away, nor did she wish to witness Lin Ruoxi's smug expression if she emerged victorious. Brother Shen, you must believe. My brother will undoubtedly win, Li Shui declared to Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia wore a grave expression, hesitant to predict the outcome, for it remained uncertain. He acknowledged Li Hao's considerable prowess. However, Bai Mo, such exceptional driving skills should not remain obscure in Xianxia. It was difficult to ascertain. The ability to maneuver a Maybach like a sports car and catch up to your brother indicated that if their starts had been equal, your brother might currently be at a disadvantage. Xianxia shook his head with a smile, admitting he had severely underestimated Bai Mo's driving abilities. Suddenly, Li Shui's face paled. She could not afford to lose. That was the Bugatti Veyron she coveted, and she could not bear the thought of returning it. She dreaded seeing Lin Ruoxi gloat before her. I told you so. The Maybach at the foot of the mountain is the one that has consistently navigated the curves without even a flicker of its brake lights. Did you think I was dreaming? When the news arrived from below the mountain, everyone was incredulous. How could a Maybach travel so swiftly? Now, reality had delivered a stark reminder. Chapter 62. Young Master Li. Leave the hand behind. While the crowd remained in astonishment, Bai Mo's Maybach continued to astound them. Executing feats deemed impossible, the speed reached 190, and with a series of sharp turns, he overtook Li Hao's Aston Martin. The crowd erupted in cheers, proclaiming him a racing deity. We have a god of cars in Xianxia. He won, effortlessly surpassing the Aston Martin, leaving Li Hao unable to catch up. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Li Hao, who had initially taken a commanding lead, was now falling further behind. This brought to mind the moment before the race began when Bai Mo, holding the handbrake, was mocked. They had thought him naive, yet it was a strategic maneuver, revealing his disregard for Li Hao. Unexpectedly, Li Hao was let off easy yet still suffered a humiliating defeat. What a disgrace. It was a blatant display of contempt. Prior to this, during the betting before the match, everyone looked down upon Bai Mo, believing him to be foolish for challenging Li Hao, a top 10 contender in the Xianxia Championship, underestimating himself. However, it appears that Bai Mo was confident all along, disregarding Li Hao entirely. The true jesters were they. As time passed, Li Hao became increasingly agitated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Damn it! How could I have fallen into this trap? The more he thought, the more uneasy he felt. If I cannot win, then neither shall you. Sinister thoughts began to fester in Li Hao's mind. In a moment of reckless determination, he decided to crash into the Maybach, ensuring that no one would emerge victorious. Li Hao accelerated with all his might, pursuing Bai Mo's Maybach. Bai Mo smirked. Just having a little fun. He deliberately slowed down, allowing Li Hao to believe he had a chance to catch up, only to speed up again when the moment was right. However, Li Hao's intent was not to catch up, but to collide. Bang! Onlookers were left agape, utterly astonished. Has Li Hao gone mad? Is this an act of self-destruction or an accident? How could Li Hao's driving skills be so poor? It must be intentional manslaughter. The screen displayed that Li Hao's Aston Martin had struck the rear of the Maybach, causing no significant damage to the latter, but the Aston Martin swayed dangerously, almost flipping over. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoshi's face turned pale with worry, her heart racing. Her palms were slick with sweat. Where is my brother-in-law? Is he not back yet? The little one pouted, on the verge of tears. He'll be back soon. Lin Ruoshi's complexion grew even more ashen. The other young girls nearby continuously reassured her, Sister Ruoshi, it's all right, don't worry. Bai Mo found the situation tedious and instantly accelerated, showcasing his extraordinary driving skills, effortlessly leaving Li Hao several kilometers behind on the winding roads. Damn it, how infuriating. He is toying with me, Li Hao realized, his anger boiling over as he comprehended that his earlier collision was merely Bai Mo's design, igniting his humiliation. The roar of engines echoed in the distance, signifying Li Hao's impending defeat. In the final moments, no miracle occurred. Indeed, Li Hao lost. Bai Mo brought his vehicle to a steady stop, tires smoking. Cheers erupted all around. God of cars! God of cars! He won. The Maybach triumphed. Some rejoiced in exhilaration, while others wore expressions of despair. Li Shui's face was grim, furiously stamping her foot, while Xin Fei was not faring much better. Xin Fei lamented, I must have lost my mind to place a bet. It was all a trap. With such driving skill, Li Hao's loss is not unjust. Thinking of that wager, Xin Fei's expression darkened. It was not worth the price. Huh, I told you. My brother-in-law would win. Lin Ruoshi was suddenly overwhelmed with joy and tears. Brother-in-law, you are incredible. Bai Mo alighted from the car and immediately embraced his daughter, affectionately rubbing her chubby little head. She was so charming, her beauty radiant and delightful, a true blessing. Observing the crowd engaged in conversation about her, Xianxia shyly pressed her lips together, revealing her dimples as she nestled her head into her father's chest, evoking a tender response from those around. Subsequently, the crowd gathered around the Maybach, erupting in enthusiastic cheers to catch a glimpse of the car's grandeur. Approximately 30 seconds later, Li Hao's Aston Martin returned, marking the conclusion of the spectacle. Li Hao is back. Now the real show begins. I wonder if there will be any surprises, the crowd murmured. Li Hao stepped out of the car with a sullen expression, his voice laced with anger. You dare to play me, kid? Bai Mo retorted with a smirk. Oh. Come now, Master Li, you've lost. Hurry up and make your move. Don't keep me waiting. Had it not been for the wager, Bai Mo would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Li Hao during the race. Mr. Bai, it was all a misunderstanding. There's no need to take it so seriously. Li Hao gritted his teeth, desperate to avoid the consequences of his defeat. Losing a hand was an unbearable thought. Are you trying to renege? Bai Mo scoffed. I, Bai, have stated that no one dares to default on my debts. Here is the key to the Bugatti Veyron. and I will transfer 50 million to you. As for the remaining 3 slaps, I shall administer them myself." With a resounding smack, Li Hao struck his own face, leaving a visible imprint. The crowd was left in shock. "I do not desire money. I only require your hand. Furthermore, I did not instruct you to strike yourself. Ruashi, which hand did he strike you with? Tell me, so we can have it severed, and he shall also return 3 slaps to you." Biamo stated as he accepted the key. At his words, everyone gasped. How could Li Hao, for the price of 50 million, be denied a mere arm? This transcended the issue of money. It was a matter of who would dare claim a hand from Li Hao. "Do you dare?" Li Hao glared fiercely at Biamo. "Think carefully. We are members of the Li family," Li Shui interjected defiantly. "Is brother-in-law really going to retaliate?" Lin Ruashi asked uncertainly. "You dare not." Biamo challenged her. "I do not dare." With that, he delivered 3 resounding slaps, leaving Li Hao dazed, spinning on his heels. Li Hao's lips bled slightly from the impact. And though he accepted this blow, his eyes were filled with malice. Biamo sensed a faint aura of murderous intent emanating from Li Hao. "He truly wishes to kill me," Lin Ruashi thought, feeling all previous grievances dissolve away. It was utterly exhilarating. "What about your wager, Mr. Shen? Where do you think you're going?" Seizing the moment while no one was paying attention, Shen Fei attempted to sneak away into the car, but Biamo cast a glance, prompting the crowd to turn their attention toward him. Is it possible that Shen Fei intends to evade responsibility? It appears so. Fortunately, the car god noticed. Otherwise, this lad would have gotten away scot-free. He almost escaped. "You speak without understanding. Shen Fei is a man of his word. How could he possibly flee?" Faced with the crowd's scrutiny, Shen Fei found himself cornered and knelt down with a thud. "Are you satisfied with this?" Shen Fei glared at Biamo through gritted teeth. "Go away. Next time, open your eyes a little wider. Some individuals are not within your reach." Biamo's words served as a warning, cautioning Shen Fei against harboring ill intentions towards Lin Ruashi. Shen Fei, stripped of dignity, was consumed with shame. "It is your turn, young Master Li. Keep your hands to yourself. Mr. Bai, in all matters, it is wise to leave a line of retreat for future encounters. Do not overreach. The fixed price is 80 million, and it cannot be increased." Li Hao seethed with resentment. Chapter 63. Li Hao lost both hands. Part 1. One must accept the consequences of bets. If it were Bai who lost, would young Master Li utter the same words? "I have stated that I do not seek money. If you do not strike, then allow me to take action," Biamo declared. At that moment, a distant horn blared. The crowd parted to create a pathway as an ordinary black sedan came to a slow stop. Bang! The door slammed shut, executed with precision. Many recognized the newcomer as Wei Zhuang, the captain of the police force in Duan City. "It is Captain Wei. Officer Wei." No one anticipated Wei Zhuang would arrive at Longshan at this hour, yet Biamo sneered. It mattered not who came. Li Hao must pay the price for his actions. Observing the cluster of people ahead, Wei Zhuang's expression shifted abruptly as he rushed forward. "Stop!" Wei Zhuang had received a call from his cousin Lin Ruashi and hurried over. Fearing for her safety, Li Hao was ruthless. His cousin would undoubtedly struggle to extricate herself. However, with him present, Li Hao would not dare to act recklessly. "Cousin, Ruashi, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine." Upon confirming Lin Ruashi's safety, Wei Zhuang exhaled in relief. However, he soon sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. Fixing his gaze upon Biamo, "It's you." "Oh, so it's Captain Wei. I thought it was someone else." "It has been a while," Biamo remarked. Touching his nose, Wei Zhuang nodded, soon grasping the entirety of the situation. TSK. Li Hao has met his match today. Speaking of which, Wei Zhuang scrutinized Biamo. Is he an undocumented individual? Skilled in combat and proficient in racing? Who exactly is this person? Further investigation is warranted. "Daddy." The little one rubbed her eyes. Sleepiness evident on her face, her eyelids barely able to open. Biamo scooped her up, soothingly saying, "You're tired, aren't you? We shall return shortly. It is getting late." Biamo needed to head back and attend to matters swiftly. "Yes, Daddy is sleepy and needs to rest." Biamo gently caressed the child before handing her to Lin Ruashi, who cradled her, and within moments, she drifted into sweet slumber. Perhaps it would be best to let it go. 80 million is just 80 million, and there is no need to oppose the Li family, Lin Ruashi remarked, biting her lip. "This is the most favorable outcome." "No," Biamo interjected, his icy gaze fixed on Li Hao. "I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Damn it, you lunatic. Stop him." Li Hao panicked, commanding his lackeys to restrain Bai Mo while he attempted to flee in his car. However, he was outpaced by Bai Mo, who delivered a swift kick to the Aston Martin, sending Li Hao tumbling to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. A swarm of henchmen rushed forward, but they were no match for Bai Mo, who dispatched them effortlessly, leaving them broken and battered. Wei Zhuang stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the speed and ferocity of Bai Mo's assault. Bang! Bai Mo suddenly appeared before Li Hao, seizing him by the collar before he could rise. "Release Li Xiao. Let go of my brother, or I will fight you," Li Shui exclaimed as she charged forward. Without a hint of compassion, Bai Mo delivered a sharp slap. "I warned you, filthy creature. Keep your distance." Li Hao trembled in fear. "Please, spare me. I have money. Just name your price." With a sickening crack, a wretched scream echoed through the air, sending chills down the spines of those present. They turned to witness Li Hao writhing on the ground, his right arm grotesquely broken. "Damn it!" Li Hao's face contorted in agony, his cries piercing the night. Another scream erupted as he lost his left hand, blood pooling beneath him. Xin Fei's face turned pale. If Li Hao couldn't even protect his hands, the situation was dire. Thankfully, he had not placed a bet on this confrontation. Yet Bai Mo showed no signs of relenting. However, Lin Ruoxi interceded. "Brother-in-law, please stop. Enough. The Li family holds considerable influence in Duan City. We cannot kill Li Hao. To each their own. Li Xiao, I advise you to refrain from provoking Ruoxi again. Take a good look in the mirror. You resemble a toad. If you cross me again, do not expect mercy." Each word Bai Mo spoke seemed to carry an icy chill from the depths of hell, instilling fear in all who listened. Having concluded his business, he returned to cradle the sleeping child, adopting a gentle demeanor that left the onlookers speechless. Had Lin Ruoxi not intervened, Li Hao would have fared far worse that night. A rift had formed, and Li Hao glared at Bai Mo with murderous intent, knowing this man would be a lingering threat. The crowd fell silent, drenched in cold sweat from the shock. Only when Bai Mo departed did they dare to whisper among themselves, "That man is ruthless. He truly does what he says." The Li family's reputation held no sway here. As for Li Hao, he was rushed to the hospital by his subordinates, desperately hoping to preserve his hands and avoid any lasting consequences. Wei Zhuang watched Bai Mo's retreating figure, lost in thought, unable to shake the unsettling impression left behind. Tonight's match has ignited considerable excitement, with news spreading rapidly. The host, accompanied by his daughter, triumphantly secured first place in the automobile competition, earning him 300 daddy points. Furthermore, the host has significantly increased his standing in his sister-in-law's eyes, garnering an additional 10 daddy points. The system has sent multiple reminders. This evening, the total daddy points amassed amount to 1,500. Bai Mo did not anticipate such abundant rewards from his trip to Longshan. In the hospital, Li Hao awoke from his coma, his senses dulled, his face twisted in rage. "I shall seek vengeance." The doctor informed him that both of his hands were irreparably damaged. The method of their breaking a mystery. "Bai Mo, I want you dead." He howled in anguish before once again succumbing to unconsciousness. Back at the villa, Lin Ruoxi was in high spirits. "Brother-in-law, thank you for tonight. I truly admire you. How can your driving skills be so extraordinary? May I learn from you?" A flurry of questions followed, but Bai Mo waved his hand dismissively. "It's late. Let's get some rest." With that, he sent Lin Ruoxi on her way. He carried Qian back to her room, noticing that Anin had kicked off her blanket. "This child," Bai Mo mused with a smile, picking it up and tucking her in once more. Watching the two little ones sleep, Bai Mo felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. At around 2 in the morning, Bai Mo stealthily made his way to Lin Mingxi's room, only to find the door ajar. Upon returning to his own room, Bai Mo lay in bed, scratching his head in perplexity. What happened to leaving the door open? The system's lottery was a 10-draw type. "Congratulations, host. You have won a bottle of spiritual water." "Congratulations, host. You have acquired 50 billion in abandoned wealth from around the world." "Congratulations, host. Your luck has surged, granting you divine culinary skills." The remaining notifications were mere formalities, the familiar phrases echoing back, with the system retaining its emotional tone but otherwise remaining unchanged. When it was time to be frugal, it truly was. The system panel displayed, "Host, qualified daddy by MO daddy points, 1,000 strength, 32nd layer of tribulation account, 60 billion items, 2 binding talismans abilities, divine demon eye pets, Chinese rural dog others. Please check independently." The night passed without incident. The next morning, Mo rose early to practice for a while before bustling about in the kitchen. Anan was the first to awaken. Cautiously peeking around the kitchen door, curious about the delightful aroma wafting through the air. Who could it be? She wondered. Sensing her gaze, Mo couldn't help but chuckle, as his spiritual awareness easily identified her. Why isn't it up so early? Daddy, she exclaimed, her voice sweet and high-pitched, as she waddled over, clinging to his leg. What's the matter? Mo asked, bemused. Daddy, what delicious food are you making? Anan licked her lips, clearly awakened by hunger. Awakening to a delightful aroma in the air, I tiptoed into the kitchen. Fried noodle with soybean paste. How exhilarating. My eyes sparkled with delight. You go ahead and eat, I suggested. Mo prepared everything, allowing her to dine in the living room while he ascended the stairs. The system notified that the host had risen early for the first time to prepare breakfast for his daughter, thus earning him 30 dad points, totaling 1030. Ignoring the system's prompt, Mo proceeded straight to the small bedroom. Just then, Xianxia was rubbing her eyes and yawning, waking up. Daddy, she exclaimed with joy. The little one was thrilled, calling out for her father, envisioning how wonderful it would be to have him by her side every day. Sweetheart, it's time to get up. Your sister is already having breakfast, Mo said as he walked over to lift her up, affectionately nuzzling her soft cheeks. Xianxia gazed up at her father with wide eyes, which gradually curved into crescent shapes. He was, after all, the best dad in the world. With a sweet smile, she buried her head deep into Mo's embrace. His heart warmed by her smile. Mo reciprocated with a blissful grin. How could his daughter be so adorable? So utterly charming? Chapter 64. I Came to Wake You Up, Part 2. After Xianxia went downstairs for breakfast, Mo entered Lin Mingxi's room. The door had mysteriously swung open at some point, yet Lin Mingxi remained asleep. Mo cautiously approached and sat at the edge of the bed. Darling, he called softly. Mo? Hearing someone nearby, Lin Mingxi drowsily opened her eyes, the sheets slipping from her body. Her tousled curls sprawled across the bed, exuding an alluring beauty. Clad in a black fringed nightgown, her figure showcased a pronounced hourglass silhouette, and her long, fair legs were undeniably enticing. Gazing at the enchanting woman before him, Mo swallowed hard. Rogue, how did you get in here? Lin Mingxi, regaining her composure, quickly pulled the sheets back, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What was I doing here? I seem to have forgotten. Mo chuckled. I see you just wanted to take advantage of the situation. Humph. I think you simply wanted to steal a kiss, Lin Mingxi retorted playfully. You guessed it. Isn't it customary to start the day with a morning kiss? Seizing the moment while Lin Mingxi was still taken aback, Mo leaned in, capturing her warm, tender lips. Yes, this is the flavor. It was soft and sweet. Lin Mingxi felt dazed. Daddy, Mommy, what are you doing? How embarrassing. Anan suddenly appeared at the doorway, covering her eyes with her hands, yet peeking through her fingers. Her eyes darting curiously. Oh dear, Anan saw nothing, she declared, her cute demeanor perfectly illustrating the phrase to speak nonsense with eyes wide open. Lin Mingxi swiftly pushed Mo away. We were merely sharing whispers, she insisted, her face flushed with shyness. Mo remarked. Oh, I remember now. I came to invite you for breakfast. I prepared fried noodle with soybean paste this morning, a new skill of mine, and it tastes quite decent. Indeed. Dad's cooking is delightful, Anan exclaimed, her belly round and full. She licked her lips and patted her plump tummy, chuckling softly. Lin Mingxi was amused. The child truly arrived with a sizable belly, and one might not notice it without a closer look. Eating so much at such an early hour is not good for you, Lin Mingxi admonished. You can't blame me. It's all Dad's fault for making such delicious food. Anan pouted. Mo could only laugh helplessly. It's not Dad's fault. It's your gluttony, Lin Mingxi rolled her eyes in reply. Anan. Having her little thoughts exposed, dove into Lin Mingxi's embrace, attempting to charm her way out of trouble. Upon descending the stairs, they discovered that Xianxia was still eating. Lin Ruoxi had also awakened, feeling exceedingly fortunate to be among the first to savor Mo's breakfast. The food is fantastic. They were engaged in conversation, with Xianxia incessantly praising her father. What time did you all return last night? If you dare come back so late again, I will inform Mom and Dad to keep an eye on you, Lin Mingxi said, somewhat irritated. I promise it won't happen again. Lin Ruoxi shook her head, sharing a knowing glance with Mo and Xianxia, deliberately avoiding mentioning last night's events. Had it not been for the recent bribery of Xianxia, this child would have blurted out everything. After breakfast, Lin Mingxi turned her gaze to her sister, Ruoxi. Please look after the two children at home today. I have something to attend to with your brother-in-law. Where are you going? We will be at home, but in the recording studio on the basement floor, recording some songs. All right, no problem. Leave it to me. Lin Ruoxi smiled and nodded, glancing at the two obedient little ones, just in time for her live stream. Her phone, which had fallen in the water, was now irreparable, so she had purchased a new one last night. Bayamo, come with me. I need your help. After breakfast, they arrived in the living room, where Lin Mingxi led Bayamo, who had been playing games with Xianxia, away. Ah, Daddy. The little one panicked and hurriedly scrambled off the sofa, chasing after them barefoot. Anun, seeing this, also rushed out, determined not to be left behind. Oh dear, dear. Mommy needs to speak with your father. You two can play with your aunt, Lin Mingxi reassured them. What do you need from me, my dear? Bayamo inquired. To be honest, he wished to spend more time with his daughters, ideally bringing them along. However, the recording studio was not a suitable place for them, and it wouldn't take long. Okay, listen to your mother. After Dad finishes, I'll treat you both to ice cream. Well, that's fine, they replied, albeit reluctantly. Bayamo knelt down to comfort the two children before he could finally take his leave. They were headed to the basement floor. This is Bayamo's first visit, and it reveals a hidden world. A recording studio resides here. Bayamo, I wish to record a song. Please listen attentively to avoid any mistakes. Certainly. Lin Mingxi then entered, beginning her preliminary vocal exercises. It must be said that her singing has improved remarkably. After spending a little over 10 minutes, she successfully recorded a satisfactory take, but felt somewhat fatigued. Bayamo, I am currently in need of songs. If you have the time, could you assist me? Bayamo had a song titled Displace Time and Space that he had yet to present to Lin Mingxi. Given her current need, he considered sharing it, as it felt somewhat superfluous to him. A few days ago, while idly pondering, he had an inspiration and composed a piece, uncertain of its suitability for her. You can write it down, and I shall give it a try. Lin Mingxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bayamo then penned Displace Time and Space and personally hummed it for her. From the very first note, Lin Mingxi was left utterly astonished. She had initially thought this song was merely a fleeting whim of Bayamo's and would elicit little response, but instead, it profoundly resonated with her. This song is destined to become a viral sensation, another classic in the making. Bayamo, you are truly a born composer. Gazing at Bayamo's focused and handsome demeanor, Lin Mingxi found herself momentarily entranced. In the villa, Lin Ruoxi was live-streaming, recounting events from the previous day, while two adorable little ones sat beside her. The audience had gathered primarily to see the charming children, paying little heed to Lin Ruoxi's words. Host, I will send you 10,000 gifts. Can I request them to dance? Support the above comment. Lin Ruoxi, not in need of money, viewed live streaming as a hobby. If the two children were unwilling, even 1,000,000 gifts would be of no use. The host's family isn't in need of funds. Is 10,000 a remarkable sum? Seeing the comments turn critical, Lin Ruoxi replied, let me inquire on your behalf. She then turned to gently pat their heads. Anun, Xianxia, the viewers wish to see you dance. Could you perform a little for them? Host, you are truly amazing. Support the above comment. Anun looked at the live stream, shook her head, and sweetly replied, not going to dance. The live chat filled with disappointment. However, Anun's next words instantly ignited excitement in the stream. Anun can sing. Anun can sing? How come I didn't know that? Did your mother teach you? Quick, sing a little. Lin Ruoxi, akin to discovering a new treasure, encouraged the sisters to sing a tune. At that moment, the live stream's popularity surged beyond 100,000. With the news that the two little ones would sing, the viewership continually broke records. Chapter 65. Bayamo, you are incredible. Third update. The two little ones stood on screen, their chubby faces and big, bright eyes gazing at the live stream, effortlessly enchanting the audience. If they were to sing, I would reward them with 100,000, as the comments would attest. Support the above comment. Oh my goodness, it's them. I have encountered the two of them before, having stumbled upon them in a prior video. These little princesses possess enchanting singing voices, and it is said that they performed a new song by Lin Mingxi titled The Bug Flies. They apparently secured first place in a competition within their community, which is quite impressive. The discerning audience immediately recognized them, and upon glancing at the comments section, Lin Ruoxi was left in a state of astonishment, having never heard of this before. Is it true that Anun and Xianxia won first place with their singing? She wondered aloud. Anun joyfully replied, yes, indeed, first place. Subsequently, at the audience's request, Anin and Xianxia, those adorable little cherubs, sang a brief segment, causing the viewership in the live stream to soar, igniting a flurry of enthusiastic comments proclaiming their talent and urging for another performance. One comment noted, "They are merely 2 years old, and their singing is extraordinary. At 2 years old, I was still in diapers." Another remarked, "Based on my years of experience, they must have a remarkable mentor guiding them. When I was 2, I was still wetting my pants and playing in the mud." After their performance, they resumed their quiet vigil on the sofa, watching Lin Mingxi's live stream. Their serene presence maintained the high engagement, much to Lin Ruoxi's delight. Anin and Xianxia are undoubtedly the most beautiful and endearing children in the world. However, it wasn't long before Lin Ruoxi noticed that the two sisters had ventured outside to play in the backyard, where a servant was keeping watch. To avert any mishaps, Lin Ruoxi decided to conclude the live stream in 5 minutes. In the backyard, Xianxia chased after a butterfly, her sweet voice calling out, "Butterfly, butterfly." The servant hurried after her, cautioning, "Little princess, please don't run too far. If you fall again, it would be dreadful, and you might get another bump on your head." "Leonti, look at the butterfly." Xianxia pointed to the creature fluttering above, her lovely eyes dimming with the realization that they could not catch it. The servant, bemused yet amused, picked her up in an attempt to get closer to the butterfly. Just then, Lin Ruoxi emerged from the living room, witnessing the servant's efforts to catch the butterfly with Xianxia in her arms. "Let me try," Lin Ruoxi said, opting for a straightforward approach. She threw a book, and by sheer coincidence, it landed on the butterfly that had temporarily paused in midair. With a thud, the book pinned down the butterfly, and the little girl's eyes dimmed with disappointment. Squirming out of the servant's embrace, she approached the book, sadness written all over her face. "Bad Ani," she lamented. Lin Ruoxi, bewildered, responded, "Wait, weren't you trying to catch it? Look, Ani has helped you catch it." As Lin Ruoxi lifted the book, it became evident that the butterfly could no longer fly. It lay still, rendered a mere specimen, causing Xianxia's spirits to plummet. The servant remarked, "Third miss. You have misunderstood. Princess Xianxia adores butterflies, and you have inadvertently harmed her beloved creature." "I didn't know," Lin Ruoxi exclaimed, her mouth agape, tears welling in her eyes. "Xianxia, I'm so sorry. Ani didn't mean to do this. Will you forgive me?" She remained silent as she cradled the lifeless butterfly, subsequently commencing to excavate a small grave with a wooden stick. Lin Ruoxi and the servant observed her in quietude. The little one, filled with compassion, gently placed the butterfly's remains into the hole once it was dug. The more she gazed at it, the deeper her sorrow grew. Her tiny lips pouted, and her eyes quickly turned red, tears cascading down like precious droplets. Lin Ruoxi, initially oblivious, was alerted by the soft sounds of her sobbing and hurriedly knelt beside her, discovering Xi's flushed face, tear-streaked cheeks, and a little nose that matched her sorrow. "Oh dear, do not cry. Annie will help you catch another butterfly. How does that sound?" Lin Ruoxi said tenderly as she carefully lifted her into her arms. "No, no." The little girl shook her head pitifully, her sadness deepening as tears continued to fall like pearls. "Oh no, oh no," Lin Ruoxi thought in dismay. In the past, when this child cried, it would last for no less than half an hour, and she was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, an idea struck her as she sniffled in her embrace. "Baby, don't cry. Crying won't help. Daddy is not here, and no one cares." At that moment, while Lin Ruoxi was racking her brain to coax a smile from Xi, a small figure dashed in, exclaiming urgently, "Annie, help me with my hair." "What happened to your hair?" Lin Ruoxi and the servant were taken aback upon seeing the child's hair entirely coated in crystal mud. "Oh dear, miss, it's terrible." Anin poured crystal mud on her head, and it stuck in her hair. "I can't get it out." Another servant interjected hastily. This child, unaware that crystal mud should never be applied to one's hair, had created quite a predicament. Tension mounted as everyone gathered around the distressed Anon. At merely 2 years old, her delicate locks could easily be ruined, potentially leading to her becoming bald. Children cherish their beauty, and the thought of losing her lovely hair would surely result in a heart-wrenching outburst. Suddenly, Xi, in Lin Ruoxi's arms, burst into laughter. "Sister's hair will be gone." "Oh no," Lin Ruoxi lamented, realizing this little girl was reveling in mischief. As anticipated, upon hearing that she might lose her hair, Anin let out a wail. "Ha ha." Xi gleefully observed the scene. "Sister, don't cry. Daddy is not here. The moment those words left her lips. And then sniffled, finding a semblance of logic in them. Don't cry. And then, Daddy is not here, and Mommy is not here, no one cares. Lin Ruashi reflected. Indeed, these twin sisters share similar thoughts. Meanwhile, on the first floor, BMO had already enlisted Lin Mingxi to record the song Misaligned Time and Space and registered the copyright without delay. Lin Mingxi inquired, Good husband. Can you still compose songs spontaneously? Do you need it? BMO responded, Yes. Recently that rival of mine has poached my former composer and released 2 albums in quick succession, overshadowing me completely. If it weren't for your song, I wouldn't have been able to rise above. As Lin Mingxi recalled, she was filled with a sense of indignation. Those shameless individuals truly lacked any decorum. BMO inspected the system and found that in the marketplace, any song could be obtained for 50 dad points each, which greatly delighted him. What style do you desire? I shall attempt to create it, though I cannot guarantee success. I trust you. Just do your best. Lin Mingxi then briefly articulated her request, desiring something imbued with a touch of warmth. BMO nodded, already formulating an idea in his mind. The song The Wind Has Risen from the marketplace perfectly suited her request, and it was also quite popular. He then picked up his pen. Total dad points, 1030509080. An excited Lin Mingxi kissed BMO, her face alight with exhilaration, her ample bosom swaying vigorously, truly a sight to behold. BMO felt overwhelmed, struggling to contain his burgeoning excitement. Darling, you are simply amazing. In less than 3 minutes, he composed a flawless song that genuinely astonished her with his talent. It's just average, he humbly remarked, though Lin Mingxi perceived it as modesty. Upon closer inspection, she noticed some blemishes on her face appearing as faint spots. I've noticed your skin has been lacking lately. Allow me to gift you a bottle of hydrating essence. Ever since he obtained the spiritual water last night, BMO had intended to offer it to Lin Mingxi. Now that he was also a cultivator, he understood the significance of the spiritual water. For women, its effects were miraculous, enhancing beauty, hydrating the skin, and improving overall health. Chapter 66. Ouyang Yu Faces Trouble, 4th Update. As Lin Mingxi accepted the bottle of water BMO produced from his pocket, her heart swelled with sweetness akin to consuming honey. This was the first gift he had ever bestowed upon her, making it particularly meaningful. Darling, you are so thoughtful. Did you concoct this yourself? Is it capable of whitening the skin? Speaking of whitening, Lin Mingxi had noticed her complexion had become considerably duller recently, leaving her somewhat disheartened each morning. She had long been aware of the face masks from Xianxia Pharmaceuticals, which were fervently touted by various women, yet she had never had the opportunity to try them. The hydrating essence BMO presented her must surely be of the highest quality, rivaling that of Xianxia Pharmaceuticals. Well, you shall find out for yourself. This concoction is quite challenging to create. Indeed, it was difficult. Redeeming it in the system marketplace cost a staggering 1,000 dad points for just that small bottle. Moreover, in this era of diminished spiritual energy on Earth, extraction was exceedingly arduous. However, BMO had little to worry about. While refining spiritual water was difficult, extracting spiritual liquid was feasible, provided he could acquire some precious medicinal herbs to utilize in alchemy. As the couple shared laughter and emerged from the basement floor, they heard the sound of a child crying from upstairs. Anin? Xianxia? Uncertain of which child it was, they rushed up the stairs. In the living room, upon seeing BMO and Lin Mingxi, Anin felt as though she had found her lifeline. Wow, Daddy, Mommy. After such a long wait, they finally heard my cries. What's wrong? BMO was momentarily stunned. He gazed at Anin, who was clutching his foot, her hair in a sticky mess. Lin Mingxi crouched down to inspect the hair and, after a careful examination, felt her lips twitch violently, her face aflame with indignation. What on earth had happened to her hair, now ensnared in crystal mud? How could one salvage it? Anin babbled incoherently, tears streaming down her cheeks, evoking deep sympathy. Ruashi, what transpired? How did this child's hair end up in such a state? Sister, brother-in-law, it's all my fault. I didn't keep an eye on her. Lin Ruashi lamented. A nearby servant recounted the sequence of events. Anin had smeared the crystal mud over her head. The crowd exclaimed, but why is she crying so hard? Lin Ruashi explained, the crystal mud is stuck in her hair, it must all be cut off. We've tried every method, hot water, shampoo, dish soap, but nothing worked. Cut her hair? Wouldn't that make her a bald girl? No wonder she is so upset. BMO interjected. Lin Mingxi added, If we can't save the hair, it's better to cut it, lest it pulls on her scalp and causes her pain. Reluctantly, Lin Mingxi couldn't think of a better solution, her heart aching at the sight of the child's distress. Don't cry, don't cry. Let Daddy take a look and see if there's a way to save your hair. Biamo picked up the child and examined her closely. The crystal mud could indeed be washed away with the right method. Daddy, and doesn't he want to be bald? I want beautiful hair, she whimpered. All right. Daddy will make sure you don't go bald. Biamo carried an into the room, intending to use his powers to separate the mess. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxi and the others anxiously awaited outside. While they waited, Lin Mingxi commanded the servants to dispose of all the crystal mud in the villa. Can brother-in-law manage this? He might have a solution. I believe in Daddy. After all, he is a superhero, and declared, viewing her father as omnipotent. Moments later, laughter erupted from the room as an beautiful, fine hair returned, styled anew by Biamo, looking stunning. And sniffled, gazing at her father with sweetness. Daddy. And loves you. And Daddy loves you too. Biamo couldn't resist kissing her soft, chubby cheeks, the milky scent intoxicating. The others burst into the room, relieved to find an unharmed. Lin Mingxi approached and gently patted the little one's head. And then, you mustn't pour things on your hair again, understand? She refrained from scolding, opting instead for a tender explanation. And then nodded, Mama, I want to do it again. After lunch, Xianxia wrapped her arms around Biamo's neck, hanging onto him completely. This scene stirred jealousy in Lin Mingxi. Indeed, she was a little sweetheart from a past life. Since the child found her father, she no longer clung to me. Daddy, what happened? Can you accompany me to chase the butterflies? There are so many in the backyard. The child had already made up her mind, her thoughts elsewhere during mealtime. Now being all coy with her father, how could Biamo possibly refuse his daughter's request? Upon arriving in the backyard, a few butterflies indeed fluttered by, resplendent in their myriad hues, resembling a family of their own. Look, Daddy, there are butterflies. Anin exclaimed, her voice sweet and innocent. Xianxia nodded in agreement. How beautiful. Biamo said, let them come down and play with you for a while. Really? The two little princesses gasped in unison, their eyes wide with anticipation. Biamo smiled gently, beckoning the butterflies with a flick of his fingers, releasing a thread of spiritual energy. Soon, one by one, the butterflies began to approach, swirling around the trio. Wow! The two little ones were astonished by this magical scene, their mouths agape, eyes sparkling with wonder. The butterflies, they're coming down to play with us. In no time, the two small figures danced joyfully after the butterflies, twirling and trotting about, while Biamo stood by, his tender gaze following them. Anin extended her finger, frozen in the air, and the pink butterfly seemed to sense her thoughts, flitting around her for a moment before landing delicately on her fingertip. A delightful, melodious giggle escaped her lips. Anin was overjoyed, experiencing her first close encounter with a living butterfly. Observing her sister, Xianxia, timid and hesitant, was fearful that the butterfly might bite her. She extended her hand only to retract it suddenly. The butterfly, sensing her timidity, landed gently on her nose, its wings shimmering as if kissing her. Xianxia stood still, even trembling slightly, which made Biamo chuckle. He approached her, looking down with a gentle smile, and asked softly, Are you happy? Hearing her father's words, Xianxia looked up at him, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Daddy, I'm so happy. Biamo reached out to gently pinch her soft, chubby cheek. Oh my daughter is so adorable. Who does she resemble? She looks like you, Daddy. Anin teased, scratching her head. Then I must look like Mommy, otherwise, she would be sad. Rarely, the child showed affection towards Lin Mingxi, which brought me some comfort. Ding. The host has spent time playing with his daughter, earning 30 daddy points. Total daddy points, 1,010. The father-daughter trio enjoyed their time in the backyard until Lin Mingxi rushed over, shattering the blissful atmosphere. Biamo, quick. What's wrong? Biamo stared blankly. We need to go to the hospital. Ouyang is in trouble. Lin Mingxi was breathless, her complexion pale, too preoccupied to think much, forcibly pulling Biamo along while effortlessly cradling the children. At that moment, Biamo's phone in his pocket rang. Chapter 67. The Suicide of Ouyang Hospital? What is it? Biamo retrieved his phone. Dr. Bai, the lady in VIP ward has taken her own life. We can't reach her family. Please come immediately. The words struck him like a thunderbolt. Ouyang had committed suicide? Why would that foolish woman succumb to despair? Wasn't she supposed to be strong, as a practitioner? She had seemed so optimistic at the time. Mo was filled with regret for not having counseled her properly. No wonder Lin Mingxi was so anxious to drag him to the hospital. He felt he had been too harsh. Reflecting on the incident involving and being apprehended, he realized it was unfair to place all the blame on her. After hanging up, Mo felt a heavy weight in his heart. Ultimately, Ouyang was merely a woman. As the godmother of 2 little ones and a close friend of Lin Mingxi, it was his moral obligation to visit her. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Mingxi immediately inquired about Ouyang's condition. Why did it take you so long to arrive? The doctor glanced at her, and upon seeing Mo, his expression shifted. Dr. Bai, how did you get involved in this? Could it be that you are a friend of Ouyang? I'm breaking into a cold sweat just thinking about it. Please tell me, how is she? Is she still in the emergency room? Lin Mingxi clutched the doctor's coat, her emotions running high. Since receiving the call from the hospital, Lin Mingxi had been in utter turmoil. Why had such a wonderful woman ended up in the emergency room? Where were her relatives? Sir, what has happened to Aunt Ouyang? The 2 little ones tugged at the doctor's white coat. What are you waiting for? I'm asking you. Where's her family? Mo furrowed his brow and demanded an answer. The doctor replied truthfully, Miss Ouyang is in a dire situation. She attempted suicide at noon. We can only ascertain more once she is out of the emergency room. So far, no one has come to see her. Lin Mingxi staggered back, unable to believe that Ouyang had been in distress for so long without any family coming to her aid. Furthermore, how could Ouyang possibly contemplate suicide? It was simply inconceivable. Mo, you must go in. I want her to live. I won't allow her to perish. Lin Mingxi was already in tears, shaking Mo. The 2 little ones were frightened and began to cry loudly, mimicking Lin Mingxi's distress. Aunt Ouyang, rest assured, she will be fine, Mo reassured them. After calming Lin Mingxi and the children, he removed his jacket and entered the emergency room. That foolish woman, why did she allow herself to fall into despair? Mo felt a deep sense of guilt. Upon entering, the lead surgeon breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, with his medical skills, he had felt powerless and was on the verge of giving up on saving Ouyang, resigned to her fate. Dr. Bai, continue the rescue. Do not give up. Mo donned sterile gloves and began to provide guidance, also using a silver needle to assist with acupuncture. After about 10 minutes of diligent effort, the emergency room door finally swung open. The exhausted yet elated medical staff emerged. Lin Mingxi hurried over to inquire about the situation. How is Xiaoyu? Seeing Lin Mingxi's reddened eyes, Mo felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. She is fine. What about Aunt Ouyang? The 2 little ones wore somber expressions, their eyes also glistening with tears, their little mouths pouting. Little ones, do not fret. Ouyang is all right, and you will soon be able to see your aunt again. Mo gently caressed their chubby cheeks, which were particularly delightful to touch. Mo, you must find it strange why I have such deep feelings for Xiaoyu. She saved my life during high school. If it weren't for her, I would not be here today. That was when we became good friends, inseparable confidants, sharing everything. Therefore, when she encountered misfortune, even if her family neglects her, I cannot turn a blind eye. Lin Mingxi buried herself in Mo's embrace, releasing her emotions. And Mo could distinctly feel her body trembling, her shirt dampening from tears. This was the second time this woman cried in front of him. Mo understood everything and felt an overwhelming sense of regret, gently patting Lin Mingxi's back. Why does her family not care for her? Since the incident, no one from the Ouyang family has come to attend to her. I am not sure. Perhaps she did not inform her family. At that moment, a nurse approached, holding something in her hands. Dr. Bai, here is a letter, a suicide note left for you by Miss Ouyang. A suicide note? Mo was puzzled. Why would Ouyang leave him a suicide note? It should be for Lin Mingxi, right? But it was addressed to him, with his name boldly written on it. And the nurse had been instructed to deliver it to him personally. Mo opened it to find it filled with apologies and a plea for his forgiveness. This foolish woman. Mo took a deep breath. What does it say? Noticing Lin Mingxi leaning in to look, Mo quickly tucked it away, smiling softly. It's nothing, just her arrangements for after her passing, reminding me not to let you see it. He could not allow Lin Mingxi to discover that it had been in danger. The letter must remain hidden from her. Oh, thankfully, Lin Mingxi did not press further. How is Aunt Ouyang doing, doctor? Just as they awaited Ouyang's awakening, a male voice echoed from the corridor. Please be quiet. The patient needs rest. The man had crossed paths with Mo before, having been a subordinate of Ouyang by the riverside. You are her subordinate. Do you know her condition? Mo inquired. The man, named Han Biao, sighed. I do. Ouyang Yu hails from a martial arts family. The Ouyang clan is a prominent family in China. Since the incident, the Ouyang family has been in a state of turmoil, but upon hearing that she had been incapacitated and disfigured, they ceased their involvement. Moreover, her master, the Sunset Sage, has publicly severed their bond, leaving her devoid of emotional support. Often, it is the final straw that breaks the camel's back, and Ouyang Yu has completely lost her will to live. Upon hearing this, Bai Mo remained remarkably calm. In many martial arts families, relationships are as ruthless as the world of cultivation. Once deemed worthless, one is unceremoniously discarded. However, the Bai family stands as an exception. At the very least, her parents and family treat her with kindness, and Bai Mo harbors a deep affection for them. Bai Mo began to feel sympathy for Ouyang Yu's plight. With her internal energy depleted, she had become a mere shell of her former self, her beauty marred. How could a woman endure such fate? Han Biao remarked. Director Ouyang has been ousted. The new director will arrive tonight. It is unfortunate that she has succumbed to despair. With her expulsion, she is no longer affiliated with the Security Bureau. You may leave now. Bai Mo waved his hand, feeling an inexplicable surge of anger. Ouyang Yu, in her attempt to protect the blood pill, had been gravely injured by the Yellow Spring sect, leading to this dismal outcome. He could only hope that the Xianxia Security Bureau and the Ouyang family would not regret their actions today. Heartless and ungrateful. Thank you for taking care of Director Ouyang. We will visit her again when we have the chance, Han Biao said before departing. Bai Mo then made a trip to the hospital's traditional medicine store, accompanied by his two little ones. As for Lin Mingxi, she remained in the corridor, awaiting Ouyang Yu's awakening, while arranging for someone else to provide care. Daddy, it smells bad here, the little ones complained. Upon entering the pharmacy, they instantly scrunched their noses, overwhelmed by the pungent aroma of medicinal herbs, which they found unappealing. Chapter 68. She awoke. Daddy, what are we doing here? The two little ones curiously surveyed their surroundings. A few nurses were present in the pharmacy, sharing amused glances with the children. The little ones had plump, rosy cheeks and fair, delicate skin, as if they could be squeezed for moisture. They were identical. Their bright, round eyes sparkled like stars in the ocean, and when they smiled, dimples appeared, their voices soft and sweet. So adorable. We love them. This is the fragrance of medicine. Not a bad smell, Bai Mo explained, half amused. He took out a pen and paper, jotting down a list of required herbs and asking the nurses for assistance. 1. Rejuvenation grass. 2. Money lotus. 3. 7-leaf, 1-branch flower. 4. Purple Ganoderma. The nurses were taken aback at the sight of the herbs, each one a precious medicinal ingredient. Bai Mo had the privilege of unrestricted access to the pharmacy, granted by Director Li of the hospital, leaving the nurses in no position to protest. This time, Bai Mo intended to concoct a potion with effects akin to a medicinal pill, aimed at restoring Ouyang Yu's constitution, a form of atonement on his part. This woman, born into a heartless family and having endured the ordeal with the Yellow Spring sect, was truly pitiable. Returning to the ward, Ouyang Yu remained unresponsive, and Lin Mingxi was filled with concern. Whether she awakens depends solely on her will. Ouyang Yu has already lost hope. To rouse her from slumber is no easy feat. Bai Mo, think of a solution. At this rate, will she not remain a vegetable for the rest of her life? Lin Mingxi remarked. Meanwhile, two little cherubs had stealthily entered, calling out to Ouyang Yu on the bed. Auntie, wake up. Time for food. Come play with us. They shook the bedclothes. But upon seeing Ouyang Yu unresponsive, the two little princesses began to choke back tears. Hearing their faint sobs, Bai Mo and Lin Mingxi, who were conversing outside, suddenly realized the children were in the ward. Anin, Xianxia, be quiet. Your auntie is sleeping, Lin Mingxi said, squatting down to embrace the two. Mama. The little ones whimpered, their faces scrunched up in tears, noses running. Let them continue. Perhaps this is the best way to awaken her, Bai Mo suggested. If Ouyang Yu could hear them, her will to survive would be immense. If all else fails, he would have to forcibly enter Lin Mingxi's consciousness. Little fish, please wake up. Didn't you say you wanted to see them grow up? They are only 2 years old. Auntie, hurry, get up. The detection of the daughter's strong desire prompted the task to save Ouyang Yu. Bai Mo, too, made an attempt, lightly tapping Ouyang Yu's forehead. A faint golden light flowing in. Ouyang, your dantian is shattered, but I have a way to restore it. Your face is not beyond repair. If you are unwilling, just follow the sound. Trapped in endless darkness, Ouyang Yu stirred from her slumber, hearing the distant cries. Is someone calling me? Moments later, a soft voice echoed nearby. Yet she could neither see nor touch. An Xianxia and Mengxi. Instantly, a beam of golden light pierced the darkness, accompanied by Bai Mo's voice. And Ouyang felt she had found her direction, following the guidance. Bai Mo, have you finally forgiven me? Am I still alive? Ouyang wondered, uncertain if the light was the path to heaven. Her dantian shattered. Restoration seemed impossible. Surely this was but a posthumous illusion. My face. No surgical prowess in the world could salvage this visage. It must be a mirage. As the light guided her, Ouyang's hearing sharpened. The intensity of the light before her grew, and she struggled to open her eyes, attempting many times. This was the familiar hospital room. I am still alive. She blinked and moved her fingers. Lin Mingxi, witnessing this, wept tears of joy. Little fish, you have finally awakened. We were so worried. The two little cherubs also began to bubble with excitement. Your body is still very weak. Do not speak yet. Bai Mo cautioned from the side. As she looked up and saw Bai Mo once more, guilt filled Ouyang's heart, causing her to avert her gaze. Let the past remain in the past. Everything can begin anew, cannot it? Upon grasping the underlying meaning of Bai Mo's words, Ouyang wept. But it was a tear of joy. Bai Mo had forgiven her. From now on, they could once again witness the presence of two little bundles of joy, providing at least a semblance of motivation to continue living. Task to revive Ouyang completed. Reward, 50 daddy points and 1 chance to draw. Unlocking Ouyang's emotional knot. You have gained a stroke of luck. Bai Mo, what is happening? Current host possesses a stroke of luck. Would you like to draw? At this moment, the draw, enhanced by the luck bonus, increased the probability of obtaining a rare item. Draw. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the rare ability Thunder Annihilation with a probability of 0005. The system's voice carried a hint of astonishment. Thunder Annihilation, a pillar of lightning descends from the heavens, wielding immense destructive power. The stronger the host, the greater the potency. Bai Mo inwardly exclaimed in disbelief. I've won again. The ability drawn this time was indeed a stroke of incredible fortune, leaving Bai Mo at a loss for words to express the excitement swelling within. Such an ability, in the system's marketplace, would command a starting price of no less than 10,000 daddy points. Host, qualified daddy Bai Mo daddy points, 101, 050, 1060 strength, transcendent stage. Level 32 account balance, 60 billion items, binding talismans X2 abilities, Demon Eye, Thunder Annihilation Pet, Chinese Rural Dog Others. Please check independently. Excuse me, please make way. The patient needs a change of medication. Kindly step aside. At that moment, the ward door swung open, and a nurse, without knocking, boldly wheeled in a medical cart. Auntie, it's time for the injection. Xianxia covered her face, unable to bear the sight. It will hurt, Anan is scared. Anan shook her head, adorably pouting her lips. Children, let us step outside. We wouldn't want to disturb the nurse's work. Lin Mingxi led the two little ones out. Auntie, it doesn't hurt. As they exited, they continued to comfort Ouyang, uplifting her spirits. Initially, Bai Mo felt indifferent until the nurse began administering the injection. A sense of malevolence arose. This woman is not a nurse. Die. The nurse smirked coldly as the needle approached Ouyang's arm. Bai Mo rushed over and firmly grasped her wrist. Who are you? This was dire. The situation had been exposed. With no hesitation, the nurse assassin seized a dagger from beneath the cart, intent on killing Ouyang before fleeing. Ouyang remained remarkably composed. Over the years, she had accumulated many enemies. And now that her cultivation had been crippled, who wouldn't seek vengeance? Spare her, do not kill her. Mengxi and the children are outside. Bang! Bai Mo delivered a powerful kick, sending her crashing against the wall, blood spilling from her mouth. A master? Realizing the precariousness of her situation, the nurse assassin resorted to throwing the dagger towards Ouyang. With a flick of his finger, Bai Mo effortlessly shattered the blade. However, seizing a fleeting moment of opportunity, the nurse assassin pushed the door open and stepped outside. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of not having the chance to capture Ouyang in the future. Outside, Lin Mingxi and her daughters stood in stunned silence. What was happening inside? The commotion was so loud, it sounded like a brawl. Surely, a mere injection did not warrant such upheaval. Bang! The door swung open, and instantly, the two little ones clung to Lin Mingxi's legs. The nurse assassin dashed out, knocking several people aside in her haste. feeling insecure, clinging to Lin Mingxi's legs. The two children immediately transferred their embrace to Bai Mo's thighs when he emerged. Chapter 69. Assassin, I shall assist you in slaughter. After Bai Mo exited, seeing the mother and daughter still in shock, he worried there might be further danger and chose not to pursue. Papa, hold me. Bai Mo, what on earth happened? Lin Mingxi sensed something amiss. Someone intended to harm Ouyang Yu, but I discovered it in time and intervened, Bai Mo explained candidly. The two little ones clearly did not allow him to leave, forcing him to temporarily abandon the pursuit. Little Yu, are you all right? Lin Mingxi inquired as she hurried into the ward, immediately concerned. Ouyang Yu shrugged. I'm fine, don't worry, thanks to Bai Mo Auntie. Did you scare the nurse, sister, because you didn't behave and get your injection? Anan asked innocently, observing the disarray on the floor. The two little ones scratched their heads in confusion, unsure of what had transpired. Ouyang Yu chuckled. If you two remain curious, you'll end up getting your injections. No, we don't want injections. Their exclamations startled the two little ones into huddling together for warmth, as their greatest fear was indeed getting injected. Soon, hospital personnel arrived to investigate the surveillance footage, strictly controlling access on the third floor. Bai Mo suppressed the entire incident, deeming it unnecessary to involve the police, as no ordinary officer could handle matters concerning Ouyang Yu. Deep in thought, Bai Mo pondered whether the assassin had been sent by the Yellow Springs sect. She is not affiliated with the Yellow Springs sect, Ouyang Yu remarked, noticing Bai Mo's distraction. Judging by the technique, it appears to be a mere assassin. However, aside from the Yellow Springs sect, I have not offended anyone else. The Yellow Springs sect typically does not resort to assassination or poison injections. Then you are in grave danger. Without strength, you could be eliminated in an instant. Indeed, she replied, going from the esteemed director of the In-City Security Bureau to a powerless individual. It was astonishing how easily a mere assassin could seek her life. Such are the unpredictable turns of fate. Rest for a few days. There is a way to restore your Dantian. I assure you I am not deceiving you. What? Ouyang Yu doubted her ears, hearing it for the second time. Could it be that Bai Mo truly possessed a method? Are you serious? Are you certain this isn't just to comfort me into surviving? Ouyang Yu had never considered that her shattered Dantian could be restored. In the annals of Xianxia's martial arts history, such a feat had never occurred. If this were to spread, it would surely drive people to madness. It is the truth. Upon witnessing Bai Mo's nod, a flicker of joy illuminated Ouyang Yu's face. I believe in you. Bai Mo's prowess far surpassed her own. Perhaps he possessed a solution, which was certainly preferable to despair. During this interval, once it was confirmed that Ouyang Yu was out of danger, Lin Mingxi's company encountered an urgent matter, necessitating her departure for half a day, leaving the two little ones in Bai Mo's care. Bai Mo, you are a doctor. Please keep an eye on Xiaoyu. I fear she might become despondent. Rest assured, with me here, nothing untoward shall occur. Bai Mo, unwilling to refuse Lin Mingxi's request, decided to linger at the hospital for a few additional hours to attend to some matters. The two little ones kept Ouyang Yu company, engaging her in conversation. Auntie, you must recover swiftly, and then we'll take you out for delicious treats. Daddy said that when one is ill, they must rest well. Auntie, you should sleep. The two little ones were simply adorable, their comforting words utterly charming. How could anyone resist such delightful little cherubs? Ouyang Yu's spirits lifted considerably. Meanwhile, Bai Mo extended his consciousness, accurately pinpointing the assassin's whereabouts on the rooftop of the main building. Surprisingly, the assassin, having been discovered, chose not to flee immediately but instead remained concealed within the hospital, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Come out. There is no need for hiding, Bai Mo proclaimed. Upon hearing this, the assassin, concealed in the shadows, was momentarily taken aback. How could he possibly know I was here? Surely, he must be mistaken, the assassin pondered. Just then, a shadow flickered, appearing before him. The assassin's mind blanked in an instant. Everything transpired too swiftly for any reaction. Did you truly believe you could escape from me? Bai Mo's cold smile, and his piercing gaze fixed upon the assassin. Cough, cough. The assassin, grasped by the throat, began to struggle violently. Release me. Are you so devoid of compassion? Don't you know to be gentler with a girl? Bai Mo cast a disdainful glance at the assassin. Smirking coldly, a man with an Adam's apple dares to claim he is a woman? Begone, lest you disgust me. With a flick of his wrist, the assassin was forcefully hurled against the wall across from him. How can you possibly be so strong? The assassin rose, disbelief washing over him as he wiped the blood from his mouth. then regained his composure and prepared to unleash his voice. Indeed, he was a man. With such a feminine appearance, it was hardly discernible. At that moment, Bai Mo was certain that the assassin before him was not a member of the Huangquan sect. Suddenly, the assassin swung his fist towards Bai Mo with tremendous force, a powerful current of air sweeping through the space, dislodging stones from the ground. Die! Expecting a single punch to annihilate Bai Mo, the assassin was astonished when Bai Mo effortlessly grasped his fist. What the hell? Who are you? Fear had entirely engulfed the assassin's heart. After 8 years in the field, he had never encountered an adversary like Bai Mo. You are not worthy of knowing. With a flick of his finger, Bai Mo unleashed a violent surge of energy. Before the assassin could react, his pupils dilated and a ghastly wound appeared on his chest. There was no need to leave any survivors. After all, that was Ouyang Yu's concern, and Bai Mo wished to remain untainted by matters of martial arts. Upon returning to the hospital room, the two little ones had begun to feel sleepy. Bai Mo lifted them, preparing to return to the villa. Anin, Xianxia, are you tired? Bai Mo inquired gently. Daddy, Xianxia managed to open her eyes, forcing a shy smile. I feel a little like closing my eyes, but I'm not really sleepy yet. Bai Mo replied, not sleepy? It's written all over your face. Go to sleep, Daddy will hold you. He affectionately rubbed her head. Thankfully, Anin perked up upon his arrival. Otherwise, he would struggle to carry 2 slumbering children. The little ones initially intended to merely close their eyes for a moment, as they still wished to converse with their father. However, in an instant, Xianxia was fast asleep, finding a comfortable position, drifting off with a sweet scent of milk. Feeling the small body in his arms relax completely. With her breathing becoming gentle, Bai Mo looked down, his face alight with happiness. This child, how adorable she was, sucking her little pinky while asleep. Anin, come with Daddy, we are heading back. But how will you take care of them alone, especially since Xianxia is asleep? Do not worry, I can manage. It's fine if Anin wants to be held. A little fatigue is no concern. I'll handle the assassin for you, so there's no need to fear he will return. Ah, thank you. Did you get any information? As you mentioned, it is not the underworld that teaches. Is that all? Ouyang Yu remarked. It would have been better to leave a survivor to inquire about the situation. For the time being, Ouyang Yu was not in danger, with the assassin dead. No one would threaten her life in the near future. Bai Mo had made it clear before leaving that a nurse would come to prepare medicine, allowing for a night of recuperation, after which her dantian and facial scars could be healed. Chapter 70. Dr. Bai, the family head requests your presence. Bai Mo walked cautiously, anxious not to rouse the little one in his arms. Xianxia was sound asleep, her cherubic lips slightly parted, her face a tender pink, even in slumber. She exuded an adorable charm. They had arrived in a car driven by Lin Mingxi, who had departed early, leaving the father and daughters to rely on ride-sharing services with no other options. Dr. Bai, please take your time, the security guard at the entrance said. Bai Mo nodded in acknowledgement, surprised that even the security personnel at the hospital recognized him. There is a reason why one fears notoriety. It is not without cause. Fortunately, as a professor at the hospital, Bai Mo was not required to work regularly, or he would surely be overwhelmed. Reflecting on a fortnight ago, he was still toiling at the advertising agency, a mere shadow of himself, awaiting the moment to return and inherit the dilapidated legacy of the Bai family. Now, it all seemed like a fleeting dream. After taking only a few steps, he unexpectedly encountered a group of individuals blocking his path, accompanied by a luxurious Mercedes-Benz behind them. Sir, please accompany us. Our family head wishes to see you, the leader of the well-dressed thugs stated politely, extending his hand to invite Bai Mo into the vehicle. While a cadre of black-clad bodyguards parted to make way, Anin scratched her head. Is someone here to pick me up? All right. With small, eager steps, she began to approach the grand car, oblivious to whether she knew these people. Bai Mo, with a furrowed brow, admonished, Anan, come back. Do not enter a stranger's vehicle. Upon hearing the term stranger, Anin instinctively rushed back, clinging to Bai Mo's leg. Daddy, I want a hug too. She said this while warily eyeing the group of bodyguards behind them. Do not be afraid, Anin, there is no need for a hug. It might disturb your sister's slumber, Bai Mo replied, both amused and exasperated. Which family head do you represent? The Li family. Oh, please inform your family head that I am unavailable. Stop right there. The family head has decreed that Mr. Bai must accompany us. The leader of the group had no intention of letting Bai Mo go, extending his hand to block Bai Mo's path. The Li family head has ordered that Bai Mo must be brought back. He has severed his son's 2 hands. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. No one dared provoke the Li family in the city of Duan, not even the Lin family, let alone a mere son-in-law. Just a son-in-law, with an ambiguous background. What was Bai Mo, after all? Merely a reputed healer? The Li family head had another motive for capturing Bai Mo, to heal his son. We implore you, Mr. Bai, do not make this difficult for us. Bai Mo replied with calm composure. I intend to leave. You cannot stop me. Men, please escort Mr. Bai back. The leader, losing patience, waved his hand, and the black-clad bodyguards surged forward, encircling Bai Mo and the child. Bai Mo laughed coldly. Get lost. With just a single utterance. The word resonated with such force that it felt as if their eardrums would burst, compelling them to instinctively step back, as if blood were seeping from their very beings. Watching Bai Mo depart, the leader dared not obstruct him further, and those beside him were equally intimidated. Such a person was beyond their capacity to restrain. Though they were bodyguards, they had heard of a certain type of individual in Xianxia, whom 10 men could not approach, those who practiced martial arts and were not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, the Li family head, upon hearing his subordinate's report, furiously hurled objects, yet felt utterly powerless. A bunch of useless fools. Not one of you is competent. The others urged the family head to refrain from acting rashly. Father, Li Hao interjected. I will handle this matter myself. I have devised a plan, and once my injuries have healed, I will confront him personally. The humiliation inflicted by Bai Mo cannot simply be overlooked. Son, be ambitious. Your father will always support you. Go forth and strive. Do not let others look down upon the Li family. With the Wang family extinguished, our Li family grows ever stronger. As for your hand, I have summoned the most esteemed physician from abroad, and within a week, you shall assuredly recover. Little do the head of the Li family know that indulging Li Hao at this moment may lead to his own ruin. Upon returning to the villa, it was nearly 6:30. The housekeeper, having received an advance notice from Bai Mo, prepared a sumptuous dinner, featuring dishes beloved by the 2 little princesses. Lin Ruoxi pouted. Where has my brother-in-law gone? It's so late, and he hasn't returned to cook, taking my 2 little treasures with him. How dull. Third miss, your brother-in-law has returned. Aunt Wang reminded her. Ah, my brother-in-law is finally back. Upon entering the living room, Bai Mo had just laid down the sleeping Xianxia. Be quiet. Anan is quite well behaved and, moreover, hungry, eagerly awaiting dinner atop her chair. Xianxia is already asleep. Do not wake her. Let us eat without waiting. Bai Mo said. Brother-in-law, my sister hasn't returned yet. Lin Mingxi glanced outside. Your sister went to Zhongzhou. Who knows when she will return? She left in quite a hurry. Bai Mo had only just seen Lin Mingxi's message on his phone, which stated that there was an impromptu concert in Zhongzhou that was very important to her. Hence the 2 little princesses were entrusted to Bai Mo. Oh, Lin Ruoxi stuck out her tongue. The dinner was rather unappetizing. Lin Ruoxi considered speaking up several times, but refrained. Eating what the housekeeper prepared was not as satisfying as enjoying a bowl of plain noodles. Her appetite had been spoiled by her brother-in-law. Daddy, where are Mama and Papa? She is on a business trip and will not return for the time being. Bai Mo replied, gently ruffling the child's hair. Then can we have ice cream every day? Anan licked her lips. Absolutely not. Overindulgence is unhealthy, Bai Mo firmly refused. This was primarily due to Lin Mingxi's repeated messages urging Bai Mo not to give them too much ice cream. Anan was still quite obedient. With Lin Mingxi absent tonight, the 2 little princesses were in low spirits. After waking, Xianxia merely drank a glass of milk and could not eat anything else. Daddy, I miss Mama. Xianxia rubbed her eyes, which were beginning to redden. How long has it been since you last saw her? Do not cry. Your mother will return soon, Bai Mo consoled, holding the child tenderly, pacing back and forth in the living room. Tonight, Bai Mo found it most difficult to sleep. Firstly, due to concern for Lin Mingxi, and secondly, because the 2 little princesses clung to him as they slept, initially crying. Eventually, Bai Mo acquiesced to their request and called Lin Mingxi. Just as Lin Mingxi arrived at the hotel in Zhongzhou and lay down, preparing to call back, the mother and daughters conversed for about half an hour, finally hearing their laughter. Aha! Children, remember to listen to your father while at home. Mama is working hard away from home and will return soon. We are obedient. Mother tells father to earn money, so hurry back. Bai Mo, Lin Mingxi was both amused and exasperated. She feared that it would soon be her calling Bai Mo, urging him to return swiftly. However, Xianxia is quite considerate. Mother, you come back. I will charm and earn money to support you, and I can take care of father too. Making lots and lots of money. The child twirled in midair, adorably naive. All right, I shall await that day. After a lengthy conversation with them, it was time for Baimo, you have worked hard. When I was out working before, they would also cry incessantly. Each time, I had to call to comfort them. It's not hard. They will get used to me in due course. Take good care of yourself over there in Xianxia. Half an hour later, the call ended, and the two little ones were drowsily fighting sleep, their eyelids heavy yet reluctant to close. In the stillness of the night, Baimo was drenched in sweat. He dreamt a peculiar dream, in which someone strikingly similar to him wielded a long sword, clad in white, being pursued by a throng. The scenes flickered in and out. Chapter 71. Your father deceived you. Suddenly, Baimo awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat. His loud exclamation frightened the two little princesses into tears. Oh no. Baimo quickly reassured them. Daddy's here. I'm sorry for scaring you. Now, go back to sleep. My little ones. His warm voice calmed the two little bundles, who resumed their slumber without even opening their eyes. How utterly amusing. That dream felt so real. Reflecting upon it, Baimo found it bewildering. Though the dream's images were sparse, an undeniable familiarity lingered. At this moment, a question persisted in Baimo's mind. System. Why did you choose me? Was it solely due to my identity as a traveler? The system remained silent, silently so. The more it remained silent, the more Baimo was convinced that this was no simple matter. If the system was merely a chance encounter, then what about that dream? Baimo could not fathom it. Once more lying down, he found himself sleepless throughout the night, haunted by an endless sense of dread, hoping never to dream of it again. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Baimo rose early with his two little treasures for a stroll around the neighborhood. The two small figures closely followed him, a sight of pure happiness to any onlooker. Father, there is a grove over there. Indeed, that is the heart of the river. The scenery is splendid, Baimo pointed out. Xianxia likes it. Anan likes it too. Ha ha, my daughter indeed has discerning taste. How about I buy it and gift it to you? As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice, tinged with emotion, chimed in, ding. Detecting a strong affection in the daughter's heart, task initiated, purchase Li Xian Island. Baimo smiled. Was this not a gift to himself? Especially after being so indifferent to his own sentiments the previous night? The small island across the way, square in shape, is perfectly suited to become a children's paradise. It seems a developer is already in the works, possibly establishing a resort or something similar, primarily aimed at tourism. Is it true? Purchasing it for an amusement park? No. I want to cultivate vegetables, a plethora of them. No, that is not right. The two little ones exchanged their thoughts, each unwilling to concede. Haha. Once Daddy acquires it, he will construct a fairy tale town for you both, where not only vegetables and fruits can be grown, but also a myriad of delightful attractions. Wow, thank you, Daddy. The two little ones exclaimed in excitement, no longer debating what to plant. However, acquiring the central island is no simple task. Having wealth alone is insufficient. One must also possess connections. Baimo recalled the Qin family, which is related to Xiaoya's in-laws. It is said they wield considerable influence in Duan City. After returning, he plans to make a call to inquire about purchasing it as soon as possible. For he is not merely deceiving his daughters. Wait for me, Daddy. Xianxia, with her short legs, fell behind Baimo, reluctant to move. Hurry up, little sister. I want to wait for you. Anan dashed ahead to catch up with their father, leaving Xianxia trailing behind. The little one glanced back and then at her father and sister ahead, pouting slightly. Hey, Aunt Lu. The lagging child suddenly spotted a graceful figure running towards her, and upon closer inspection, recognized her. Lu Xinxin had returned to Junyue Bay last night, and was out for a morning run. Pleasantly surprised to encounter such an adorable little creature. Ah, it's you. Are you the sister or the little one? Lu Xinxin exclaimed, having seen them only a few times. It was understandable that she could not recognize them immediately. I'm the little one, Xianxia proudly declared. The little one? I heard from Brother Bai that the twins are named Xianxia, and the younger one is called Xianxia, the very child I met during my first run. So charmingly innocent. Xianxia, are you tired? Lu Xinxin asked as she lifted the child, admiring her bright, expressive eyes, cherry-like mouth, and soft, delicate skin, truly a picture of cuteness. I'm tired from running. The little one nodded, raising her gaze, her sparkling eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. In a sweet, childlike voice, she inquired, Auntie, am I heavy? At just over 2 years old, how heavy could she possibly be? Not heavy at all, Lu Xianxia replied, cradling her under her arms and lifting her high. Look, Xianxia is so light. Auntie can easily carry her. I knew it. Auntie is teasing me. Remembering the previous night when her aunt had claimed she had gained weight, Xianxia felt a bit wronged. After all, she was certainly not heavy. How could she be? Biamo, who had been walking ahead, turned back and paused to wait for Lu Xianxia and Xianxia to catch up. Daddy, my sister is being lazy. And then chimed in, her eyes glinting mischievously. I want a hug too. The two little ones were indeed quite fatigued. Biamo, not wanting to press them, picked up an brother by. You're out for a morning run so early too? Lu Xianxia greeted him warmly. In her father's embrace, Xianxia scratched her head, lowering her gaze and avoiding her father's eyes. Indeed, what has Xian been up to lately? It seems no one has seen her around. Several times, passing by Lu Xian's house, there was no sign of anyone residing within. Busy with work, Lu Xian chuckled, revealing little. Biamo, understanding the unspoken, refrained from further inquiry, though he noticed a flicker of melancholy in Lu Xian's eyes. As the two engaged in light conversation, they neared the villa. Lu Xian affectionately ruffled the hair of the two little ones. Xianxia, next week is Auntie's birthday, and we will celebrate at home. You must come. Birthday? Huh, we want to go. Cake. The two little cherubs eagerly responded, their minds filled with thoughts of the delightful treats at the birthday soiree. Goodbye, children. Remember to come, Lu Xian said. Goodbye, Auntie. Once back at the villa, Xianxia innocently inquired, Daddy, when is my birthday? Next year, he replied. Lin Ming, she had mentioned that the little ones' birthdays had already passed, much to their dismay. Why is it so far away? Xianxia scratched her head, perplexed. The child was a bit confused. Just 4 months prior, she had celebrated her second birthday. Once a year, it comes quickly, Biamo chuckled, bemused. What about sister's birthday? Is it coming soon? Xianxia asked again. Biamo replied, Silly, your sister's birthday is still a few months away. There will be cake then. Anan, with an air of pride, chimed in, her face aglow with happiness. Biamo couldn't help but laugh. You two are twins. You share the same birthday. Ah, Anan exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. No. When my sister has her birthday, I won't have a cake. Only she will. In a flurry, Anan's head began to shake like a rattle drum. Is there only one cake? Surely your mother will buy a super large one. You two won't finish it, right? Yes. Mommy will buy me a really, really big cake, Xianxia said, as if recalling something significant. Lin Rua, she descended the stairs for breakfast. Overhearing their discussion about birthdays. What cake? Birthday cake? Auntie, you're the laziest, a true sloth, and pouted. Anan, are you feeling a bit cheeky? Have you forgotten the pain? Lin Rua, she teased, pretending to intimidate her. Daddy said it. It's not my fault, Anan replied. Her fearful expression perfectly illustrating the irony of boasting boldly while being timid at heart. Cough, cough, Biamo interjected, feeling a bit betrayed. Brother-in-law? Humph. Auntie, do you know about that little island over there? Anan asked innocently. Yes, but why are you asking about it? Lin Rua, she questioned, puzzled. Little did she know. The child simply wished to boast. Daddy said he would buy it for us, so we can play there in the future. Yes. Listening to their chatter, Lin Rua, she chuckled. Your father is teasing you. Buy a hard island? Sister certainly lacks such prowess, and father would never part with his money. What could Biamo possibly use to make a purchase? Absolutely not. Xianxia shook her head, unwaveringly confident in her father's capabilities. Since her aunt harbored doubts, she resolved to distance herself from her. Chapter 72. The little pup makes its presence known. Absolutely not. Xianxia shook her head, firmly believing in her father's abilities. Since her aunt was skeptical, she decided to sever ties with her. Biamo, meanwhile, retrieved his phone and called Xianxia. He spoke candidly, hoping that the Chun family could assist in acquiring the small island in the middle of Junyue Bay, offering to cover the costs himself, regardless of the amount. Xianxia, aware of some news, promised to do her utmost to gather information for Biamo. Upon hearing this, Old Master Chen actively collaborated with Biamo. It seemed that the island had been purchased by someone, initially listed at a price of 12 billion. Regrettably, he lamented not securing the island back then, otherwise, it would have been a small token of appreciation for Dr. Bai. He immediately ordered the mobilization of all resources at the Chun family's disposal to find a way to acquire the island. Meanwhile, Lin Ruashi was in the living room with the children. Perhaps missing their mother, they seemed rather discontent, their spirits dampened and their conversation sparse. The little pup quietly watched television. Noticing their glum faces, Lin Ruashi decided to bring out a VR headset for the pup, striving to cheer them up. The VR content showcased delectable treats, complete with enticing sounds. The little pup watched, drooling in a comical manner. Haha, this is hilarious. Brother-in-law, look. Lin Ruashi laughed heartily, prompting the two little ones to join in, their moods brightening. Is Xiaobai hungry? No, it just had milk. The two little bundles immediately denied it, rushing over to crouch down and pet its fur. Lin Ruashi, determined to elicit smiles from the two little princesses, found herself somewhat at a loss. The little pup thought, I am not human, but you are a true dog. Though internally resisting, it had to maintain its facade, performing energetically, nearly exhausting its drool. The descendant of the formidable three-headed hellhound. Oh, enough said. Finally, Mo returned. The little pup barked, woof, woof, woof. Master, she is bullying me. The barking proved futile. Mo ignored it, sensing its discontent but prioritizing his daughter's laughter. Today, Mo intended to help Ouyang restore her dantian, necessitating an early visit to the hospital. The two little ones could not be left behind. Mo felt uneasy about them accompanying their aunt. Anen and Xianxia insisted on bringing the little pup along, claiming it was to broaden its horizons. The little pup happily pranced around, nudging them with its tiny body, expressing its excitement. Woof, woof, woof. Translation, the little master is great. This pup is nearly going mad guarding the house. Upon arriving at the hospital, the two little ones had already grown quite accustomed to their surroundings, leading the way with one of them, and even cradling a small puppy in her arms. However, the effort of holding the puppy caused her to flush with exertion. Mo, on the other hand, asked a nurse to watch over the two little ones for a brief moment while he excused himself to the restroom. Meanwhile, a mental note reminded him to keep the puppy vigilant, ensuring the protection of the two little girls, who were, after all, the daughters of Dr. Bai. How utterly adorable. I too yearn to have a pair of twins. The nurses in the corridor rushed over, some playfully pinching the girls' rosy cheeks. The little ones poked at their cheeks with their tiny fingers, furrowing their brows in confusion. What were these aunties doing? Why do they keep pinching me? I'm all flushed. Xianxia pouted in a most aggrieved manner. Anen, in her sweet voice, chimed in, Aunties, pinch me, but don't pinch my sister. Understanding that Xianxia preferred fewer people around, Anen boldly positioned herself in front of her sister. How adorable. All right, we want tea pinch, just call us sisters. Several nurses exclaimed with delight, shifting to gently ruffle her hair. The little princesses sighed with a mixture of maturity and innocence, greeting, hello sisters. The nurses, reluctantly retracting their hands, allowed the girls to depart. Whereas Daddy? The two little ones turned back, noticing Mo was nowhere in sight, prompting them to anxiously search around. Mo, having taken a moment to visit the restroom, soon returned to lift them in his arms. Let us go inside. Your Aunt Ouyang must be eagerly awaiting you. Upon entering the ward, they found Ouyang recovering remarkably well. Within just a day, her bodily functions had nearly returned to normal, and after a thorough examination, she was astonished at her progress. You two can play here for a bit. Daddy has some matters to attend to, so remember to listen to Aunt Ouyang. Before Ouyang could fully recover, Mo needed to procure some medicine. Heading towards the pharmacy, inside the ward, Ouyang entertained the children, playfully handling the little puppy. Xianxia, this puppy is so adorable. Can I have it, please? Ouyang had a fondness for small animals, and this particular puppy captivated her from the moment she laid eyes on it. Xianxia pouted. Auntie likes the little white one, but I like it too. What should I do? It's so confusing. And then chimed in with her sweet voice, Auntie, if you want a puppy, you can go outside and buy one. There are so many, and they're not expensive. But I only like this one, Ouyang teased. Stroking the puppy, which remained perfectly still, utterly adorable. That one can be given to you, Auntie, Xianxia stated. Auntie must take good care of the little white one. It loves to drink milk, just like its bed. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Why are you crying? Auntie is just teasing. She wants to take your little white one, Ouyang said, caught between laughter and exasperation. Splendid. I can once again play with Xiaobai, Xianxia exclaimed in a sweet, childlike voice, her tears instantly transforming into laughter. Woof woof. The little puppy barked a few times in response. Ouyang's eyes sparkled with delight. She had indeed not misjudged. This little pup possessed remarkable intelligence. However, unbeknownst to her, a shadow darted past the window, startled by the puppy's bark, causing a nearby assassin to panic. The fallen assassin, still shaken, thought to himself, "How terrifying. There is an aura of horror in this hospital room. Ouyang Yu is truly fortunate. Fleeing seems the wisest choice." Upon Bai Mo's return, he carried a pot of medicinal soup, instructing Ouyang Yu to drink it. Half an hour later, the formal process of restoring Ouyang Yu's dantian commenced. "I must forewarn you, the process will be excruciating, but you must endure it. No matter how painful, I can withstand it. Bring it on." The entire experience was far beyond mere pain. It was a torment that tested the very limits of endurance. Yet, Ouyang Yu gritted her teeth and persevered, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Were it not for the soundproofing of the room, the nurses outside would surely rush in to investigate. It was akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig. Xianxia, clutching in, trembled with fear, asking, "What are sister and Auntie doing? Auntie's belly is exposed. Shouldn't I tell mother? This is not right. Mother has said that a girl's belly should not be shown to others." Anin scratched her head, lost in a dilemma. Is sister or Auntie being beaten? Xianxia inquired innocently. If they weren't being beaten, why would they scream so terribly? The two little ones huddled in the corner, too frightened to approach. Why does Daddy have to hit Auntie? Ouyang Yu turned her head, her pale face reassuring them. Your father hasn't harmed me. He is treating me. Soon, I will be discharged. Chapter 73. Ouyang's unique constitution. Half an hour later, Ouyang Yu, utterly exhausted and pale, found herself in a dire state. As Baimo delivered his final strike, she coughed up a mouthful of stagnant blood and, astonishingly, leapt from the bed. Pain. A pain that pierced to the marrow. Fortunately, every effort was worthwhile. Baimo, you are truly remarkable. I can already feel the difference. Ouyang Yu became increasingly exhilarated. A confident smile gracing her face for the first time in ages. Her dantian had returned. A shattered dantian equated to the loss of one's cultivation. A universally acknowledged truth within the martial arts realm. The extent of Baimo's medical prowess was astounding. Capable of healing such an injury? The reality before her left Ouyang Yu in awe, unable to articulate her emotions. If this news were to spread, it would surely cause a stir in the martial world. It's a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning, Baimo replied, withdrawing his spiritual energy and exhaling a breath of turbid air. Merely a shattered dantian. For his current level of cultivation, restoring it was as simple as drinking water. However, Baimo had also discerned Ouyang Yu's unique constitution, an exceedingly rare furnace body. Should he disclose this to her? Thank you. Without you, I fear I would have lost all dignity and pride. Ouyang Yu, who was resolutely determined to become a formidable master, found herself in utter despair after her dantian was shattered. Even though she was still alive, she felt like a mere shell of her former self. It was Baimo who granted her another chance, an opportunity to cultivate anew. Alas, what could one expect when she was their godmother? Such was the fate woven by destiny. Baimo's profound words not only brought a smile to Ouyang Yu, but also elicited laughter from the little ones. Daddy's blood, they whispered, a hint of fear evident in their eyes, for they had witnessed Ouyang Yu cough up blood before. Do not be afraid, that was merely for healing. The blood was toxic, and now that it has been expelled, she is much better. Following Baimo's guidance, they observed Ouyang Yu and realized that indeed, she appeared to be recovering. Little darling, Annie will soon be discharged from the hospital. Do not worry. Baimo suddenly recalled something crucial. Ouyang Yu, could you enlighten me as to why someone wishes to kill you? Yesterday, a female assassin disguised as a man was slain on the rooftop. And today another was discovered in the hospital, only to be frightened away by the aura emitted by the little puppy. They do not intend to kill me. Rather, they seek to uncover the sacred relic of the Huangquan sect. Last night, a former subordinate had called to inform her that rumors were circulating online, claiming that the sacred relic was in her possession. These individuals were not assassins, but rather inquisitors after the Huangquan sect's sacred artifact. Ouyang Yu was perplexed. How could anyone be aware of the relic? Hadn't all information been sealed? The relic had already been entrusted to the headquarters of the Security Bureau. She possessed none of it herself. Who was spreading these rumors? Once again, it pointed to the Huangquan sect. This nefarious organization, as Ouyang Yu described, had no discernible location. It appeared and vanished without a trace, with no one ever knowing the whereabouts of its headquarters. In the past, Xianxia had sacrificed 3 formidable masters to eradicate it. Yet it remained unscathed. A glint of cold light flashed in by Mo's eyes. You have yet to restore your inner strength. Refrain from wandering about for the time being. Daddy, can Annie come live with us? All right, all right. The two little ones gazed at Bai Mo, their eyes filled with concern. Auntie is all alone here. It would be very sad and lonely for her. Bai Mo's heart softened at the sight of the two little ones. Why not? The villa is spacious. Adding an extra pair of chopsticks for dinner is hardly a burden. Moreover, Ouyang Yu is currently in a precarious situation, abandoned by her allies, homeless, and at risk of losing her life at any moment. Very well, let us have her stay with us. It will be safer. Bai Mo nodded in agreement. The two little ones planted kisses on his cheeks, causing Bai Mo to smile. How is my daughter so adorable? Ouyang Yu, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling up. Thank you, Bai Mo. Thank you, little darlings. Now, she found herself in a perilous predicament, with countless individuals searching for her whereabouts. She could only wonder who bore ill intentions, spreading rumors that the Huangquan sect's sacred relic was in her possession. Ouyang Yu vowed that if she ever discovered the culprit, she would personally bring their end. Auntie, what happened to your face? It's all wrapped up like a dumpling. Cece scratched her head, harboring a persistent question that she had yet to voice. Ouyang Yu, covering half her face, felt an unspoken pain within her. It's nothing, she reassured herself, afraid to remove the bandages. Each time the doctor changed the dressing, there was a palpable sense of regret. Without needing to glance, she could imagine the horrific disfigurement that marred her visage. Is it truly nothing? How strange, Anan remarked. Wearing a face completely swathed in bandages subjected her to the scrutiny of others. What would it be like to unveil her face? Bai Mo, my face. Is there hope? With great expectations, she turned to Bai Mo, whose exceptional medical skills had ignited a flicker of hope within her. Restoring her appearance would not be an instantaneous process. Bai Mo had not forgotten her promise to treat Ouyang Yu's face, seeing you so anxious. Restoring your beauty is far simpler than mending your energy meridians. However, it requires patience and cannot be rushed. If only we could concoct a beauty elixir with the right herbs, it would be a matter of moments. Unfortunately, gathering the necessary ingredients on Earth is quite challenging. Thus, it is better to rely on medical expertise for gradual recovery. It won't take long. Approximately 10 days should suffice. Is that true? Meeting you has been such a blessing. Ouyang Yu replied, her face brightening with renewed hope. In Duan City, the Chen family was busy. Master Chun had requested information regarding the status of the Heart Island, which had been meticulously compiled into a report. It turned out that the Li family had purchased it, presenting a complex challenge. As they had little rapport with the Li family, send someone immediately to notify the Li family and ascertain the price at which they would be willing to sell Heart Island. Soon, the head of the Li family presented a condition. They would sell for 150 billion, with an additional stipulation, Bai Mo must personally treat his son. Li Hao's hands. Just moments ago, a foreign professor had arrived in Duan City to assess Li Hao, only to shake his head at the examination results and leave without a word. Such an absurdity. He assured me there were no severed hands that even I, Robinson, could not treat. Robinson felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he recalled his grandiose statements upon disembarking the plane. Master, the Li family is quite ungrateful, demanding 150 billion while still making requests, Master Chen remarked, his expression darkening. Why must Li Chao insist that I invite the divine physician by? According to our investigation, it appears that his reckless son's hands were broken by Dr. Bai, whose skills even foreign experts could not contend with. The exact reason remains elusive. Oh, since the Li family has offended the divine physician Bai, how can I possibly broach the subject? Master Chen's countenance shifted, reflecting his inner turmoil. If they could not acquire Heart Island, it would be difficult to explain to Bai Mo, placing him in a precarious dilemma. He pondered how Bai Mo would react upon discovering that Heart Island belonged to the Li family. The thought of spending 150 billion, or even 200 billion, to appease Bai Mo was not beyond him. However, asking Bai Mo to treat Li Hao seemed utterly impractical. We must continue negotiations with the Li family. After much contemplation, Master Chen ultimately decided to inform Bai Mo of the situation, hoping to enhance his presence in the matter. After listening, Bai Mo let out a cold smile, remarking on the irony of fate. Dr. Bai, I shall do my utmost to ensure that the Li family sells off the Lisan Island. Just remember, do not let him know it is my intention. We can certainly negotiate the price upwards. Money is of no concern. Upon returning to the villa, the two little princesses, in their sweet voices, expressed their desire to choose a room for Ouyang, demonstrating their earnestness. Lin Mingxi, present in the vicinity, would undoubtedly feel a pang of jealousy. She had never received such attentiveness from her own mother. As Lin Ruoxi entered the room and laid eyes on Ouyang, she was taken aback. "Sister Ouyang, what happened to your face?" The response was a struggle to articulate the unpleasantness of the situation. Ouyang deflected the question, her appearance indeed alarming, with her face wrapped in bandages akin to a mummy. Lin Ruoxi, realizing the sensitivity of the matter, tactfully refrained from pressing further. Mo retrieved a substantial package of medicinal herbs from the trunk of the car, which would surely make the dean's heart ache upon discovery. Weighing at least 80 pounds, it was filled with precious herbs he had meticulously gathered. Mo set to work preparing a healing ointment for Ouyang's face, knowing it would require significant effort. Once completed, he promptly applied it, achieving remarkable results almost instantaneously. "My goodness, Mo, you have astonished me once again," Ouyang exclaimed as the ointment visibly absorbed into her skin at an incredible pace. When she unwrapped the gauze, she was horrified to see her face marred by countless stitches and scars. The sight was both repulsive and terrifying. However, with the ointment's efficacy now evident, her condition improved dramatically, far exceeding her expectations. Mo mused, remarking on how many hospital herbs had deteriorated in quality, yet these were genuine and efficacious, devoid of any inferior products. Ouyang no longer needed to be bound in gauze. A simple black veil would suffice, alleviating her concerns about frightening the two little ones. "Wow, Sister Ouyang, are you wearing a facial mask? It's truly astonishing," one of the girls exclaimed. "No, it's a scar-repairing ointment concocted by your brother-in-law. He is truly a miraculous healer." "Brother-in-law again?" Lin Ruoxi looked at Mo with curiosity. "Brother-in-law, you ought to be honest. How come you possess such extensive knowledge?" Upon careful reflection, Lin Ruoxi considered Mo's diverse skills: singing, cooking, racing, fighting, and medicine. Just the talents she was aware of could easily place him above all contemporary young prodigies. Perhaps it was precisely his exceptional qualities that led her parents to approve of their union. While Lin Ruoxi pondered this, her gaze remained fixed on Mo, eagerly awaiting his response. Meanwhile, Xianxia clambered onto Ouyang's bed, her chubby little legs kicking in an effort to ascend, while Anan giggled nearby. "Silly girl, why don't you just call for your sister?" As Mo approached and lifted Xianxia, he remarked, "What is there to explain? Just a clever little one. Goodness. Not a hint of embarrassment or a flutter of the heart." "Yes, Daddy is clever, just like Anan. Cleverness is adorable," Anan chimed in with her sweet, baby-like voice. "Oh, Daddy, lift me up, I can't reach." The bed was a tad too high for the two little ones, their legs not quite long enough. They were utterly endearing. In an amusing turn of events during dinner preparation, Mo's phone rang, and Xianxia brought it to him. "Daddy, someone is looking for you." "It's not Mama." The child had been clinging to Mo's phone all day, eagerly awaiting a call from Lin Mingxi. Upon discovering it was not her mother, she pouted in disappointment. "Xianxia Pharmaceutical?" Mo furrowed his brow at the screen. What could the general manager possibly want? Everything should have been running smoothly by now. As he pondered, the little one had already pressed the answer button. "Hello, big boss." It was a video call with Xianxia Pharmaceutical's general manager, Su Changqing, on the other side, and the little one by Mo's side. "Ah, I am the little boss," Xianxia shyly responded, her sweet, childish voice melting hearts on the other end. With her fair, delicate skin, rosy, round cheeks, and wide, curious eyes, the adorable little one gazed at them, occasionally tilting her head in wonder at their actions. "Ahem, what do you need from me?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia pointed the phone towards Mo. "Big boss, the senior management is holding a meeting regarding urgent company measures, and your presence is essential." "Urgent? What is the matter?" Mo took the phone and set it aside, the camera capturing the entire kitchen. "Big boss, is it appropriate to have a video conference in the kitchen?" The individuals in the office meeting chimed in. "Just hold it there. If you have something to say it quickly, and don't disturb me while I cook for my daughter." Mo retorted, slightly annoyed. The rhythmic cadence of his kitchen work continued unabated, washing pots, rinsing vegetables, chopping ingredients. After all, a face was merely a face. It was all the same, regardless of the location. Surely, the company policy did not prohibit meetings in the kitchen. They could not delay his daughter's meal for a meeting. Fine. The kitchen it is, they conceded. It was their first time seeing the big boss personally cooking. In their minds, The big boss was the type of man accustomed to a life of luxury. However, witnessing him now shattered their preconceived notions. Big boss, how can you cook when your hand earns millions daily? The general manager sighed. Well then, the meeting will officially commence. The preceding details were trivial. Biamo focused intently on his culinary endeavors, akin to a live broadcast. Xianxia watched closely, genuinely believing it resembled a live stream like Lin Ruashi's. How peculiar. Why is no one sending gifts? She scratched her head, recalling how fireworks filled the screen during her aunt's previous live stream. Oh, my little boss. Don't block the big boss. We are in a meeting. The others lamented, nearly in tears. As the conversation turned serious, Chi-Chi scratched her head and sweetly exclaimed, I can tell, Daddy. My memory is quite remarkable. The others responded, all right then. We concede. You are the little boss. Your word is final. The general manager and other key personnel expressed their concerns about the rapid development of their company since its inception, which had attracted the attention of certain individuals intent on hindering their progress. They faced malicious attempts at acquisition and pressure to surrender the formula for their face masks. The current situation was dire, compounded by the absence of support, as several departments had arrived in the city to investigate Xianxia Pharmaceuticals. The atmosphere was tense and heavy with silence. Completely bewildered, Chi-Chi scratched her head again, her innocent expression radiating cuteness as she said, Is that so? I understand now. The others awaited her response with a mix of impatience and silence. Chi-Chi turned her gaze to Biamo, who was preparing a meal, her mouth watering in awe. Hey, little boss, we have important matters to attend to. Don't just focus on the food. Oh, she replied, as the sound brought her back to reality. The little one tugged at Biamo's sleeve, her voice soft and sweet. Daddy, they are looking for you. The others exclaimed, fortunately. Biamo has exceptional hearing. Who dares to covet our company? The general manager explained, Boss, it is our rivals, the 3 pharmaceutical companies in Duan City. Along with a new competitor, have united against us. Li Pharmaceutical, Huan Pharmaceutical, and Lu Family Pharmaceuticals, not to mention the cosmetics companies. The general manager took 3 minutes to list the names, during which Biamo did not spare them a glance. The atmosphere was filled with a sense of disbelief. The general manager, engrossed in his notes, continued speaking while Biamo remained focused on cooking. Had he noticed, he would surely have ceased his monologue. The big boss, seemingly distracted, rendered all words futile as they went unheard. Suddenly, Biamo flipped the pan, igniting a fire within, leaving everyone astonished. I have it figured out. First, we shall open opportunities for cooperation with the cosmetics companies. Those who refuse shall be blacklisted. Second, someone is sabotaging the company. We must identify the instigator and handle it. Third, investigate Li Pharmaceutical. I suspect their involvement. Fourth, when the city departments arrive to investigate the company, we shall sweeten the deal with a little incentive. The room fell into stunned silence, marveling at his remarkable problem-solving skills and quick thinking. Even in the kitchen, he displayed an astute ability to navigate and bribe certain departments. With a leader like him, prosperity seemed assured. Chapter 75. Old Su is captured. Xianxia Pharmaceuticals had developed rapidly, inevitably encroaching upon the interests of others, which made them a target. Furthermore, Xianxia Pharmaceuticals had originally been an inconspicuous factory, lacking any substantial backing. The system was in a state of confusion. Ultimately, a notification chimed. Host has grasped the essence of business. Reward of 500 daddy points granted. Biamo was taken aback. Could this truly be real? A gift indeed. The total points of the caretaker, 1560. Dinner is served. Biamo prepared the final dish, and then asked Xianxia to end the video conference. The attendees noted that the meeting was nearing conclusion, regardless of the presence of the higher-ups. The company swiftly adhered to Biamo's directives. Initially, the cosmetics company opposed the collaboration, yet the allure of substantial profits compelled them to yield to Xianxia Pharmaceuticals. Moreover, some department heads, having accepted bribes, opted to turn a blind eye. Hey, Director Li, dealing with Xianxia Pharmaceuticals is challenging, one remarked. Indeed, their documentation is impeccable, and the matter has attracted media attention. It's quite complicated. Perhaps you should explore alternative methods. My apologies. The leaders who accepted bribes felt quite pleased with themselves. Across the table, Li Pharmaceuticals exclaimed, What the hell? Is Xianxia Pharmaceuticals truly that difficult to deal with? They promptly informed Lu Pharmaceuticals and Huan Pharmaceuticals to cease the supply of materials to Xianxia Pharmaceuticals. Upon receiving the notification, Lu Pharmaceuticals immediately refused to collude with Li Pharmaceuticals, as Lu Xianxia's father is the chairman of their company. Having long known about Anxin Pharmaceuticals being linked to Bai Shini, the son-in-law of Lin Jian, they dared not take action against them. Furthermore, would the Lin family remain indifferent to the disruption of Anxin Pharmaceuticals' financial flow? Li Pharmaceuticals cursed vehemently, "Damn Lu family, thwarting our grand plans." Anxin Pharmaceuticals chose to collaborate exclusively with Lu Pharmaceuticals, ensuring their security. The Lu family, unwilling to engage with Anxin Pharmaceuticals, opted instead to ally with them, causing the remaining minor players to follow suit. Li Pharmaceuticals faced a complete loss that night, while Anxin Pharmaceuticals weathered the storm. However, the newly appointed general manager, Su Changqing, worked late and was subsequently kidnapped on his way home, forcibly taken into a van. "Good gentlemen, are you here for robbery or something else?" Su Changqing trembled as he noticed the imposing assailants in the vehicle. Could it be a matter of lust? His apprehension heightened. The leading man smirked, then adopted a serious demeanor. "Rest assured, it's not for that purpose. What are you thinking? You resemble a bloated pig." Upon hearing this, Su Changqing sighed in relief. "If it were not for lust, then it must be for money. I am but an ordinary employee, earning a mere 3,000 per month, with family obligations. Please spare me." Enough chatter. One of the men in the van struck Su Changqing with a blunt object, rendering him unconscious, and they drove away. Without proper investigation, how could they dare to abduct someone? Ordinary employee? A monthly salary of 3,000? Nonsense. Who doesn't he know you are the general manager of Anxin Pharmaceuticals, earning millions annually? Upon regaining consciousness, Su Changqing found himself pinned to a table, with bright lights shining on his face. Well, General Su, long time no see." A smoking man across from him exhaled a plume of smoke. "You, Li Gong." Su Changqing furrowed his brow. "Today, the individual attempting a hostile takeover is Li Gang from Li Pharmaceutical. Having failed in his acquisition, he now seeks to purchase the formula." The boss's suspicions were indeed correct. The instigators are none other than Li Pharmaceutical. Is it not repugnant? Just half a day apart, and he is already resorting to desperate measures. Li Gong, the general manager of Li Family Pharmaceuticals, hails from Dushan City and is the brother of Li Chao, aged 48, possessing a remarkable demeanor. Is it unexpected or surprising? Now that Mr. Su is in our grasp, we can engage in earnest discussions regarding cooperation. Cooperation? You call that cooperation? It would be better for you to resort to theft. Su Changqing erupted in anger. You think you can acquire the facial mask formula for a mere 1 million? Dream on. If you do not buy it, you might not see the sun rise tomorrow, Li Yigong retorted. You will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Let us settle this with a beating first. After a brief altercation, do not resort to violence. Let us speak amicably. It is not that I am unwilling to sell, but the boss does not consent. The boss? Oh, I have heard. Your Anxin Pharmaceuticals owner is reportedly a nouveau riche by the surname Bai. You should call him and invite him over for a discussion. Meanwhile, at Junhua Bay, Bai Mo had just finished dinner with the children when they insisted on taking a walk. It was their first evening stroll, and the two little ones were naturally delighted. With a father, an Aunt Ouyang present, the only thing lacking was their mother by their side. Consequently, Bai Mo earned another wave of dad points. Total dad points, 1750, buzz. Bai Mo's phone vibrated intensely. The little ones had sharp ears. It's Mama, Xianxia exclaimed. After waiting all day, the sound of the phone immediately made her think it was Lin Mingxi calling. When she pulled the phone from Bai Mo's pocket and glanced at the screen, she was momentarily taken aback. Ouyang Yu even contemplated dialing Lin Mingxi herself to spare the child from waiting in anticipation. The screen displayed a call from the general manager of Anxin Pharmaceutical. What new trouble could this be? Bai Mo furrowed her brow and pressed the answer button. A voice filled with distress came through. Old Su, the big boss. Su Changqing was injured but in considerable pain. What happened? Bai Mo immediately sensed that something was amiss. On the other end, Li Gang snatched the phone. Bai, I need to discuss something with you. I hope it is convenient for you. It is convenient. The location is at 404 Wenhua Street, Dushan City. All right, Bai Mo readily agreed. If she did not go, Su Changqing might be in grave danger. After all, he was her subordinate. Once the call ended, Lin Ruoxi and Ouyang Yu simultaneously turned to her. The former was unaware, while the latter suspected trouble. You go handle your matters. I will take care of them, Ouyang Yu said. Brother-in-law, just remember to return quickly. Bai Mo had yet to utter a word when the two little ones prepared to clamber into his embrace, uncertain of what might transpire. It was indeed inconvenient to have the two toddlers with him. Anun, Xianxia, would you like to accompany Ouyang? Bai Mo crouched down, gently patting their little heads. If you stick with me, I shall treat you to ice cream later. How does that sound? Understanding that her brother had matters to attend to, Lin Ruoshi tactfully interjected. Ice cream? Is it the strawberry flavor? Anun licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Daddy is busy. It might not be as entertaining to follow him. But with my aunt, there will definitely be ice cream. Without hesitation, Anun chose Lin Ruoshi, declaring, Auntie, I want the strawberry flavor. Haha, all right. Lin Ruoshi beamed with delight, promptly lifting the child into her arms and nuzzling her soft cheek. Xianxia, there's ice cream too, with a milk flavor. Ouyang, you tempted from the side. Wherever Daddy goes, I will go. Xianxia resolutely shook her head, clutching Bai Mo's leg tightly. If I follow Daddy, he surely won't deny me ice cream. Chapter 76. That old man can't protect you regardless of the circumstances. This child was determined to stick with Bai Mo tonight. He lifted her into his arms, affirming, It's settled then. I will return once my errands are complete. Anun, remember to be good. Bye-bye, Daddy. Anun lowered her head, pondering for a moment before tugging at Bai Mo's trousers, her face brightening with a smile. Daddy, go ahead with your work. But come back quickly, okay? Bye-bye. Bai Mo nodded. Simultaneously, he mentally cautioned the little dog to safeguard them well. Should a single hair go missing, it would be stewed. The little dog trembled in fear, barking earnestly to assure that it would protect them diligently. Watching Bai Mo depart until he vanished from sight, and pouted, her eyes suddenly reddening, tears streaming down her cheeks. The child, secretly weeping, was determined not to let her father notice. What's wrong? Don't cry. Anun is the best. Ouyang Yu consoled as he lifted the child, providing comfort. Are you missing Daddy? Anun clutched Ouyang Yu's shirt, wiping her tears and nose. Replying pitifully, Emichim. Ouyang Yu felt a pang of sympathy. This child was even more perceptive and resilient than he had imagined. Recalling the moment she had been taken away, his heart ached even more. All right, let us go and buy you ice cream, the strawberry flavor. Lin Ruoshi felt a twinge of sorrow as well. Upon hearing that ice cream was imminent, Anun sniffled, ceasing her tears. In the city of Duan, on Wenhua Street, Bai Mo closed the car door while holding Xianxia, casually handing over 100 yuan note. No need for change. Thank you, sir. Wishing you good health and abundant wealth. The driver replied with a smile. Through his mental acuity, Bai Mo was already aware of how many people were inside and their exact locations. After all, the efforts of these past days had not been in vain. The longevity technique had long been ingrained in his heart, though it was of a lower level. Mastering the power within his body was more than sufficient. It can be said that Bai Mo has undergone a remarkable transformation, now standing as the foremost figure on the continent. A mere thought has the power to reach any corner of the world. He knocked on the door. The sound of footsteps echoed from within, and then the door swung open. A man greeted him, stating, I have been waiting for you. Please come in. Our boss is inside. Inside lay an unfamiliar environment, and the little one in his arms seemed a bit frightened, their voice timid. Fear not, we are here for business. Bai Mo reassured as he gently stroked the child's head. It seems like Daddy's hand has magical powers. The child exclaimed, reveling in the sensation. Ha. Boss Bai truly possesses great courage, entering alone. Please, come in, a voice called from within. It had long been reported by his subordinates that Bai Mo had come alone, bringing a child with him, while they, a group of imposing figures, were hardly intimidated. Upon entering, Bai Mo noticed Su Changqing smoking, his face marked with numerous handprints. Evidence of a tough encounter. My apologies, boss, I have caused you trouble, Su Changqing said, extinguishing his cigarette, his head bowed in shame. It is of no consequence. As long as you are unharmed, Bai Mo replied, seating himself and placing the child on his lap. She clung to her father, curiously observing her surroundings. The company is thriving, Bai Mo remarked. However, it seems necessary to recruit additional security, as Su Changqing's safety is compromised during his outings. It is a hassle for me to make these trips, which interferes with my time with the child. Boss Bai, you are undoubtedly aware of my intentions. I, Li Gang, seek only wealth and wish to avoid escalating the situation. 1 million for your family's facial mask formula, Li Gang stated bluntly, his sharp gaze fixed on Bai Mo. Li Gang, are you of the Li family? Bai Mo inquired, his expression revealing amusement. Indeed, why? Are you afraid? Upon receiving a nod from Li Gang, Bai Mo chuckled, recognizing the irony of their encounter. How is Li Chao related to you? Su Changqing interjected. Li Chao is his brother. They have always been at odds, with conflicts arising over Li Gang's ambition to become the family head, lacking support. Oh, how intriguing. Bai Mo replied with a cold smile, his demeanor chilling. What are you whispering about? 1 million? Li Gang's voice faltered, his eyes wide, his body trembling uncontrollably. No way. This cannot be real. He had just witnessed Bai Mo crush a teacup into powder with a single hand. Li Gang, do you wish to test the waters? 1 million for my facial mask formula? Bai Mo inquired, his expression calm. And no, I do not wish to, Li Gang stammered, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his shirt dampening with perspiration. Good heavens. That was a teacup, not a paper cup. In my lifetime, I have never seen anyone crush a teacup like that. If it were to happen to a person, I could hardly fathom it. Forget 1 million. Even if given 100 chances, I would not dare. Interestingly, the small bundle in his arms had eyes as wide as copper bells. Was it merely an illusion? Was his father performing magic? The weariness that had previously clouded her mind vanished in an instant. Who among those present could fail to notice? Unless utterly blind, everyone exchanged glances, drenched in cold sweat. Su Changqing swallowed hard, rendered speechless. No wonder the big boss remained unfazed in perilous circumstances. He had clearly concealed his true prowess. Observing the boss's delicate skin, one would think he could not crush a teacup. Could this be a form of trickery? He remained uncertain in his thoughts. Since he did not wish to be caught, did that mean those who apprehended him also aspired to attain such prowess? Bai Mo blew gently upon the powder strewn across the table. The resultant cloud enveloped Li Gang, who bore it with utmost patience, though fear gripped his heart. The little one gazed at the pale-faced man before him and could not help but stifle a laugh. No, 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 Mr. Bai, let us speak calmly. It is all my fault. I failed to recognize a mountain for what it is, blinded by my own folly. I am willing to offer 5 million in compensation. Before Bai Mo, Li Gang felt as though he were under the weight of a colossal mountain, struggling to breathe. To express his contrition, he slapped himself, then pulled out his phone to transfer funds to Su Changqing. Upon witnessing the incoming balance, Su Changqing was left utterly astonished. Was Li Gang truly subdued in such a manner? My goodness, when the big boss intervenes, it's nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, he casually earned 5 million in the process. His attitude of remorse was commendable. You are fortunate to have salvaged your life. Bai Mo nodded. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Have you ever considered becoming the head of the Li family? I hear from old Su that you and your elder brother have never seen eye to eye, living in complete estrangement. Is that true? Li Gang felt somewhat bewildered. Who wouldn't he desire such a position? The crux of the matter was that his elder brother was no easy adversary, and the clan elders favored Li Chao. Indeed. What was Bai Mo implying? Li Gang cautiously inquired. I will make you the head of the Li family, but you must relinquish the Heart Island unconditionally to me. This, Li Gang found himself in a quandary. He yearned for the title of head, yet was unwilling to part with Heart Island. Mr. Bai, this seems unjust. You have no right to choose. I am not negotiating with you. You may leave at this very moment, but for tonight's events, 5 million is hardly sufficient to satisfy me. Bai Mo's voice carried a chilling undertone, though his expression remained composed. The little bundle in his arms presumed that his father was engaged in business and should not be disturbed. Li Gang surmised that Bai Mo harbored grievances against his elder brother. If he did not acquiesce, he feared he might not escape this door. It was evident that Bai Mo was standing up for his subordinate. He glanced back at the corner. Bai Mo scoffed. Do not look over there. That old man cannot protect you. Li Gang was not the only one whose complexion changed. The old man lurking in the shadows was equally drenched in cold sweat. As I contemplated my next move, an overwhelming force seized me, rendering my body immobile, and an abyss of fear enveloped my heart. Chapter 77. Mr. Bai, please tread carefully. Li Gang, feeling increasingly insecure in the absence of anyone emerging, found himself at a loss. Old Fei was his trusted confidant, the one he relied upon the most. Why was he not appearing now? Mr. Bai, I fail to comprehend your words. I have brought only a small contingent. Li Gang said awkwardly. If you could assist me in securing the position of family head, I would surely bestow the island of Lisan upon you. Astute, Bai Mo chuckled. We share a partnership, and I shall not take advantage of you. As a distributor for Anshin Pharmaceuticals, I will ensure you receive a share, allowing us both to profit. Thus, Mo could acquire Leeson Island without incurring any expense. Thank you, Mr. Bai. How will you assist me in dealing with my brother, Li Chao? Just wait. Mo replied, cradling a child, preparing to depart. Having resolved the pharmaceutical matter, he felt a sense of elation as he prepared to return, leaving Li Yigong in bewilderment. You leave me in the dark and instruct me to wait? I have already waited decades. When will this end? I have yet to even touch the seat of the family head. This is outrageous. Mr. Bai, please take care on your way down the stairs, the crowd cautioned. Mr. Li, this is unlike you. Next time, keep your eyes peeled. I am not always in a good mood. Yes, tonight was my misstep. I owe Mr. Su an apology. Li Yigong adeptly navigated the situation, a true man of the times, flexible and accommodating. Watching Mo and Su Changqing depart, he hesitated, ultimately exhaling a heavy sigh. Old Fei, Li Yigong called out into the silence. Where are you? The surroundings were quiet, with everyone exchanging glances. Moments later, from a shadowy corner emerged an elderly man, trembling. Old Fei, what has happened to you? At 79, I have never felt pressure greater than that of a grandmaster. Reflecting on the intensity Mo had exerted, he felt as if death itself were beckoning, causing his scalp to prickle. By heavens, Old Fei, have you? The onlookers gaped at the old man's dampened trousers, but dared not laugh. The thought of someone who could instill fear in Old Fei left Li Yigong apprehensive. Grateful for his earlier cleverness, in his memory, Old Fei could shatter boulders with a single strike, while dozens could not budge him an inch. Old Fei, you have endured much. Perhaps it would be best if you refrain from such tasks in the future. At 79, must you still toil so? If not for the money, who would choose to be your bodyguard? Old Fei had 2 sons, neither of whom had amounted to anything, merely relying on their father. Serving as Li Yigong's bodyguard, he earned 300,000 a month, sufficient for his family's daily needs. Otherwise, at 79, he would have long since retired to the countryside to enjoy his twilight years. Li Yigong was now deeply unsettled. Henceforth, he would dare not entertain any thoughts regarding Mo. This individual is not to be trifled with. At this moment, Mo and his companions found themselves by the roadside, patiently awaiting the arrival of a taxi. What's the matter, little one? The small child glanced up at her father, then lowered her head, scratching it, embodying an indescribable cuteness. What is it? Are you feeling unwell? Mo inquired, his concern evident as he checked her well-being. Xianxia clung tightly to her father, nuzzling against his chest. Were you just performing magic? This was the very question both she and Su Changqing were eager to ask. Indeed, it was magic. What other tricks would you like to see, Xianxia? Mo chuckled, gently tousling her fluffy hair, which felt so fine and silky. Su Changqing wore an expression of knowing anticipation. One must wonder, is there anyone in this world capable of crushing a teacup with bare hands? The little one's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed up at the sky, incredulously asking, Daddy, is this real? I want to see fireworks. Of course, he replied. I will grant your wish, but it will take half an hour. Mo added. However, I will need a bit of time to perform the magic. All right. The child beamed with joy, her laughter infectious at the mere thought of witnessing magic. Old Su, Mo called. I'm here. Su Changqing cleared his throat. Mo blinked, and Su Changqing nodded in understanding, signaling that all was in place. Approximately 10 minutes later, Su Changqing, panting heavily, flashed a thumbs up towards Mo. Have you seen it, Daddy? Can we begin? But first, should Xianxia close her eyes? Yes, he affirmed. The little one obediently complied. Su Changqing had prepared everything, having exhausted himself in the process. Mo nodded once more towards Su Changqing. All right, Xianxia. You may open your eyes now. In an instant, the sky erupted with sound. The booming fireworks illuminated the dark night, transforming it into a sea of vibrant colors. The brilliant fireworks sparkled like tiny stars, some resembling footprints, others resembling smiling faces. Wow! Xianxia exclaimed, her mouth agape as she marveled at the spectacle above. It's really fireworks. They appeared. Daddy is amazing. The little one twirled excitedly in Mo's embrace, her joy uncontainable. Observing the radiant smile on his beloved daughter's face, Mo felt that everything was worthwhile. I did not deceive you, he chuckled. The child's dark, glistening eyes reflected the dazzling fireworks, her face radiating happiness. Yes, it's so beautiful. Thank you, Daddy. Su Changqing joined in the laughter, captivated by the charm of this delightful little boss. The pain on his face seemed to fade into oblivion. Before they knew it, the fireworks had concluded. Yet the little one still craved more. Mission accomplished. You have earned 200 daddy points. Total points for the father, 1950. It was mentioned that Su Changqing should dedicate himself to the company, and soon Bai Mo would return. Upon arriving at the villa, Xianxia pouted, suddenly recalling that after spending a night out with her father, she had not indulged in ice cream. Back in her aunt's embrace, she could not help but burst into tears, and then pouted and said, "Mommy said not to let my little sister eat so much ice cream." Xianxia, realizing her sister had enjoyed ice cream at home with their aunt, felt a wave of unjustified grievance, her little eyes appearing so pitiful. Fortunately, Bai Mo was already in the bath and unaware of the situation. Tonight, the two little ones chose to sleep with Ouyang, which was a rare occurrence. In his room, Bai Mo called Old Master Chen. He did not require Chen to take any action, but simply requested that he refrain from concerning himself with matters regarding Lisan Island. That divine physician regarding Lisan Island. I assure you I will manage it. Just give me a bit more time. No need, replied Chen, although he did not understand why Bai Mo made such a decision. He had no objections to his instructions. Lying in bed, Bai Mo suddenly found himself missing Lin Mingxi. Her image filled his mind, and he longed for her presence. Perhaps this was the essence of love. He had unknowingly fallen for her. Around midnight, Bai Mo had just turned off the lights and was scrolling through his social media feed when the door creaked open quietly. Who could it be? His sister-in-law? Or Ouyang? Did they not consider the late hour? With a smirk, Bai Mo realized he had been overthinking. The visitor was none other than his past sweetheart. Chapter 78. By Fei arrives daddy. The voice was soft, but unmistakably, it was Xianxia. Hadn't she been sleeping with Ouyang? How did she make her way here alone in the darkness? The hallway was pitch black, and it was quite a feat for her. As the door swung open, Bai Mo immediately turned off his screen, cloaking the room in darkness. Hearing the little one call for him, he pretended to be asleep and remained silent. Daddy, are you asleep? The little one tiptoed inside and softly called out again at the bedside. Not yet. Bai Mo blinked in the dark. Ah, still awake? He chuckled as the little one climbed onto the bed with ease, sitting beside him and gazing at Bai Mo. Oh, my little darling. That question should be posed to you. Why aren't you sleeping? Bai Mo sat up and affectionately ruffled the child's hair. Daddy, I want to sleep with you. Xianxia's eyes sparkled. All right, let's sleep then. Bai Mo tucked the blanket around her and lay down as well. Daddy, I want to hear a story. Bai Mo thought. Pretending to sleep is a ruse. What she truly desires is a story. The clever child left him both amused and exasperated. Once upon a time, there was an elderly monk who would not listen to the tales of the bald old man. Let us change the story. The little one turned over to gaze at Bai Mo. Ahem. No problem. Once, there was a mouse named Jerry. Moments later, Bai Mo heard the rhythmic sound of breathing and turned to play with her phone. What was I just scrolling through on WeChat? So engrossed in her phone, Bai Mo remained oblivious to Qian sitting up beside her. The brightness of the screen illuminated the little one, allowing Qian to see whatever Bai Mo was browsing. When Bai Mo opened her photo gallery, she selected a picture of the three of them, savoring the moment. How is my daughter so utterly adorable? She was captivated. Oh, if only Lin Mingxi were here, it would be a perfect family portrait. Wow, so cute. A sweet, cherubic voice chimed in, causing Bai Mo to feel exasperated. Wasn't she asleep? How could a 2-year-old be so full of energy? Xian, did Daddy wake you? Bai Mo turned to look. The little one wore an embarrassed expression. I was fast asleep, she declared, lying back down to feign slumber, which only endeared her further to Bai Mo. Did you think she would actually fall asleep like that? No. Daddy, what are you doing? All right, if you want to watch, then watch, Bai Mo replied. She was about to post a status update and then sleep, pondering who would keep the child entertained if she didn't settle down. The little one watched intently, lifting her feet to play with her toes. Bai Mo chose that family photo, set against the backdrop of their garden's lush lawn. Finding it inadequate, she searched again and discovered a short video. The video also featured the trio, with the same lovely lawn as the backdrop, filmed on the same day, and of decent quality. Deciding to share it, Bai Mo began to craft a caption for her late-night WeChat post. A brief video accompanied by the words, "My two little darlings." The 15-second clip captured the two tiny bundles of joy playing with their father, utterly adorable. All right, Xian, let us sleep, she said. After successfully posting, Bai Mo set her phone down and drifted into sleep mode. In the Bai household in the capital, it was midnight. Many were still awake. Wow, Momo posted on WeChat again. This month, she has posted twice. Is this really her? The onlookers were astonished. What? Let me check. Indeed, the video was brief, featuring that little girl again. Oh my, wait a moment, they are twins. Oh dear, how adorable these two little cherubs are. What was the intention behind posting at this hour? Was she expressing joy in being a stepfather? Tell the elders to bring Mo back. The crowd murmured, as if anyone is unaware that Bai Mo has become a father to the children. This news swiftly reached the head of the Bai family. The rebellious child nearly drives me to despair. Bai Mo's recent post has garnered an exceptional amount of likes. The group of former classmates from middle school erupted in excitement. Has Bai Mo become a parent? I had no inkling of this. Alas, I have missed out on our class's heartthrob, or rather, the school's. Bai Mo, my idol. The heaviest in class remarked, he is married and has children. Do I still stand a chance? Back in middle school, he once confessed his feelings to me. The classmates responded, following that were high school and university, whereby Mo astonished everyone once more. However, most comments were filled with congratulations. The following morning was bright and sunny. Xianxia rubbed her eyes awake, only to find her father's presence absent, a reality she had grown accustomed to. She descended the stairs, allowing the maid to wash her face, and then prepared to enjoy milk and breakfast. Anan was still snuggled in bed, following Ouyang and indulging in a lazy morning. Lin Ruashi finished her breakfast, shouldered her bag, and said, Xianxian, stay home and don't wander about. Your aunt will return shortly. Haha. The little one nodded. If aunt goes, then she goes. I want to keep you. By around 8:30. Ouyang and Anan finally rose, while the little one had already been engrossed in cartoons for quite some time. Outside, Bai Mo had awakened at 4 to train and had just returned, preparing to enter when he spotted a familiar vehicle approaching. Oh my, it's my sister. What brought her here? The car door swung open, and a pair of long legs stepped out, adorned with stylish sunglasses. Bai Feifei emerged, her gaze fixed upon Bai Mo's sis. What brings you here? Bai Mo rubbed his nose, thinking she might have forgotten him now that he had a wife. Why didn't you invite me in for a visit? Bai Feifei quipped. Come in then, Bai Mo shrugged. You've changed a lot. Bai Feifei thought to herself as she observed Bai Mo's silhouette. Upon entering the villa, Bai Feifei felt little different. The two small bundles of joy, hearing the commotion, dashed out from the living room, barefoot. Hey, don't run so fast. Be careful. Bai Mo quickened his pace to greet them. Haha. The two children laughed as they embraced Bai Mo, watching the affectionate interaction between Bai Mo and the little ones left Bai Feifei momentarily stunned. It resembles Bai Mo in his childhood. The more she looked, the more astonished she became. Not only did they resemble his childhood photos, but the three shared striking similarities. Especially in the children's brows, identical. Papa, who is she? Anan pointed at Bai Feifei with a sweet, adorable voice. Heavens, how cute. Bai Feifei realized she had overlooked this last time. Her heart melted at the sight of such an irresistibly charming little one. Who could resist such an adorable assault? You mustn't be rude. You should call her aunt. Do you understand? Bai Mo knelt down to tidy up the hair of the two little ones. Ouyang Yu's skills were rather lacking, and the hairstyle was not particularly pleasing. Auntie, how nice. The two little cherubs chimed in unison. Bai Feifei snapped back to reality, increasingly aware that something was amiss. Suddenly, a bold hypothesis flickered through her mind, leaving her utterly astonished. Chapter 79. Almost misunderstood, my dear nieces. Is he truly your father? By blood? Bai Feifei inquired, her heart racing with excitement. There was no doubt. She was 80% certain. Yes, auntie. Don't we look alike? Xianxia said, planting a kiss on Bai Mo's cheek and then pressing her face closely against her father's. It was a display of pride. Humph. With mama away, daddy belongs to me. Mine alone, no one can take him. Anan scratched her head, pondering why they called her auntie instead of aunt. Upon hearing the children's certainty, Bai Feifei was overwhelmed with joy. Mo, could it be that they truly are? She gasped, covering her mouth, her expression akin to that of someone uncovering a scandalous secret. They are indeed my daughters. My own flesh and blood, Bai Mo proclaimed with pride. Huh, you have daughters now, and I have nieces. Bai Feifei laughed exuberantly. Witnessing this scene, Xianxia hurriedly wrapped her arms around Bai Mo's neck, adopting a protective stance, despite being the one needing protection. She feared that this woman might take her father away. Sister, please don't frighten them, Bai Mo replied, momentarily speechless. Bai Feifei quickly approached and squatted down, while Anan instinctively stepped back, maintaining a distance from the stranger. This was a lesson from Aunt Ouyang. I wouldn't scare anyone. How could I? Little ones, you are absolutely adorable. May I ask your names? I'm Xianxia. The little girl replied. And I'm An, the elder sister. The child seemed a bit perplexed, questioning why they called her auntie instead of aunt. Sister is An, and the younger one is Xianxia. What lovely names. Did your mother choose them? Yes. Mo, sensing An's confusion, smiled and explained. She is your father's sister, hence she is called aunt. Father has a sister? An scratched her head, gazing intently at Bai Fei, puzzled since she had never heard of this before. Are you tricking me? No. Father would never deceive me. But how could he not have one? I am indeed her sister. You are both so adorable. Please let me hold you, Bai Fei exclaimed, extending her arms. To her delight, An obliged her with a hug. Auntie, Xianxia chimed in. Oh, Bai Fei's heart swelled with delight, her eyes sparkling with affection as she listened to their sweet voices. Mo was not met with fear, but with joy. The children were already 2 years old. Bai Fei felt a mix of anger and excitement. How could they have kept such a secret from her? Yet, recalling last night's social media posts, it seemed everyone had misunderstood the situation. Mo mentioned that the twins in the video are daughters. Upon this realization, Bai Fei felt a pang of guilt. She should not have disclosed Bai Mo's circumstances to the Bai family without clarity, which led to numerous misunderstandings. Furthermore, the last encounter with Bai Mo on the street had caused confusion for her sister-in-law. How embarrassing. It turns out Lin Ming, she is indeed the sister-in-law. And after their meeting, the awkwardness would be palpable. Nevertheless, she truly must express gratitude for the adorable twins she bore for the Bai family. Sister, let us discuss this inside, Bai Mo suggested. Nodding, Bai Fei affectionately embraced An and followed him into the living room, her mind still racing with thoughts of her brother's numerous secrets. Not only did he have daughters, but recent investigations revealed that he also possessed medical skills and was adept at racing. He seemed like an entirely different person. On the sofa in the living room, Ouyang remarked, You went out and returned with a woman? Who is she? Instantly, a sense of urgency flared for her close friend Lin Meng Shi. Bai Fei was stunning, with her enchanting long legs, impressive figure, and exquisite beauty, truly a femme fatale. Were she a man, he would surely be captivated. Mo, who is she? Bai Fei inquired, observing Ouyang. Although she couldn't see her face, the figure was undoubtedly that of a beauty. Moreover, why was the person in the living room not the Lin Ming she had previously encountered? What was the relationship between this woman and Mo? Bai Fei was filled with questions. Upon hearing Bai Fei's words, Ouyang's eyes widened in shock. Mo, you address him so affectionately? Oh no. Lin Ming, she has been betrayed. Ouyang's face drained of color. Auntie, she is my aunt's newly recognized sister, the elder sister of Su Ba. Xianxia chimed in with a sweet, childish voice. Doesn't she resemble her? An scratched his head. Bai Mo nodded. She is my sister, Bai Fei. This is Ouyang, my wife's close friend, who is here for a period of recuperation. Thankfully, the truth remained undisclosed. So she was indeed the sister. Ouyang's cheeks flushed crimson. After introductions, both women exhaled with relief, glad that the situation was not as they had feared. Subsequently, the two exchanged greetings, acknowledging one another. Ouyang, perceptive to the fact that the siblings seemed to have much to discuss, excused herself to the kitchen to fetch some water. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Fei asked, Mo, where is your wife? My sister-in-law. She is on a business trip and will be away for some time, Bai Mo replied, suddenly falling silent, as the two little ones were eavesdropping. He couldn't let them know that Lin Ming, she might not return this month. Oh, Mo, I must remind you that you have a wife, so do not act recklessly, Bai Fei cautioned, glancing at Ouyang in the kitchen. Bai Mo replied, Sister, what nonsense are you saying? I'm merely reminding you, Bai Fei said, her eyes wandering to the two adorable little ones on the sofa. How utterly adorable. The two little bundles of joy appeared quite nervous, their faces flushed with shyness. By the way, dear sister, please do not disclose my affairs to father or anyone at home. If he finds out, it would spell disaster for me, Bai Mo remarked. The thought of his father pressuring him to marry that woman from the Chu family in the capital made Bai Mo feel uneasy. He wouldn't return home unless his father publicly apologized. While he could feign ignorance, he was uncertain when his father would discover the truth, and that was beyond his control. Bai Fei nodded in understanding. Suddenly recalling something, she took out her phone and composed a message for her assistant. Immediately procure a truckload of toys. including plush dolls and children's cars, and deliver them to Junhua Bay as swiftly as possible. The assistant, upon receiving the text, pondered why the president required children's toys. However, being merely an assistant, she had no choice but to follow orders. Bai Feifei was utterly enamored with the two children and slowly approached, seizing the opportunity to embrace Anin. Anin, what do you like? Do you enjoy the iced dumpling from the television? Yes. Well, do you like cars? The kind that move, big ones? Qian illustrated with her hands in the air. Haha, yes, just like that. Bai Feifei was completely smitten. And, Anin and Xianxia, do you like your aunt? Anin froze momentarily, her imagination racing. Did her aunt intend to take her away with all these gifts? She glanced at Bai Feifei and then at her father, her little pinky swirling in contemplation. Why was Daddy silent? Could it be true that she was to leave with her aunt? Oh dear, what if her aunt wasn't as wonderful as she seemed? Hey, why isn't Daddy speaking? Is he upset? Should I not let my aunt hold me? What should I do now that I've already been embraced? Bai Mo had been lost in thoughts about the Bai family when he was abruptly drawn back to reality. He gently curved his lips into a smile, addressing the little darling. Anin, what troubles you? Is there something you wish to say to Daddy? Chapter 80. Auntie is not a bad person, Daddy. May I be held by Auntie? Bai Mo chuckled softly. Of course, Auntie is not a bad person. Bai Feifei couldn't help but laugh. This little girl was remarkably cautious. Seeing their father and aunt smile, the two little ones joined in with their innocent laughter, their delightful giggles resonating with a healing charm. Ouyang, you brought over boiling water. Allowing Bai Mo to prepare tea before discreetly excusing herself, leaving Bai Feifei with a favorable impression of her. This woman was astute and considerate. Bai Mo gently patted Xianxia. Be a good girl and play with Ouyang for a while. Daddy needs to talk with your aunt. Anin climbed down, beaming at Bai Feifei before darting after Ouyang. Meanwhile, Xianxia reluctantly left her father's warm embrace, pouting slightly. With no outsiders present, the siblings engaged in a conversation about Anin and Xianxia's matters. Upon hearing Bai Mo's words, Bai Feifei's lips twitched uncontrollably. Ah, you little rascal. You've certainly made quite the impression, Bai Feifei remarked, her words imbued with an undeniable authority befitting the heiress of the Bai family. However, you allowed her to endure suffering alone for 3 long years. How infuriating. Should you mistreat her in the future, I shall be the first to hold you accountable. Her demeanor was grave, exuding an air of righteous indignation. Bai Mo, she continued, you owe me an explanation regarding your newfound title as a professor at the municipal hospital. Her gaze was penetrating, as if she sought to unveil the truth hidden within him. Coughing slightly, Bai Mo paused, having already devised a response. As you are well aware, I have always been exceptionally intelligent, a prodigy without a mentor. I have not wasted these past years. His rationale was flimsy at best, yet Bai Feifei had no choice but to accept it, for the truth was that Bai Mo was indeed remarkable. He was the highest-scoring scholar in the history of the Imperial Capital University. In the garden, Ouyang stepped outside to enjoy the sun. Anin, what brings you out here? She inquired. Auntie, Ouyang pondered, realizing they must be engaged in discussions. However, she was unaware of Bai Mo having a sister. Something felt amiss. Lost in thought, she overlooked a crucial detail. Moments later, Xianxia emerged, a small puppy bounding beside her. The two little ones placed the puppy amidst the flowers, and upon regaining her focus, Ouyang confirmed she had not been mistaken. They were playing a game of whack-a-mole with the puppy. The little dog poked its head out from the blossoms, while the two children playfully tapped at it. Ouyang couldn't help but smirk. This dog was quite the character. Shortly thereafter, Bai Feifei returned from the living room, calling the two children over. Auntie, Auntie, they chimed in high-pitched voices, clearly sharing the same bloodline, their bond already evident. Bai Feifei ushered them outside, the little ones appearing bewildered. Children, Annie has brought you some toys as a welcoming gift. Gifts? The children gasped, their mouths agape in excitement. As she gestured towards a large truck parked at the entrance, it was brimming with an array of colorful toy cars, dozens of them, in various shapes and sizes. Wow! So many toy cars! Xianxia exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder as she gazed at the vibrant collection. Anin dashed forward, eagerly hugging the largest and most eye-catching car. Aha! It's mine! What a big one! The child clung to the front of the vehicle, leaving Ouyang both amused and exasperated, unable to budge her. Bai Mo stepped out, his gaze fixed on Bai Feifei. How many did you purchase? This is excessive. How will they even play with all of this? Bai Mo's expression darkened. contemplating the potential reprimands from Lin Mingxi if she were to discover this extravagance. While having wealth allows for indulgence, one must also consider the practicality of storing such a multitude. However, upon witnessing her joy, Bai Mo felt a smile tugging at the corners of her lips, and her spirits lifted in tandem with hers. Not just this, there's more. Bai Feifei pointed to the other side, which was neatly filled with dolls of all shapes and colors. Oh my, so many beautiful plush dolls. Xianxia will surely adore them. The two little cherubs were elated, having never encountered such a grand spectacle. As long as you enjoy them, quickly bring the dolls down and place them in the children's bedroom, Bai Feifei instructed. Be careful. The two little ones watched with sparkling eyes as each doll entered their home, their rosy cheeks brimming with excitement and joy. When Daddy is away, I have so many dolls to keep me company. How delightful. Unable to contain her happiness, she rushed to hug Bai Feifei, pressing her face against hers. Auntie, I'm so happy. Thank you, Auntie. This welcoming gift is truly magnificent. Bai Mo was at a loss for words. After presenting the gifts, Bai Feifei had to leave for work. And in, Xianxia, I'll come to see you when I can. Goodbye. Yes, goodbye, Auntie. Bai Feifei was reluctant to depart, but the numerous tasks awaiting her at the company were pressing. Sister, since you adore children, you should find a man you like and marry him. Mo, do you want to get hit? Bai Feifei chuckled, casting a meaningful glance at Bai Mo. Auntie, don't hit my daddy. Xianxia quickly clung to Bai Mo's leg. I want tea. How adorable. You're so small, yet already protective of your father. Bai Feifei was utterly charmed, ruffling their soft, fine hair, which felt delightful to the touch. After her departure, a car lingered at the corner of the villa, which then followed suit. At an intersection in Xianxia Bay, Bai Feifei's Rolls-Royce was obstructed, surrounded by two Wranglers front and back. Beep. The driver pressed the horn repeatedly, yet the vehicles remained unmoved. Who's south blocking the road? Unclear. Sir, there's a situation. Please stay in the car and do not exit. The door of the Rolls-Royce swung open, and several bodyguards stepped out, encountering the occupants of the Wranglers. Within moments, all the bodyguards were knocked to the ground. Bai Feifei frowned. Who were these people? The bodyguards she had hired were veterans, skilled enough to take on 10 opponents. Sensing danger, the driver attempted to accelerate away, only to find the rear wheels lifted. Bang, bang, bang. The windows were smashed. Infuriated, Bai Feifei exited the vehicle, unfazed by the scene before her. Well, you're quite pretty. Get in the car and come with us. Several men, captivated by Bai Feifei's stunning beauty, revealed a predatory gleam in their eyes. Who are you? What do you want in broad daylight? Bai Feifei frowned, letting out a cold snort. Bang! The driver exited the vehicle, only to be struck and sent sprawling to the ground, blood gushing forth. Bai Feifei's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Take her away. If she refuses to cooperate, drag her into the car. Don't touch me. I can walk on my own. Bai Feifei gritted her teeth. Subsequently, two Jeep Wranglers sped away. The driver, enduring excruciating pain, drove the battered Rolls-Royce back to Xianxia Bay to find Bai Mo. Chapter 81. It seems they have the wrong person soon. The two Jeep Wranglers entered a private villa. After parking, they forcibly pulled Bai Feifei out. You wretched woman, it's your turn now for crossing Li Xiao. Bai Feifei replied. Li Xiao? Li Tiantian from the capital? We haven't had any conflicts recently, have we? If it truly is Li Tiantian's doing, I have nothing to fear. He wouldn't dare lay a finger on me, even if he had 100 lives. Another man interjected. No, it's her man who offended Li Xiao. My man. Bai Feifei's mind was a flurry of questions. How am I unaware of having a man? Inside the villa, at least dozens of men were stationed. Upon reaching the first floor, they found a bald man seated on the sofa, accompanied by a young man. Li Hao said, Thank you, Brother He, for your assistance. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. You have no idea how useless my subordinates are. They couldn't defeat him. Now that my hands are broken, I cannot endure this humiliation. The memory of Bai Mo breaking his hands ignited a surge of rage within him. Brotherly, there's no need for thanks. It's only right. Helping you reclaim your honor is merely a matter of dealing with a brash youth, the bald man scoffed. Exactly, in front of Brother He. He nothing of consequence, Li Hao flattered. In Li Hao's mind, Brother He was the undisputed king of the underground in Dusher, deserving of utmost respect. Knowing Brother He was the pride of his life. Even the police were insignificant in his eyes, an undeniably formidable figure. What do you plan to do with that woman once she is brought back? I've had my eye on her for quite some time. I've brought a camera to record some footage for her man to enjoy. Ha ha ha. As expected of you, brotherly. However, I have some substances on hand to ensure you have a memorable experience. The bald man instructed his subordinate to fetch a packet of powder. Li Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Boss, the person has been brought back. At that moment, a subordinate entered with Bai Feifei. The two men turned in unison, and upon recognizing her, Li Hao was rendered speechless. Who is this beauty? Where is Lin Mingxi? The bald man's eyes brightened, internally praising. No wonder Brother Li has taken a liking to her. She truly possesses charm. With that figure and those long legs, she could entertain for a year. Brother Li, you may summon her man. I want to personally teach him a lesson, the bald man declared. No, Brother He, you've made a mistake. She is not Lin Mingxi. What is going on? The bald man furrowed his brow, casting a frigid gaze upon the few subordinates before him. How could his men be so incompetent? Bai Feifei coldly inquired. Why have you captured me? She had already surmised that the two men before her had mistakenly apprehended her. However, she was now on unfamiliar territory, and escape was uncertain. Boss, we are not entirely sure. She emerged from that villa. And the situation is as follows. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the bald man smiled smugly at Bai Feifei. Who is Bai Mo to you? You walked out of his villa. Do not tell me you are unfamiliar with him. How has he offended you? Name your price. Bai Feifei appeared unperturbed. In the Bai family, there was nothing that money could not resolve. If there was, it simply meant the sum was insufficient. Oh, a wealthy woman, how delightful. Since we have made a mistake, why not stay and become my woman? The bald man chuckled. Ha ha ha, the boss has good taste. This woman has a fiery temperament. Quite suitable for him, Li Hao remarked with a twitch of his lips. Though she was not Lin Mingxi, this woman was even more alluring. With the attention of the bald man upon her, Li Hao dared not speak further, lest he offend someone. To think of becoming my woman, you are mistaken. Do you wish for death? Bai Feifei retorted indignantly, for a lady of the Bai family could not endure such humiliation. Suddenly, a slap landed unexpectedly upon her cheek, leaving a red handprint. You wretched woman, you think you can defy me? Do you even know who I am? Bai Feifei gritted her teeth in fury. Ha ha. In the past, I was unaware. Henceforth, you shall be my woman. Bai Feifei clenched her teeth, never having felt such rage before. Someone, take her to my room. I shall indulge in her. He laughed heartily. Let go of me. If you dare harm me, my family will not spare you. Bai Feifei protested. But the bald man remained unfazed. In Duan, there was no one he could not possess, nor anyone he could not offend. Inside the villa, Bai Mo had just seated himself when an immense horn blared from outside. Sensing something amiss, Bai Mo's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly dashed out. Ouyang Yu, did a gust of wind just pass by? Unin's hair is flying everywhere, she remarked, glancing beside her, where her father had seemingly vanished from the sofa. Auntie, I think my daddy has been blown away, Anin pouted, then scoured the living room in search of him. Where's my father? Xianxia exclaimed, hearing the commotion. Ouyang Yu quickly picked up the two children to investigate. Bai Mo suddenly appeared, nearly colliding with the driver who was about to enter. What is happening? Where's my sister? Bai Mo inquired, observing the severely injured driver and the wrecked Rolls-Royce, his face filled with concern. The young master has been captured. Quickly, notify everyone to rescue her. After delivering the message, the driver collapsed unconscious at the door. Damn it, courting death. Bai Mo's temper flared, his expression darkening, as the very heavens seemed to mirror his wrath. Was it not said that today the sun would shine brightly? How could the sky suddenly be shrouded in dark clouds, transforming as swiftly as the whims of a woman during her monthly cycle? The impending rain seemed inevitable. The weather forecast for Duan City proved to be woefully inaccurate, prompting numerous citizens to voice their grievances. As Bai Mo prepared to soar into the sky, a sudden cacophony of anxious cries from two small children pierced the air. Ouyang, please watch over the children. I must step out for a moment, my apologies. Not wishing to encounter the pitiable gazes of the little ones, Bai Mo vanished in an instant, leaving only a lingering thought in Ouyang's mind. Bai Mo? He is far too terrifying. The voice echoed in his thoughts, invoking a sense of dread as he gazed upward at the sky. Could it be that this abrupt change was also the doing of Bai Mo? Daddy? Huh, Daddy, where did he go? The two little ones stood at the door, blinking in confusion, scratching their heads in bewilderment. Auntie, someone is here. There's a big uncle. And there's blood. This was disastrous. Something must have happened to Sister Bai Mo, which explained her hasty departure. Meanwhile, Bai Feifei found herself bound to a bed, struggling in vain to free herself. "You scoundrel! Help!" The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman carrying a glass of water. Such a lovely girl, most fortunate indeed. After shouting for so long, you must be thirsty. Come, have a sip to soothe your throat. No need to rush, we'll have plenty of time. The woman chuckled, pinching Bai Feifei's mouth, forcing the liquid down her throat. Chapter 82. Those who harm my sister shall die. Bai Feifei's expression shifted dramatically as she fought with all her might. The liquid was no ordinary water. She could not swallow it without dire consequences. Despite her resistance, the woman persisted, forcing several mouthfuls down, relishing her triumph. Bai Feifei gagged desperately, her vision blurring as she began to lose control. Treasure this moment. Enjoy it thoroughly. I shall send you a nurse's outfit shortly. With a resounding bang, the door was shut. The woman turned toward the bald man outside, wiggling her hips playfully. You truly are a fickle heart, having me yet still chasing after others. Her tone was lighthearted, even amused. Isn't this just an opportunity to gather more sisters for you? The bald man playfully squeezed the woman's backside, causing her cheeks to flush as she shyly departed. I do adore your sweet words. That girl is still innocent, so do take care not to go too far. The bald man, increasingly pleased with himself, pushed open the door once more. Bai Feifei lay on the bed, having succumbed to unconsciousness, her legs entwined and body shifting restlessly. My little beauty, I am coming. He carelessly tossed the clothing onto the bed. In that moment, the air crackled with tension. Bang! A resounding crash reverberated throughout the villa, akin to a seismic tremor. What on earth is happening? The bald man steadied himself, furrowing his brow. Below, the onlookers stared in shock as half the building collapsed, their minds racing with terror. Was it a missile strike? In the next moment, Bai Mo descended upon the villa like a celestial being, hovering in mid-air. This sight left several witnesses in a state of faintness. As Bai Mo touched down, another portion of the villa crumbled. The intruders, merciless in their intent, surged forward, unaware of Bai Mo's entrance. However, in a fit of fury, Bai Mo exhaled, unleashing a terrifying force that obliterated them, reducing them to mere dust in the air. Two thugs who had rushed in from behind, upon spotting Bai Mo, instinctively reached for their guns. Yet, before they could even draw their weapons, a mere glance from Bai Mo caused them to evaporate instantly. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Those who had emerged to witness this horror turned pale, the atmosphere thick with tension. Their perceptions shattered. What kind of power could render a person to nothingness? A deity? Is this a god? Trembling, the crowd knelt in fear, their faces ashen, their scalps prickling with dread. Towards Bai Mo begone came a thunderous command, sending the remaining individuals on the first floor tumbling out of the villa, blood spilling from their mouths amidst their wails of despair. In the blink of an eye, Bai Mo appeared in a fourth-floor room, his gaze landing on Bai Feifei, igniting a deeper fury within him. Sister, he said with a sardonic tone, let's have some fun. Bai Feifei, lost in a haze, could barely recognize the visitor, muttering incoherently. Do not fear, I will take you home. Bai Mo rushed to her side, channeling a stream of spiritual energy into her, neutralizing the effects of the drugs within her system. Bai Feifei expelled a breath of foul air before fainting into Bai Mo's embrace. What is all this commotion? Everyone, go investigate. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from the third floor. In a flash, Bai Mo, cradling Bai Feifei, ascended to the third floor, his eyes icy as he waved his hand to eliminate the panicked individuals present. The bald man, alerted by the uproar, emerged from the second floor just in time to confront Bai Mo. Who are you? What is happening? Where have all the people gone? Displeased at the disruption, the bald man seethed with suppressed rage. Behind him stood a middle-aged woman. It seemed the people downstairs had suffered injuries. Was this the doing of this young man? Upon noticing the unconscious Bai Feifei beside Bai Mo, the bald man's eyes narrowed. Ah, it is you. Li Hao spoke highly of your skills, and it appears you possess quite the talent. I admire you. Come work for me, and I assure you will not be mistreated, the bald man asserted, recognizing the potential in Bai Mo as a formidable ally, one worthy of cultivation into a trusted confidant. Brother He, look at him, brimming with rage. Such a person should not be allowed to remain, the middle-aged woman remarked. The leader, upon hearing that most of his brothers downstairs had perished, implored for vengeance. In response, the bald man's veins bulged with rage. In that case, you may as well die? Whoever harms my sister shall meet their end. Before he could make a move, a mere glance from Bai Mo reduced the bald man to ashes, leaving him oblivious to his fate. The villain always succumbs to excessive words. Witnessing this, the middle-aged woman fell to her knees, terror-stricken, as a pool of liquid formed beneath her. Spare me. Allow me to provide the antidote. This proclamation further incensed Bai Mo, and in her fright, the woman was torn asunder. Corpses littered the room. The remaining individuals, having never encountered such a scene, trembled in fear, their legs weak. Unable to flee. Tell me, who instructed you to capture her? Bai Mo glared ominously at those before him. It was the young master of the Li family, named Li Hao, but we heard it was a mistake. They intended to capture Lin Mingxi. It's not our affair. Li Hao, I shall ensure your demise. Your family shall forever remain my bottom line. Bai Mo's gaze turned frigid as he delivered swift justice upon them, deeming them worthless scum who endangered the lives of countless young women. Last time at Longshan, were it not for Lin Ruoshi's intervention, this beast would not have been spared. After departing from the villa, a singular thought obliterated the area, erasing it from the map of Duan City. Upon reaching the hotel, Bai Mo ensured everything was in order and, once confirming Bai Feifei was safe, proceeded to the Li residence. At the Li family estate, a lackey pushed Li Hao, who had just returned home, feeling disgruntled that such a beautiful woman had fallen into the hands of Black Brother. Damn it, the surveillance footage has been erased. Young master, the master requests your presence in the study. I'm on my way. In the study, Li Chao closed the documents in his hand and looked up at his son. My son, your second uncle has been quite ambitious lately. Suddenly, Li Chao's voice was cut short as he noticed Bai Mo appearing unexpectedly at the door. Who are you? How dare you? Both father and son grew wary as Li Hao turned to face Bai Mo. It's you, Bai Mo. Li Hao's eyes were filled with hatred. His expression twisted with fury, wishing nothing more than to eliminate Bai Mo immediately. In stark contrast to Li Hao's reaction, Li Chao was bewildered, questioning how Bai Mo had gained entry into their heavily guarded residence. Suddenly realizing something, Li Hao pointed at Bai Mo and burst into laughter. Ha ha, you're too late. The woman who was with you is now with Black Brother. You've come to the wrong place. Black Brother reigns supreme in the underworld of Duan City. His influence unparalleled. Ha ha, she's enjoying herself now, and by the time you find her, it will be too late. Li Hao laughed heartily, feeling a sense of satisfaction in retaliating against Bai Mo's son. Who is he? Li Chao asked, frowning. Father, it's him. He has crippled my hands. I want him dead. I want him dead. Li Hao spoke menacingly. The doctor informed him that his left hand lacked any strength, rendering it virtually useless. The tissue was necrotic, and if the condition deteriorated further, amputation would be necessary. His right hand fared slightly better, barely able to grasp objects. Chapter 83. The Consequences of One's Own Actions. Very well, we shall kill him to give you a sense of relief. As he gazed at Bai Mo, Li Chao was engulfed in a wave of fury. Li Hao was his most cherished son, the heir to the Li family, now rendered incapacitated. Li Hao seized the handgun from the table and aimed it at Bai Mo, his right hand trembling slightly. I will kill you. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots in quick succession, followed by a maniacal laughter that bordered on insanity. I will kill you, ha 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 ha. A scene of sheer horror unfolded as the bullets halted in midair before Bai Mo. 3 bullets were suspended, perfectly aligned, as if time itself had been frozen. Clink, clink, clink. The bullets fell to the ground, causing both father and son to swallow hard in disbelief. How is this possible? I refuse to believe it. Li Hao fired again, only to witness the same inexplicable outcome, terror finally etching itself onto his face, as if he had seen a ghost, trembling uncontrollably. Son, let me handle this. Bang. Li Chao fired as well, yet the result remained unchanged, both father and son swallowing their fears. Damn it, is this not a dream? I warned you before. Do not provoke me. You are courting death, Bai Mo declared coldly, his chilling tone resonating with an otherworldly menace. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of death, suffocating the 2 Li men. Please, Bai Mo, do not kill me. With a swift motion, Bai Mo struck down, reducing Li Hao to mere pulp, the ground cracking apart. Son, Li Chao, tears streaming down his face, his eyes vacant, grasped a grenade from the drawer and hurled it at Bai Mo. The explosion reverberated ominously. The Li residents trembled. Fear gripped the hearts of all within. The room collapsed, 3 pillars giving way, as Li Chao crawled from the wreckage, spitting blood. Ha ha ha, son. I have avenged you. Caught in the blast, even the strongest would be reduced to mere fragments. Old man, your laughter has come to an end. Upon hearing this, Li Chao's fearful gaze lifted, only to find Bai Mo unharmed, standing resolutely in place. Impossible. Did he just crush the grenade with his bare hands? The last image before the explosion was of Bai Mo grasping the grenade with ease. Bai Mo's eyes, filled with lethal intent, eradicated Li Chao, leaving no trace behind. Surrounded by many members of the Li family, the room was ablaze. Li rushed in, followed closely by Elder Fei. Boss, it is him. The air still lingered with Bai Mo's presence, sending shivers down Elder Fei's spine as memories of terror flooded back. Second master, the master is in the study. And the young master is also there, but the body cannot be found. It must have been obliterated. This is the report from the subordinate, filled with trepidation. Li Yigong smiled lightly and instructed, "Step back and inform everyone that my elder brother and his son have met with an unfortunate incident. From now on, I shall assume the role of the family head." He had been perplexed until now, but everything suddenly became clear. Bai Mo was assisting him in attaining the position of the family leader. "Brother, you have offended those you should not have. Under your stewardship, the Li family is destined for ruin. Only I can guide it towards glory. Rest assured, your wife is only 45 and still young. I shall take care of her." Old Fei interrupted Li Yigong's thoughts, advising, "Boss, heed my counsel. Acknowledge him as the master, and the Li family shall endure. It is imperative that no member of the Li family offends him." Li Yigong nodded in agreement. "Old Fei, I shall follow your advice. From now on, I shall be loyal solely to Boss Bai." It was wise to align oneself with a figure that even Old Fei feared. Subsequently, Li Yigong prepared to transfer 80% of all his assets to Bai Mo. The rise of Second Master Li had indeed stirred quite a commotion in the city of Duan. In another significant event, the underground king, Black Brother, had met his demise, leaving the villa in ruins. There are no secrets that remain hidden forever, and the news swiftly spread. The magnitude of the incident had already drawn the attention of the Duan City Security Bureau and other factions. Members of the underworld sect exclaimed, "Damn it! Black Brother is dead. His strength was formidable. Who could have taken his life?" Not a single one of his subordinates survived. The Black Tiger Gang in Duan City, though not particularly powerful, was led by the ruthless Black Brother, who had no fewer than 5 or 6 adept fighters under his command, each capable of besting 10 elite warriors. Such strength could not be underestimated, and the question lingered, who had uprooted them so completely? A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. "Our partnership with him is terminated," which is profoundly disappointing. Cursed Duan City, why must it always be Duan City? They urged one another to remain calm, for soon there would be more drama to witness. Black Brother's master was none other than the legendary Lu Sandow. With his beloved disciple gone, how could he possibly let this pass without retribution? Meanwhile, within the Duan City Security Bureau, upon learning the identity of the bald man, everyone present gasped in astonishment. Compared to this, I am far more concerned about one thing. Let us not forget who the bald man's master is. The tranquility of Duan City was shattered. Report the situation here. The individual capable of killing the bald man and annihilating the Black Tiger Gang is not someone we can easily contend with. As of now, we do not even know who the assailant was. How shall we explain this to our superiors? At a hotel, Bai Feifei suddenly awoke, drenched in cold sweat, her heart racing with terror as she sat up. Surveying her surroundings and noting her intact clothing, she sighed in relief, grateful to be unharmed. What happened? Wasn't I captured? Why does this place look like a hotel? Bai Feifei's eyes glazed over as she slowly began to recollect the events. She had indeed been abducted by a bald man and another individual seated in a wheelchair. Inside the room, bound and helpless, an elderly woman entered, forcibly administering medicine to her, and then her memory faded into oblivion. Who could have rescued me? Bai Feifei immediately rose and made her way to the hotel lobby, demanding the front desk to review the surveillance footage. The front desk staff, intimidated by Bai Feifei's commanding presence, assumed a significant incident had occurred. Bai Feifei presented her case with unwavering conviction, leaving the staff with no choice but to retrieve the footage. To their dismay, the surveillance system malfunctioned. When the technician arrived, he could only shake his head in resignation. How could such misfortune strike? Bai Feifei, frustrated, stamped her foot in anger. The front desk staff, equally perplexed, wondered how it could have been functioning perfectly beforehand. Quickly, describe the man who carried me in. I I only remember he was very handsome. The front desk staff replied, blushing shyly. Bai Feifei rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking how infatuated she sounded. With no information to be found at the hotel, Bai Feifei had no choice but to abandon her search. However, upon returning to her company, she immediately instructed her team to investigate who had kidnapped her. The revelation left her gasping in shock. How could the villa have been erased from existence? Who could be responsible? According to the reports, the bald man was a formidable martial artist with many capable subordinates. Bai Feifei murmured to herself, no wonder my elite bodyguards were all incapacitated. 10 seasoned warriors could handle ordinary foes, but they were no match for a master of the hidden arts. Growing up in the Bai household, she was well aware of the power of martial prowess. Those who excel in the hidden arts, just below the masters, are invincible. Recognizing the danger, Bai Feifei informed her father, and the Bai family swiftly dispatched a peak-level martial artist to protect her. Bai Feifei's father was furious, his veins bulging with rage. I will demand an explanation from the Security Bureau for this incident. How dare they target my daughter in such a wretched place as Duan City? Humph. These fools should consider themselves fortunate to still be alive. Otherwise, I would make them suffer 1,000 deaths. Feifei, thank goodness you are unharmed. You should have heeded your father's advice and spared yourself from this ordeal. Our family is not lacking in manpower. Why did you insist on recruiting those warriors from outside? In the future, remember to have Old Bai protect you in secret. Old Bai was a servant of the Bai family, considered a veteran of sorts, with strength just shy of a master. In the realm of martial arts, one must always show some respect. Before Bai Feifei ventured to Duan City, her father had arranged for Old Bai to guard her. Yet, Bai Feifei flatly refused, truly ignorant of the perils of the world. Now, she was experiencing the consequences. Meanwhile, in a certain city, Lu Sandao seethed in silent fury upon hearing of his beloved disciple, Black Tiger's demise. Before long, a warning arrived from the Bai family, demanding his presence to kneel at their doorstep and apologize. The reason? His disciple, Black Tiger, had dared to provoke the young lady of the Bai family. This news sent shockwaves through the martial arts community in the capital and across the entirety of Xianxia. Lu Sandao responded with formidable authority, Humph. The Bai family is not someone I can afford to offend. It was the Black Tiger who committed this misdeed. If you seek answers, go to him. It has nothing to do with me. However, the Black Tiger was his beloved disciple, and regardless of who it was, if they took his life, they would pay with their own. Without delay, he set off for Doan. At the villa, Bai Mo swiftly returned to the entrance, then pushed the door open, feigning that he had just come back from outside. Laughter of children resonated within, indicating they were quite joyful. In the living room, Anan was maneuvering a toy car with her sister seated behind her. Auntie, it's so much fun. The laughter was incessant. Suddenly, Anan dashed back, not paying attention to her surroundings, and collided with Bai Mo Ha Daddy. The two little cherubs were brimming with delight as they clambered down from the car. Wow, Anan has learned to drive? That's impressive. Bai Mo praised. Daddy, where have you been? Anan, instead of expressing joy, clung to Bai Mo's leg with a pitiful demeanor. You didn't take us with you. I had some matters to attend to, he replied. Ouyang interjected. After you left, they cried for a long time wanting to find you. I didn't dare to take them out. Ouyang, having once been bitten by a snake, was now wary of even a rope. You can take them out in the future, but remember to bring this dog along. Bai Mo gestured towards the little puppy, which was lazily napping in the corridor. Upon hearing Bai Mo's words, it lazily opened its eyes to glance. This dog? Ouyang inquired, secretly thinking, what use is it, other than being adorable? Chapter 84. The Li family acknowledges their master. Sensing Ouyang's disdain, the little puppy rolled over and barked, woof woof woof. Translation: this dog is quite formidable. Indeed, it was still a dog, capable of standing tall in times of danger. You'll have the chance to witness its prowess. Woof woof woof. Translation: she must see it. Ouyang's eyes brimmed with skepticism. Bai Mo, are you trying to amuse me? Forget it. I might as well stay at home. At that moment, CC's phone buzzed from her pocket. It had been resting in the living room, as Bai Mo had not taken it with him. It's from Daddy. CC thoughtfully pressed the answer button and gestured for Bai Mo to bend down so she could place it by his ear. Who is it? Boss Bai. Yes. It's me, Xiao Li Ligong. Indeed. You've gotten your wish, Bai Mo said, and Li Yigong understood immediately, grinning ear to ear. Thank you for your assistance. Master. I am not your master. Do not address me so, Bai Mo replied. No, I have decided to acknowledge you as my master. You will henceforth be my master. Biamo fell silent. Master, the Li family will henceforth belong to you. With a single word from you, we will ascend the mountain of blades or plunge into the sea of flames. From this moment on, we shall be your devoted servants. In her heart, Biamo had her own plans and thus said, Master, it sounds unappealing. From now on, please call me Mr. Bai. Li Yigong was quite a decent fellow. Those who understand the times are indeed wise. Whether it be Master or Mr. Bai, Li Yigong, while feeling excited, breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had latched onto Biamo's leg. Years later, Li Yigong stood at the pinnacle of business in Xianxia, granting an interview to a reporter. The secret to my success? Holding onto the right connections. Soon after, Li Yigong merged all of the Li family's enterprises, transferring most of the assets into Biamo's name, including the island of Centrifuge. Ding. Task perfectly completed. Reward: 200 daddy points. 1 chance for a lottery draw. Does the host choose to draw? Yes. According to the system, the probability of winning the lottery after completing the task was quite high. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the divine ability, Soul Search. Biamo smiled slightly, feeling fortunate. Host. Qualified Daddy Biamo Daddy Points. 2150 Divine Abilities. Divine Demon Eye, Thunder Annihilation, Soul Search Others. Please check on your own. Anin. Stop playing and take your afternoon nap. Ouyang called after Anin. The child was driving around, unable to sit still for even a moment. Xianxia was better off, hiding nearby and petting a small puppy. Ouyang helplessly sought Biamo's assistance. Biamo, I can't get her to listen. Anin. Oh. The moment her father spoke, Anin immediately drove the car back. Ouyang successfully got the children to take their afternoon nap, while Biamo stretched lazily and lay down beside them. System. Refresh the shop. The shop refreshes for free once a day. Do you wish to confirm the use of your privilege? Yes. Ding. The shop has been refreshed. Biamo glanced over and quickly noticed something of great value. Precisely what he desired. System. How many daddy points are required for this dairy product formula? 5,000 points. Isn't that a bit exorbitant? Perhaps I could consider exchanging for it bottle by bottle. It's not too expensive, just 10 daddy points per bottle. Let's start with 10 bottles. Understood. Gazing at the 10 bottles of milk he held, resembling cans of soda, Biamo fell into contemplation. A formula costing me 5,000 daddy points? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to take the samples for research? As time passed, Biamo unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Total daddy points, 2050. Ouyang approached. Glancing at the sleeping Biamo, observing him for a full 5 seconds before leaving, her face flushed with embarrassment. Uncertain how much time had passed, Anin on the bed had already awoken and stealthily made her way downstairs to play. What could she possibly play with? Her beloved children's car, of course. Clumsy yet playful. The front of the car was already deformed from crashes. Perhaps Bai Feifei had anticipated this, which is why she had bought so many children's cars, filling the first floor with them. If she woke up her father, playing would no longer be an option. Ouyang cautioned her child to be careful, then instructed the servant to keep an eye on them before heading upstairs. Anin had awakened. It was inconceivable that Xianxia had not. In the small bedroom, Xianxia was indeed awake, seated on a nearby stool, quietly observing Biamo as he slumbered. She did not wish to disturb her father, wanting him to enjoy a few more moments of rest, while she vigilantly watched over him. Ouyang felt her heart swell with affection. How could her little Xianxia be so endearing? After approximately 10 minutes, Biamo seemed to sense something, slowly turning over and opening his eyes. Upon noticing, Ouyang remarked, "What are you doing? Waiting for your father?" The little one, shy and silent, could not hide her emotions. Biamo fully awakened and turned to see his little sweetheart. A smile broke across his face as Ouyang continued, "Your daughter is sitting right there, waiting for you to wake up without calling you." Biamo smiled back. "Why didn't you wake Daddy?" The little one lowered her head in bashfulness, unwilling to interrupt her father's slumber. Truly, she was a thoughtful little darling. Biamo felt his heart melt as he walked over and embraced her, presenting her with a bottle of milk. "Here you go, darling. Drink up." Biamo eagerly awaited her reaction, for according to the system's description, this milk was of exceptional quality and beneficial for health, particularly suitable for a 2-year-old. Xianxia stared at the milk, scratching her head in contemplation. The gesture seemed almost as if she were about to bash her head with the can. Missing her target. She giggled, seemingly teasing Biamo. The little one had never encountered such a milkkin before. Would it be delicious? The moment the milk was opened, a rich aroma wafted through the room. The child licked her lips, as if the kin possessed some enchantment. Drink me, drink me. What brand is this? Ouyang exclaimed in surprise. A foreign brand, quite rare and unavailable in the market, Bai Mo casually explained. The little one took her first sip and was instantly astonished. Delicious. It feels like all the milk I had before was a mere imitation. Daddy, this is so good. Her voice was sweet and melodious, radiating pure joy. Bai Mo smiled with pride. This is the moment I have been waiting for. Before long, the child finished her drink, letting out a satisfied burp. Daddy, she said, eyeing the other bottle in Bai Mo's hand. Cough, cough. That's for your sister, he replied. Oh, as they descended to the first floor and then rushed back, drenched in sweat. Daddy, here, this is for you. Just as Anin felt thirsty, she gulped it down without hesitation, resulting in a near-choking incident due to her haste. Bai Mo and Ouyang patted her back, bemused. Drink more slowly. It's delicious, the child replied, still blushing. Sister, may I have a sip? The soft, innocent voice of Qian chimed in, her mouth mimicking Anin's actions. Anin pouted, turning away to shield her sister from her gaze, and continued to savor her drink slowly. Xianxia approached her once more, scratching her head. Just a sip. That pitiful little expression in her eyes stirred even Ouyang's heart. She murmured, Bai Mo, why don't you let them have a few more bottles? That's not permissible. They can only have 2 bottles a day, Bai Mo replied firmly. Such was the rule. Even the most delightful of beverages must be enjoyed in moderation. The concern was that excessive consumption could overwhelm their bodies. For this drink possessed spiritual essence. You must finish yours first, Anin insisted, turning away once again to avoid her sister's gaze. Qian dashed over to her sister. Her voice lilting, Sister, drink slowly, there's no rush. I shall simply watch you. Bai Mo and the others observed.